Estamos en el aire, en una transmisión especial por la apertura de la ceremonia del International 2017. Presenta Valentina. Valeria.
Valeria.
Ahora yo.
¿Ya estamos en el aire? Sí.
Sí, ya somos 200. ¡Fo!
¡Buah!
No, no vino nadie todavía. Bueno,
Che,
estamos con
boludo,
Twitch.
le tengo miedo a EG, boludo,
Yo
en
también.
este main event, porque, boludo, en la fase de grupos jugaron con 3 héroes cada uno nomás. O sea, y sabemos que juegan con un montón de héroes más.
Sí,
Pero
no
los
mostraron
chabones
nada,
con...
¿no?
No mostraron nada. Apenas mostraron Shaker y Mirana de su mail. O sea, no sacaron ni Storm, ni SF, ni Invoker, ni... Nada, boludo, nada.
Están yendo a lo
La Quop,
tranqui.
lo Quop tampoco, la de su mail, que es zarpada, boludo.
No, pero igual Liquid tampoco mostró tanto. Jugó, lo que vimos de
Mm.
poderoso fue el
Miracle
IO,
sacó,
el
Miracle
Ican.
sacó 11 héroes.
Está bien, no importa.
Y le quedan igual. Le quedan todavía.
Sí, él sabe jugar con todos.
Sí. Pero el tema es que lo de Liquid ahora le van a banear de vuelta a Koto el IO o Koto el Natus Prophet.
Está bien,
Me
por ahí
parece que
era toda
esos
una
son.
estrategia también. Por ahí era una estrategia para que ellos piensen eso y le baneen todo lo mismo siempre y ellos tienen algo guardado.
Mm.
Un saludo a Guillermo Vilcayauri que ya está ahí.
¡Vamos!
¿Qué hace Guille? Vamos a ver la ceremonia de apertura, a ver cuándo
Sí,
empieza la concha de la lora. Estoy
sí,
muy
falta
ansioso, no sé qué
una
hacer, la
media
concha de la
hora.
lora.
Sí, yo tampoco.
Bueno, vamos a jugar un over, ¿dale? ¿O no? Es que no se
Jugás
pasa
y-
más si te pones a
Es que
hablar.
yo te
No
juro
quiero hablar de
que...
nada.
¡Oh!
Te odio, For.
Bueno, hacemos un PvP.
Bueno, dale. Un uno versus uno. Tenés unas ganas,
Sí.
ahora vos tenés ganas de jugarme uno versus uno.
No, es porque no quiero jugar Overthrow.
Mentira, eso es un hijo
Jugamos
de
con
puta.
bots.
¿Jugamos con bots?
Contra bots.
¿Uno versus uno? O sea, uno de cada lado.
Ah, bueno, ¿querés?
Dale.
Llenalo con bots.
Ujú. Espera que no sé dónde es la opción.
No, tenés que poner
Ahí
ahí,
está, ahí
en
está, ahí
donde
está.
dice unirte.
A los tuyos les voy a poner que sean re zarpados y a los míos voy a hacer que sean re fáciles.
Boludo, voy a ganar re fácil.
Nada que ver, yo te gano con los bots mogólicos.
Poneme los bots en modo cono.
No, puse los dos en difícil. Esos que estás invisible igual te siguen viendo. Bueno, esos.
¿Qué te iba a decir? ¿Qué? Pero no pusiste nada.
Sí puse.
Ah. Oh,
You really got to pick a
Es
hero. You
ranked,
got 10
Ah.
seconds left.
arre.
You
Ya
better
te
pick your hero.
picaron.
5 seconds.
Sí, ¿por qué siempre piqué a Tini la máquina, boludo? Es una poronga.
¿Por qué no me deja piquear?
Porque es por tiempo, esperá. Ahora le toca piquear a mí, me parece.
Ah.
What? ¿Qué pasó, boludo? La máquina piquea re raro, boludo.
No me, a mí ya se me aparecen todos piqueados.
A mí también.
¿Y pero vos no piqueás?
No me deja.
No me deja a mí tampoco.
No puedo piquear. Pero ahora, a ver. No, la recagamos.
¿Qué
Tenemos que
hiciste,
esperar.
boludo?
No hice nada, pero es que pasa que los bots no lo puedes restringir el tiempo, un tiempo de piquear.
Oh.
¿Nunca pasó que pusiste pausa cuando todavía no piquearon y siguen piqueando los bots? No le importa nada.
No.
Siguen haciendo cosas en la pausa, siguen comprando todo.
10 seconds to pick your hero.
Entonces tenemos que esperar,
moron.
¿ves? Hasta que pasen los 4
5
turnos
seconds,
y después
Morty.
podemos
It'll be
piquear.
fine.
Me pregunta Guillermo Valentina, ¿tú sabes dónde es la fiesta? Ay, no sé si me van a trolear o
Mira,
algo.
te van a
pero
trolear,
bueno.
te van a trolear. Te van a
Sí, me
trolear.
van a trolear. ¿Qué fiesta,
Con tu vieja
chicos?
en la fiesta.
Me van a trolear porque me van a hacer el chiste y no me va a coger nadie. Por favor.
¡Wow! Así no, chicos. No maguen, no tiren la piedra y escondan en la mano.
Tírame la doma. Wow.
No puedo piquear la concha de la lora. Bueno, esto es mejor que... Ah, vamos a jugar.
Está
Estamos jugando,
agresivo, Valentino.
estamos jugando contra los bots. Sí. Ay, no, vamos a salir, vamos a salir. Vamos a salir.
La de tu culo y esta, ¿viste?
Salí porque no voy a esperar todo eso, lo que quiere que espere el juego. ¿Quieres jugar, José? Vamos a jugar con los bots. Hasta que salga hasta que empiece el coso. Me agarró hipo. Ahora a ver si te escuchas mejor.
Le
Bueno.
subí un poco de la sensibilidad al micrófono para que no te detecte cosas, boludo, pero me llama la atención, es que yo tengo el volumen de ustedes, los tengo bajos.
Ah.
Igual vos te escuchás con eco, igual ahora yo te estoy escuchando con eco, no sé por qué.
Oh.
O sea, te escucho el hipo 2 veces.
Bueno, entonces... ¿venís a jugar o no?
No, estoy investigando los canales de Twitch.
Ah, bueno.
Ya arrancó la transmisión del Dota 2, pero está en la pantalla.
Ah, bueno,
y nada
no,
más.
no sé qué hacer. Bueno, vamos
Vamos a... Ay, no sé, yo tampoco.
no, vamos con
Ah,
una
Está en un
personal,
overthrow.
No, pará, déjame a mí.
Bueno.
Yo, what up, my glip glops?
Y está la
Ok.
música del International de fondo.
All pick. Míralo. Estamos al mismo lado, down de mierda.
Sí, boludo, sí, ya fue. Vamos a hacerle el orto a los bots.
Dual meet, dale. Dale.
Están pasivos. Vos en pasivo.
Lo dan miedo.
Anda con Disruptor, Valentina.
¿Qué hacemos?
Yo
No,
sacar-
igual el Nix Mid es un asco, boludo. Te juro que me da bronca verlo a Japsor, boludo. Yo, si me lo cruzo por la calle, le doy un cachetazo.
No, yo antes usaba Naga mid.
Pero va de support.
Sí.
Nah,
You really
vale,
gotta
pero
pick a hero. You
no
got
es
10
tan
seconds
asqueroso
left.
como el Nix.
Es resarpado.
Con,
Five seconds,
solo-
Marty.
con un solo
It'll be
level de
fine.
quemar maná, boludo, los limpia los flacos, ¿lo viste?
Resarpado, está resarpado eso. Lo van a renerfear, acordate.
Mark, ¿hasta dónde te llega la frente? Pregunta. Dice 1 versus Valentino.
No, iba a jugar, chicos, pero Valentina le dio miedo y prefirió ponerme de su lado. Se hizo caca, Valentina.
No, es que no quiero arruinarlo de vuelta en su propio
Slither,
canal.
Heather.
Tu puta vida me ganaste. Ah, recaradura.
¡Ah!
Oh, jeez, we're in some real trouble. I know, Morty. Just follow my lead.
Sí, me ganaste,
Ya que
pero
se
todos
la
saben que
recopado
sos el
de-
mejor.
Yes.
En el International.
¡Ay!
Más echarse la feo, dice el ruso ese.
No puedo cantar, no me deja tirar
No,
los,
no puedo tirar yo
los
tampoco.
sonidos. What? Es el lo big del mundo.
No puedo cantar, dice. No, acá el único que canta igual es Valentina.
From
Sí,
sea
chicos, yo
to
canto.
shore.
Les canto una de Belinda si quieren.
A ver, cantar.
Slithering.
Espera, ¿cómo es esta?
No
Lo hago
slithering
por
may
mí,
fail.
yo soy así, ya lo intenté.
Morty, I'm getting ready.
Disculpa,
Start in 30 seconds.
disculpa.
Cuando
Discúlpame,
jueguen cuando jueguen Famous tenés que cantar una de Ismael Serrano.
As commanded.
Pues,
So you
¿Por qué es
say.
peruano?
No.
Entonces...
Honor guides me.
Yo lo quiero hypear, pero faltan 22 minutos para que arranque el International.
¿Cuánto?
Who keeps
No
21 minutos.
blowing that
21
stupid
minutos.
horn?
time to sit or swim.
21 minutos como el programa de Chile, ¿o cómo
The
era?
sea
No, 31
calls.
minutos era.
No, eran los mineros, boludo, que están todos bajo la tierra. Ahora de
Make a
33.
splash.
Mira, qué capo, Mira el support, el mejor support del mundo. Se está soporteando el mejor support de toda Latinoamérica.
Ah, no viene nadie a mí. Hay el tremendo bug con los bots.
Slithering.
Sí, mal. Yo te estoy controlando a ver si cerrar los lajes. ¿Qué pasó ahí?
Yes.
Le erré. Es una caca este para la que tiene level 1.
Nada que ver.
Están pasando la...
Vos sos re malo por eso.
Acá en el canal de Twitch dice que... Va, yo estoy... Obviamente dice en porque es en inglés.
Ajá.
No me gustan los casters americanos. O realmente no le ponen onda. Onda Invaders. Invaders lo van con muerte. Y
Ah, por...
dice que la primera partida es Virtus Pro contra Invictus Gaming.
¿Qué? Están
Tide
borrachos.
raises all.
Esto es lo que dice acá en el canal de Twitch. En la página de International.
Cut to the chase.
En el canal, en realidad.
Ay, no.
Missing top.
Dice Virtus Pro versus
From
IG
sea
International
to shore.
2017 Group Stage.
So you say.
No fue nadie a mí.
Any way you
No.
slice.
Me re fui.
Hay un bug con los bots.
Rated. The sea calls.
¡Ah! Ah, no me sale. Ah,
Slither.
no me
Quería
sale el
ver.
grito de Valentina. No me sale hablar como una puta.
Yes.
Tenés que patear la pared con el dedo chiquito del pie. Fua.
No slithering may fail.
Pues posta, el chaval sufre, boludo. La pasa mal.
Snagged.
Ah, ¿cómo sería? ¿Cómo sería?
No, no me sale tan agudo.
No
Antes me salía.
slithering may fail.
No, pero posta la pasa re mal.
Honor guides.
Ahí está el sniper, apareció el sniper.
Sí.
Level 1, ¿no?
No puedo tirar las vocecitas.
Loaded to the gills. No slithering may fail.
Ya tendría que tener el Midas y el Agani más o menos.
Bueno, ¿quién era? Salí de acá, sucia.
No
Tenés miedo que te
slithering may
farmee.
fail.
Forra de mierda. Ah, mirá, errando la
There's a new cat.
desde tiempos
Bueno,
inmemoriales.
salí de acá, ¿qué me controlás? Me robaste toda la evidencia.
Es una caca, boludo. Ay, no. Sos muy
From
malo.
Ay, ay, ay,
sea
ay,
to
ay,
shore.
ay, ay. Si lo lagité, boludo.
Mentira.
So you say.
Todos lo
Ah, ya.
saben.
Ah, ya. Ah, ya.
Que haga volar el courier
Ay,
de los supports. Ah.
Los Borg.
Yes.
¡Me matan! ¡Ay, me matan!
No te mates, maricón. Está el support acá. Mira, lo cago al sniper para que le tires algo. ¡Te va a matar!
Slither hither.
Te dije.
Buah, boludo, jeje.
Honor
Te
guides.
re... Te re venían a fanear, boludo.
Mal, no sé qué onda, como que siguen re cegados.
Any way you
El Viper está agarrando
slice.
todas las runas. Déjame la runa, déjame la runa, déjamela, déjamela.
As
Ah.
Bla, bla.
Ahí está. Gracias, gracias.
make a splash.
Reportado. Uy, mirá, el Brit está acá, boludo, está re loco.
Vos vas a castear, ¿no? Las partidas. ¿sí?
No sé. Sí, si alguien me acompaña, sí, si estoy solo, no.
Serpentine.
Estaba el
¿Alguien
Brit.
lo acompañás?
¿A dónde?
The sea calls.
¿Cómo puede salir cuando se te puede jugar el International?
Cut to the chase.
¿Y cuánto? 17 minutos.
Make a splash.
¡Ole!
No me lo quise robar, tarado. Te estoy ayudando a farmear. Ahora te lo robo por puto, a todos te robo, mira.
Now
Ay, casi.
you
Ah.
pay.
Ay, te moriste, te moriste, te moriste. Toma.
No
Estoy tratando
Slytherin
de
may
frenar.
fail.
Oh.
The sea
Eso es una
calls.
caca con el invoker, boludo. Mirá, siguen faneando
Bien.
los hijos de puta.
Te pega, te pega. ¿Por qué te
So
pegan
you
así?
say.
No sé, se hacen los profesionales.
Missing middle.
Salí acá.
Honor guides me.
Vete.
No Slytherin may fail.
Vete a la verga. Voy a matar al sniper abajo. Está refedeado. ¿Quién fue Mitch?
Slither,
Ah. Re que no vino nadie, no pedía a nadie.
from sea to shore.
Está refedeado ese sniper. ¿Dónde fue Mitch? Vamos. Go,
Yes,
go, 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 go.
in my net. Yes,
Bien, desaparición.
Bien, José. Ah, no estaba jugando,
as commanded.
Macumba bot.
Indeed.
Ya se murió el invoker otra vez. Ah, no.
¡Cállate!
Missing bottom.
El Blitz está re duro, boludo. Uy, ahí te fueron todos. Yo estoy tepeando. Te plantás como si los bots no te van a hacer
Took out the
nada.
enemy's middle tower.
Chao.
Man, great
Pero me sacó la
teamwork,
runa.
You're actually watching this, Morty?
Deepest sympathies.
Re bot.
Honor guides
Hijo de mi puta. Yo le uso todo el
Saludos a
shrine,
Biche
loco.
Guido.
Yo le uso
Ahí
todo el
vamos,
shrine, ya fue.
agarramos.
cut to the chase.
Qué malo que sos con el invoker, la verdad.
Missing top.
Anda a cagar, boludo. Soy mejor que vos.
El niño,
Make a splash.
el niño mira que está llorando en su cunita.
Indeed.
Ah, qué feo. Bot.
En tu puta vida vas a jugar mejor que yo con el
Any way
invoker.
you slice it.
Nunca,
Ok.
nunca, nunca. Así como yo no voy a jugar como la Queen of Pain, nunca como...
Y
Slither.
eso te deja
O
dormir.
como yo con el Slark.
No, ya juego mejor con él. Ah,
No Slytherin.
Ah,
may
te vas a quedar
fail.
coso. Pelado y sin amigos.
joder. Ah,
Yes.
Vamos, go. ¡Vale!
Go, 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 go. Flash, 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 flash. Se prendió esta mierda.
Loaded to the
Al sniper. Al sniper que está acá, mirá.
Yes. I will.
Ah, forro de mierda. Sos una caca, boludo. Sos la peor caca del mundo, boludo.
So you say.
Mira allá.
Vamos,
Va a
vamos.
agarrar la runa.
Dale, vamos a matarlo.
Serpent.
Ese Brito no le importa nada, boludo. Se la está guardando. Se la está guardando a alguien. A la Ruth que no la usa, boludo.
No.
Mark,
¿Qué?
¿viste lo de la reta vos?
¿La qué?
Lo de la reta, lo que dijo.
No, ¿qué dijo? ¿De los dinosaurios?
Sí.
¿Qué hijo de puta? Ese zarpa, boludo. ¿Qué querés? Si son todos ignorantes, boludo. Todo lo que votan al pro, todo lo que son todos gente ignorante.
Con el viejo imputable de la reta, boludo. Muy bueno.
The sea
A ver si
calls.
se la puedo pasar.
Missing top.
¿Dónde estás? Acá estás.
Bottom. Yes.
Ya fue,
Ay,
yo voy a
boludo.
farmear.
¿Qué hace Zeus allá?
Indeed.
Después miralo, boludo, por favor.
From
Ah, después lo veo.
sea to shore.
¿Cuánto falta para que empiece?
3 13 minutos.
Bien.
12.
Thieves all.
Bueno, tenemos que terminar la partida antes de que
Ay, cómo me bailó sabroso.
te baila sabroso un
Ale
bot.
dijo que iba a estar con una remera de Argentina.
Time.
En el coso, con una camiseta de Argentina.
¿Necesitas mana vos?
Sí, pero me vas.
No Slytherin may fail.
¿Por qué juegas tan
No
mal?
necesito.
Make a splash.
¿Jugás con las manos vos o jugás con los pies?
Con los muñoncitos.
Slytherin.
Mirá, el Bill te viene a robarme la runa hasta acá, boludo. Qué atrevido de mierda.
So you say.
Oh. A ver si se la banca. Tirate pota, capo, tirate pota. Ay, se va a morir. Oh, acá está, acá está, acá está.
Hither.
Ellos ven el Santre, boludo.
Any way you
Vale, tiene un chip. ¿Por qué no la tiraste antes, caca?
Recién llegué al level 6. Cuando se murió el coso.
Sí, sí.
No.
70 smidges for a broken defraculator. You know, Rick, I gotta tell you, my bottom
Alta
tower
canción.
is looking pretty good. 45 tower under attack. Oh!
Qué hijo de puta. Defending bottom, dicen. Garcas de mierda los bots.
No
Yo voy a pelear,
Slytherin may
guachín, yo voy a pelear.
fail.
Voy, pero voy caminando.
Venía a Capital desde La Plata caminando el pibe, boludo. Alta gama tenía.
Yes.
Oh, ese Viper está fedeando.
So you say.
You're expecting Sandy Claus.
Me río del Viper de Valentina.
Ooh, your middle tower's under attack.
Attack.
Oh, jeez, your
Oh,
middle
mirá
tower's
Mirá
under
esta
attack.
agua, boludo.
Esa.
¿Quién le enseñó a jugar al Mac Chaser?
No se ríe de mi punca.
Andate a cagar, porro de
Oh,
mierda.
jeez, middle tower's under attack.
Yo creo que se te va a trabar, sos una traba. Ni a drag llega, sos
Middle tower.
una traba de
I'm gonna
11.
look at it. Middle tower's under attack.
¡Qué porno! Porno con las trabas.
No, todo bien con las
Oh,
trabas.
middle tower's under attack.
No Slytherin may
Oh, mira, 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 mira Santrey, a ver Santrey, a ver Santrey, Santrey.
Oh, jeez, Rick. Top
Gracias.
Ah. ¡Qué Selena trola!
Serena chacho.
Slither hither.
Te doy mana, toma.
Selena y queso.
The sea
El
calls.
futuro del drag.
Cuac.
Serena chacho, del futuro del drag.
As commanded.
¡Qué buen chiste!
The future of
Dale,
drag.
sniper.
Snagged.
¿Qué le
El
pasa?
día que te falte laburo tenés que hacer gritos de minitas en las películas de terror. Por favor, haciendo doblaje.
¡Serena, chacha!
Ay, 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 me va a matar, chicos. Ayúdenme.
Morite.
No, no. Espera, el Invoker no hace nada. No le dan los dedos para tirar skills.
¡Callate! ¿Qué sabrás vos de jugar con
Consider
Invoker?
yourself denied.
¡Ay, basta de moco!
Dale, practica los skills que vos no sabés usarlos.
¡Callate! Yo todavía te cargué con Invoker.
En tu vida me cargaste con.
Indeed.
Ahorita vamos, a ver si. Muy buen soundtrack, muy bueno. Ahora yo te pongo. Te tiro la segunda si metes otro skill,
Make a
dale.
splash.
¡Ay, Dios! ¡Callate! Me voy a farmear solo ahora.
Estaba on fire, boludo.
Acá está, mirá.
Morite solo.
Gutted.
Qué agradable su gente.
Ningún moriste.
Cut to the chase.
Well,
Slither hither.
El Sankin agarró una DD, boludo.
¿Y qué querés que haga? ¿Un asado?
Bottom. Slice you nice.
Oh boy,
Vieron, chicos, Valentina está mostrando su verdadera cara.
Your towers under attack.
My blade
Valentina está mostrando su verdadera cara. ahora.
Morty, you're not gonna like this. Top
Lo
tower's
lamento
under
si
attack.
algunos fans están decepcionados, pero la realidad es así. Esta es la verdadera cara de
Morite,
Valentina.
morite. Ah, no morí.
No, no muero.
You gotta get serious.
¡Aya! ¡Aya! ¡Nunca digas nunca!
Oh, not good.
¿No, ¿Estás envenenado? Ay, no. Todavía.
slither hither.
Me refaneaban los soretes, hijo de mi puta.
Make a splash.
A ver el invoker que está haciendo. Juega con los bots, no tiene hagan en minuto 15.
Indeed.
boludo.
Bueno, vos nunca lo tenés en minuto 15, no sé qué hablas. Siempre
Yo
tenés una excusa.
siempre lo tengo, siempre, todo el tiempo.
Sí. El
Todo
otro
el
día
tiempo.
te-
La base con el Aghanim.
Agani mi bota marrón en minuto 30, hijo de puta.
Nunca tengo botas marrones. Yo me saco directamente travel. Ah, mentiroso.
Sí, pero no llegaban ni a las travel, boludo.
Y bueno, si ustedes apestan en otras líneas, ¿qué quiere que haga?
Yo no estaba jugando.
Grows
Por eso, soy repestoso.
from sea to shore.
Ay, ¿te moriste? Ay, te matan los bots, sos repete. Bueno, no importa, no todos tenemos la habilidad para jugar a los videojuegos. Yo te respeto igual.
Ay, alguien bájelo del pony a este tipo, boludo.
Del pony, dice.
¿Ves que es el Buda del Dota?
Dreams. The sea calls.
Me voy a denegar la torre. No, no puedo.
Oh, look, it's me. Serpentine.
Mira, el Viper te está flameando ya.
Yo no les quiero decir nada, pero el miércoles sale la nueva expansión de Hearthstone. ¿Qué dice? Mentira, faltan 5 minutos, menos de 5 minutos.
Dire, you gotta
Bueno,
fortify
4
them
minutos
there,
57
Scorpions, good
para
work.
que
¿En
empiece el
serio?
tape.
Oh no.
No, boludo, falta una hora y media.
Bueno,
Lo hice
ya
a las 10 de la
están,
mañana.
están fedeando eso, están fedeando. El decano se transformó en dragón toda la partida.
Make a splash.
Lo hice a las 10 de la mañana. Marzo se levantó como a las 5, boludo.
A las 6 me levanté, el hijo de puta me hizo despertar a las 6 de la mañana.
Con razón te está flameando tanto,
Yes.
boludo. Está con la revista.
Yo flameando, él me está flameando, boludo.
You're through.
Oh, your bottom tower's under attack.
Se levantó con la tanga cruzada, está re loca.
My blade.
No, ayer estaba re loca, boludo.
Hoy está re loca igual.
Your bottom tower's
Ay,
under
mató un
attack.
bot.
No
Sacale screen, así lo
slithering
pones en tu
may
página de
fail.
Face.
No tengo.
Ay, hiciste un doble kill, estás re contento, ¿no?
Attack.
¿Viste que
Ay,
estaba haciendo la entrevista,
Top tower's
boludo?
under
¿Qué
attack.
onda?
As commanded.
¿De dónde es Mineski?
De Rusia.
tu vieja.
¿Viste que
A la
es
mierda.
el agresivo?
De Rusia.
I am.
3 minutos y medio para el que arranque.
Uy, ya terminamos, ya terminamos.
Tower's gone.
Voy a tener que cargar yo, porque viste acá son
Alright,
unos
we
mancos
can
todos.
rest at ease now.
De los bots no digo nada,
Oh,
porque
Morty.
la verdad que me ayudaron un montón. Pero es invoker, boludo.
Slithering.
Ay, Dios.
The sea calls.
Hay que
Bueno.
encontrarla, dale, boludo. ¿Ves? Uno que va a estar cerca del escenario con una camiseta de la selección argentina.
Indeed.
Acá, mierda.
¡Ay, ya! ¡No, no, 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 no!
My arrow.
Me tiraron todo por ir a ayudarte.
Es genial. Pasó el segundo, el minuto 322 y la gente explotó el chat, boludo.
Zarpado. A ver. ¿En YouTube está o en Twitch?
Yo estoy viendo en Twitch, porque en YouTube no te muestra la gente. En Twitch, sí. No es la misma transmisión, en YouTube está solo la partida y listo, es como si fuese el data.
Pero yo lo estoy viendo desde Dota TI. ¿O de
Sí.
dónde estás viendo vos?
Data... Yo tengo una
Dota 2
canal
que hay.
ese.
For the chase.
Sí.
En Twitch.
Pero no hay gente.
No, pero...
Slither.
La gente del chat, boludo.
Ah.
Hubo que explicarle todo al campesino este, hijo de mil puta.
Vos yo soy violento.
Vos empezaste a ser violento conmigo. Yo me levanté re tranquilo. Y vos estás con la tanga cruzada y ahora no te la bancás.
Alfa.
Any way
A la
you
mierda.
slice it.
Alta Macumba, tío. 2 minutos.
Slice you
Oh,
now.
That force
sí, de
field
apure,
leads me to
de
believe
apure.
that Dyer
De
just
apure.
fortified
Sí,
their
ya vamos a tirar,
structure.
ya estamos por tirar. Acá, el Invoker no sé, está fedeando por ahí, pero bueno. No podemos, no puedo estar en todo.
¿Quién es Spree, gatito?
Me imaginé por un momento. El anunciador
No,
que
no,
decía
no,
King
no.
Free Cat.
Oh, no. Me mataron, boludo. Vale que tiren
Oh,
este
no.
hijo de puta. ¡Tiren la torre! Dios mío, tienen un cáncer estos flacos. Lo voy a reportar. ¿Cuánto falta? 1 minuto y 10 segundos.
Sí. Bien. Le pegaste. Harry Potter. Oh, estabas mirando, ¿verdad?
No estoy mirando, estoy mirando.
¿Y dónde dice? Si no dice. Ah, sí.
Oh, Dios mío, tengo que explicarle, boludo, todo.
Your top tower's under attack.
Serpentine.
Bueno, ya empieza, chicos. Andá sacando todo, Marcel, vas a poner.
Tis a
Bueno.
rising sea. Magnetic. Got you.
Ah, igual ahora te haces un ultra aquí. Re forro.
¡Sos una basura!
Ah.
Ahí arranca.
Ahí arranca, ahí arranca. Uy, listo,
Ahí
listo,
llega,
vamos a, vamos a salir de esta partida de mierda. Ahí arranca, chicos.
¡Oh my god! ¡Ay, no!
Me a coffee, though.
¿Qué
How about
carajo
that?
es su primera
I'll
vez?
take that too.
Thank you.
We'll give you an autograph later.
Who the hell is that guy?
No idea.
Ooh, the International 7. You ready for this?
Ain't no problem some tools and a few strong backs can't solve.
Hey, that's Meepo. You actually know the game this year.
Know the game? Practically the Dota Queen.
Yes, finally. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who's your favorite character?
Hero, not character.
Che, se escucha a
And
ustedes de
that
fondo.
would be Meepo of the
Yo.
Timbersaw
No, apaga el
mythos.
micrófono.
And my MMR is Platinum.
Platinum. You didn't actually play the game, did you, Casey?
Did you know there's an entire wiki page filled with Meepo responses?
Please, just stop.
What's this?
A little something I've been working on.
Oh. Okay.
I call it Dota Immersive Mode. Turbo tutorial set, and in just a couple of minutes,
We don't have a couple of minutes,
Now,
okay?
yeah, shut up, all right?
All right, well, now you're
capo
just
que es,
being
me
a
encanta.
jackass.
Don't ever call me a jackass.
Okay, Psycho. What's the big deal?
Look, when I was growing up, I had these growth spurts. I was awkward, my teeth were too big, and yeah, I kind of smelled. The kids would call me Donkey Boy and then Jackass, and sometimes they would just call me Jake-ass.
Shake us.
And my grandfather, sweet Pep Pep, even he called me Jackass. Hey, it's not funny. They followed me around for years.
Hijo de
Sorry,
puta.
I'm sorry. I had no idea.
It's fine.
Qué bien que
Let's
se
just
ve.
play.
Okay. Woohoo! Yeah, yeah. Let's kick some ass, Jake ass.
All right.
Dude. Your action smacks. Ow!
Oh, it's
Qué
like I'm
güey,
fighting
qué hijo
a
de
skeleton.
puta. Qué hijo de puta. No, se tildó. Ah, no.
Whoa!
Wow.
I look awesome. And you? Well,
La
I look
crista
awesome.
This this isn't right.
What are you talking about?
I think we might actually be in the game.
Ay, qué hijo de puta que son.
Es el hijo de
We are
puta.
in the game. We could be stuck in here forever.
What? No. We're to be on stage in like a
Quédate,
minute.
Valentina.
No, vean lo que encontré ahora. ¿Quién está jugando con el mono?
Found me. Welcome to the secret shop.
Pará, estamos viendo la de coso, boludo.
Maybe he can help us.
I can grant you the might to overpower any foe.
No thanks. We don't need that.
We're just trying to get back to Key Arena, okay?
Would you be swift?
Yes, yes. We need to be there like now.
Would you be wise?
Crap. He's trying to upsell us.
Come closer and I will unlock your inner cunning.
Okay. I'm getting really sick of this.
Would you like a cracker?
Ah, mirá.
Cracker? Is he
Galletitas.
serious?
Wait a minute. Maybe if we eat the cracker, it could teleport us back home.
Cómo juega con el
Like Alice in
pelito.
Wonderland?
Qué lindo
Like
que
Snow
está.
White, where she eats the apple and slips into a coma?
Qué buena vara que tiene la minita.
Would you
Mal.
like a cracker?
Sure.
Yeah, one cracker each, please.
Special for you.
Wow. I'm pretty sure those are just regular crackers.
Oh, stale.
My career is over.
Look at me. We can't just give up. I thought you knew your way around this place.
I should have been Omni Knight!
Often I am asked, what does a hero
Él quería ser el
truly
Omni Knight.
mean?
Shut up! I know my way around when I'm playing the game, not when you get me trapped inside of it.
Oh, so this is all my fault?
If you had just done your homework just a little bit, just for once in your career, we wouldn't be here.
If you hadn't forced me to play your stupid tutorial.
Okay, this is not on me.
Oh, it absolutely is. You
Don't you say it.
jackass.
Chacas.
Excellent choice.
What the hell is that?
It's a jackass. Wait, it's a courier. Maybe we can ride this guy back.
All the way to Key Arena?
You got a better idea?
Would you like a cracker?
Van a aparecer vestidos así, boludo.
Right. On the courier. Think we can both fit on this thing?
Just get your ass on the ass.
En ese courier lo van a llevar
Thank
al
you
evento
for your
principal.
business.
Y van a abrir así el escenario.
Away! To the key!
Casey!
No me digas que van a aparecer ahí.
Sí, van a
vestidos
aparecer ahí así. Y arriba. ¿Viste? ¡Qué capo! ¡Qué capo! Mirá. Con el burrito. ¡Qué hermoso! ¡Qué bueno, boludo!
No, decía traer una cabrita para la Dali.
Sí, la cabrita para Faren, boludo.
Vaya, prendan la luz, hijos de puta.
¡Ay, Dios!
¡Qué buena onda, boludo! Ellos están ahí, boludo, nuestros amigos. Ay, me encanta cuando cantan la música de Dota, me encanta.
¿Qué mierda es esto?
Callate, José, deja de escuchar.
¿Qué clase de Game of Thrones es esto?
¿Tu mamá qué hace cantando y Mind Control? Ah. Qué buena
¿Mandía?
música, boludo.
¿Eh?
¿Viste lo que mandé al grupo de WhatsApp? ¿Quién estaba jugando con el Monkey Kid?
No fear. ¿Pero quién es?
El Barça. Gonzalo es no fear.
¿Pero es él? No.
No, ese chaval que se llama así justo fue como hay un no fear jugando con el mono.
Chicos, lo voy a mutear si no hablan de cosas de lo que estamos viendo.
No, la amiguita tiene tu tono de voz, boludo.
Mal.
Güey, ¿por qué el Titan venía como el Morphy? Ah, todos. Ah, porque están abajo del agua.
Y ven el héroe nuevo. No.
Ah,
No, boludo.
Qué lindo poder estar ahí, boludo. ¿Cómo? Me
mal.
gustaría meterle 16 tiros en la espalda del
For the
algo.
better part of a decade, the International has invited the world's finest Dota teams to wage battle for the Aegis of Champions and the largest prize pools in all of esports. Fans from around the world have come together to celebrate this shared passion. Live at the
¡Muéstrenle a Dale la concha de su madre!
in gatherings across the globe. Now we assemble once more to honor the moments that define us and witness the genesis of things never seen before. Ours is a fire that burns the world over. The Aegis awaits in the heart of Seattle, but the international spirit resides in us all. For the first time, the Aegis stands undefended. 16 teams compete.
Wow, qué buena imagen esa, boludo. Todos los
Only
capos
one
ahí.
can forge a new legend. Who will
Capo,
emerge
Kuroki.
victorious? The battle begins.
The battle begins. ¿Sabes lo que ver
Ladies
esto
and
mínimo en un cine?
Please give a warm welcome
Dios
to
mío.
the finest Dota teams in the
A ver, Lale, a ver,
world.
Lale. ¿Dónde, dijo, dónde estaba? Infamous. No, mira esta quinteja, boludo, no. ¡Vamos, Infamous!
Vitality.
Estos muertos, le vamos a romper el orto. ¿Para dónde está Lale? ¿Dónde está Lale? ¡Capo! ¡Capo! Mira este Mind Control con sus cachetitos.
Ya gritaba por todos, boludo.
No, por eso no vamos.
No, LGD no. Ah. Tash hasta las bolas.
¿Y ese Dogor quién es, boludo?
No sé, pero le caigo también. Ah.
International
Em.
2012 champions.
Creo que ese mes es. No. Cosa.
Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro. ¿Dónde está No One?
Vamos, Virtus.
Ahí está No One.
D forever young.
Estos chavales, qué bien que jugaron toda la fase de grupo.
The Shanghai Major Champions. Team Secret.
Oh
Nadie
my
decía
God.
nada por secret.
Creation.
Execration.
The International 2015 Champions. Evil Geniuses.
Te odio, Ortiz, y no me mires
En la
así, te
prueba de
odio.
Universe.
¿Cómo mira la cámara? Lo odio.
TNT.
Mira, ahí está. Raven, el peticito de la izquierda de Raven. Alto carry el hijo de mil puta, boludo.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
Ni ganas le pusieron.
Es muy gracioso Tonalembi, boludo.
Team Empire. The Frankfurt Major, Manila Major, Boston Major, and Kiev Major Champions.
Se hace el capo, mirá, no
boludo,
usted.
tantos títulos, puto.
Tantos títulos, puto. Ana más 4.
Que tu vieja.
Ana más 4, boludo.
Más título que Daenerys Targaryen.
El del medio no sabe ni saludar, o sea. No está en tu sistema. Borró todo el sistema operativo para que le entre más Dota, parece.
¿Dónde está Tendi?
¿Dónde está el Ale? Ahí está la bandera de Perú, boludo.
The date is August 7th, 2017, which marks day one of the main event of the International 7. This year, 16 teams still remain to fight for their share of the nearly $24 million prize pool, with for the first time, 8 figures for first place. 10 million goes to the winner, and of course they get to call themselves this year's world champion. Not only has the prize pool increased from last year, but also the skill of players, as we're seeing not just individual skill improve, but also teams are developing innovative strategies thanks to patch 7.0. This is the first TI in which the talents will be showcasing themselves, and the real question is, have these teams prepared properly? Are they able to deal with the versatility and flexibility they provide? My name is Day9, and it is an honor and a privilege to be a host here at TI this year.
La primera vez que
in order to
host
bring
este
to you
International.
all the information and education as to why all these players are so awesome. I have the most brilliant and handsome men in all of Dota joining me today. We got PPD, Merlini, and Ake. Gentlemen, good morning, welcome. PPD, how you feeling?
Con razón no está en el
I'm
chat.
nervous, man. All those videos, I got goosebumps going.
Yeah, right.
Nerd bumps, right? That's what we call them?
Yeah, because I mean, it's so much calmer.
¿Qué mierda hace pipí de ahí? Lo odio.
Lo odio,
No
boludo,
one's
yo
here yet.
también.
You don't hear the roar of the crowd. We're currently just outside of the main
Tiene una
arena.
cara de boludo.
Inside here.
It's the only event of the year you get butterflies in your stomach for.
Yeah, right?
For sure.
Okay, how many years have you been here at TI?
This is the 5th time that I'm here, but this year I'm not playing, so...
No, boludo, le pasaron todos los
I
años
gotta
juntos a Ake.
As someone who's played in TI and as someone who's now
Ake.
here, what is the big difference between playing at a regular event, playing online, versus showing up to this stage?
I mean, TI is everything for
Un
every
saludo a
player, I think.
1320 a Brian
It doesn't really matter
1324
if you're
y a
winning
Sergio
tournaments
L.
or even majors. You want to win at
Así
TI,
Sariare.
so everyone is gonna bring their best here.
What are the big hurdles in terms of overcoming as a player? Do you have to like develop a ritual in order to focus? Does it feel still like you can get in the zone and play your usual game?
I think everyone has their own thing, how they want to prepare for the tournament. I don't know. I don't really do anything special. I'm just quite calm before the games. I'm actually more like nervous to be here than playing, which is kind of weird in a way.
It's scary, man. If you mess up here, they're going to make a Twitch clip, man. You're going to be on the front page of Reddit.
That's going to be fun, though.
Yeah, it's great. PPD, I mean, we were coming here yesterday, and you were talking about the significance of this, just all the emotions around this event. Talk to me a little bit about that now.
Así que tu jugador favorito es
now has really
PPD, ¿no?
helped me realize the gravity of this event and what it means for not only the players but everybody involved. And it's an exciting time. I'm very anxious. Definitely more anxious to be here casting or working on the desk than I was playing, for sure.
But Merlini, you're a veteran of the desk, man. You've gotten to follow these teams all year round. What's it
A mí
been like
Merlini me
leading
cae
up to
más o
this
menos
event?
bien.
Well,
Lástima que paga la
this is our Christmas of every year. Back before I was an analyst, I actually took days off for this event, but not for Christmas. So it's just your time to hang out with all your Dota friends and watch some good old Dota.
Yeah, I gotta say, because I've watched every single TI
Escucho
since
todo lo
TI2.
que estás
I
escuchando
was
vos.
at TI2, I was at TI5. I got to see the Echo Slam live. Oh my God, I got to hear Toby's voice crack in the auditorium, and it's a real honor to be here once again because these players are so good. Oh my God, the group stage matches were insane. I mean, what were some of the highlights for you in terms of the group stage, Peter?
I think just watching LFY, kind of like that, like the one Chinese team that stands above the rest. All of China has done really, really good here, but LFY, I don't know, man. They're hard to say they might not be the champions.
My highlight was a 120-minute game.
Está hablando Forever Young. Forever Young, si está jugando muy zarpado.
Yeah, I was casting it. I was like, I don't know who's gonna end. I didn't know who was gonna win until like the last 30 seconds of the game. It was crazy.
Yeah, and it was very intense for a lot of times during that 120-minute period. It wasn't just literally sitting in base with no action. I mean, there was a lot of attempts to get to Roshan, a lot of big buybacks, a lot of close, tense battles. What about you, Ake? What were some of the highlights from the group stage?
For me, it's not a highlight. It's more that I'm surprised that OG didn't get to the upper bracket. Coming into this tournament, winning 2 majors, everyone is going to think that they're going to do like super well here. And the thing is, they didn't do good. They went 9-7, I think, in the group stage, but it just wasn't enough.
The thing is, almost a heartbreak about that 9-7 result is that the 2 teams that were above them were 10-6. So if they had just won one single match, they would be in the upper bracket. And in fact, today we are going to be doing 2 upper bracket matches, 2 upper bracket best of 3s, followed by 4 lower bracket matches that are best of 1s and elimination matches. So literally that one game is the difference between getting the chance to play a best of 3 versus having to play a best of 1 in elimination mode.
And no one really wants to play a best of 1 here at TI. You really want to have a best of 3 to be able to show everything you've got. So
I've only ever had to play one best of one at a Valve event, and it ended very, very poorly.
Is that a humble brag? Like EG is so used to being in the winners bracket
usually
at
I get
time.
the privilege of playing from the winners bracket because I show up on the group stage, but fortunately that's not always the case. Sometimes you got to gut out that best.
Yeah, but let's zoom into that best of one and the agony of it. Hit me with that.
Well, I thought we were gonna win, and then I don't know. I'm sure we all made mistakes, some more than others, but. Yeah, you realize you're going home with last place, and you kind of wasted your time here.
Brutal.
Well, I mean, everybody's getting paid, so it's a fun event to be at, but
yeah,
we're gonna see some hearts break today.
Yeah, I mean, every single day will showcase elimination matches, and of course, we're very excited for the winners bracket matches coming up. It's going to be Liquid versus IG, and of course, another pair of blue teams playing Newbie versus Evil Geniuses, and there's a lot of crowd favorites here. A lot of TI championships and major wins among them. So super excited for those matches. Is there a highlight match that you guys have in store today?
For me, it's the first match. I think Liquid played super well during the group stage, and I didn't actually think they're going to play that well. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to perform here at the stage as well.
Vamos,
I'm
Liquid
particularly excited for
contra
is that we
Vitality.
have some of the best hosts and cosplayers in the world here. And rarely is it seen people who can do both. Also here at the event, we got Casey and Action Slacks. How are you guys doing?
What's up, bro?
Is that a real donkey?
Heck yeah. This is Sweet Pep Pep, our magical courier that we rode in through the land of Dota.
He's such a good boy, aren't you,
He is a
Pep
good
Pep?
boy. Yeah, Sweet Pep Pep. Kiss Daddy. Oh.
Slacks has been very comfortable all morning. I just want to point that out.
Oh,
very comfortable.
Yeah, it's very good. Me and Pep Pep go way back. Hey, let's talk to some fans. We got a whole line out here in front of TI right now. Everybody's trying to get in the building. This is the first game. You guys want to, anybody? Hey, get over here. What's up?
Come over. Come on in.
Come meet Sweet Pep Pep. Yes, come here. What's your name, sir?
Right next to the hammer.
Matt, what's up? What brings you to TI? What are you hoping to see?
A lot of Dota.
Oh, that's pretty good. Good job, Matt. Do you want to see maybe Sweet Pep Pep?
Of course.
Yes.
Be
Look at him. He's a
careful.
natural.
Pet on
Are you a
the net.
support player? He knew you pretty good.
Yeah,
Okay,
usually.
Pet the donkey on the net. What's your name, sir?
Adam.
And what team did you come to watch today? All of them, I'm hoping?
I'm actually working, so.
You're working?
I'm working right there at Spin Bicycle.
Get out of here, Adam.
We're trying to get customers.
Hey, be nice.
I'll get you a Sweet Pep Pep.
What's the best part of the International?
I don't know anything about this event.
Okay, let me tell you something. This is about
donkey.
the best players in the entire world of Dota 2. Have you heard of Dota 2?
No.
Okay, well, we're going to teach you how to play. It's super easy.
Okay.
And you'll be here next year as a pro, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to get that 24 million by myself, no teams.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's exactly how
Best
it works.
of luck.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. Welcome to the community, sir.
Thank you.
You know how we welcome people to the community?
I don't want
We hit them with
Smash
the
him.
hammer.
Kill him, Casey. All right, thanks. Sorry. Anyway.
Hijo de puta.
All right, well,
Thank you.
things are pretty hot out here. The donkeys are ready. The couriers are
No se
ready to
escucha,
go. The
Roman.
secret shop is up. There's a big line, though, because this is the only guy that's actually delivering anything. So we'll get him to work. Don't worry, guys. All right, well, thanks for watching. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Casey. Thank you, Slacks. And also for any of you
El
who
micrófono
need
de
a
él se-
bicycle,
se
there you
flashea.
go. Pleasure to have you all here. And of course, I do want to say for any of you who are returning Dota fans who've seen TI before, welcome. And for any of you who are
La cara
brand
de
new
Ake.
here,
What the
welcome.
fuck?
We're so thrilled to have you
¿Qué
here.
tiene
And
la
once
cara
again,
de
it will
Ake?
be our
No me
responsibility
mires así.
here to help convey what is so interesting about these plays and drafts, to highlight how skilled these players are. And one of the things that's been truly remarkable to me in watching the group stage matches is how interesting drafting has become. Because typically, especially at low levels, you think in terms of the lane position. Who goes to the off lane? Who goes to the mid lane? Here are the heroes that fit into the mid lane. But I've been watching EG drafts, and after 4 picks, I'm like, 3 of those, I guess, go in the off lane, and one's a support. I mean, players are switching heroes into all sorts of weird positions. I mean, what's your read on this, PPD?
With the introduction of talents this year, it's really opened up a lot of heroes to have more possibilities, more opportunities to support or to carry. So teams are really getting flexible on their lane setups, trying to give themselves the best early game advantage that they can.
And I mean, what are some of the specific heroes that you think are able to be flexible in those ways?
Oh, there's a ton. Earthshaker's like one of the most popular.
Oh, yeah.
Nyx Assassin with like the 80% win rate that we saw in the group stage.
80% win rate after 40 games picked, which is just an extraordinary percentage.
Yeah, a lot of times teams are picking these versatile heroes with their first 2 picks, and then deciding later in the draft if they need to shift them to support.
Yeah. And okay, I'm curious if you have some comments on some of the heroes that have really stood out to you as interesting or unusual in terms of their performance in the group stages.
For me, it's Lich, because he hasn't been picked much throughout the whole year, but like now he's been picked a lot, and it's what Peter said, that it's a hero that can go on like any lane, so they don't really know if it's going to be mid or off lane or safe lane. So it's quite an open pick in a way, even though he's always support.
Yeah. And Merlini, of course, you've gotten the opportunity to cast so many of these games, watch so many of these games of these teams throughout the year. Are there certain patterns that you've seen emerge just here that contrast with some of the previous majors?
I would say a lot of it has developed since TI6 when wings were super flexible. I think you mentioned like Puck too, Puck Earthshaker, like these kind of heroes can go anywhere. Yeah. And I would thought wings would do really well in this patch because you can play anything anywhere. Yeah. But we have seen a lot of flexibility in the first 2 picks where they can really go anywhere. And I think DC did that a lot too during last year's TI, and it's kind of evolved from there.
And it's been super interesting to see how this has played out in the group stages. For any of you who did not get the opportunity to see those, there were 18 teams placed into 2 groups of 9, and these were where we got the seedings for the final main event bracket today. In case you missed it, let's take a look at a recap of the group stages.
It is time to begin the International.
Look for the hole. He's got to find That's 3! Universe, you monster! How could you?
Oh my God!
Oh no!
No way!
He's alive! Up against her. Jesus Christ, what was that crit? Resolution just explodes the Queen of Pain.
The Bristle is still freaking alive, Winter. How does he do this?
Where's the Aegis? No one's picked it up.
They can't find it.
Where's the Aegis?
It's stuck.
Where the hell's the Aegis?
We've only had 3 Mega Creeps come back in the history of TI, and there's been 2 in one day.
This anti-mage, if they can kill him off here, this would be so tremendous. But as you look at the damage, Sakata blows him up to hell. IGV, after 128 minutes, GG has called FN's had enough.
TNC are winning this fight.
He's down!
The throne, Winter.
That's GG. What a day, Parker. What a day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have lost our first 2 teams of TI. From Group B, you will see Hellraisers depart, and they'll be forced to watch from the stands. On the other side, we have Fnatic from Group A, who will not have a chance to play their favorite game in the key arena.
The Shadow Blaze there. Oh, the ward trap! Kuroki holds back the Sven.
Vamos! Vamos!
Dragging Matoma back inside
Vamos,
the
Liquid!
Right on top of Yapsor, but Tomahawk will just eat everybody alive.
Liquid
will win the series 2-0.
Liquid are going to be top of the table in their group. LGD, Evil Geniuses, and TNC all are going to be in that upper bracket, and that scary lower bracket, that fate has been sealed for OG.
Monet not brought down the Chain Frost. All of VP crumbling around them.
The Fissure again! Ah, boo! Are you kidding me? Makes it 3. They might get 4.
LFY just playing with their food here. Woo.
This team's good. They are really, really good.
In Group B, LFY, Newbie, IG, and Virtus Pro will be in the upper bracket. As the main event kicks off, we'll get closer to finding a champion.
One of the big surprises from the group stages is how well LFY performed, going 14-2 for that first place position. And nothing else I say matters because the horn just sounded, which means our very first game of our very first match is about to happen.
Exciting.
Finally. I know.
Waiting long enough, right? All these intro videos and fancy graphics.
I know, you don't want to hear about my opinion of LFY. I'm a 3.1K player. It doesn't matter. Nothing I say matters, but the next group stage, or the next, no, the first main event match is going to happen. It's going to be Liquid versus IG before we even get into these teams. Just quick thoughts on which one you think is the strongest.
I think Liquid. They showed up really well in the group stage, and I really like their draft as well. They usually open up with 2 open picks, so I think they're going to have a good lineup every game.
Well, we do have that lineup for Team Liquid. Let's take a look at who's playing for TL.
Che capo, Kuroki. capo que es. God Helper. Miracle, el mejor jugador del mundo. Nada más y nada menos. Oh, por Dios.
A legendary lineup for Team Liquid. Merlini, who's the player to watch on TL?
I think GH. He's actually, I think, simply the best support right now. He is amazing.
Their opponents are, of course, going to be
El mejor
former
support,
TI
fíjate,
champions. Let's take a look at
ellos.
IG.
No, todavía no empieza.
Peter, same question for you. Who's the key player to watch for on Invictus Gaming?
I think most people would probably say Burning, but I would actually probably go with Baboka. I think he's this like new age China player who's just fantastic and really, really fun to watch.
Yeah. And you know, before we even hopped up here, you were talking about the differences in play style between a lot of the Western and Eastern teams. Share a little bit more of that with me.
I think Eastern teams in general have just been playing much better as a unit. As a team, you know, they win or lose, they all look good, they all look bad, whereas the Western teams have really kind of focused their lineups around one particular star. On Liquid, we have Miracle. On EG, we have Sumail.
Yeah.
Even Newbie, like one of the teams that isn't really similar to all the other Eastern teams, SEC.
Yeah. I mean, I remember that in watching Team Liquid, they would always seem to build around Miracle or Matumba Man, but I mean, a lot of the Chinese teams, particularly LFY, IG, are doing this mass as 5 play as a team style. I mean, you got the chance to look at some of these games, Merlini. What were the highlights for you in terms of the play from IG?
The play from IG, yeah, similar to what you guys mentioned. I have to ask something about the drafting, though, because I think it's really important for both of these teams. Do you think Q is still like top tier in your book as the top drafter? I think you mentioned that he was one of the few drafters that you still respected.
This main event will be very telling for that. IG isn't one of my favorites in this tournament. I think that they did a great job kind of squeezing out of that Group B group stage, but I don't know how strong I think Group A was probably a little bit stronger than Group B.
And I'm also curious in terms of the specific heroes we've been seeing. There's a few all-star heroes. Nyx Assassin currently has been picked in 40 games with a win rate of 80%. Aka, you also mentioned Lich. Who are some of the other big key heroes that you're seeing influence the drafting phase?
I mean, just for Liquid, I think it's important that they can pick Brood. It's like a 5th pick, so it's just very like open for them if they want to go with that, and then they actually swap. So Matumbaman is playing mid for them.
Yeah.
And so they really like to switch those like mid and Safen a bit, and it's not many teams that are like doing that.
And I mean, Broodmother in mid, it was amazing to see how Broodmother wrecked in lane. I mean, Matumba Man just stomped over Sumail relatively quickly. I mean, is this just an underrepresented pick? Do you think this is an unusual 5th pick that can only counter specific lineups?
I think it's a hero that people were really coming onto right before the International, and they weren't exactly sure how strong it would be, but Liquid has kind of brought it to its full potential. They've done this, you know, they've managed to play this amazing kind of split push style, a lot of mind control Furion, GH Wisp, GH Caudle.
The thing about Brood is like your stomach always sinks as soon as you see a Brood pick. You're like, oh god, there's a Brood one. Even if you have good heroes versus it, they think it's so good and they're going to pick it, and you're just like, I'm not sure if we're ready for that.
It's the obnoxious combination of invisibility, evasion, regen, and also a lot of early game damage that is just making mid lane a nightmare against Matumba Man. I'm curious, though, what you think are some of the perhaps undervalued or underrepresented picks. Ake, once again.
I think Chen hasn't been picked once, right? And
it's got a little play.
And Ench hasn't been picked that much either. And I think like Chen is quite hard to get into the game to work, but Ench could for sure work more than she's been picked, I think.
Yeah, Enchantress has been picked several times this tournament. It has just seemed really great for executing successful ganks. I also want to ask a little bit about this style that the Chinese teams have brought about having 5 players join together, about having a lot of the cores in mid rotate to push down objectives early. talk me through a little bit of the strengths and weaknesses of this style of play.
Well, it's just a different kind of setup. You know, you're focused on objectives. You're focused on making the map bigger for yourselves and smaller for your opponents. And every tower that you take is a step towards that. And it can make the game very direct. It gives you, you know, a very clear kind of opportunity. You know, hey, you know, we need to do this, this, and that, and we can win this game. And a lot of times that's not, you know, your path to victory isn't always so clear.
Yeah. And we've talked a little bit about the successful routes in order to get there, but since the players are still getting set up, I have to ask, it's very important to me, what are just the worst heroes? What heroes you just like are so upset that people are picking right now, Ake?
We were talking about this yesterday. I can't remember.
I said Troll.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of Troll Warlock. I know IG plays it.
I don't know. I actually think Troll is quite good. But that's
why?
just me. Because he's quite strong in the lane. He has a lot of armor. He has an ultimate that is global, so he can enable other heroes, like maybe Void on the offlane, to make it so he can make sure that Void can get a solo kill.
Sure.
And then he actually has this Roche potential to be able to kill Roche.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason why I'm asking about what are these strong heroes, what are these weak heroes, is that, you know, if you look at Troll Warlord, you can describe what Troll Warlord does, but are there heroes who are better? It's always interesting to me to, you know, as a relatively weak player, see how the evaluation process works. Like, you know, you talk about, oh, you don't like Troll Warlord. Who would you pick in his place?
I kind of like Drow, like something that can force objectives and hit buildings. Yep. Drow, Shadow Fiend's kind of on the down.
In that sense, like, I think Troll could be bad because he's quite all over the place. He's a bit of everything, but he's not really good at one thing. So in like that sense, maybe Drow is better if you want to
BKB. Yeah, I think having to get BKB is.
Like, están hablando de qué héroes ellos piensan que no deberían piquear, que son una mierda. Y PPD dice que el troll. Y Ake le dice por qué. ¿Por qué no? Si el troll es muy bueno. El troll es un buen héroe porque le dice tiene una ulti global que con un Void en la offlane lo ayuda a ganar una kill solo, pushea rápido, tiene mucho fan. Y Pepe dice, ay no, pero es que no lo piquea porque PPD es el CEO, es, digamos, el presidente de G ahora. Y obviamente va a hablar como que su team es el mejor siempre. Es como tener ahí al dueño de Liquid. Siempre va a decir que mira que es el mejor.
What is it about Puck that is making Puck such an important pick, even early picks for a lot of these teams?
Puck was popularized a lot by EG. They picked it first, and then they often run it in the 3 or the 2 position. And what I think was most important about it is that they could sneak in a Drow 4th or 5th pick and just end the game really, really quickly in case teams weren't prepared for it.
They've also played. Crit has played it as a 5 as well.
Oh, really? The Puck
really?
Yeah. Because they'll first to it because they like it so much, and then it's like, oh, they pick a bunch of heroes that are good versus Puck. Crit, you can play it now. So Mel's like, I don't want to play Puck this game.
I'm actually surprised that they put Bat on support, but it has been working a couple of games, right? But
it went disastrously in a few games too.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Bat first pick because, like, give it to your 5 position and he just what does he do? Now he's just like this hero that doesn't really have a place in the game.
It's also been interesting to see Sand King getting picked quite a lot, and of course he tends to be a very common safe pick. You know, you've mentioned that he's got a stun, he has pretty good wave clear, he can participate well in team fights, but it was close to a 30% win rate over the first 3 days of group stages and has only just recently risen up close to 40%. And I'm wondering if you can talk to me a little bit about the Sand King
de win rate.
Well, I'm not a big fan of stat numbers just because maybe bad teams just pick Sand King. But a lot of these heroes that are really popular and getting a lot of play is because they have options. You know, they're very safe first 2 picks, which means they're going to get picked in a lot of games, and you can slot them into support, offlane, like Shaker. We see him even in mid. Sand King, he fills less roles, and I think he's just a little underwhelming compared to other guys.
And of course, I want to get one more comment from you, Ake, because you see that countdown. There's 30 more seconds left until this first game pops in. What do you think is going to be the most important key to winning this match?
I think ID has to ban Wisp and Coddle because GH is just a beast on those 2 heroes, and that actually opens up the draft a lot for Liquid because they probably know that they're going to ban these 2 heroes, and if they don't ban them, they're going to pick it. So.
Yeah, I mean, I especially know the Wisp ban against Team Liquid is something that has come up time and time again because of the skill of GH. And with just a few seconds left remaining, it is my absolute pleasure to let you know the Team Liquid versus IG is about to be underway. This is a match that I've been excited for since just seeing them slowly climb up in the group stages, imagining if they would wind up fighting together first round.
Team Liquid versus Invictus Gaming. Game 1.
And the draft will be beginning now. Of course, Kuroki,
¿Dónde
legendary.
está el draft? ¿Dónde? No lo veo.
Q,
¿Dónde?
legendary. Who has the edge? Merlini, who's going to have the edge in the draft?
I think Kuro has the edge in the draft because of GH's support pool and how they have to ban it out.
I think Kuro's got a better team around him. I think he's got better options. Makes drafting a little bit easier. Makes you look a little smarter than you actually are.
Yeah.
That being said, Kuroki's had some disappointing TIs in recent years, so who's to say?
I think this could be the year that he's actually gonna get his top placement. Maybe not win the whole event, but
it looks like it. And starting in the winner bracket's definitely a good place to begin.
It's a very good start for sure.
And they got to pick their opponents, and I think they, getting IG in the winner bracket to guarantee like a top 6 placement, right? That's pretty opportune. I would.
Would
have a hard time believing they could.
Would either of you guys change any of the pickings if you were any of the teams?
No.
No, I don't think so.
I think the first place team definitely picked the weaker of the two.
What about the 5th place teams? What about lower bracket?
What about them? Oh,
was it Infamous versus Empire?
Infamous is versus OG.
I know. Would you pick Infamous or Empire if you were OG? I was just curious about.
I think everybody kind of picked the
right guy. Okay.
Picked the right guy. We'll see. We'll see if there's upsets and we can do some Captain Hindsight kind of thing.
We actually see here that Invictus Gaming isn't banning the Coddle, so maybe Liquid is just like waiting with it, or they want to get something other, like another hero first, because they have been picking Coddle a lot before, but
yeah, Coddle left open. We saw the first pick Tusk, and no Night Stalker in preparation, perhaps for that
Coddle. No, Coddle is not as good.
Yeah, maybe that's the idea.
Le sacaron Lycan.
Yeah, I don't know. Lycan as well.
So, I mean, at this point, I do want to ask a little bit about Lycan, because he has been a extremely regular pick, especially in carry. What's making Lycan strong these days?
Howl helps their entire team is a better Chen heal. It's ridiculous.
That's insane.
I think he heals for like 20,000 a game.
Porque en el primer game que juega
Howl's great. Lycan also one of these heroes that provides you a lot of vision on the map.
En la main stage le están piqueando Lycan.
Night Stalker as well, reducing the vision.
Ellos van a ir al 100% y ya que en la primera partida ellos revelen cómo ganarle a su Lycan, es peligroso. Porque el otro lo pueden aprender.
We've also seen like more heroes actually build the book on Lycan, and that wasn't as popular before, but
it fell out of favor. Lycan started going for armlets and earlier BKBs and bashers, and
he seemed much more like a right-click hero before.
Yep, and we kind of see the reintroduction of heroes with summons this event. A lot of Brood Mother. We've even seen some Lone Druid, Lycan, Furion's really popular, and I really do like Lycan actually versus Visage, because Visage is just this hero that kind of stands in there and tries to fight, and he wants to like slow people and kite them with the birds and his grave chill, but Lycan doesn't care about that.
What do you think the reason is for picking the Visage over a better Lycan counter?
I think Visage can be pretty solid, like building siege. You can push buildings. You can fight early. You can group up and kind of force IG to deal with him.
Familiars is also quite okay to actually stop the Lycan when he's coming in with his summons as well.
You can protect yourself from your teammates with a couple of bird drops, and once you have like 3, then you're wasting a lot of that Lycan form.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, at this point, I do want to ask about the Tusk first pick from Team Liquid. Is this just going to be a well-rounded, safe first pick because of his ability to roam and support various lanes? Is this just he's an all-around solid pick at this point?
I think it's a comfort pick for, I would say, Kuroki, right?
It's Kuroki.
And it's a hero that's very neutral. It doesn't, he doesn't tell a lot. And with the first pick, they wanted to keep their draft pretty open, which is why I would think they would go for it.
It's the hero that they usually always pick when they pick Wisp as well. So Kuroki is very.
Están dormidos.
Like he's been playing it a lot.
I love the fact that we are seeing Brood Mother banned 3rd from Invictus Gaming. Just absolutely does not want to let Matumba Man have that option. Yep. I'm also interested by this Monkey King ban from Team Liquid first as well, given that Monkey King has not really shown up too much.
That's the Baboka special. That's his hero. He invented that hero. He arguably put OG in the lower bracket with that hero.
So at this point, how would you describe just the qualities of these teams in terms of their first 2 picks? I mean, tell me a little bit about TL.
Team Liquid, pretty solid starter. I'm a little bit surprised by the early Visage. I wouldn't have guessed that out of them. I thought with Wisp and I guess Coddle was still in the pool, but Night Stalker being there really deters that pick. I would think they would go for the Shadow Shaman, but really, really bad against Lycan throughout the game. So this, they're just adapting to what IG is doing, and I think they're making some good decisions so far.
Yeah, Batrider has been a super common pick throughout the entire group stage. Often picked first or second. Oh, Bristleback, interesting.
The thing that IG is like doing here is that they're gonna have the wolves to scout people, and they have Bat to be able to like catch them when they find them, and NS can also reduce the vision from the enemy team with his ultimate. So they're gonna have a lot of vision.
¿Cómo carajo van a parar ese Bristol? A ver.
Yeah, I mean, having 3 excellent vision heroes is going to help in terms of all sorts of positioning. The Bristleback pick is very interesting to me. I mean, just in terms of statistics, which again, I know we distrust PPD.
Don't you bring up stats around me.
Here it comes. Here's a stat. Lowest win rate of all heroes in 5K and up games.
Yeah, but how has Team Liquid been doing with him?
Team Liquid is not one of the lowest win rate teams at TI, Peter.
Ah, well, there we have it.
There you go.
Stats don't lie.
I think Bristleback is... Oh, sorry, you can go ahead.
Oh, I just think he's a great tool for Team Liquid to group up and really just kind of force objectives and not have to worry about the vision disadvantage that they're definitely going to be at.
IG won't really want to jump in and grab the Bristleback if the team is
cuando van a asediar, ya la visión no importa, porque el Bristol tiene mucho aguante, o sea, no importa dónde caiga.
And then they can look to counter initiate. What I'm looking for from Team Liquid is
porque tiene
how
una
are they going to deal
stalker
with this lasso?
Invictus, entonces lo que es la
Arguably, every
visión
fight
va a
is going
estar
to begin
muy,
with
muy,
IG's
muy
Batrider blinking in
afectado.
and grabbing somebody. All the vision in the world to
El
hopefully
stalker se
get
piquea
a
por
good
eso.
selection. And
Problem
not
here
have
is
to
that
de noche
they also pick their
no
2
ves nada.
support heroes, so they can't
Ni
really
los
fill
guard,
in an
nada
Oracle
ven.
or
Ven muy
Venge
poco.
or any other hero that can stop
Visage
it.
could be core.
Visage could be core, yeah.
It could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
I mean, Kunkka has been a very popular pick against Batrider to try to X your heroes back.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, what other heroes has GH played besides Wisp, Caudle, and
Shaker?
Shaker. I think he's
El
played
Ancient Apparition para matar al
Night
Bristol.
Stalker a little bit. I'm trying to think. I'm not
Sand
sure.
King?
Sand King. Yeah, I don't know if I like any of these heroes for him though. Maybe
Está
I
bien
do.
picado el
play
Ancient
Visage,
Apparition, la puta madre.
Have you seen Matumaman play Visage?
I don't. He has
played in pubs a lot.
Yeah, I
So
would
I know.
imagine so.
So
a lot of 1 positions came here ready to play Visage.
Yeah.
Because EG is the team that I've been seeing like picking him the most on position 1.
We got AA here. I actually really like it.
De ese pozo va a salir alguien, estoy seguro.
Whoever Bat grabs, they're arguably not
Un
going to
héroe
be
nuevo,
able to save
algo.
anymore. Maybe does GH play Oracle?
Does he play Tusk?
I bet he plays Oracle.
Yes.
Oracle,
Sí,
ultimate,
Oracle.
nice ability to save whoever winds up being lassoed.
Sí, el
Not
oráculo
my
de
favorite hero
cabeza.
versus Lycan, but it can work.
Sí, el
So at this
oráculo. Para
point, Invictus
el
very
counter
much
del
so
Ancient
is in
Apparition es
need
el oráculo.
of a strong
El
mid
dash
laner,
no tanto.
unless they're going to do something unbelievably kooky with this
La
lineup.
diferencia es que el dash
AA
tiene la
mid.
tumba y por más que cure, mientras tenga la ulti lance no cura. No te deja regenerar. En cambio el Oracle, cuando ulteas, puedes tirarle cargas de la tercera y cuando termina el efecto de la ulti te carga todo y ya no está más la ulti de la Apparition. Entonces sí te carga y lo deja vivo el chabón. Esa es la diferencia entre el Oracle y el dash. Y eso es porque el Oracle es el counter
I think have really strong
del
team
Ancient
fight,
Apparition.
like get a pipe and kind of dare them to go on you, where they might not have enough damage and then you just get counter initiated and destroyed.
Now they actually have a way to stop the lasso if Weaver gets Arcs, but it's
el
probably
Visage
gonna
va
be
de
a
support.
position 1 Weaver, so
El
Arcs is not the first
Tucker
item that he's gonna buy.
El Bristol of
I would guess
Laner.
the Visage is probably slotting in for
La Weaver
GH
HC.
support, and Weaver is a hero that naturally builds Lincolns. That's something that I really like against Batrider.
Y bueno,
kind
ahora
of
falta
shuts
un
down
mid.
and limits everything that he can do. Also,
A los dos le
Weaver
falta un mid.
can pretty much solo in a 1v1 matchup versus Batrider in the early game because of Shikuchi allowing him to move at max movement speed. And it's very easy to like remove all the stickies, and you have infinite mana to spam when you purchase a magic stick.
That's actually a really great point. The fact that picking a hero that can easily buy a Lincoln's in order to respond to the Batrider.
Yeah, ideally against Batrider, you want almost all your
Banearon
cores
al
to be
Ember.
able to have access to that item, or someone
Claro,
to
serían
save them
demasiado
in case
burst
they do get
damage.
lassoed.
They could still
El
get
chabón
Drow
entra
on
y
Liquid, right? And put Weaver offlane and
entra y lo elimina el Ancient Apparition como
They
si
could do
nada.
Drow. People have kind of liked Lycan against Drow, but everything else is not great against Drow. And IG's, I think that what they're really lacking is team fight, and they can be really susceptible to Team Liquid grouping up and pushing down a lane. But they do have the last pick, which will be a very powerful mid hero, I would guess, that they think can win them the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's already hints that Invictus Gaming is setting up for that, banning Ember Spirit, which is one of Miracle's strongest heroes. Seeing him go 20-1 in games in group stages was really remarkable. And a ban on Templar Assassin and the instant pick Invoker. Oh,
Invoker, sí. ¿Cómo se lo dejaron piquear? No sé. Capo, capo, capo. Vamos, Miracle, vamos. Ellos ya están preparados, no le importa lo que pique el otro. Ya se pusieron los auriculares.
Both probably have Lincoln Spheres by the end of the game to help manage themselves.
No le queda nada, tienen que piquear rápido. Encima tienen muchas dudas.
Bristleback, he might be fine if you get lassoed, but
piquen una Templar.
With the right amount of focus,
piquen algo y pierdan. Alchemist. What? Vamos al juego.
Big bad Alchemist.
What an interest.
Vamos al game. No voy a castear, chicos, voy a escuchar el cast de los chicos oficial y nada más. Y voy a hacer algunos comentarios, capaz, porque quiero disfrutar del game yo también.
Not worry about split push, just push with your heroes down the lane together.
Well, I have great news, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 is underway. It's done for us at the analyst desk. Let's head down to the casters for the action.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live here from the floor of Key Arena, getting ready for a matchup of two old Dota organizations. But Lumi got some fresh
faces. Un saludo a Nano,
Liquid,
un saludo a Juapar, un saludo a Guillermo. Y un saludo a Kagami Shank.
Of course, IG, is a former TI championship team. None of these players were there for that, but they have a legacy to uphold. Coming in, I think most viewed them as underdogs. Share that sentiment.
For IG, for sure. I think they're the team that they won DAC as a major tournament, and since then they've been slumping. And I think PPD used the correct term when he said they squeaked into the winner bracket. They were just one win higher than VP. And honestly, they got chose.
Vamos, Oshi.
Liquid being viewed as the underdog.
Yeah, there was that great reaction shot of No Tail, where they thought they would have a shot at tiebreakers. Didn't end up being the case, so of course, have the tough road. It'd be fun. With that, the teams enter the battle. So I want to talk about big times in the group stage, and he actually had a pretty good win rate, 57%, but very small sample size, and certainly a hero that you're not going to pick early.
In terms of the playstyle, I think Alchemist provides a lot against Team Liquid. Team Liquid likes to group up and push as a lineup, and you throw down that asset spray, while the push is going to get weakened. It's a lot easier to defend. And also, having an Alchemist on your team just gives them the impending clock. If you don't beat me in 20-25 minutes, Alchemist will take over a game. And we'll see if IG will have that game plan working out for them. But as the panel pointed out, I think they were favoring IG's draft, and I think you and I also favor IG's draft.
I'm curious to see how the Alchemist fits into it exactly. Obviously, this hero is very annoying if he gets farmed. So what will the build be? Are we going to see that, the traditional nowadays Radiance build? Do we see that old school super combat build? I think Sumail went for it one time on EG. How do they look to play around this Alchemist? That really will be the big question that defines the overall way the teams match up.
Yeah. My initial guess is you go for the armlet, you go for the Radiance, and you just stack armor. Because look at the other side, you got the Exort Invoker that's going to be dishing out a ton of physical damage. You got the Visage Birds, you got the Weaver, you got Bristleback. All of this is physical damage, so it would not surprise me if you see Shiva's Guard and Assault Kyrios coming out here from Alchemist, or just from the entirety of each.
Looking at Team Liquid as we talk about the way they're going to match up, GH is probably the player that I have my eyes on most. He only played, I believe it was 6 heroes in the group stage, and the vast majority of them were either Earthshaker or IO, so the Keeper of the Light was usually banned. They didn't want to go for it this game. Oftentimes it's Kuroki who takes up the Visage, but of course his Tusk is fantastic. So GH, curious to see how he can contribute as a hero that we haven't seen much of him at this event.
Honestly, I don't think he will be able to contribute too much this game because he's played as a 5 in this game. Look at Kuroki, he's essentially roaming, playing as a 4. And as a result, Visage is also a hero that it takes a while to come online. He needs a level 6 to be active over the map. So I think the superstar that the panel was looking for in the form of GH, I don't think he's going to show up, at least not for the first 10 minutes.
Maybe Kuroki gave him a few pointers. He makes his move on mid here, so we are going to see some early 2v2 action skirmish in the mid lane. Otherwise, looking at the overall drafts and strategies as we have a bit of back and forth here, how do you feel the two teams match up? On the side of Liquid, you've got that Miracle Invoker, which single-handedly has won countless games that looked almost unwinnable. Is that what Liquid is relying on this game? How does IG look to play against that? And what are the team's overall game plans moving forward?
Well, when Miracle goes off, it's generally because his team is setting him up for Sunstrike kills. What are the Sunstrike setup in this game? You got Ice Shards, you got Snowball, and perhaps the familiar stuns. None of these are super reliable, so I think Miracle just needs to outscale his opponent and land raw Sunstrikes, which can be extremely difficult against great players.
Early on, ECS, he is not having a great time now. Generally, Invoker reps up a lot, right? As you get extra points in Exhort, you get your levels, it gets a little bit easier to CS, but this Alchemist really taking it to him early. OP dominating this mid lane.
For sure, and his allies are doing an excellent job stacking the jungle, getting a couple of denies in here, which is critical against the Alchemist, but you're absolutely right. I think OP just handing it to him.
They're hanging on every creep last hit right now. The bounty runes are going to spawn. We'll see that illusion picked up by Baboka. Of course, this isn't Monkey King, probably the hero that he made his, staked his name on, but I think Nightstalker fits that mold. If they're going to make a move, a mind control, trying to force him off this bottom lane. Obviously, Bristleback was the beast of Dota for the last, 3-4 months, but do you feel like he's still the same hero he used to be? The team's gotten better figuring out if the nerfs finally caught up.
I think so, and also IG is very well equipped to deal with it. They have a little bit of minus armor in the form of Massive Spray. They got that Ice Blast. If you land it on the Bristleback, it does make him taking down much easier, because during a team fight, he generally has a ton of regen, and Ice Blast says no to all of that.
Early days here, but IG off to a good start.
No.
The action heating up. Mind control slowed down. Not quite enough for the cold feet to take. He's almost there. He sticks around. He's heating up. He wants the solo kill, but it's not going to happen. Q scores a crucial first blood for IG. And that is the game of Bristleback, right? You have an IO there, you have a healer like a Dazzle, all of a sudden you probably get 2 kills instead of dying.
Now, I do want to mention, because this is somewhat of a kind of an unstandard build for Bristleback. Whenever Liquid plays Bristleback in the off lane, he loves to go soloing into mech. Not often that you see mech being purchased on Bristleback, and the reason that Team Liquid likes to do this, they like to group up in 10-15 minutes and start pushing and applying pressure. But again, I think IG's lineup is well equipped to deal with that. They got the Acid Spray to slow down the push, and they got the Ice Blast. If you want to buy that mech, sure, a single Ice Blast will ruin your team fight. So I'm looking for mind control to get that mech, and perhaps it won't be as effective as usual.
Of course, we have been keeping an eye on the stacks here, as there's quite a few heroes that can take advantage. The Alchemist, the Bristleback, especially Bat Rider. Lots of flash farmers in this game as Success continues to apply pressure top. Traditionally, Weaver, one of the stronger laners, to try and deal with the Bat Rider, and he's going to make his move. But Tumba Man going in deep for a potential solo kill. As the Storm takes him down, that minus armor is substantial. He's low, sticking up, but right into the clutches of GH. Liquid looking to strike back here. Sakuchi, and they will get the kill.
They're all dead.
A long committed chase does the trick, but at the same time, IG able to grab a kill of their own bottom. They take down mind control again, and what did I want to mention is it's not even nighttime yet, and IG are already winning the lanes. Now, ideally, the time where Baboka could really shine.
Both carries getting a kill or helping the team to get a kill, but Burning didn't have to leave the lane. Matumba Man chased halfway across the map for that kill. Burning's like, yeah, I'm right back to the CS. So slight lead for me for IG here as well. Again, I feel like I'm painting this story where IG is, doing super well, and they are, but you gotta keep in mind they are coming here as the underdog. And this is really surprising to me that they're able to do this against one of the top teams at this TI.
Well, Miracle has caught up very nicely here. Now down only 6 CS. It's not the stomp that it was at the start of the lanes, and not really being pressured during this nighttime. Baboka, critical to see where he chooses to invest his time and resources, and it will be on bottom for now. Mind control there to shard him in. Good trap, but fly away.
He is out.
Batman escapes. Still though, Liquid not giving up kills. That is good news for them. Stark is gone. I guess for IG Lumi, aside from this Night Stalker, anything else that you think is gonna... Oh, they're finding openings here. Bottom lane Curl getting picked off. And a bit too far, and goes punished. The Night Stalker really the playmaker for now, right? We've got an outfit who needs to farm. The Bat Rider, who has gotten his levels okay top lane, but is not really farming a whole lot. So the Blink Dagger or the Drum, that initiation tool will be slow. Thus, they're super reliant on Baboka having this kind of start to be in the lead early.
Yeah, and I think they're okay with that. If you look at IG's lineup, to me, they look like Team TSA. Look at how much vision they have. They got the night vision, they got the Bat Rider vision, and of course, the Wolves will be coming out to just scout everywhere. To me, this is one team with global satellites, Night Optics, and then Mind Control is playing blind on his bottom lane.
Boca chewing through him. Those finds don't phase him. Cold Feet not going to set in. The Quills are stacking up, but the DD room gets the job done as Boca continues to rampage through Liquid. This goes back to that IO ban where the Bristle just is a completely different hero if GH is able to back him up. That's something a Visage can really do. Not at this stage of the game, anyway.
A large part of Curl's ineffectiveness in this game is also due to the fact that there are a couple of heroes that could just get out of Ice Shard. We saw Night Stalker just flying over it. Guess what? Bat Rider can do exactly the same. So I feel like Curl is feeling a bit stranded at the moment. He wants to poke in these lanes, but it's just hard. I think the easiest lane for him to kill was OP's mid lane Alchemist, but now that he's got level 7, as well as a Helm of Iron Will, I think that kill is also not going to be likely. What is this level 2 Curl Tusk going to contribute on the mid game? I'm not sure.
Yeah, historically where we've seen Curl on the Tusk find those early kills, but watch out mid lane. Miracle, Boca's got your number, trying to slow him down with the Cold Feet coming in. They'll TP in, but it's a measly Vincent. What can he do here? GH down. Or sorry, Miracle down. GH trying to respond with Batumba Man joining the fray. Boca's away to safety. They force out multiple TPs and still easily gets away. And oh, by the way, top lane, XXS getting some free space now. It's level 6 under attack. Wave, precious farm time wasted here for Team Liquid. Bad to worse.
Yep. The Tumperman forced TP mid to hopefully get a kill for the team. Unable to get it. Like you mentioned, XSS getting the freedom to catch up on the farm. I'm not gonna lie, LD. Oh, so we have a row in.
Big roll on the queue. They want to catch him out here. The shards come through. The Sunstrike will connect with the Cold Snap. Miracle.
Magic Wand.
He turns around. All right. Just a quick 360.
Ojo con eso. Ojo con la Wand. Ojo con la Wand. Sí, lo mata, lo mata, lo mata. Bien. Eso. Dejaste, yo la vi la cara.
And you notice when they made that move, right as it hits daytime, they're already yanking mid.
El offlane es así. Tiene que arriesgarse. Tiene que molestar. Si se muere, bueno. Pero tiene el permiso de hacerlo.
So Mind Control off to a rough start, only 2k net worth, and won't have an easy comeback. He's going to need to skirmish more than just be able to freely farm stacks to get back in this game.
I think when you're losing this hard in the early game against an Alchemist, there is a danger point where you stack and Alchemist just waltz into your jungle.
Kuro just went for one, actually missed it. The Ancient Prowler Shaman not cooperating. So didn't quite aggro the creeps the first time. So they've been trying to stack, just not timing it right. But economy game, suffering here for Liquid. Normally one of their strongest attributes as a team.
So LD, I gotta get your opinion on this. On the bottom lane, we see Burning queuing up for the Necro 3. As the panel mentioned, one of these standard build is going for that Mask of Madness armlet build just to get in the physical right-click damage. How do you feel about him kind of adjusting from that and going for the more traditional Necrobook build?
They're so physical damage focused, right? You've got a Visage, they're likely building a Medallion, GH already has it in the quick buy, the Swarm, throw a Blightstone in there, the Invoker right-clicks a Goo. Like, you don't want to have minus armor, and you also don't really want to run into this team without a BKB. So I like the Necrobook pickup a lot. It allows him to keep his hero a bit safer. Burning apply pressure as Liquid move in. They want to go on this bottom lane. They're going to get forward on the queue, catching out the Ancient Apparition. One more attack scores the
muy fácilmente. A Lycan no le tienen que cagar porque el Lycan tiene ult y sale corriendo. Sería una pérdida de recursos.
Halfway to the relic as XXS gives GH pursued. Diving deep behind this top tower. There will be a rotation from Pearl, but in addition to that,
ahí va el Lycan.
coming in hot and heavy. He wants GH looking to punch him up. Snowball keeps him alive. Miracle joins the fray. Burning can do not but watch and now commits the familiar.
Ay, qué mal que tiraste el familiar ahí. Uy, lo encerró, lo encerró.
Too shabby for Liquid.
Oh, this wolf is somewhat confused. Where'd I go? Just runs around the corner.
Bien, 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 muy buena. Muy buena Kuroki ahí con la bola.
There'll even be a rotation. Still,
they're gonna just get a tower here.
No level 6 for Baboka. And with that, tier 1 down. First blood as far as the towers go is actually Liquid opening up the map. A team that sorely needs it, and with that, still keeping this game pretty close.
A very strong recovery for Team Liquid, at least handling some of the other heroes. But I think the biggest hero that isn't really tracked up right now is the Alchemist. 108 CS. Or 11 minute rather. The birds. Save the birds. But this outcome back to the main point is, once he gets Radiance, and he's just going to farm up the map, I don't think Team Liquid could keep up with OP.
They're not particularly good at killing the illusion once they get farmed enough.
Top tower's under attack.
I guess they have decent damage, but nobody on their team is particularly amazing with them. So those split pushing illusions.
Dyer's top tower's under attack.
As far as mobility goes,
what a Dyer! You gotta fortify them. Their structures. Good work.
Wax the BOTs, but not there yet. Look at Bernie top
lane.
Under attack. Tier 1 tower. It's uncontested because Liquid are on the move. Trying to pressure IG in their jungle, but as it is nighttime,
Dyer's top tower
easily dodge that gank. So IG will respond. They get this Liquid tier 1. They open up that jungle a little bit. See what their next move is. Batrider Blink still about 500 gold short. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, Radiance coming soon. And with that, the Radiance and the Blink, there's going to be a big power spike for IG.
Yep. Let's not forget that Q is about to hit level 6 as well, so it really combines nicely into a timing. You blink in, you lasso, you ice blast. Even the tankiest heroes such as Mind Control Bristleback will just fall very,
el combo es Batrider con el lazo, entra con el lazo y Lance Inspiration lo ultea. Ese es el combo. No le puso la Q. Bien, 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 bien.
Well under siege, but Bernie continues to pressure at the tier 2 top. Pro wants to make a move. He could be getting trapped. Nice off on the back line too. Looking for the flank.
No, al revés.
But not going to keep Bernie away because he's running in. Munchers out the tusk. Smoke cone for Desert and bottom lane. XXS being pressured.
Bien, se le ven.
Almost down.
Bien. Bien, el Invoker sigue
scores the kill in the
matando.
tower tonight. Top. Still Liquid losing more and more map control, but they are responding well with first kills.
They are, but I think the map control will be a big factor moving into this mid game. Again, Team Liquid is a lineup that lacks vision to begin with, as we do watch that Batrider kill open things up with a cold snap into a meteor. But back to the main point is that once Team Liquid, especially when they lose this mid tier 1 tower, they are going to be absolutely blind, especially during nighttime against IG.
And the analysts talked a decent amount about the vision game. I just want to emphasize that you have obviously Nightstalker Batrider already very strong, and then you have a Lycan with the Wolves. So combine that with Ancient Apparition, like there is absolutely no way Liquid should have the vision advantage unless they win multiple fights, get a gem. It's expensive. Here comes the Blink. They cut off the back, but he comes back with a vengeance on the mid lane. Pushing Mind Control in, controlling him nicely. IG scored the kill. Can they transition for an objective Lumi? They want to try straight to the pit. No hesitation from IG. Is there any way Liquid can contest this? Do they have the firepower?
I mean, Matumbaman could point back to the tower, maybe throw in the swarm. They could maybe send some birds in, but IG is just doing it way too quickly. They will take down the big rock man and claim the Aegis.
Radiance is so hard, right? The Radiance is up that mid-chance is going to be absolutely huge against all this physical damage. So Liquid just don't want to risk it.
Ese Ashe lo va a usar solamente para seguir
farming. I
farmeando.
one tiny thing in the game that we just saw. We saw the lasso coming out, and Bobuka cast the silence on the Tusk. And the idea behind that is he wants to prevent the snowball save. So we're going to keep looking out for that in these upcoming team fights. The Night Stalker will try to shut down the Tusk, and then the Batrider will get to do his thing.
It really is the only reset that Liquid have, right? Barring
and it's a very unreliable one.
Yeah, barring a very farmed Invoker, but likely he's going to be the target for those lassos. You don't have Avenge, you don't have the GH. You know, Earthshaker or Io, both of which are fantastic defensively.
Dyer's middle tower's under attack.
In particular for interrupting that top lane. As the move happens at the top lane, they look for Mind Control. Deal with him, and he will be shut down again. That is death number 5 for the Bristleback. He is just a factor this
No se puede hacer nada. Esa rotación va a ser eterna. Tiene que aprovechar para los demás no bolear.
That means you go back to the base, he gets mana, and you can smoke up and gank you again. I feel like IG is winning this game so hard that Team Liquid needs to do something amazing to make comeback.
They have good wards here. They might be able to set up something on Burning if he sticks around, but you can see the Wolves marching in, scouting out Liquid, and so all of a sudden it's IG who could potentially get the jump here. Lasso available, XXS coming back and Burning, juking away. Dodging the gank, and I mean, we've talked about the vision, we're going to continue to do so. GH up here in the woods, but nice familiar micro. Gets them back safely from OP, who, fearing rather,
fearless with that Aegis picked up and the Radiance. These wolves constantly following Liquid and using them to farm. It's purely about getting the jump.
Igual nos da medio punto, así que la pelea va a ser, puede ser a favor de Liquid. Quieren al Invoker, los hijos de puta. Déjenlo en paz. Oh no. No puede hacer nada.
From the Vigilante bat, he'll take him down again. And this wound is just seeing so much. Kuro now is detected. He's only level 5. His range drop is not going to save him as he's being burned up. Okay, nice snowball here. Alchemist is going to stun himself, but there's way too many heroes. Kuro will also go down. 5K network lead here, 17 minutes in. And just for a second, take a look at that network on Alchemist. It is ginormous. And IG making the right calls here. They get the kills, and then they transition straight into a tier 1 tower. They want to further eviscerate Liquid's ability to get out on the map. So now, only the tier 1 mid left standing as far as those outer structures go, and they get the jump here. You can see, like, when that happens, Liquid just, they don't really ever reply. They're constantly getting caught off guard, especially when it's nighttime. It will now be day. Maybe have a little breathing room, but I mean, Lumi, does Liquid have to change something? Can they afford to like give up these kills, just try to farm, turtle for late game? They have to take some risks of their own. Is there an item they're waiting for? Like, what sort of adjustments do you want to see out of Liquid?
I think they just have to keep taking risks. They are so far behind, and they have a lineup that needs a ton of items to operate. You know, Miracle Invoker takes a while to get online. I think the adjustment is going for those Lincoln Spheres that the panel has mentioned. Miracle is going for it right now. Weaver, I think, needs to go for one as well. You just need to make sure that you're surviving against these Bat Rider lassos. Miracle, though, Sunstrike kill, I believe, in the base.
Yeah, almost killed one off. Matumba Man solo and catches Baboka on the TPL.
Se tiene que morir.
Sick play, and now okay, OP. He does have Aegis here. They'll have to kill
bien,
twice or
se le sacó la Aegis al menos. Ahí viene el Lican. Hay que tener cuidado. La ulti del anciano. No, encerralo, boludo. Encerralo. Bien, 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 bien. Bien, abajo el Lican, al menos. Tendría que haberlo encerrado en la bola para que la ulti lance no le pegue.
They do manage to kill up the Lycan. Keep their Invoker alive.
Falló muy mal.
Not the greatest fights for Liquid, but
iba a ser una muy buena play. Si sabe que el Ancient Apparition iba a ultear después del la ulti del Bat Rider, tenía que girar, encerrarlos a todos y hacer lo que dure lo que más pueda. Y listo, iba a caer la ulti del Ancient, obviamente.
Firepower to take down OP a second time. And speaking of OP, he is BOTs. He's working on the Manta style, and that split push that you keep referring to is coming, and it's coming very fast. What is the answer for the split push? I have no clue. I mean, Invoker could help with Forge Spirits. The Weaver could take down some of these illusions, but I think OP would just be absolutely everywhere.
What I love about this build in this particular game is that they can take advantage of those lanes being pushed in, right? They have a lot of heroes that scale well with farm. Heroes like Ancient Apparition, Stalker from the support role. Obviously the Lycan, the Bat Rider can still use the farm, and they have really good map control to follow up on towers falling, on waves being pushed in, and punish it with the vision game and with pickoff. So it's not just split push without a follow-up, it's split push with a purpose.
Good boy, Dyer's
the jump on the mid lane again, it's success, and he catches the save. No escape, silenced up, jump with early, good familiar stuns by GH. Still, the chase is on. Can they follow this up with another tower? They look for more. Pounding G8 from the side. XXS blinks in. The swarm descends, and IG keep the ball rolling. Multiple kills at nighttime. More towers claimed. I want to point out that they managed to get a deep ward down. While that was all happening, are behind this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. So again, they're not just getting the kills, they're following it up with crucial objectives and setting up for the next fight.
Yep. All the meanwhile, their economy game is going strong. Boboka is constantly providing vision. Speaking of which, Matumba Man thinks he's safe, thinks he's farming, and the gank is coming.
You wanted a Lincoln Sphere for him. The lasso is still pulling down, so they need to get up the silence or time lapse out, but it's on cooldown. Play break factor in with the silence coming through. The cold feet, ice blast. The bug is squashed. IG making it look easy versus Liquid.
Again, another gank without Flaming Lasso. As Team Liquid, what do you do against this? You can't farm. They have to take these risks. They have to get out there and farm because that's how their lineup operates. But right now, IG is just giving them absolutely no breathing room. One thing I do want to revisit is the question I brought up with the Necro books. As the game moves on, you can see that these Necro 3s are so effective. There are 2 Invis heroes on the side of Team Liquid, the Sakuchi from the Weaver, as well as the Ghostwalk from Invoker. And with the pop of the book, both those abilities are out of the window in terms of effectiveness. So really good choice here from Burning. I like the fact that he itemized back into a Vlad's, a very standard build, but again, the name of the game here for IG is about armor stacking. Make sure that you just don't give away any easy kill, and every piece of armor you stick on your heroes is going to make that happen.
OP with his 2 pairs of boots, shoving in this middle lane, looking for the tier 2, but here comes Liquid on the wraparound, mind control, stacking up the quills. OP's the man in front. They want to find something a bit tastier on the backside, so they sneak around. They try to get the jump on IG, but that's damn hard when they can fly. The bat jukes away, and OP rushes in, straight onto the bristle, nails him with the ice blast, and to his cross, where he dies. Now looking on the other side of the fight for Miracle, they take him down too. IG completely overrunning Liquid, and now
this could be Rax right here.
Might even be
comes back. What are they going to do against this?
They can go top Lumi. They can maybe get 2 without the Invoker. Can they cut the wave? Can they slow this down? Where are the answers for Liquid? Where is the Liquid from the group stage? IG are absolutely astounding in this game, number 1. Good stall, though, by GH with the familiar stun, but they keep on smacking here. Melee Rax dropping, will go down. Familiar's being farmed up, still no Invoker. 25 seconds without Miracle. But IG, content with their 1 lane advantage, won't push it further. They back away. They know the next Roche could be up now, and if not now, very soon. So they're going to wait for that next stages.
Matumbaman trying his best to get the creep wave pushed out on the top, but quickly answered back as the Alchemist ports back. LD, it might be too soon to talk about game 2, because Team Liquid do have a chance to hold for a late game comeback if IG starts to make a mistake, but let's assume that IG does take this game. Is there anything from the draft that you might want Kuro to change? Because I do feel like Kuro got somewhat outdrafted here.
I liked the bans from IG in Phase 2. There was a game that Liquid played against EG where they went for like mega push. I think they had like a Visage, Broodmother mid, 5th pick, which caught their opponents a bit off guard. I want to say there was like a Lycan or a Lone Druid in that game as well. So I think IG definitely watched that replay. You saw their second stage bans were very targeted, but hold that thought, because IG, they know this game isn't over yet. They want to secure the victory. The snowball, good. Retaliation from Kuro, but now he's being controlled by the Night Stalker. Provokes in through the rear, the Ice Blast comes through. Another connection with the Flame Break. That teamwork making the dream work for IG.
Okay.
They will shatter 2, and now again continuing pursuit. Liquid will keep the Invoker alive, and Matumbaman hanging on by a thread, but the chase is on. If they can keep the vision, Matumba's in trouble.
They can.
No time lapse. Lock him down and finish him off. IG putting a bow on it here, and now Shrines on the menu.
Roshan is back in about 5 seconds or so, so IG could just swoop in, check it with the Wolf, and take it after that as well.
So yeah, I mean, if it goes to that game too, I would like to see GH on something where he can have his impact. You know, a playmaker, maybe he takes on the Tusk. Obviously, Kuro is a fantastic Tusk, and ever since the departure of Jerax, he's really stepped up. But you know,
yeah, I mean, you were asking about GH this game, and I said, you know, I don't think he's going to show up because of the lineup and how it is. We're going to watch this team fight one more time. At the beginning of the fight, it's looking pretty good for Team Liquid, especially with Batrider wasting the lasso on Miracle's Lincoln Sphere. But as the fight dragged on, they just figured out, we can't kill this Alchemist. Alchemist is chasing us down with these Necro books. Once again, IG just flexing their muscle.
I will say, never sleep on a Miracle Invoker, but that said, this ward, Lumi, this ward is going to make life very difficult for Liquid. IG in perfect formation here to anticipate this Liquid expedition. Kuro leads it boldly forward, and the smoke is revealed by the least gankable hero on the team. They're going to try anyway. OP does get locked down by the shards. He actually gets pushed away from his team about as good as it gets, but they can't focus him down. He just waltzes away. All the while, the rest of IG weren't really doing anything, but now they make their move. Lasso, Ice Blast, connecting on 2, and in a zone of ice and fire, Liquid are overrun. Kuro gets brought down. 3 hit the deck. Now back for mind control, turning him into Chop Suey. They will kill him off. Chat wheel being spammed, and now Roche is next. IG putting on a clinic here to open up this TI.
Good thing about this draft for Team Liquid, it's not their group stage draft. Group stage draft, they always have some mega push. Yeah, sure, you got Visage, you got that Invoker, but I don't think it's enough push, at least not the same standard as Team Liquid showed.
It's a slower push.
Slower push.
It's a push that takes a lot of time and farm to come online, and IG have not given them that time.
Second thing about this draft, 2 games that Team Liquid lost out of the 3 games that they lost in group stage was to a Bat Rider. I think looking into the Game 2 draft, I think you might want to take out the Bat Rider, especially against one of the best Bat Rider players in China. XSS has been absolutely spectacular in the hero.
Or have a counter. You know, they picked both of their supports though from the draft, and I think IG did recognize that. They didn't expect that mid to core Visage with some nice no-tail runs, and as a result, they've been able to punish with the bat pick. So IG move in, looking for the flank is Batumba Man, but already the base is in shambles, 2 lanes down. From bad to worse for Liquid. IG gonna retreat now. They've been systematic thus far. Still have some time here with their Aegis, their cheese. Any reason not to just walk down bottom lane and go for the megas?
Maybe wait for natural nighttime, just make sure that you have a very, very long team fight. The one thing that we haven't really mentioned, I'll hold that thought here as Q. We'll go down, but we'll do some damage to Batumba before he dies.
Not worth it if he gets caught out.
No Lincoln's here.
Just no time lapse. He already used it to try and get out of there safely. And IG pursue him. They see him Sakuchiing through the wave. They expect him in the trees. It looks like he's juked it. He will TP out. So a little space created, but they're going to need a lot more of that. IG still hunting for him. Now maybe just going to back away and wait for all 5. Wait for that Ice Blast, and like you said, wait for that natural nighttime. Coming soon.
Also, OP is very close to finishing a Shiva's guard, so having that extra bit of armor allows him to tank in the front. Although it doesn't feel like he even needs it. He's been pretty much immortal throughout this whole game.
Liquid hanging on by a hope. Probably a prayer as well at this point. They do have the gem to deal with IG, but now the issue is going to be, like, you might even see them coming. Doesn't matter. They're getting to that level of farm on IG where they don't have to catch you off guard. They don't have to necessarily have the vision advantage. So this gem will help, but will it be enough? And now there's a BKB. BKB lasso, your only counter initiation is what? A snowball save? That's basically it.
Yeah, it's the same thing. You know, you pray on the Lincoln Sphere, you pray that the snowball gets there. But the BKB just makes the life a little bit easier for XSS, but the overall game plan hasn't changed for either team.
IG just gonna start battering down this bottom lane, it appears, as they congregate. Burning looking to join the squad. Assault Cuirass completed for him. He has been the siege engine to back up the Alchemist as the frontline tank. Now the Shiva's coming out and gets aggressive. Charging in, lobbing into stun, going for GH, even through the pipe, the damage is substantial. They try to slay the beast, but the Alchemist shrugs it off, forcing Liquid on their heels, chewing through the Bristle's HP. I'm the real tank now, says OP. This is not your bristleback of 3 to 6 months ago. GH now taking the stun again and Bernie racing onto him. They turn back for mind control. Miracle sounds the retreat with the deafening blast, but Kuro is caught in the crossfire. A second hero down, the support duo of Liquid that has been so instrumental in their run to first place in the groups has been very quiet in this game. 1, 2, and 13 combined.
The 2 support player to me was, they had no role in the early game. They had no good lanes to gank. They weren't able to win their own individual lanes when they weren't ganking. They weren't stacking like you were mentioning. I just felt the effectiveness wasn't there, and Boboka spamming them Giles as IG about to take mega creeps.
Boboka showing that he is not just a Monkey King player. 4, 2, and 15. He might overextend here, but it's okay for IG. They've already gotten the megas. We have seen some mega creep comebacks, but down 30k gold. You'll probably need 4 or 5 fights to turn it, and Liquid do lose one. They'll sound the GG. IG dominant to open up TI. What more is there to say? There were a lot of question marks around this team, Luke. What more is there to say? There were a lot of question marks around this team, Lumi, but I think Valve recognized, we all knew they were capable of greatness. Some question the direct invite, but they, I think, show here, and they showed it in the group stage. They are a solid squad. They are not a one-patch team. And now Liquid has to go back to the drawing board heading into that game number 2.
Yeah, it's just the way that they did it this game. I don't think they made a single mistake. And something that PPE brought up in the panel is that when they win as a unit. And we saw that everybody showed up and played, starting from Q's first blood on the bottom lane to OP all the way carrying the game. I felt like all of IG showed up, and they played super well.
So I think Baboka probably the standout player here, and along with that, the overall strategy around it. Like, he individually did more in the laning stage than, and even through the mid game, than pretty much anyone else.
I say if I have to give the MVP, I'll give it to Q.
Sí, lo que quedó fue los picks, malos picks. El tema fue de que tenían el combo Bat Rider y Ancient Apparition y tuvieron el roam el Night Stalker, que por eso se banea siempre primero. Porque te caga la partida, no ves nada. No importa que pongas jugar, Sentry, nada, no se ve nada.
A powerful draft to build Alchemist around.
Yeah, they showed up. That last pick Alchemist, Liquid had no answer.
Yeah, that was remarkable. I mean, you know, you even mentioned the importance of having an answer to Lasso, and I feel like that really highlights how much it hurts to not have that answer.
They also didn't have a good way to invade the jungle. Like, Alchemist had a, what, 13-minute Treads, Armlet, Radiance? That's an incredibly good timing. Yeah, they played the Alch strat to perfection. I also love how clowny Baboka is. They were like pushing Hurricane. I was like, that just happened. Fight under the tower.
He would not stop using the chat wheel all game long. We're going to look for that in game 2. I mean, Aka, I want to ask, was there something Team Liquid could have done once they entered the match, or was it just the draft for IG was so strong?
I think they got a bit behind from the like lanes, but
they
tried
to
catch up, but they couldn't have, like, they didn't get a space for it. The Bat Rider was finding you, he was getting kills all over the place, and the supports were dying, and Liquid, like, they really needed the Bristleback to be, like, strong for them to fight, but he, like, never really got to that point even.
Yeah, I mean, the Bristleback had less net worth than Bat Rider for most of that game. I mean, in your eyes, Merlini, do you think if the Bristleback was able to get that farm and be an effective front line, that it would have been an appropriate answer to the Bat Rider Lasso?
Certainly, but I don't really think it was possible given their lineup. They have an Invoker who they need to protect in the mid lane, so parts of their draft didn't allow certain heroes to shine.
I mean, I will once again come to IG's draft, that I feel like had such a nice, clean picture to it, with the fact that with Night Stalker, Bat Rider, and Lycan, you already have some great vision control, some great pickoffs, some very strong pushing capabilities. And Alchemist just slotted itself so nicely into that fifth pick. Do you think that this was just a natural response of what they wound up seeing?
Con un Balanar dando
vueltas.
Entonces, como no pudieron cuidar al Bristle
en
offlane, no se hizo lo suficientemente fuerte para poder separar contra el combo Bat Rider de Ancient Apparition. Y la realidad era como que al principio veías que se morían los héroes y nadie te pegaba, porque nadie quería dejar solo el Invoker tampoco, que es posición 2 es más importante. Tal vez si picaban una Queen of Pain, la cual tiene Blink y se salva sola ella misma, hubiese sido diferente, porque hubiesen podido trepear al Bristle. Y el Bristle tuvo el borde de matar gente casi. Pero estaba mal el draft, no fue culpa de ninguno de los.
Answer to what IG is bringing to the table, because as we've heard before, a lot of the Chinese teams are remarkable at playing well as a unit, and so the entire draft has to be key for Team Liquid.
Hay que notar todos esos drafts.
Now, before we go into game 2,
Bat Rider,
we have a very special, clever individual to introduce to talk a little bit about the newcomer stream. It is your favorite weatherman, Purge. What's going on, Kevin?
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm doing TI.
Are you kidding me? I'm amazing. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. TI is great every year. Happy to be here. And there's a lot of good stuff that you guys can tune into. There's the newcomer stream that's going on right now. So if you guys are new to Dota, or if you're an experienced player and you're watching with somebody else, you can tune into twitch.tv /Dota2TI_newcomer. And you can watch the same main feed with your favorite Crystal Maiden cosplayers, Day 9 hosts, and all of that other good stuff with some helpful pop-ups, things like this. Tell you a little bit of info about what kinds of heroes are being played, what their skills do, and things like that. So same good experience and a little bit more info for you. And that's all. It's pretty good.
I mean, I gotta say, it is super cool, the fact that the stream literally is the exact same experience that you would get at the TI main stream. Same commentary, same camera angles, same everything. And you know, I'm curious, again, what do you think is perhaps some key bit of information that all new players should know if they're tuning in for the first time ever?
That's tough.
TI is the greatest event ever.
There it is. There you have it.
This is a great event, and I think that everybody who wants to check it out deserves to have that full experience. And putting the newbie stream and the main stream together into this like combination, I think it's really great because everybody gets to see the main show and feel like they're a part of this awesome
Ese es el stream que tienen que ver los que son nuevos en Dota. twitch.tv/Dota2T_Newcomer. Newcomer son los noobs, la gente que empieza a jugar nueva. Es un stream diferente en el que tienen todo explicado. Qué hacen los ítems, qué hacen los skills, por qué hacen lo que hacen los jugadores, todo.
I've now become someone who is a little bit above mediocre, and I really just want to say it's been such. What is happening, Pyrian Flax?
Pyrian Flax.
I think we're supposed to cut.
Well,
look who it is. If it isn't day 9, huh?
Hey, Sir Action Slice. Hello, I'm gonna.
Then your research, I see. Good to hear.
That's right, I know your name.
You think you can just waltz into this community without a little bit of an interview, huh? An interrogation, if you will?
What? ¿Qué pasó con el audio?
Yours, huh?
Ahorita volvió.
Wow, damn. Holy shit. We lead with that?
No. All right, maybe we got off on the wrong foot. Here, have a snack. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Dota players don't feed, Sean. Question number 1.
Yes.
What happened to the other days 1 through 8? Where are days 1 through 8, Sean? Sean, you ever been Shiva ravaged?
Maybe, but I wasn't aware.
Nobody has! Don't look at him, you look at me, okay? That guy knows more about you than anybody else in this room.
Pyrian Flex. Está con un vaporizador fumando.
Oh, what do we have here, huh? Real clean behavior score you got here, buddy.
That's right.
That's right, real positive stuff. You ever been a low priority, huh? Never? No. A real clean slate, huh? Care to, explain this? That don't look like no radiant or dire symbol to me. What's this? What's on your shirt right now, Sean?
This is Demir in Magic the Gathering. It's blue-black.
It's a what? It's a what?
It's Magic the Gathering.
Dota players don't know any games except for Dota, Sean.
Le dice, ¿por qué tiene esta remera de Magic the Gathering? ¿Por qué tiene una remera de otro juego si estamos jugando Dota? ¿Entendés? Magic the Gathering. Ah, mira. Nada de versatilidad.
It's not mine. It's not mine. I can confirm that this is mine.
Why don't you name 5 heroes you can use in a no-leg strat?
A no-leg strat? But most of the heroes have legs. No.
5 that don't?
Name 5 heroes with no legs.
I'm not gonna tell you how to answer the question, Sean.
Well, I believe that Slardar doesn't have legs. That his long, dangly tentacle body doesn't count as a leg.
More?
Possibly Venomancer also kind of has the same tentacly thing going on. There's a skin where Zeus is
5
on
euros que no tengan piernas,
He
dice.
does not need his legs. He is simply guided through the air.
Slardar, Venom, ¿y qué más?
Welcome to Dota, buddy. You're gonna do great.
Oh! It is an honor to be here, and of course the most important thing to note is during all of that, Slack's facial muscles were fighting the entire time. He was giggling and smirking and trying to be serious, and it was great. And thanks to Pyrian Flax for coming over and bagging my head in the most staged abduction ever.
High production value here.
Yeah, guys. What did you think of me?
What was the intro part that got cut off?
I don't even know.
I know.
I heard it was just a little too inappropriate for the children at home. Slacks comes in a little hard. He needs to tone it down every once in a while.
That's true. Actually, the one part that was cut is Hotbid. Many of you may know him as his brilliant videos from Beyond the Summit. He was underneath the table, and at one point he tried to grab my legs to surprise me, but he couldn't fit his hands around my giant calves. They just kept slipping off like he was a buttered lobster, man.
Just take a buttered lobster.
Yeah, that's right. Hotbid, that's who you are now to me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so sounds like the teams are in their pods. We're going to be getting ready for the second graph, so let's sharply transition from Lobster into talking about Team Liquid versus Invictus Gaming. Now, Team Liquid, we've talked about before that often they'll build their drafts around a player like Miracle or occasionally swap Miracle in Matumba Man's position. Is that what they need to do here, Aka? Is that they need to have an even more focused lineup around their mid player, or is it they need more versatility, they need to spread responsibility?
I don't really think they need to focus more on him. He got his pick.
That
is a hero that he really likes to play, and he's super good on it as well. I think they just need to make sure that they won't end up with the same draft against the draft that IG had again.
That'd be a great strat, I agree. Don't do the same drafts, guys.
Yeah.
That'd be very, very
bad. It didn't succeed, and it didn't look like it would succeed at a second attempt. I mean, Merlina, are there specific picks that you would be expecting Team Liquid to go for to center around here?
I think different heroes on GH. We talked about him a lot before the draft. They banned out 2 of his heroes, and they gave him a Visage, which he didn't really do anything with.
He usually makes a lot of space for the team, but Visage is not the hero you make space with early on.
I mean, we talked a little bit about Bristleback. Do you think that Bristleback was perhaps the big issue in the game, that he wasn't able to get the appropriate amount of farm in order to be that front line for the team?
I don't know. I think that last pick Invoker was not what they needed at all. I think they really needed some control, you know, whether it be like a Puck or maybe you put Bristleback or Weaver mid and pick some other offlaner like Axe or something else. Like they needed some control and they just had none on their lineup.
It's just a big problem when Alchemist has
un saludo a Kaeva, que está desde el colegio. Te mando saludo, Kaeva.
Back for the other team, and we could just see it that the game ended at like 24 something.
Yep.
So, you know, it was funny for us because, you know, we get off, we take our headsets off, we head to the room, and then we immediately had to get back out and put everything back on again because IG was doing such a one-sided performance. And I'm curious if both of you also think that Invoker was probably the concerning pick in the draft.
I think it was the last pick, but I think a hero that we haven't really talked about was Night Stalker. Night Stalker's, I think, first.
So good.
He's the highest banned hero, and it's very difficult when we're spectating. You see all the vision, but if you could see from Team Liquid's perspective, it's terrifying playing against that hero.
Yeah, and I mean, he has such strong level 1 abilities. The fact that his slow is 50% just right out the gate just makes him very intimidating at those low levels as well. And
y de noche hace que nadie vea nada.
Es
como jugar otro juego, como jugar en la, como jugar en la oscuridad, no importa que tan buena sea. No puedes ver nada, no sabes dónde te caen. Y más con el combo Batrider Ancient Apparition. Ellos tiran smoke y ellos ven mejor que el otro equipo. Entonces se puede posicionar tranquilamente tan cerca con el Firefly que puede daguear y agarrarlo y hacer el combo de Ancient Apparition. No es que eran boludos, no es que eran boludos y no los veían. Y no reaccionaban. No podían reaccionar porque el de noche, cuando tenés un Night Stalker enemigo, ves un círculo muy pequeño de visión alrededor tuyo, casi nada. Es como jugar en la oscuridad. Y ahí ganaron el pick. La Alche tendrían que ir a cazarlo y no tenían visión. La Weaver, que por más que era invisible, se mandaba a buscar una kill y se encontraba con 5. Imposible.
Yeah, they would just back off and Batrider would Firefly around and eventually just snag somebody and then like, hey, AA, follow up on this Batrider lasso.
Every time.
4v5 fight.
Well, the game 2 is about to begin between Team Liquid and IG. The winner will advance to the semifinals, and the losers will drop to lower.
Team Liquid versus Invictus Gaming. Game 2.
Kuroki once again. His team centered around him.
Vamos chicos, vamos. No importa. Ustedes van a ganar este torneo, lo van a ganar. Son los campeones, no importa cómo lleguen.
It cannot be understated the crippling pressure of being a game away from elimination, and this is not that match. These two players are in the winners semis. The winner will advance to the winners finals.
Top 6 guaranteed if you win.
And one thing that's so fantastic then is that yeah, you lost that game, but you got a cushion, right? At the very least, if you lose, you don't even have to play today. You have a full day to recuperate.
Unlike tomorrow, or unlike later today, where if you lose that if you lose that first game, you're done.
That's it.
It's over.
I think like these teams have been on so many events that they don't really get, let this get to them that they get like pressured after just only this game. They know that it's a long event, and as I said, they can go to the lower bracket as well and have a good run from it.
That's really impressive to me. I would have assumed that a lot of people get stage fright, especially given that Key Arena has that circular crowd and you can feel them in the booth when they're cheering.
I think maybe new teams has it, but at least in the beginning of the tournament, you're very calm.
Most Dota players are pretty chill.
Yeah.
In my experiences, everybody really just kind of, it takes a second, I think when you sit down at TI for the first time and the crowd's super loud and you hear them announce your name and your team, you get some...
That can affect you.
Yeah, you get a little anxiety going on, but once you get into the game and start playing, it's pretty easy at that point.
Now, right away, this is an interesting set of picks out of Invictus Gaming. I mean, typically, especially if you were looking at times of past, there would be a long wait to pick mids and carries. I mean, here we have Lycan and Alchemist as the first 2 picks. You think this is Invictus saying that they have a particular strength here? Because now they have the vulnerability of just being counterpicked by Team Liquid.
Well, they're forcing Liquid's hand. They have a game cushion here to lose. They say, hey, you did an awful job of dealing with Alchemist last game. Maybe you can do a little bit better this time.
Usually he's not that good to pick in the first 2, like most teams don't, because then it gives them, like the opponents, actually 3 picks to counter the hero. But Liquid actually picks the Coddle this time, which is a comfort pick for GH, and the Bristleback as well, which is a very good partner with the Coddle. So.
And I want to touch a little bit on the idea of counterpicking Alchemist. What are the types of techniques that you would be looking to use to destroy an Alchemist farming?
You want to pressure him early on. You really don't want to let him jungle or get a good lane mid as well. And all of that happened the last game, so I really think that Liquid is going to look out for that.
There's 2 hero-specific counters. I think Ursa one-on-one versus Alchemist is just terrifying for Alchemist. And then AA, I also think is really good at shutting him down. You have to like reconsider building the armlet, and you're extremely easy to kill.
What do you like about Ursa versus him?
Just the lane matchup. Like, he can't come up to creeps at all.
So you just lane Ursa mid against Alchemist, and Alchemist would have like a slow start?
Yes. I've also seen Meepo occasionally, but I don't think Liquid are Meepo players.
No. Yeah, and I think that it was really just amazing to see how Invictus Gaming was pushing so hard, largely in part thanks to the Lycan, that Alchemist was always so far away from where any of the other players were on the map. I mean, it was just clean farming from him start to finish. And the Nyx ban.
Timbersaw is one of those mid heroes that does pretty well against him as well. Oh, they actually did go for AA. I thought maybe they wouldn't go for AA since they already had Coddle. It's kind of a weird support duo.
Yeah, it's so good versus Elk, though.
Yeah, but it's pretty far from what we've seen throughout the rest of the tournament. There's also a Bristleback, so I'm kind of wondering what these next 2 heroes are going to be. Are they going to have a little bit more catch? You know, once again, we have a Team Liquid lineup with no disables.
They might just get like Sven or something with the AA on the safe lane to make sure that...
Ooh, Sven.
The cold feet...
bueno, ahora piqué la Lancing Apparition
like
acá.
that. Sven Coddle AA. It's a solid tri-lane. And Sven destroys.
And also
like
that they can put Bristol and Coddle off lane and AA plus Sven safe lane.
So would that be a Miracle Sven, you think?
It could be.
He's been kind of playing like the 1.
Yeah, for sure.
So we've been talking a little bit about Team Liquid's lineup. What are the huge pieces that are currently missing from IG?
Oh, so IG. Team fight, I guess. And
obviously,
Alchemist
generally speaking, supports.
Flexibility.
Yeah.
I think when you pick Alchemist, he's so rarely put in that support position anymore that you're kind of pigeonholed into protecting him and getting the Radiance online. I don't really think they can like veer too much from their draft.
That's a great point. I mean, we've been seeing teams do things where they'll pick an Earthshaker early, and it's unclear, is this going mid? Is this going to be roaming? Is which going to be, you know, traditional off lane? But here the Alchemist kind of puts the hand face up. I mean, is there any other way to play him other than just hard farming?
Not that we've seen recently.
You could do something crazy and irresponsible and make him play support. But I'm sure Baboka would be up to the task.
I would love to see that.
Ooh, Ricky. Okay, okay.
Baboka, Ricky.
I was thinking about Enchantress for IG. How do you feel about that?
Oh,
okay.
Ricky de Roamer
It
también.
would be super good. They have Keeper of the Light and AA, which is like 2 of the worst heroes against Ench, so...
Yeah, you have a lot of experience with that hero. I kind of identified that trend last year in TI6.
Oh, really?
I started playing. Well, I started playing Ench and Chen a little bit because I saw, I think it was Na'Vi who was doing really well right before TI, and they were crushing it with art style playing Chen and Ench, and it's because these 2 supports have no way to deal with the creep that Ench or Chen brings to the lane.
That's a like really trigger point when you want to pick Ench. When you
exactly,
see these,
you can take Ench can go to any lane at this point with a creep, and Liquid can't really do anything about it except get out of his way.
Yeah.
So that's a free lane 1 for IG if they decided to go that route.
They did get the Riki though, which is, I guess, Baboka's hero who's gonna play the Ench otherwise, I guess. He's
Q?
The 4.
Q? I mean, Ench,
yeah, I guess.
Ench could be a 5.
Yeah,
it's gonna win you a lane. You know, it's similar to like Lich, which is not banned or picked.
It's just that you end up with both Riki and Ench, which maybe isn't the best support combo because both of them really want to roam, so you don't really have a lane support.
Maybe Lich? I feel like maybe Lich would be nice for the Lycan. Give him some ice armor in the early game to help deal with the Bristleback quills, and also make his lane a little bit easier, because I imagine he's going to be pretty pressured with Bristleback and Coddle in his face in the early game.
It's very good against both Bristol and Ursa, especially since they're physical damage. So the Lich Armor is going to be very good against them.
So I feel like Alchemist is still going to be a large centerpiece for Invictus, and obviously you've mentioned that Ursa can wreck Alchemist early in lane. Do you think this will sort of pigeonhole Ricky or Lich?
We're killing it, man. Look at us go. This is game 2.
Do you think that like Ricky and Lich will almost be a little forced to address the Ursa Alchemist problem? Or do you think that this is exactly what Invictus wants? They're happy to dedicate a hero in order to help the Alchemist Ursa matchup.
That's what Lich does.
Yeah, Lich is definitely going to have to help out the Alchemist mid.
They're very happy with that as well. I mean, when you pick Alc first too, you know that the like other heroes like really needs to fit well with him because he is, as you said, the center of the draft.
I'm a bit worried about the Lycan and the Alc. I think they're both going to have a hard time in lane, and maybe Ricky and Lich can help them, but I don't know how much help Ricky's going to be versus any of these heroes. Maybe Ricky...
Support-wise, Ricky is good against Keeper of the Light and AA. They don't really want to fight Ricky as well, but I think they're gonna stay close to their cores, so Ricky won't really find them in the jungle.
So we've talked a little bit about some of these specific lane matchups and the concerns. What about just big game-wide strategy? Again, Invictus is going to be very centered around, during this game, giving Alchemist the chance to get as much farm as he can before engaging in massive team fights and pushing down. How would you evaluate the existing, just broad team goals of Team Liquid?
I'm not sure where Team Liquid's going, to be honest.
They want to pressure them at the least. They want to have the Bristleback in front with Coddle and pressure towers early on, and Ursa as well, maybe getting a early Blink dagger to make sure that they can kill Alc.
I mean, do you think it's safe to say that perhaps this is a lot focused about specific early hero matchups and trying to gain an edge there for mid and late game?
What they want to do is get Bristle really nice and fat, take that on the T1s, do Roach with Ursa, and then just have Bristleback sit in the front and have these two, Lycan and the Alchemist, just very, very poor, and then they won't have enough damage. Their lineup on Invictus Gaming side cannot do any damage. Like, especially if they last pick a Sven, God forbid, anyone with Warcry, they're done for.
I'm worried that Liquid's going to be split pushed this game by Alchemist Manta Radiance and Lycan summons.
And Ricky scouting.
And Ricky, you know, putting deep wards in, finding out where hopefully Liquid's initiator is. These heroes really need somebody to lock somebody down in order for them to connect on their damage.
Sand King, again, we're seeing some hints of similar wishes to have good pickoffs, and actually, I mean, Sand King seems to fill a lot of nice gaps. Again, the super reliable stun for Sand King.
Sand King's nice, gives them a bit more team fight. Hopefully Ricky will be able to find his targets for him so he can connect with his stun.
It's also quite okay against Ursa on the lane if he actually can get some levels, but probably Ursa's going to have A with him.
Yeah, Sand King probably not the best laner in this game. I think that's going to be the biggest struggle for IG, but Lich should hopefully help at least one of the lanes, perhaps two.
So I feel like the big story for IG is that they obviously primarily want Alchemist to get lots of farm this game, and secondarily want to make sure that Lycan doesn't get dumpstered in his early game laning. So it's really going to be a lot about how he supports get allocated in order to protect those two big goals.
Además,
for Team Liquid, their last picks coming in now.
Monkey King.
Monkey King.
Miracle Monkey King, man. There it is.
Armor is king.
Okay,
Miracle Monkey King. What the fuck is going on here?
Primary path to victory is. Okay, you have any thoughts?
Well, they're gonna pressure the lanes. They're gonna go Roche with Ursa, and they're gonna like just hope that they can find the Alchemist and kill him. But it's gonna be hard since they have Ricky and Lycan to scout. So
it's almost as though their primary goal is just to not let IG achieve theirs. Well, I'm very excited to see if Team Liquid can pull it together in this game. They lost game one in a convincing fashion, and IG is looking amazing. Let's throw it to the casters for game two.
Lumi, if there's any team that should know what a Monkey King can offer and how to deal with him, you'd think it would be IG with Baboka. And I have to say, while sadly we won't be seeing QO on the main stage here, he did perhaps leave a legacy with his mid Monkey King, which we got to cast in the group stage.
Yeah, the mid Monkey King, or Monkey King in general as a core, has been talked a lot, you know, behind the scenes, backstage, rumors, and
whispering.
Yeah, it's here to show up. As we get into the game, I'll talk about how it matches up against Alchemist, and I'll tell you, it's a pretty good matchup for the Monkey King.
Yeah, get excited, guys. We've got a mid Monkey King and none other than Miracle's Hands, Liquid on the ropes. Now they've got to take 2 games to avoid getting dropped early to the lower bracket.
If there's one team that could do it, though. #1 team in the group stage.
Vamos, no quiero ver más a ustedes. Campamento estaqueado hasta el minuto 30. Van a ser banda. 16-20. ¿No se escucha el audio de los chaboncitos? A ver.
做功课的时候是已经想到了，我就是要抢你狼人这一个英雄。
No se escucha los micrófonos de los chabones, bueno. Vamos a hacer las predicciones. Dale.
30 seconds to game start.
Liquid. 8, vamos. No hay cast en inglés, parece. O sea, les anda mal, no sé qué onda. Y acá, a ver
But
si
all of these new organization teams need new blood to kind of make things still function.
So many storylines at play here as we get ready. The teams entering the lanes and the battle about to begin. Liquid gonna set up with the offensive dual lane, and I think the good news is for Liquid, they do have a GH comfort pick. As we see Baboka early trying to get that rune steal, but instead Liquid, slight little advantage for them. They'll have the triple bounty and grab. So, thoughts on the laning setup, Libby? We're gonna see Matumba Man going mid as the Ursa, someone who can, so it won't actually be the Miracle mid Muggiekin that we thought. He's gonna head safe lane. And this is something that feels like could put a lot of pressure early on this Alchemist.
In fact, when Miracle played the other Monkey King game in the group stage, I do believe that was a safe lane as well. They're going to give the matchup of Ursa, something that Ben Wu touched up on the panel, is one of the most amazing matchup. Look at OP's position right now. Hasn't even seen a creep, just watching as Ursa denies.
Yeah, Ursa with Chilling Touch, you don't want to be trading at this stage. So
also, one quick thing I want to mention, look at Lycan's item choice here. Normally, as a safe lane carry, you start things out with a stout shield or the makings of a poor man shield. You get up a lot of stats, a lot of regen. He's got boots first. He knows he is going to be sacrificed in this position. They're sending Lich bottom. In their mind, it's more important for IG to win Sand King's lane than to win Lycan. So right from the get-go, you have two cores of IG that did the heavy lifting of last game, being completely sacked from the laning stage. This XSS Sand King better come up huge.
And Liquid are already trying to really take advantage of this pressure opportunity as GH is dragging the creeps at the top lane, allowing Mind Control to get aggressive on burning, but the early boots are certainly helping limit the damage. Still creeps already hitting the tower, getting that early attrition in. So IG, as you mentioned, it's really all invested in the Sand King here. He has to have a good start. He has to get a fast blink or at least some items that allow him to rotate, and he needs to go and salvage the other lanes. Because as the lanes stand right now, OP actually doing all right in the farm department, but always there's a threat that he just goes down and gives up kills to the Ursa, especially Kuroki.
He's going to be able to give as many stacks to the Alchemist. Ricky is just not a good stacking hero because he just goes in Fizz and the creeps lose his vision and then the creeps just go back. And then Lich, he's going to be sitting in the lane pretty much 100% of the time, so he's also not going to be off the jungle too much to stack. So.
I really want to focus on this. Like what Baboka, I was going to ask what can he do, and he gets a haster and he gets a courier kill. Oh man, this guy. So many plays at DAC to win what was basically, I think most would agree, like the third major of the year, just in terms of the stiff competition at that event and how grueling of a format it was. But yeah, what can he do? Like aside from that courier snipe, Bristleback is not an easy gank early. Obviously, the Ursa mid is not going to be a possible kill without a 3, maybe 4 hero gank. So is the Riki just purely here for the vision? Is there anything else that you could expect Baboka to get accomplished?
I think on paper, during the draft, you look at these heroes like the Ancient Apparition, the Keeper of Light, as we have a Burrow Strike happening on the bottom side. Miracle takes a couple of nukes here, and they might be able to right-click him down. XSS, though, will get iced up. One more right-click here from King. They will get the kill. And here comes Baboka. You ask what he's going to do. He's going to give you the second kill of the game for IG. They have disastrous.
Meanwhile, top lane burning gets blown up as Liquid just get off that illuminating time. So they answer back, but the early aggression again going IG's way, even in a game where it looks a bit harder to pull off at this stage.
Yes.
The rotations have just been so good. Let's see, Miracle trying to get that tree dance off, but constantly taking damage. Earlier wasn't able to. But Boca sneaks around. There's a sentry here. Kuro is going to deward him. So they are starting to fixate on this bottom lane with 3 heroes congregating as perhaps their best location to make those hero kill plays.
Yeah, one of the things that Monkey King struggles as a hero is that he doesn't do
ya
well when you're
dominó
running a
esa
bunch of
línea.
heroes at him early on. And I think that's the reason why that IG
Una
sent the
reje
Lich to
muy
the
copada.
bottom. Again, they're sacrificing 2 of their cores just to shut down the Monkey King. There's a lot of value placed in that. But back to your question about what is Boboka ultimately going to be doing. He's quite good against heroes like Ancient Apparition and Keeper of Light because they don't really have a way to repel the Riki when he's chasing after you.
But
as such, like, I don't think Ancient Apparition or Keeper of Light has really left the lane too much.
It's an awkward support duo, right?
Yeah.
While GH's Keeper of the Light is certainly one of his strongest heroes and very frequently ban-worthy, at the same time, normally they pair it with Kuro being a more of a playmaker. Like the Tusk probably comes to mind as the big one.
Mira, Forrest está buscando
Here we go.
Boboka.
They're going to set up mid, trying to look for Matumba Man.
No, he's looking for the couriers.
Or maybe the Courier.
It's alive right now. Okay, it gets bursted. That means on the way back, it's not going to get bursted.
He does not have vision, though, so Boboka doesn't realize it's happening. Might try to turn his attention towards top. Co-assist burning, but again, Britzel not a hero that Riki can offer much against, so really it's the Keeper of the Light they're going to want to kill, and they've decided to move Q off the lane as well. Q is going to finally make that journey. The panel mentioned perhaps the Lich can win 2 lanes. Well, this is going to be the start of trying to salvage one of them at least. He will complete his rotation, but immediately Mind Control gets the go on and forces the TP lane not salvaged.
Yep. An obvious synergy between this Liquid top lane is that you put the Shocker Magic onto Bristleback, and he gets to Machine Gun Quill Spray back to back, and that's actually pretty important in terms of the mid-game team fights as well as the early game laning against Burning.
They're getting out CS really hard, but the nice thing for IG is they have Greevil's Greed, so they're actually not behind at all. With that in the courier snipe, technically, they're leading. Of course, you'd like to be farther ahead with the Alk, but it is allowing them to stay in this game, and with the Lich denies as well, experience is just fine for IG. So despite Liquid's strong lanes, they don't have that huge advantage you'd like to see.
I mean, I think yes or no. You're right that the goal graph shows that the 2 teams are pretty even, but you got to keep in mind that IG's timing comes in a much, much later. Like the Alchemist takes a long time to ramp up. Burning also will take a long time to ramp up. The difference is that Ursa, you get phase on this guy, you get blink on him, and he's just ready to go.
And
so right now,
have those phase.
Yeah, right now it looks cool right now for IG, but give it 5 minutes, Liquid is going to be all over IG, and I don't think IG can handle that kind of pressure.
Boboka continues to roam during this nighttime, looking for openings. Kuro does get a ward down.
I think he has an idea where the ward is, actually.
I believe he did see it in the inventory, and he will be instantly dewarding him. So while the kills have not been raining in, still doing his part here to lend some assist to the vision game. Early objectives were claimed. Liquid took down the tier 1 top. Obviously a big part of their strategy is the Bristle is their main siege engine, and later on it gets a lot tougher once IG start to actually look to defend those towers, throw the Frost Armor on it. GH again just going for these wild dusts, just kind of hoping he finds the Riki, and again, he's not there. Now maybe tries to poke GH a little bit. No teleport scroll on him. Some early harass is possible, might even be a kill. We'll see.
Ow, gets activated.
Back to safety. They're going to blink forward. Heavy damage now the Cloud, but not enough slow. He's going to need a little more to take GH down, and Matumba is there to lend some support. Still though, pressure's there. That's already 2 just charges expended, neither of them
effective.
What I like to call the support tax certainly rearing its head as Matumba Man moves him in, clapping onto OP, forces out the ultimate. Chemical Rage down. Pretty decent downtime at these early levels and without the Octarine. So it might be an opening when this ends.
Yep. Q making the first stack of the game for his team, just what a difference, like 1 ancient stack right now at 8 minutes compared to, I don't know, the 45 billion that OP was able to farm last game, which is such a difference in the way that lanes were done as well as the pressure that IG is feeling right now.
I'm pretty sure if you farmed 45 billion, there'd be like lobby opening up or something.
Porque está solo.
Mind Control now, TP now, Boboka trying to find that opening. Can't quite catch him. No point in the Chain Frost yet for Q to try and cancel the TP. But for IG, everything really is going to hinge on XXS. He's done a good job at not dying.
He is farming really well.
He's farming quite well. He is rushing the blink. if you're Liquid, you'd love to try and maybe make a move on him before he gets it, but he's just playing so defensively, and they really do lack the reliable kill potential here. You know, Ursa, no Blink Dagger, no real disable to speak of, so while they
sí, es verdad, no se animan a matar a Ursa.
Yeah, something that was brought up during the drafts is that these two support
Podrían
duo,
tranquilamente
Liquid, is just
tres en
awkward. You don't have a good initiator.
Oh,
They're both
dejaron al
kind of
Cotol
playing the
solo
same
allá.
position. You don't have
En
a
top.
leading
Y
disable.
lo van a correr. El Lycan lo va a correr.
Never mind, which looks like he wants to go. Actually coming back in. Does have the Chain Frost available. OP seems like he wants to fight this, but has no points in Unstable Concoction. And meanwhile, at the top lane, Burning
Ay,
is
qué tarado,
able
tú
to
se
run down
quedó quietito.
GH, gets the kill. Mind Control looking to
Tú
contest
se quedó
these
quieto atrás
Ancients
de un árbol,
early.
no te veía
Oh,
el
Burning,
chon.
look at the item he's queuing up. He's going for a Hannah Midas on Lycan.
All right, the gold strat for IG.
Hey, man, if you need to recover,
Also,
how you do it.
I want to point out, Lumi, as these Ancients are being stolen by Mind Control, trying to limit that Alex economy. XXS wants to come in, contest this perhaps. He might have to burrow out to ensure this Cold Feet doesn't proc. He Sandstorms for now, juking away. Meanwhile, Baboka being hounded, but he drops the Cloud. He continues retreat. Miracle there to cut him off. Early five-man Dota from Liquid. Nets the Meridian kill. Probably lets them take down these Ancients as well. But look at this out. He's not actually going armlet. He's trying to go straight into the Relic. I don't know if Liquid is expecting this. Let's see, can they punish? They do deny the Ancients. They can slow him down a little bit, but it's still going to be a very fast Radiance for him.
One of the strengths of the Radiance is the ability to toggle and just gain like a lot more HP during a team fight, but you have Ancient Aberration, so it's you can't toggle, you can't gain HP. So I think this is actually the pretty standard response to what what you're up against.
But like no durability items at all. You know, we often see like a Vanguard or maybe at least a Casual Cloak as top lane. GH. It's been
se mostró el Ricky.
His
Se mostró el
durability
Ricky con
item
la
this
torre,
game
eso
is
es
to
bueno.
not get hit by the item.
Ya saben que
That's all
están top.
really you can
Así
count
que
on.
abajo,
And, you know,
a menos que te
compared
pegue
to last
rápido,
game, there was a
abajo.
flaming lasso into Ice Blast, so it was
Tiene
pretty much
espacio.
guaranteed every single fight. This time around, again, there is no delete disable, so if the positioning of the Alchemist is good enough, if he's fast enough, he might be able to just run away from the Ice Blast.
We talked a lot about him at the very start of the game. We haven't really said much since then. What are you expecting out of Miracle on the Monkey King? So far he's been quite content just to farm in this bottom lane. Hasn't really made any rotations, has not been able to shut down the Sand Cane. Like, what is the game plan with him moving forward?
Get Blink and get on top of heroes and kill them. Very simple plan, but as a Ursa,
oh no, sorry, for Miracle, not for Matumba.
Oh, sorry, for Miracle, yes. He is going to be the secondary damage dealer.
Epicenter, here we go. Straight onto Miracle. Cloud's going to follow this up. A quick kill for IG, the Blink debut, a resounding success.
El mono está para
Here
eso
comes
ahora.
the push.
Yeah, you just don't expect Sand King to pick up a Blink so early, and right now, Kuro's hanging around a Chain Frost to say what's up, and Kuro will just die under the tower. Level 9 Lich, and the reason why he's so high level, he's been maxing Sacrifice. This is the build that you don't see too often outside of PUBG.
Carry Lich.
Yeah. Well, not carry Lich, but most of the time you just want to pick up a level of Ice Armor, or even 2, just to make sure that whoever you're laning against have a good time. But the greedy Lich, he is one of the highest levels in the game.
So while that was happening, OP continues to farm. Radiant's basically done. Just needs about 300 more gold here for the recipe. The Blink is online for the Sand Cane. Burning's looking to catch up with this Midas. He has not died since that early moment. Getting very close to the recipe. And with that, IG's going to kick into high gear as far as net worth goes, unless Liquid makes some moves, Lumi. The Blink on Matumba Man you wanted to see is now about to be picked up, but Mind Control getting caught out here. The burrow to start. Can he TP out quickly? The Cloud comes through. He tries to run. Stacking up the Quills. He's going to man fight his way out of this. Mind Control takes down one. And that's it. Bristle feeling very mortal in this TI.
Yeah, running for him again. Shapeshift about to end. Burning recognizes that as well. We'll just turn back. Hannah Midas, though, is online.
And now wants to retreat away successfully. Matumba Man does have his Blink Dagger. TP cooling down. Can he make this committed jump forward? He can, but with the Frost Armor, it's not the easiest kill. Burning into the trees, and GH in pursuit. They maul the wolf. The bear wins the duel, and bottom lane Miracle.
Mientras abajo matan al mono.
IG with the response. Radiance online.
I think that's a great trade.
Let the farm begin.
Yeah, for IG. I mean, they traded a Lycan for that just got a kill
Sí, no
for
importa.
the safe lane
Es el
Monkey King.
strat de esta partida.
Here's the thing, there is a
Que el
Midas on the
mono
Lycan, so he gets to catch up.
gasta
whereas I
mucho
think
recurso el
Monkey
equipo en
King is
matar al
struggling
mono.
right now to
Tienen que ir
farm.
varios.
He's working towards the Echo Saber. You were asking what his role is going to be for this game. He's going to be up in the front line, helping the siege, helping to dish out some AoE damage, but as the game moves on, I think that role he will struggle to find and be able to fulfill, because this game will move into a phase where Alchemist will send illusions everywhere. And I don't think Team Liquid has the heroes to deal with that kind of gameplay.
Another mechanic to keep in mind is like this Radiance Rush, in addition to AA making the armlet less useful, the early mischance is huge against Liquid. They have like okay magic damage from the supports, even quite good, but finishing heroes, you really want the Ursa to be right-clicking, same for the Bristle. The Monkey King as well, super reliant on it, and we will see Matumba Man getting aggressive. As the Radiant Courier sniped again, Boboka smoking Liquid with his early movements, but Liquid, they're just going to stay committed here. They start to work on this tower, but they're pushing into Frost Armor while the Lycan is rapidly split pushing in the bottom lane. Burning happy to avoid these engagements. This is a bit uncharacteristic for Liquid to be so all in on this 5-man aggression. Normally you've got like that Miracle kind of insurance plan forming away.
Oh no, this has been Liquid's playstyle. I kind of mentioned it last game when Mind Control plays Bristleback. He loves to go for the mechanism. He's starting that right now. He didn't go for it last game because he was up against the AA. Look for Team Liquid to 5-man up and go for engagements here. Oh, Ice Blast.
They need this kill.
Trying to cut him off.
XXS does get clipped, but now the Chain Frost ushering Liquid away. OP's on the chase. Matumba Man
Invisary
potentially in danger here. Baboka trying to drop down that cloud and Burning revving up. Shapeshift. And off to the races. The Wolf hunting him. Mind Control on the retreat. Can they isolate this Bristleback, bring him down? Good staggered retreat here, but at the same time, still the pursuit continues. Mind Control getting control, but not being finished off rapidly. If Miracle gets a position, bouncing down, sprints in from behind. This chaotic fight favoring Liquid, it seems, on the second round of engagement. A 1-for-1 thus far. Committing onto Mind Control, but the G8 save!
Se renegó con las
Get off to the rescue, and now Miracle's bringing up into the trees again and away to safety. Can they cage him?
Yes, they can.
The Burrow's there, the Epi to follow. He sprints out, but XXS with the prediction play. Unbelievable!
I think I just tuned into an episode of Naruto. I just see ninjas jumping everywhere, following each other, and great play by XXS. Getting that last laugh with the Blink Dagger, good stuff. He's working towards a 4-staff. But like you said, I think there is a sense of desperation coming out from Team Liquid. They are trying to group up and push.
And trading doesn't work, Looney.
No,
you're up against a Midas,
work.
You're up against an Alchemist with a Radiance, you're up against a Lich, constantly sacrificing creeps. You are, in an even trade, you are losing this game. Liquid need more.
Ursa, he is trying his best to hunt for these hero kills, but I think IG are doing an excellent job just staying spread out, or when they are together, they're making sure that supports are well hidden within visions in the trees.
They do find Baboka, and they wrangle him though. Again,
he's so fast with the face
commitment from Liquid with the sentries, the dust, like even if they kill him, he's already really done his job, and then you throw the courier snipes in. Mind Control now, pursued a bit here. IG, as you mentioned, spreading the map, really pressuring these supports, and preventing Liquid from going for that group up play, even if they might want to. Is there a plan B for Liquid? Like, are they all in on this kind of early fighting, this early aggression? Can they try to slow the game down? And
Boboka just steals a creep. Okay.
Cheeky little bugger.
Boboka? All right, still alive.
Another dust. I mean, he's forced out.
All right,
how many now?
For those that's new to Dota 2, that play, that was not really worth getting the Centaur for his life. But
he
getting
out
into their mind, though, that is...
the psychological warfare, I think in the context of what they're doing, like those deaths are going to happen. He is there to space crane, he's there to drop wards. As long as the team is farming,
that's really
still coming out on top.
Just like feeling himself a little bit, perhaps a little bit too much.
Yeah.
But... you know, like...
Can't fault him. 2 courier snipes, he's had a hell of a start as XXS continues to make plays, finding GH and cutting him right off of his mount. Now, Liquid start to group up. They want this tier 1 bottom, but they're not really all that quick on sieging. Ursa not really the best building hitter. You don't get the benefit of the Fury swipes there. They don't have any minus armor for structures. They're fighting into the Frost armor, so like when they try to convert kills into objectives, it's slow going.
I think the big thing for me is, where is Miracle's farm? He's been working on this Echo Saber for, you know, a long time now.
Even when it comes online, like, how much will it do? There's Frost Armor, there's an Alk who's well on his way to a Manta.
I feel like if there is one major item that he would like to pick up is probably the Desolator. Really helps out during his Wukong command, and of course, like you've been mentioning, the Frost Armor, they need some answer to that.
That was what we saw out of QO, and granted QO had an IO constantly just pocketing him in the mid lane, but they had that really early Deso timing where all of a sudden he dropped Wukong's command, and they, like 3 heroes basically just died almost instantly to the
Exactly. Well, the difference is that QO had farmed that game. Right now, Miracle's like first in the line to the food bank, like for food stamp. He has nothing.
This is big. Liquid do claim an Aegis, crucial for them. They grabbed that objective, and now they want to chase for more. Miracle leading the charge, springing in to action, but already IG sensing something's not right, and they're away, and you could see Baboko just mirroring their movements across the map now, planting down those aggressive wards, maybe looking for another courier kill. Constant guerrilla warfare here. He might even find a third Lumi. A little Ice Frog smile on him. He's barely down, and looks like he won't find the opening. Burning getting called out now. He knows Matumba Man's onto him, but will shapeshift. Matu wants to commit. Burning. There's just not a whole lot of
Wait, is he going back in?
It looks like they want to commit here, but meanwhile, top lane, GH could get caught out. Matumba Man getting that Q kill, but they're going to lose the Keeper again, so IG do retaliate.
Como rotan para matar al Cotol
now
nada
chewing
más,
through the Frost Armor here, trying to work on that tower. Objectives are essential, but the split push is there. The Alk Illusions, granted, not very quickly, trying to take down this tier 2 in the bottom lane. Liquid do seem to gain the edge here when it comes to that oh-so-important map control as they knock the tower down.
So you were asking what is plan B for Team Liquid, right? Like, you know, right now the group up plan A is sort of working, but not to the degree that they would like it to. You were asking whether they could scale. I think trying to scale against an Alchemist lineup is always very dangerous. Lycan's got that Midas as his first major item, so he's building up for a long time. Yes, they can scale, but I just don't think it's a very good game plan. I think Liquid still definitely wants to just mow down towers after towers, get the next Roshan. That's the one thing that their lineup is super good at. You got the Nasal Goo, you got Ursa, obviously, to just go into the pit. So I think Liquid needs to bring down the other towers, get the next Roche, and look to finish the game in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
A crucial part of that game plan will be this Aghanim Scepter that GH is trying to complete to sustain the team during pushes, but problem is, he's constantly being forced to buy all this extra detection.
No, Kuro's been buying that. Like, Kuro's being very, very self-sacrificial. I think the bigger problem is that Sand King is hunting him. He's just died twice.
Well, and the Ricky. Ricky's been all over.
And guess where XSS is? Right next to GH, about to hunt him down again. He understands that this is a big part of the push.
Bottom. Q maybe wants to go here. The Epi comes through. Connection on Miracle. Can they finish him? He manages to jump away. One hit from death. He's not out of there. Just shoves himself in and gives him the old Scorpion Claw. Now Baboko hunting for that follow-up. He moves on to GH. Again, just continuing to shut down his farm, force him on his heels. He does have the TP if need be, but the bait is there, and the tricks of the trade still may go down, though. The Ice Blast setting up the timings right from Kuro. The trap has been sprung. GH staying alive thanks to help from an old friend.
And I think that's again, like you mentioned, even though he died there, it's absolutely fine. We're going to watch this.
Ya pasó la ceremonia de apertura, chicos.
XSS identifies that Monkey King is the target that he wants, quickly goes on it. The Force Staff almost saves him, but XSS, again, the ninja coming in.
They're down a lot, Lumi. 10,000 gold. Granted, it is an Alk lineup and there's a Midas, so you don't fully feel the effects in terms of combat, but it's getting far enough ahead that IG have basically made up for that greed early, and now are really starting to dish out the damage. Liquid still holding the Aegis for a wee bit longer. They'd love to find a couple of follow-up kills, maybe make a play, but in the bottom lane, it's IG who gets the jump. They burrow in, commit for this Bristle. Can he stay alive? Tries to retreat with the Solar Crest, the mech. It's not enough. IG throw the kitchen sink. And
comes Ursa.
It will clip him for now. The Frost Armor keeping Q alive. Nice follow-up there. XXS with the save. The off-lane Sand King buying time, creating space. Liquid cannot reply.
I think if Ursa was there earlier with the Ice Blast, he was going to be able to pick up like 2 to 3 kills. Unfortunately, just lacks the vision to prepare for any kind of IG gank. Speaking of vision, Boboga has picked up a gem as well, so he's going to be able to walk around the map and give even more trouble to the Liquid supports.
Meanwhile, it's starting to feel like that's something Liquid are going to want.
Muy buena.
Oh, do like LLEGUEMOS.
If they could kill Ricky, they
that's
could
a
take
big
up
kill
his.
from Matumba Man. Yep. Again, the bear proves his supremacy.
I mean, here's the thing though. You were asking what is this Ursa going to do in the mid game, and I said he needs to jump in and get hero kills. How many times have we actually seen that? Like, that's maybe his second, third solo kill, and I just don't think that's enough to carry Team Liquid out of the hole that they're in. I feel like the Sand King has perhaps done that job better than he has so far.
They have 13 kills, and he has been in on 11 of them, so...
Well, hold that thought here as Matumba Man jumps in again, looks for Q, will find another solo kill, all right. But he gets Yule Scepter up.
Oh, not worth it if he dies. Matu in trouble, does manage to get off the Enrage. No more Aegis for him. He's gone in deep for this. The Ice Blast coming in, but nothing to combo with it. The timing was not right for Matumba Man. Just forcing it too far and costly death.
I think this is a good time to actually toggle between the Radiant and Dire Vision and just look at the big disparity between the two teams.
El mono no está farmeando, mira que no está farmeando a propósito, no sé si se dieron cuenta que el Illuminate del Cotol siempre se lleva todos los clips.
And this is not counting in the fact that, hey, there's a Ricky running around. But I think the answer has finally come here in the form of the Keeper of Light, Aghanim Scepter. During daytime, he will have Flying Vision around him, and if he could pick up a gem,
Mind Control on his own bottom, does have that AA behind him, but no real save. In comes Al to start the fight, gets the stun.
Ahí le falta
We're
un
gonna follow this up. Burning racing forward, they do have the Chain Frost to cancel TP. Curl locks in the Ice Blast, but do they really want to fight? More are coming as Liquid streaming, but Boca scouts out the rotation.
He can't die, he has the gem. Oh, no, he dropped the gem, just kidding. He's fine.
And so crucial, again, the Ricky is allowing them to choose their fights wisely.
Yes.
Otherwise, Liquid likely get into position with 4 or 5 and might just overrun IG. But they do take the tower down. Give him 3, but Boca continues to add to the coffers of IG. Liquid, alarmed, are going to force the issue, but with the Frost Armor and all their tower damage just being these melee hitters, it is fairly slow going. They'll take the tier 2 down.
I think this is a group of push. They have mech, they have daytime with the Aghanim Scepter. They're going to just look to try to win it or get some big damage.
Claro, el Aghanim Scepter del Cotol es mucho más importante
They have one hood,
que el mono armado.
Epicenter could be huge.
Yeah, well, if they could land it, that's a question. Matumba Man down to about half HP. They're going to go right on Matumba Man. The heal coming in from Keeper of Light with the Chain Frost bouncing around. Ultimate committed by Matumba Man. Can he make the retreat? It looks like he'll be fine for now, but already very low HP. Again, Keeper could juice him right back up. And I don't think Liquid is going anywhere. That's Chain Frost now.
Chain Frost down. What more will follow? Lycan not split pushing. Meanwhile, Burning's trying to get out of the jungle and into the top lane. But it's going to take him a while to get there. While for Liquid, this journey is rapidly taking form. Mind Control thwacking away. Just poking, prodding, staying out in front. Matumba Man lurking on the side. Wants to find the opening here. Did just have vision for a moment of XXS.
Ese es el strat de
Not
este
actually hidden. Liquid
de última, si se arma, el mono ultea nada más.
But Matumba Man's there to interrupt this initiation. Great presence of mind from him. The burrow coming through, connecting on two, but look at the heal. GH, the engine that keeps the push going. Now they deploy the Monkey King Wukong's command. Still though, IG get the AA kill. They stay alive, but Boca's in through the rear. He blinks out. He will get decapitated.
El mono se tiene que mantener en la ulti lo que pueda. Bien, el ulti del anciano. ¡Vamos! Se muere, puto, morite, puto, morite. Bien, puto. No tiene bullback el Alcha igual, ojo. Más curación, el Cotol está afuera curando nada más.
IG know its importance. They won't get it up freely. They don't want to lose their shrines. They're gonna get the follow-up kill. That's a dieback on the Ancient Apparition. Huge commitment from him to try and take this tower down, and now the chase is on. They can route them in the rear. By control, he gets off the
bien, el Ursa ahí. El Mind Control puede aguantar un montón todavía. Si llega el Shine, habla.
They need damage, they need control. He keeps on running. The Wolves come in, they get him from the front, and IG
needs to
slay him.
Go into the Roche right now. They cannot give away Aegis on top of.
No llegaron a tirar la torre nada más, pero le hicieron pagar a todos.
Thanks to the things like Frost Armor as well as Acid Spray, but like you saw, the Illuminate just kept healing them up, and there was no answer for IG. It wasn't
Por eso es que el mono no estaba farmeando.
Era
como que los cores son los demás. El mono solamente ultea.
that IG, despite their network lead, could actually beat Team Liquid right now. I think it's important to take away the Aegis.
Another thing that Liquid had in that fight is vision. They did not have vision advantage in the first game. This time it's different. With the Keeper of the Light, you have the flying vision during daytime. They also have the ice vortexes, so IG have not been able, at least in that scenario, to get the clear jump. Like last game, they always had vision supremacy with Lycan, Batrider, and Night Stalker.
Yes.
This game, not the case.
And we saw what Monkey King was able to do in that last team fight. Sure, he's very, very underfarmed, but his big contribution in that team fight was just drop his Wukong command. Once the command's out, there's two things that happen. First, your PC lags. Second, it also makes it super hard for IG to actually go into the area and defend the building, despite Acid Spray, despite Frost Armor. So, Team Liquid now working on the Aegis. This one will come with Aegis and Cheese.
IG
and IG
has to
stop this. They have to stop this.
Taking it down fast. The Roche about to fall. Indeed it will.
No pudo entrar, le cortó la daga con el...
IG are going to fight
con el Illuminate.
I think this time Lumi, it'll come when Liquid are at their door, not just Ursa running in solo, looking for kills as it's about to expire.
There's about 2 minutes left for IG because I think Team Liquid will definitely wait for daytime. So do what you can.
Obvio.
Split
Vos
push as hard as
possible, como yo esperaba en la noche todo el tiempo en la
partida
para pushar
like
con el Cotol es super fruta.
He's likely going to be able to finish it before the push comes, but it depends if he wants to retain buyback.
Big Shiva's game, especially when you start stacking that attack speed slow and and the move speed with the ice armor. Liquid basically to finish kills, they're relying on 3 melee heroes right-clicking. Granted, Monkey King has pretty long range with Jingu, but nonetheless, it will be a potential counter. Sprinting through the trees with a double damage run and a freshly completed Desolator. Miracle could be a huge damage dealer in this fight. He does drop down into a camp while the flank takes form. Matumba Man coming in first, the TP onto the Wolves, and now blinking into position. Miracle trying to bring down Q early, lobs up the chain frost. It's a bouncing beautifully. Massive damage from the Lich, and now Miracle standing his ground, fighting out that Lycan. The Wukong's command will end. The pain might begin now. Matu on the run, very low.
Oh, le puso la ulti al Lycan. Se murió el Lycan con la ulti y la Ancient Apparition. Vamos. Mind Control está full vida. Se queda sin mana. Ya está. Chau la hacha. ¡Vamos! Eso, no afanear a los putos esos que están haciendo. Vamos, por los objetivos.
So they won't be able to threaten high ground with their full complement. At the same time, there's no out buyback there. Coming in from the back line for him, and now the Epi onto Batu from the rear. They get the Ursa. That might force Mind Control back. The wheels might have just come off of this push. Mind Control slow to retreat, but the Caustic is going to make this a bit trickier.
I don't think they can win that fight. They're going to try. It's going to be close here as Mind Control.
Purge hit him from the front. Poca with the tricks, looking for the clean trade, and now taking it.
Back. I don't know if you want to go in. They're still going
they do.
Finally,
it's a spiky mouthful. I don't know about this, man. Still the
no sé. Se lo quiere matar. Ay, qué puta. ¡Toma!
You're not gonna get the kill.
Ricky, toma, puto. Sí.
IG getting sloppy.
Ay, Dios. Kuroki, te adoro. Mind Control se zarpó ahí, con la varita, todo aguantando un montón, haciendo tiempo a full para que no se armen, para que no paren el push. Reviven todo y siguen con el push. Ya fue.
Liquid laying into the tier 1 tower.
Y es de día todavía.
El Cotol. But the siege is on now. Glyph gets forced out.
Le tiran todo al mono como si importara y no, ellos están jugando a eso, a que crean que tienen que ir atrás de Miracle. Miracle entra mal a propósito para que le tiren la ulti del Lich, todo, y la onda son los demás, todo lo demás. Hasta el Cotol está de core, más que el mono.
And the big thing that during this push, Miracle has that Desolator, so the minus armor really ticking into and basically counteracting what the Frost armor could do in these team fights. Instead of going mid, they will go to the bottom. The bottom tower is much lower, and the shrines are more spread apart, making this defense here for IG much harder to come by.
Upper bracket lives on the line. Liquid are doing it, working on the melee racks. IG must respond, and they must do it soon. They look for the flag. XXS revving up the Epi, but what's he gonna hit? A Swain.
Lo vieron. ¿Qué? Bien. Falta que gaste más la ulti Lich y ya está. Dale, Lich, ultea, puto. Ahí está, ahí ulteó. Gastó mal la ulti. Ahora, no, tiene que salvar a Ursa. Oh, shit. El mono está mirando. Bien, lo hace perder tiempo a full. ¿Cómo le hace perder tiempo a ese Bristle? Oh, shit. Ahí salió el Ursa. A todo. Tomá, el Ricky cayó. Tomá, boboca, puto. Un saludo a Edson y a Sherry que llegaron recién. Vamos, Liquid, carajo.
I think without the shapeshift and the Ricky, they have no way to stick on GH. GH is the most important hero right now. In fact, it's going to be Radiant jumping in. They want the Sanking. Ice Blast coming in, and they bounce.
¡Toma! ¿Cómo que? ¡Capo, capo! Lo empujó dentro de la ulti del Ancient. Bien, la ulti en el medio. Ahí en el medio, cosa de que te molestar en mí también. No tiene ulti en mono, así que... Igual ese Bristle está re poderoso. Ya está, capo. GG, tira GG. Tira GG, pedazo de forro. Bien picando esto. Puto. Es de día, chicos, es de día todavía. Hasta que sea de noche no tienen que parar.
They keep the push going. Now the tower falls, one last lane remains. That's all that stands between Liquid and a game 3. Effigy's biting the dust, and now the fight breaking out. Matumba Man control, but he gets off the enrage. He takes through it all. The Chain Frost bouncing. Beautiful stuff from the carry Lich as Q keeps his team in the game.
Go for
GH being chased. They're gonna bring him down. IG not out of this yet. Pounding into the Ursa. He tries to fight it out, but the ice armor's there. The evasion is as well, and he can't get the kill.
Está bien,
3 fall for Liquid.
Tenemos mucha ventaja.
Close.
Ya tiraron la tier 3 del medio. Oh, shit, le van a ir en serio. En serio, está el mono para tirar la primera igual.
Wants to help, he's waiting in position. Can Mind Control possibly get out of here? The Quills are stacking up. He's slow. He gets hit from the front. He will fall.
No zafó. Pero bueno, le hizo por
LG. Damage control. Damage control. They are in now.
Go back to base. Push out the waves. OP can't do that. He is an alchemist.
¿Cómo pasamos de 10k de network a 2k de network y tienen toda la base rota? Esto tiene que seguir así. Se hizo de noche nada más ahora.
And you make sure that he doesn't constantly give him mana, give him HP through his Illuminate. He also makes buyback super crucial. Ursa bought back during that middle team fight, and he was able to get recalled in instantly. You kill GH and you have a chance.
Yeah, they are definitely identifying him as public enemy #1. IG chasing him out. There's the Glimmer. He's got the Ghost Scepter as well. The Wukong's command drop. Saving Private GH is the call. But in goes OP. Diving deeper for this. He turns back for Kuro. The rest of the team takes the Keeper down. He's got the buyback. Kuro does not. And pouncing away, Miracle retreats to the confines of high ground. The base slowly being chipped. From north and south as Liquid's creeps are doing what the heroes can't right now.
Don't worry about it, LD. They regen.
Mientras los escriben su base,
they're gonna keep pushing.
They are killing out the buffer buildings though.
That's true.
IG still trying to force the issue here. Miracle looking to slow them down, and XXS with the pursuit. No jukes from you, Miracle. They say the stunts get lobbed in. The blink forward. IG not out of it yet.
No tiene
kill coming their way. Towers are falling. Liquid perhaps feeling a bit overconfident. And onto your hands, folks.
IG could just force a Rax out. His Keeper is back in 5 seconds. Again, how much can he kite?
Whether they have the Ice Blast Lumi. It's a lot of push from IG. Mauling this tower down. Mind Control gets in, but the Frost Armor protects them. Tower falls. The stall. It's all about GH now, it feels.
Well, Lycan in wolf form just getting completely stunned up by GH. They want to go and double force that, pushes him back.
Good kiting.
La ulti de Lance es lo importante, la ulti de Lance.
Here, forcing burning low. He may have to retreat. That leaves OP on his own. He's got the BOTs. Manta out. TP away.
And he bashes. Bash.
Ah, un bash.
Ursa. Unfortunately,
they're not done yet. They're still chasing Mind Control. Has the gem.
And you're right, LD, they need to start pushing out the base. I did say, you know, tier 4 do regen, but...
¿Cómo? Mirá, en 2 minutos llegó a 9k de network de diferencia. El Alchis tiene eso, lo nerfearon, pero sigue teniendo eso. Lo nerfearon porque ya era demasiado, tenía ventaja en oro y el héroe ya era zarpado también. Entonces ahora le dejaron la ventaja en oro y no es tan zarpado el héroe.
Although, as I say that, IG smokes out.
IG love challenging. They rotate around XXS with an Arcane Rune, so the low cooldown stun and play in this fight.
Where's GH?
Finds GH. Oh, almost. There you go. Burrows in, still clips him, and now the connection is Baboka surges forward. GH stays alive. The Glimmer Cape enough to keep him in fighting shape, but Bernie now nipping at his heels. Ghost Scepter doing what he can. Finally, they will slay the beast. He instantly buys back. They know how crucial this keeper is. They know they can't afford to give up this Roche. Liquid are committing for it, and now it's the Sand King they want. The Sand King they might get. Burrows away, looks for the save with the Lotus Orb coming through. Will it be enough? They'd rather sack the Reiki, but that is a gem.
Le reventó la cabeza la rata esa.
In fact, I don't think there are any gems available for IG, whether it's on their heroes or in their shop. So they're going to be playing without vision for a while. The buyback.
Vamos, Roshan.
Yep. Into the coffers of Team Liquid. And we are still in the same situation where
qué importante que es el Cotola en esta. Dejaron el queso.
Somebody wants that cheese, surely.
Okay.
Here goes Miracle.
Fermenting does not work in Dota 2.
That is already moldy cheese. Yes. I can't get any smellier.
Tiene que ir todo mid.
It still heals when you need it. And Liquid, they've got plenty coming from GH. Now, Lumi, if he dies in this push,
pero tienen
a
la
big problem. Because we've seen how important he is to their team fight. Liquid are smoking in. They're just looking to dive. An early assault on this melee Rax, perhaps finding kills to start it off. Let's see. The jump comes through, but the Sand King there with the kite, dashing off the walls. XXS, he burrows back to safety. Liquid have gone really deep for this kill. Ice Blast streaming into the fountain. Dodge shot, Ice Blast, bang!
Toma, puto! Toma! Bien, Kuroki, bien. No, son los mejores, no me importa si ganan, si pierden. Son los mejores del mundo. Nadie te juega así. Ninguno juega con esas cosas. Todo. Vamos.
He's going for the kill on Kuroki. Kuroki force that back out. He's jumping back in. He wants Kuroki. Miracle comes in though. They get Bubblegum. Chain Frost will finish.
Tiene buyback. Yo digo que va a buybackear y el control lo va a traer.
Now that AA has buyback. OP now comes in one at a time into the meat grinder. Commitment here, but that Bristle stays alive. Very tanky. They keep on nipping at his heels, but can they bring him down? OP diving in.
Chao, Lican, chao. Bien, ahí viene la Ancient Apparition para la ulti. ¡Como lo dije! Tomá. ¡GG! ¡Sí! ¡Vamos, Liquid!
LD, you want a crazy statistic? IG was leading in gold the entire game. Just shows you that sometimes gold isn't everything. Just because you got Greevo Greed, just because you're farming well, the pressure from Team Liquid. That GH Aghanim Scepter was so key.
What a resilient showing here in game number 2 from Team Liquid. They were up against it. You could sense the urgency. The Alk was free farming. The Lycan was catching up. The Riki killed the Courier 3 times, constantly warding, slowing down their overall game plan, but Liquid shows their timings well, and they show a lot of poise here under pressure. With that, game 3 on the horizon, but first, to break it down, it's back to Day 9 and the boys.
Thanks so much. What a match, especially after that draft as we stepped off stage. PPD, the draft hurt you for Team Liquid. Physically, there was pain because they didn't have any strong disables.
Yeah, but it worked out. Caudal Ag's got really good timing on GH, as expected, as he always does when he plays that hero, and they used that timing to force IG to fight them, and IG didn't have the best team fight other than the Sand King.
I remember there was a moment in there, the big team fight around 20-25 minutes where the Alchemist fell immediately. I mean, that looked like the big turning moment. Was that in your eyes, Ake? Do you think Team Liquid was behind, or do you think that they won lanes enough in the early game?
They were behind, but they just played around the Codalags, as PPD said. I think it was the fight on the right side at tier 3 towers where they were fighting for so long and just healing up and shipping that tower until IG felt that they just had to take the fight, and when they did, they just lost it. So
a lot of Alchemists love to play greedy and push, you know, as far as they possibly can. But you were talking about the Ancient Apparition pick being one of your favorites against Alchemist, so Alchemist was constantly worried about dying, you know, whereas before you would just regen it all, right?
I think XSS had such an amazing opening in that game with Sand King. There was a point in time where Alchemist was first in net worth, and Sand King was second above every other player in the entire match, which is really, feels a little unusual, but he was able to get so many kills in the early game.
And Burning, I don't know, he wasn't there the whole game. But he was just,
he had one last hit in like the first 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah,
they got shut down.
It just comes down to the Call and Bristol being super good against him in the early game, and then Ursa is good against him in the mid game as well.
The Lich used his early game time and his early game advantage in the lanes to help out the Sand King, which allowed him to get an early Blink Dagger, which had a huge impact on the game, allowed them to secure a lot of kills. But Lycan really just never really came online. He was just too far behind from the beginning.
To highlight some of the key moments in this match is the best weatherman the world has ever seen. His name is Purge. Kevin, what were your thoughts on the match?
It was a really good game, and one thing I wanted to focus on was the draft and some of the same elements that you guys were touching on. So in the first game, you guys probably caught it. It was an Alchemist running wild and pretty much just making the game look easy for IG. So as a result, Liquid wanted to deal with Ursa. That way the matchup was good. He could zone him from getting last hits in the lane, and that was really effective. But to deal with that, IG picked the Lich in their 4th spot, and that basically meant that no matter what, Liquid was going to have trouble getting as much experience in their safe lane. They tried to deal with this by grabbing a Monkey King, which was great and all, but Lich's big advantage is that he's removing 40% of the experience that the enemy carry is going to get about every minute, which is way more levels and gold for their lane. And it also has the other effect that it's going to mean that the lane's constantly pushing towards their base. So even if Liquid wanted to do something about this, they didn't have the space to do so because the lane was always going to be more shoved in towards them. And this ultimately culminated in a huge moment. I mean, if you look at the gold advantage at this point in the game, it's a huge advantage for the Alchemist team. Like, the net worth in the upper left is massive. The Alchemist has more farm than anybody else, and it really just all came down to this push. Was Liquid's draft going to work? And I really like what they did with the Monkey King. It was a hero that could still succeed despite being behind in farm, and Coddle Eggs definitely was an integral moment to making sure that they could get that Rax eventually.
Yeah, I'm especially curious about the Monkey King pick, because when it was first released, I know a lot of people in pub matches were going crazy about Monkey King carry, and then as time went on, a lot of people were doing roaming Monkey Kings, but I don't really know much about Monkey King in a carry role, as we saw with Miracle. I mean, what are your thoughts, Marlene?
We don't really see it that often. I think he did come in clutch a lot of time with a Boundless Strike. It's Shaker's banned versus them a lot of the time, so it's kind of a replacement for Shaker in that, but it also just does a ton more damage. Also, I think his armor on its ultimate is really underrated. I think you get like, what, 20 armor?
Yes, 20 armor
in the game, and then you're versus Alk and you're versus an underfarm Lycan. So even though XSS was very, very farm, he still died occasionally, but pretty rarely.
Now, with the Game 3 coming up, obviously a lot of people are super excited that we are going to Game 3. Some of us were moaning that Team Liquid, who did so well in group stages, might just be out in 2 quick games. But coming up here in Game 3, I want to talk about whether it's Team Liquid is trying to bring something new to the table, whether it is Team Liquid needs to change, because we've already sort of seen some patterns from IG focusing around Alchemist.
I think that anytime you can get GH on Whisper or Coddle, I think that they are the heavy favorites to win. I thought that was a pretty big mistake by IG to allow that to go through. We saw how much we saw how little impact he had on the Visage in Game 1. You know, one of these heroes outside his comfort zone.
I mean, he was the first picked hero, too. Just like straight out the gate, they did not want to risk getting GH on not one of his comfort heroes.
I think that they should be very comfortable and confident in first picking either Whisper, Coddle, and I think IG was smart to ban both of those in the first game.
Yeah.
They are probably going to pick something similar to GH. Like, if they ban a Whisper, Coddle, they're going to get something that he can actually do something with, like a roaming hero rather than Visage, who's just standing there farming.
Yep. Enable your best player to allow, like, he makes Liquid win games. So if you put him on a hero like Visage, he can't really do that from that position.
And I'm curious, Marlene, we've talked a little bit about Team Liquid because they were the ones that made, you know, the really big shift in this game. Do you think that IG needs to adjust their strategy? Do you think that, I mean, Game 1 was such an incredible display of team coordination. What's your evaluation of them going into Game 3?
Well, we did like the draft from them in Game 1 because it was Alchemist's last pick. And then when you pick it in the first phase, even though you won within the first game, they had counters to it, and they didn't even ban it out in the second phase. That's sometimes like the benefit of picking Alchemist in the second pick in the first phase. Like, oh, okay, we can ban out the counters, but they let AA and Ursa get through, and as we saw, they were 10K up net worth, pretty much all on the Alch, and he still got slaughtered.
So, I mean, do you think that the burden is then on IG to get the correct bans?
Just better draft, I think. They tried
just not Alch second.
the opening 2 is rough.
Yeah.
Lycan and Alch both are pretty susceptible to being punished in lane, and they were. And we saw the Alchemist get a little bit of help, but they left Lycan out on an island, and he was very, very far behind. You commented like 5 minutes in, like 1 CS, and they lost that tower super fast to Bristlecaudle. And
very proud of his CS. It was his favorite CS.
Boko was like, I'm going for couriers. Good luck, Burning. Best.
Oh, that was painful to see right at the start of the game. It was when the courier died. I was like,
his Riki was impressive. That entire game, I thought he played amazing. I thought they were going to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty critical to note that every time Baboka did die, he was deep into the enemy jungle with multiple heroes on him and several of the lanes being pushed in. It's not even the biggest win to pick
perdón, no les traducí porque no estaba leyendo el WhatsApp.
The map oftentimes don't lead to you losing objectives, so they're a little bit more forgiving than deaths on your side.
And it's also a way for them to give space to Alch so he can find farm without being afraid.
Absolutely.
Space created.
Yeah.
Chat wheel.
I thought it was especially cool how Team Liquid really did do amazingly well in that lane against Lycan, and I feel like some of the big themes of the match was Ursa is really good against Alchemist, and we finally got to see farm on Bristleback. You know, the previous draft, it seemed like IG had a very, these four heroes are designed around the Alchemist, designed to protect them, but it seemed like a lot of individual counter picks on Team Liquid's side that led them to victory. I'm still trying to really figure out the Team Liquid draft in the last game.
It's also the thing that they last picked Alch the first game, so they did right, or was it? Yeah.
Yes,
so they didn't really give any space for Liquid to counterpick it that game. But as we saw here now, if you can counterpick the hero, it's not as good as it is as a last pick.
Yeah. I mean, even that said, I was amazed at OP's ability to just gobble up all the farms so quickly. He had so much money so early in that game.
That's what Alchemists do, but Ancient Apparition is a great anti-carry. You know, you can focus down somebody and you can really punish them, put them down.
Well, it is my absolute pleasure to let you know that Game 3 between Team Liquid and IG is beginning right now. Not now. It's not right now. I lied to you, and for that I'm very sorry. So let's just continue to talk about drafting. Now, guys, I want to hear your thoughts about some drafting. What do you think is the biggest hero that is a surprise not to see in this lineup? Because in the group stages, I felt like there were some of the traditional heroes that I know of, a lot of the various players.
Sure, neither of these teams are putting a ton of emphasis on Nyx Assassin. We're seeing it squeak through the first phase on both sides. It got banned in like the 3-4 bans last time, but really just an undervalued hero between these two teams, which is surprising to see. Also, I thought maybe Shadow Shaman would get a little bit of play from Liquid side.
Do you think it's worth giving Liquid Caudle if you can immediately respond with the Nyx?
I don't think so at all. I think you definitely just ban Wisp Caudle.
He's just going to get his
Shaker anyway first. They usually pick I think they first banned Wisp Shaker in the first game.
Yep.
And then they took the Night Stalker. But if they ban Night Stalker, then do you ban Wisp Shaker or Wisp Caudle?
I think you ban Caudle.
Okay. And then how do you deal with the Shaker? Do you just let him have it?
You just deal with the Shaker. Well, I think IG's going to have first pick this game. Right? Like, they had first pick in the first... Or they had
flip for the third?
Liquid had first pick in the first game, and then they had first pick in this. IG had first pick in the second.
Isn't third game a recoin flip?
I think so.
It usually is. Yeah, so we'll see who wins the coin flip and who gets first pick.
You know, we've been talking a little bit about strategies relative to GH and his big picks. We've been talking about strategies relative to Alchemist, since he's obviously been the focus character for IG in these first two games. But who do you feel like are some of the signature heroes of players on Team IG that are important for Team Liquid to think about banning?
I mean, for Baboka, it's Riki that is his signature hero for me, and he's been playing a little bit of the Bounty Hunter as well. It's these like vision heroes that he can scout and just make space for his team. But I don't know other than that.
Magnus XXS. That's what put them on the map in the first place. Probably what got them invited to TI in the first place.
Yeah.
Just the XXS Magnus. Yes. You see him play for 5 minutes.
Completely honest about it.
I was like, bring him.
Well, that was
when we see the rest of the game.
That was the event that IG won, was DAC.
Yeah.
And that was very much powered by XXS's Magnus. So they've been like one of the quieter teams coming into this tournament. And they had they had a good group stage. They squeaked into the winners bracket, but not a dominant group stage. They were pretty dominant at that DAC event.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people have talked about the fact that IG won an international a very long time ago. It's a new, fresh lineup, but DAC was a really impressive event to watch them play at. I mean, in terms of the Magnus, have we even seen that much Magnus in the group stages here? As you brought him up, I was just trying to think of, you know, all the group stage games, which there were, you know, tons and tons of, but I don't think I saw a single Magnus pick once.
I saw one game when S4 played it, and they won that game quite easy, I think. He's one of the best Magnus players, so obviously he's going to play good on it, but it's a hero that, it's more of an offlane hero in a way now, because it's initiator, and it's not as good as like mid now anymore, because mid heroes tend to be more carry heroes now.
A lot of the 3-4 initiators we've been seeing are those versatile heroes that can slot into support or the offlane, and Magnus is a pretty tough support to pull off, at least.
And it's quite hard, like if he doesn't get space early on, and the jungle is a bit nerfed now, so it's, I don't know, it's quite hard to fit in, but OG did it once, at least.
Are there certain heroes that Magnus really needs in order to see full potential in the games, since he can't really use Empower to farm with himself as efficiently as before?
Well, he always wants at least one hero on his team that really benefits from the Empower, so...
Peter's favorite, Troll.
Troll Warlord.
Yeah. Troll Magnus.
Hey, you get some Troll Warlord Magnus, Peter. Isn't that awesome?
It's fine. Troll really struggles with wave clear. That's one of the reasons.
Do you like your Christmas present, Peter? It's fine.
Well,
it's fine. Come on, Troll Warlord Magnus. Think about it.
It could be fine. I'm totally cool with it.
Well, I believe I'm about to tell you the truth. That it is my pleasure to let you know that Team Liquid versus IG Game 3 is about to begin. Who will advance to the winner's final? We'll find out after this match.
Team Liquid versus Invictus Gaming. Game 3.
I gotta say, Invictus has won a fan in me after that coordinated play in the first match, where a lot of people, I mean, even me, I've been following Team Liquid since the Brood War days, always a big fan of them and their high-level performances in the recent tournaments. They've had a lot of first-place wins this year, but IG just looked so dominant, and I'm very curious to see who's gonna get the edge in Game 3.
Do you guys both agree that first pick is more important than side?
I don't think so.
In this game.
I don't know. I kind of like last pick, especially with the teams that aren't playing all these versatile supports slash cores.
This was here exactly what you guys were talking about before, that they ban Wisp and Coddle, and then they first pick Shaker.
Yeah, that works.
GH haters, man.
That's what you got to do. GH, he might be the best player in this tournament, just like overall.
Qué lindos.
I agree.
He's had a huge impact on that team this year, and he's been like a rising star for quite a while. He's like one of the highest ranked players on the matchmaking ladder as a support.
He doesn't get talked about on the team that
just
much.
Pretty unheard of.
Especially in that he's just like been starting to play with a good team like half a year ago when he joined Liquid. He wasn't on any like big teams before that.
All right, nice. We have Void.
AA and Void. Yes. Now Void has been one of the most popular heroes in the entire hero pool. Once again, of the 112 pickable heroes in Dota, only 4 haven't seen play, and Faceless Void is actually 8th most. 37 games he's played in, but his win rate has been abysmal. I don't know if this is because of...
He needs Troll with him, right, Peter?
Hey, there it is, synergy. Now you're thinking with portals.
It's a very synergistic hero. He needs help.
Yeah.
He lacks...
But he has A for that now.
Yeah, he generally lacks his own damage, especially in the early game. Voids oftentimes want to pick up utility items that will give them more reach to have better chronospheres.
Yeah, I know Mask of Madness has been a common pickup on him.
I mean, that can be great to help bolster your damage, but I think it's more important to land that chrono and allow your teammates to follow up.
Now, Earthshaker Disruptor is an incredibly fun combo, using Glimpse from Disruptor to rewind an enemy back to Earthshaker so we can totem smash him to death.
It's a lot of lockdown.
Disruptor is also mostly, I think, because they picked Void, so he's very easy to, like, he can catch him on the lane when Void is trying to use his time walk to get back, so.
Oh, that's a great point.
Yeah, that could be a nice way to kill Void in the early game. I guess that could be...
Make sure that you kill him before he gets his ultimate off.
Yeah, he's a tough hero to manage in the early game, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, Faceless Void obviously has the great escape with Time Walk, but the cooldown at level 1 is something like 24 seconds, 30 seconds?
It's significant.
It's a lot, and so, I mean, watching good players play on Faceless Void, managing that very carefully, I mean, it'll get completely overridden by Disruptor.
All right, so I want to talk about how both these teams are headed towards pretty team fight centric lineups. A lot of team fight coming out from both sides. I'm curious to see who's going to take the first step into having some vision. One strategy to play around a team that's building around team fight is to have the vision, or to stay away from them, or to be ready. To have the vision, to have the information to either fight your opponents head on or stay away from them until you're ready. Having vision will allow you to have that ability to make that decision.
So it's pretty much just what, one of those Invis heroes or Beastmaster?
Yeah,
there's not that many left.
There's a lot of options. You can do heroes like TA and drop traps everywhere. You could pick a Furion and just spread your treants throughout.
Bat Rider's a big pick that hasn't been banned or picked by anyone.
Yeah,
obviously, Night Stalker and Lycan.
I like Bat a lot against Void.
Out.
It's a Void's will build Lincoln Sphere, but Bat is a great hero to find Void before he does cast Chronosphere.
I think Exus usually plays a Shaker, though. I don't actually think they're as flexible as other teams when it comes to swapping to 3/4 Shaker.
And here we see that they pick GH hero.
Yeah, Sardar Troll. It's happening.
Yeah.
Troll.
One time!
I think they're going to pick Invoker on Liquid as well. It's a hero that's really good together with a Void to set up for all of the damage that he has.
Aki, I'm curious about your analysis of Slardar in relation to other just sort of reliable stun heroes. What would make him a better pick here than someone like a Sand King or a Nyx that can just get a nice stun off?
He's quite strong in the early game when he's roaming around to trade hits with people. So if he finds a Disruptor, he's going to win the fight. And his stun has a very low CD. So he can keep on stunning heroes and keep on chasing them. And the meta right now is also a lot about getting the bounty runes. So he has his sprint. So he can run around and try to snatch IG's runes and get out at the same time.
See, it's hard for me to know that the meta is about stealing bounty runes because I always have a jungler in my game.
They're taken straight away.
I really, really like Invoker for Liquid. I think it's like the perfect hero. I think you pick this Slardar and this Void who are so anti-BKB. Nobody on IG is going to want to buy a BKB to make them magic immune because of all the physical damage that Slardar allows your team to have. And putting Invoker there, Invokers are oftentimes countered by heroes that do build BKB. But if they cast BKB, you can just right-click them while they're in the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
So they've got.
And it's like both Void and Slardar are like perfect together with Invoker to make space for him in the fights.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking earlier about how Invoker really needs a lot of time spent in order to get all his levels, to get his items, to get the Aghanim Scepter, which reduces his cooldown. And now we have the big playmaker Earth Spirit getting snatched by Invictus Gaming.
Lots of silence. Potentially you can kill off Void Slardar before they get off their disables.
It took a lot of reserve time for that, though.
Oh,
lots and lots of physical damage from Team Liquid.
That is one of Matumbaman's best heroes, I think.
Se le vino la noche
is it a Maelstrom Lance game or a Radiance game?
Ooh, probably
Lance, right?
I think it depends on what Miracle goes for. If they're looking for more magical damage, they can go the Radiance route. If they're looking for more physical, I think the right-click build is probably best to match up with that Chronosphere.
Yeah, I mean, they have Slardar, so they have the minus armor that really benefits together with the Lone Druid. So already there, you can see that it could be that.
And there's some armor.
I mean, immediately you see 3 heroes for Invictus Gaming that are great playmakers in early and even mid game, which would give plenty of time for Sven to run around jungle farming, much to his delight. What does Team Liquid need to round this out, and what does Invictus Gaming need to round this out?
In my opinion, I think IG needs a vision hero. They need a way to track this Void, or else they're going to be constantly counter-initiated on.
Yeah, I mean, Earth Spirit benefits so much from vision given his incredibly long range.
He rolls in, he can kick a stun while he's rolling, and then he can instantly silence someone else, but if he doesn't have the vision to do so, it's going to be quite the task, but I know...
Just charging into the dark boldly.
I'm sure Boboka's up to it. He's a fantastic 4-player.
Merlini, what about in your opinion, what does Team Liquid need in this last pick? They have already a lot of physical damage, some nice team fight with Ancient Apparition and Faceless Void's ultimate.
Just easy matchup for mid. You guys were talking about the Invoker. Still think it's a pretty good pick for them. I'm more curious as to what OP is going to play.
Okay, the only problem with Invoker now is, okay, they actually banned it as well, that Lone Druid is quite greedy. He like needs farm, and Invoker also needs space and farm, so maybe they want to pick something more active for mid.
Now, of course, one of the things to note, we've seen Alchemist get picked before from Invictus Gaming. This would be a little bit risky to do that in this spot because of the fact that Sven already is going to eat up so much of that farm. And
maybe Lina
himself. Yeah, I like TA or Lina. I think both.
I would imagine some mid that is just great after level 6, just running around, blasting down.
What do we got?
Hey!
Lina.
Perfect. It's going to give him some nice burst to kill the Void. Slardar too takes a ton of burst damage from Lina, especially if he's got sprint active.
Does seem like Invictus Gaming's biggest problem, as you've highlighted, is the vision. There's not any clear character that can step forward and
it's
stop.
Tough to take
TA, I suppose. They could also just run Lone Druid mid and just pick something else.
At least for them, Liquid it doesn't either have any vision heroes right now, except for the bear.
So Templar. Somebody get pipe would be nice, right?
So right now, what's Invictus' path to victory? Merlini, what's your assessment?
They just need to stop Faceless Void from getting Chronosphere off of team fights. They have really strong team fight. They just need to make sure that Faceless Void doesn't get a good Chronosphere.
Lo único que le puede sacar el escudo muy rápido es la ulti del
mid off to a good start. If it's Lone Druid versus it's going to be a wash. But if it's a weak, someone like a weak laner that they can take advantage of, I think like TA they could actually take advantage of with the Earth Spirit, then it's a snowball OP.
Ahora se puso serio.
They go to big like Jug. Jug's also pretty safe here. I think he wants magic immunity. He's pretty good versus Shaker Disruptor Spirit. Lina.
Probably see Shadow Blades from both Lina and Shaker at some point throughout this game, and that's going to be really important to find pickoffs on Team Liquid, because right now I think in a 5-on-5 setting, I think Liquid has a pretty major advantage, especially once they get BKBs.
So at this point, Team Liquid, you'll note IG actually was almost out of reserve time, but Team Liquid has been pretty scrappy with their time management up to this point. Been talking a lot about the Invoker pick for Miracle, but of course that was the last ban for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, you want something that's going to match up well against this Lina. I'm not totally
the benefits of having last pick now, that they can actually use the time to pick something that's good against Lina, and they're going to know that the Earth Spirit is probably going to be around mid as well.
Who do you think are some absolute bad players to Team Liquid? We have an Ember Spirit, a signature hero for Miracle.
Oh, wow.
That's tough.
I wonder if Ember Spirit will go mid. It doesn't seem like the best matchup versus Lina, but...
Ember really needs a way to remove the silence from Earth Spirit. Otherwise, if he goes in and he gets silence, he's going to die straight away.
Well, there is huge team fight potential on both sides with Earthshaker's entire suite of abilities, Sven's Cleave, but also Ancient Apparition's Ultimate, and Faceless Void's Chronosphere. Who will come out on top? It's Game 3, the final match of our first best-of-3. Take it away, casters.
That's right, Lumi. A clash of titans here, going the distance to start off
un intermedio entre la
day
Templar
one
y
of
la
the International
Queen. Tiene daño, mucho daño en early.
Winner of this match,
mucho
already
daño
guaranteed
y tiene
$1 million. But it's not about that. It's about winning TI. These teams are teams that could go all the way, and you can tell they're confident going into this game. You wouldn't even realize what's at stake.
El problema
mind control yawning,
el Disruptor se convea bien con el
You gotta love
Ember.
that Liquid seem relaxed and are having a good time. How do you feel these two teams are going to match up?
I think it's much closer than a lot of people anticipated. You know, started the day, a lot of people said 2-0 Team Liquid or maybe 2-1 Team Liquid, but throughout both of these games, we saw IG as the underdog coming in here, giving Team Liquid a run for their money. And like you mentioned, I believe in last game, you know, Team Liquid is a team that has always made it relatively far in deep tournaments. They have made it to the major finals multiple
had
times.
not gone all the way.
They need that big win.
They rarely get knocked. That monkey. With that said,
this game just through execution, so no draft advantage either way. I feel like it is a little bit harder to play ISU draft. They don't have the Vision heroes. Now they have 2 heroes they need to lock down. They need to kill the Void and they need to kill the Ember. And without Vision, sometimes it's just tough to get the jump that you want.
So walk me through each team's path to victory. Like, what is the most likely or kind of ideal way that, you know, IG could go to win this game, or that Liquid would be able to pull off the reverse comeback here?
I think for Team Liquid, you make sure you have a good lanes. They have good heroes for that. The Lone Druid versus the Shaker matchup, I think that's a free matchup for Matumba Man. He'll walk all over that Earthshaker. Likewise, though, I think Lina is advantage in the mid lane, but it looks like both teams are making the correct rotations. It's going to be Matumba Man mid versus the Lina, like the panel pointed out. And then it's going to be Ember Spirit going up to the bottom lane against the Shaker. So back to the point. Team Liquid, good lanes for them, and they should do fine. Whereas I think IG, not only do they need a good lane stage of their own, they also need to get good, quick blink daggers on both Sven and Shaker. And in the team fights, they need to make sure that Chrono doesn't come out or Ember doesn't like stun 2 to 3 heroes in every single team fight. That's a lot to ask for IG.
Yeah, I'm hearing the list of conditions continue to kind of mount up as far as what they have to do to actually win fights. So let's get down to the lanes now and down to business. Game 3 has begun as the horn blows. The teams enter the field of battle. Winner of this with the top 6. Matumbaman going for the creep block mid now. So, and this is one thing that Liquid really do exceptionally well, I think, with the Lone Druid is they're so versatile with the way they can lane it. We have seen Matumbaman go mid, Miracle to the safe lane, and I think specifically this hero, but we've also even seen the Broodmother surprise 5th pick go mid. I think that's something that a lot of other teams have not shown in the group stage, that willingness to mix up the lanes and put their, their superstar mid player into a side lane.
I think the Broodmother moving forward, I think teams are going to be more and more prepared for that, as you saw here, IG banning out Brood multiple games. So I'm not sure if other teams will be surprised by that, but like you're right, it's definitely a trick that could pull out anytime they deem it's necessary.
And it shouldn't be too much of a surprise because they have done it a lot already, but still something that can keep you a bit off guard and minimize your chance of running away with the lanes. We do see both supports here duking it out in the river.
A ver, voy a desactivar esto un toque porque...
Up there in your eyes.
I think it's pretty even as well. Mind Control technically should survive, but there's also Glimpse for him to worry about, so he could definitely die there. And of course Shaker, we've definitely seen him die a couple times in the lane.
Oh, big roll in from Baboka, just by Matumbaman. Trying to pressure him early. OP does not have a point on the stun just yet, so it's mostly just a harassment roll as they are setting up here on Liquid. GH wants to go. Also only level 1, but a crush into a cold feed into a Searing Chains could be first blood if GH commits. No dire vision of this, but the spidey senses are certainly tingling right now.
Yep. It's also hard to make a successful dive under the tower without losing one of your heroes, should the tower oblige and help out XSS.
Baboka continues to roam. He is going to snag an Invis Rune. No Radiant Vision of this grab either. Can he get the Courier snipe? Oh man. Hide little thing. Hide little bug.
You would think this thing would go extinct by now, given how many times was hunted last time.
If I get bought as a courier against Baboka, I'm feeling pretty sad.
Oh, he's rolling in. Baboka, please!
And he does it again! Baboka, the magician!
How do you even see the courier?
How does he know?
Saw over the cliff.
It's not just that, it's the willingness to go for that play. Yeah. Too. Like, I want to say Baboka might have the highest courier snipe rate of anyone at this tournament.
For sure.
I'd be curious to hear the stats on it. It certainly feels like it from watching the guy. So early first blood drawn in a rather unconventional way as IG will get off to a decent gold lead on the back of that. As far as the lanes go, I mean, these lanes are actually turning out pretty well for them early on.
Yeah.
Mind Control being bullied top fairly heavily, and Q actually saving a skill point here. Does have the Glimpse, but still only level 1.
Yeah, level 1 Glimpse is very short cast range.
Once you get level 2, you can threaten the Void. Like in that situation, it might be a possible kill if there's a follow-up stun or silence. The bottom lane is probably the slight surprise here, or this Earthshaker. You know, we have seen this in the 1v1
he might die here though.
Oh, this could be the real first blood. Chains to start, follow up from Kuro, Crush comes through, and well, gets off a great fissure, but Great ain't gonna get the job done. Miracle drawing the first blood, and meanwhile in the mid lane, Baboka having a fish again with the roll, but Matumbaman definitely dodges it.
Yeah, you were saying that, you know, the Shaker is perhaps getting a little bit more than he should, and I think that's more because GH is focusing, you know, his attention to the mid lane. XSS now giving up the first blood. Liquid's lanes do a lot better as they get more level. Miracle, of course, picking like level 4 or 5 is crucial. In the mid lane, once Matumbaman gets his level 5, I think he could start solo bullying OP, should he be able to get those entangling roots.
Yeah, I do want to point out Baboka, he's been busy, and not just with sniping couriers, does stack up the Ancients here early, and with the Sven, that will be very important. Seems to have good timing on a lot of his rotations, one of the hallmarks of a grade 4 position. But perhaps more importantly here for Liquid, when we look at their draft, the one area where I see a bit of weakness is they don't take objectives that well except for the lone druid. So even though they get this kill bottom, like they can't really hit the tower at all. Not true for IG. They have the Lina, they have the Earthshaker totem, and they have the Spin. 3 heroes that can hit towers hard. So while Liquid can maybe steal Roche rapidly with the Slardar, at least in this early stage, they won't be able to punish towers the same way.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those games where the fights decide it all, and that's probably one of the most entertaining way to watch Dota. It's going to be very different from the game we just saw, where one team just runs straight at you and just take your Raxes.
So many big team fight ults. Like,
yeah. Oh, it's going to be a beautiful game to watch.
Wombo combo doesn't even begin to describe it.
All right, the bear comes in. It's called El Doge. Just want to point that out.
It's a strange-looking bear.
Or panda.
Or Doge, I should say.
One thing I do want to mention is that both Q as well as Boboka are on some of their most signature heroes. Before Boboka was known for his, you know, Monkey King as well as Ricky, he made a name for himself in China playing Earth Spirit. Of course, that was at a time where Earth Spirit was, you know, much stronger of a hero.
Basically, like the best 4 positions were all the best Earth Spirit players back.
Exactly. Yeah. And then Q also has some lightning fast reflexes on his, you know, static storms as well as flames. So I expect big things coming out from them.
It's such a crucial game for the Disruptor as well, like up against Void and Ember. If he has a good game, it's going to be really hard for those 2 heroes to have an impact.
Oh yeah, we're going to see a great dance between the glimpse of Q as well as, you know, Sleight of Fist as well as Fire Remnant dodges for Ember Spirit. Miracle's definitely a player that could pull those kind of dodges off.
Of course, for Liquid, they also don't have the best saves. Like, they have Chronosphere, the Ember has defensive tools, but on his own, you know, inherently he's not that good against the Static Storm and potentially that Silence, as OP is being pressured a bit mid. We can see Kuroki creeping in, but they do have vision of this. OP going to try to usher those illusions away.
Yeah, the saves are going to be mostly coming in from the heroes' innate abilities, using the time walk to run away or just fire them out.
And item.
Lo único que necesita es un rod, es un maldito rod.
Cold Feet not going to take in. Able to just walk away. Kuro taking the tower. They'll need to juggle this aggro. Boboka looking for the punish, then they wrangle him back. Ice Cream is a nice afternoon treat here for IG. A bear kill as well. GH. Okay.
Oh, por Dios, cómo le resté eso.
Alright. No way to punish this. The Glimpse on cooldown, a very long cooldown at these early first few levels, but look at the money shrine. IG, they're going to be enjoying this regen. All the while, Burning is farming. He looks to make the move. The Echo Slam.
Oh my god.
XXS finds the solo kill on GH.
I don't think GH expected that. The skill build that XSS is showing, he's
max
got 1
Aftershock.
Yeah, he's got 1 point in Fissure, max Aftershock, and he went in and just got absolutely slammed.
IG having a solid start here. Again, Ancients were stacked. They've been a bit of a point of contention as Liquid dropped an Observer Ward down previously to try and keep traps on them. Did get dewarded.
Top lane, they're going to go for Kuroki. There is the backstab coming in from Boboka. They have Glimpse available as well. They will cast it.
There's a Chrono though. Does Mind Control want to take this fight? There's no backup coming. At least for now, it seems he'll get that clean kill. Now Mind Control walks away. Another these supports are starting to stack them up. The silence is there. One more.
Bien.
Control.
Justito la varita.
Away at the final moment and in the mid lane, the dive on OP. Remnant commitment Miracle.
Vamos.
Making his own
Es
rotation.
esa
So a core finally going down now. A big kill for Liquid.
A lot of trading involved, and in terms of who's coming out ahead of all of these trades, I think it's XSS. He gets the free lane to farm, and once he gets the Blink Dagger, especially with the build that he currently has, I feel like some of the even more elusive hero, like, you know, your Ember Spirit, your Void, I think they're going to have trouble surviving.
He has 53 CS in the off lane, and they've been ganking him. XXS is crushing this game right now.
Remember, LD, the way that he played last game, at least for the first half, he was just
Mind Control might be caught out here. Big catch for Liquid, looking for the bashes. Now the bubble deployed. Huge commitment, allowing GH to hit him. I don't know if it's
He's still alive, though.
Burning with the Ward Drive, finally.
Good bash, good bash.
Goes down.
It was very important for Mind Control to get those bashes in because the Warcry was out, and a lot of the physical damage is mitigated.
Almost all of it at this stage, with like very little in the way of damage items.
Time Lock, however, does give you magical damage on bashes, so does have that little bit of nice synergy with Ice Vortex coming out from the A as well later on, but important there for that kill.
Burning goes down. Of course, like, killing Sven here there is not a showstopper. This is a hero that will catch up quickly if given any sort of room to breathe, and they did have to commit the chrono. So I don't think IG are overly upset about that. Now they're going to make the top lane. Silence and Mind Control, trying to bring down the Void. He's showed. He doesn't score yet, though. Mind Control gets up the time walking in the mid lane. A huge team fight breaking out. Q with the glimpse stack, trying to keep Miracle away, but he's going to go down. Mind Control got out of there, away to safety. And IG get outmaneuvered, and now with the bear in position, they can begin their siege on mid. XXS has the Echo. He drops it on the Slardar. He gets off the follow-up.
Where's the vision? They can't see him.
Have OP with the Laguna, and the vision already rearing its ugly head is a bit of a concern here for IG.
Yeah, they committed a lot. The Echo Slam has a fairly long cooldown, and I think XSS is just about to pick up his Blink weapon.
Blink has a Blink there that is so bad for Liquid, but Liquid choosing their spots well for now.
Yeah.
I
was just talking about the way that XSS is playstyle. He loves to sit in the trees and hunt for kills, and Shaker's probably the best hero.
They're looking for KuroKy bottom lane. If they can just get this glimpse. It's only level 2 though. He's one creep away from 5, so doesn't have the range.
I think what we're seeing right now is IG supports are really struggling levels. Like you said, Q just hit the level 5. Had he had the glimpse earlier, he would have gotten the kill on the Ancient Apparition. And remember, the 2 ganks in a row that Boboka has started on the Faceless Void, he just needed like half a second extra on a stun or a silence. Well, you'll get that half second if you're higher level, and unfortunately he's only level 4, still roaming around.
So how do Liquid look to transition? They've had a solid save of the laning stage here these last couple minutes. Yeah, the courier got sniped, or Shaker's gotten allowed, but they're ahead now. They get the Midas on Matumba Man.
It's a shame.
What's next for them? Do they just look to take it slow and farm? Do you see a ramp up in the pressure? What's the gameplay?
I think the ability to ramp up in pressure is definitely there for Team Liquid. Remember the way that game 1 that the AA was played by IG? Whenever they have Flaming Lasso with a Bat Rider, they went for a kill. Same story here. Miracle would jump in with the Sleight of Fist and Searing Chains combo. Ice Blast will come in. Or you could start things off with Chronosphere. They have a lot of ways to play this. And you just keep pressuring IG, and you make sure that the Lina doesn't get farmed, Sven doesn't get as farmed as he will be.
They're also about to open up the map here. Mind Control just slowly working on this tier 1 top. That's nearly dead. The mid tower's been brought low as well. And Mind Control for the last hit. Void not really known as a heavy pushing off laner, but you abandon the lane, leave it empty, and go to farm the neutral stacks as Burning. You do open that lane up.
Yeah, it's currently very dangerous for IG heroes to be alone, and that's why you can see them clumping in and packets of 2s and 3s. But if you do that, you will start losing on farm and towers across the map.
XXS could.
He needs a +1.
Open this game up. He's got the Echo ready. Mind Control doesn't have raindrops, but I think with a +1, like you said, he's killable. But meanwhile, bottom lane Q in danger, brought down. They're going to look for the trade top. Mind Control any second. Starting with the Fissure, they want to save that Echo Slam if possible with the silence coming through. No, they have to commit it, and they will score the kill.
Bueno, pero gastaron todo.
Won't have the burst with those raindrops to save it, but definitely worth it here.
Whoa, still very, like you said, very important kill. Gotta stop that Void. But they are losing a lot of heroes to this Ember Spirit. One thing I like to see from IG is to start setting up smoke ganks with your Disruptor. Disruptor having Static Storm means you have an ability to actually kill the Ember Spirit as well as the Faceless Void over and over again. And they definitely have the burst damage to back it up. You got the Shaker, Echo Slam, you got the OP, Laguna Blade.
There's been rather quiet action. I don't think we've seen a Laguna Blade yet this game. The one opportunity mid, but they didn't have the vision. Now Liquid smoking up, Mind Control, moving to the east and looking for the jump. Miracle can start the party, get off the chains of Burning, Remnant forward, commitment from him.
No.
Liquid, oh, those reactions, a thing of beauty as they go down to make
¿Cómo entraron en la ulti del GH? Hijos de puta. Era buena, pero entraron en la ulti del Ruta. Era crono rápida.
You called it, Lumi. Q, lightning fast reflexes. We're gonna watch it one more time. He might be an older guy, but look at this. As soon as they jump in, bang. And that's all she wrote.
The stun also came out from Burning there, which ensured that, well, they were held in position a bit longer, taking that extra damage. Then the Fissure finishes all fleeing heroes. IG, just such good coordination in these fights.
Instead of losing your Burning carry, they get 4 kills. Think of how big that is for the game. IG bought themselves, a minute or two of free farm just from that as well. A lot of times when we talk about Dota, it's a very strategic game, but
Disruptor
that is instinct that you saw. Just a single player with a technical play, turning the tide of the whole game. Sick play.
That is going to open up the map. Now IG start to get some extra tools. Burning completes his Blink Dagger. He wants to go straight into the BKB after this. Knows there's so much magic damage on Liquid. Even the Lone Druid, the Void, you kind of think of them as right-click heroes, but with, you know, between the Bash and the Radiance, they're very heavily magic damage focused. So this BKB could be a game changer.
Yeah, the beauty of Team Liquid's draft is they got both. You know, you talked about the magic side of it. Of course, they got the corrosive haze as well to amp up the physical side.
They have the root, they do have the bashes.
Yeah.
They're not all in on one type of damage or control. IG are looking to make a move. I'm not sure if this burning Blink has been scouted, but in any case, they have that good long-range initiation, mind control. In danger now, could be caught out. Who's going to jump first? Oh, rolling forward, but Boca trying to scout, but they don't have the vision. They still get off the silent. And now the Static Storm, Laguna raining in the pain. They get the kill.
Just like how GH was public enemy #1 last game, the ship has...
now mid, Echo, Fisher, see ya, Miracle.
Solo.
XXS, what a performance it has been. 3-1-2 in the off lane, fourth highest in net worth, often up against a duel, a tri-lane. Every gank has been on point.
Yeah, his tanking was absolutely amazing last game though, too, even though they lost the game, so.
It was really the only reason why they were in the game.
Sure.
Like, Riki killed a couple couriers, but as far as hero kills, as far as map, like actual team fights, he was all they had. GH, uh-oh. This is dicey. Now getting scouted out, but Focus there as well. Gets up the silence, rolling through. GH easily juking him.
Yeah, quick
swift sidestep from him.
And back they go. Probably need to pop the Shrine for mana if they want to go for more.
How do you see these teams matching up going later, Lou? Because it seems like both teams, their cores are farming quite well, especially IG. Bloodstone completed on OP now. The Sven's going towards the BKB as mentioned. Meanwhile, I guess Miracle a bit under farm, but obviously
Kick coming in, finding himself 1 kill, and now it's going to be Glimpse coming back. He jumps away!
A little bit early. IG didn't have that crucial silence.
Están poniendo juego la habilidad.
Still on cooldown, and a bit overeager. Yeah, how do you see these teams matching up now that the cores are starting to get their farm?
The game plan remains the same for IG. You gotta find the Void and you gotta kill him before that fight happens. The problem is it gets harder and harder as the Void itemizes. He's going for a straight up BKB after the Master Madness. You rarely see that from a Faceless Void. And he could even pick up a Lincoln Sphere, because all I think he needs to do in this game is just land a good Chronosphere. Because his team will take care of it in the damage department. Ice Blast, you could dump it in.
Ember Spirit,
triple Remnant. Yeah,
heavy nuke damage, plus you've got the Ice Vortex, so...
I guess the lack of synergy between the bear build that the Matumba Man's going for with the Chronosphere is...
Yeah, they're not really the best natural friends. Obviously, the Lone Druid gives you that ability to take a tower now that he's farmed.
Well, that's why the panel was discussing that maybe the Lone Druid goes for range form build this game.
That was what we saw that out of Arteezy in the group stage. Actually worked very well.
Yeah. Matumba Man really is known for his like bear build. He likes to, or he likes El Doge. You know, he micros well.
Feed your panda.
And they like to push. You know, Team Liquid coming in today. One of the things we talk about is that they're pushing lineup. Definitely one of the better pushing builds.
XXS marching in again under cover of smoke. IG could be caught off guard because Liquid are coming from the rear. Up the ramp, Miracle's gonna break that smoke, but already the trap's been sprung. They lock onto Matumba Man, they commit heavily. Nothing damaging, but mind control is there. Trying to save the day, doesn't matter. Magnetize will finish him off, and now he's on the run, surging forward. Miracle tries to get the damage out, but still this Void stays alive on the other side of the fight. KuroKy manages to get a double kill, finishes off lane support. The chaotic fight favoring Liquid. Make it 3 for them, but now the Sweat looks to get in. The crush is timely. Kuro's in trouble, being kited. XXS puts a dagger through the heart of Liquid, finds that crucial kill. The totems are coming. Burning if he has mana for a stun. It could be more. Miracle on the run
now. They don't have stun anymore on Sven. Yeah, it's not a matter.
That'll be it. Yeah, so
fight's over.
Pretty back and forth exchange there.
The critical thing for me in that team fight is that Chronosphere was able to get cast. Great Ice Blast coming out here from KuroKy on the second half of the fight. And more importantly, OP was the first person to die, or one of the first few people to die, and as a result, he cannot collect all of the Bloodstone charge. In fact, he gave up a lot of Bloodstone charge. We're going to see this team fight one more time, but notice on the south half of the team fight, the Ice Blast is going to hit on multiple heroes, and that made it super hard for for IG to actually connect on the rest of the fight.
Yeah, Mind Control barely missing the Lina there. I believe Matumba dies anyway, but yeah, potentially they can kill that Lina a bit earlier in the fight. And it just shows you Liquid are very reliant on a good chrono, especially, I guess it changes a little now because GH does have this blink, but still, ideally you'd like this Void to be getting 3-4 heroes in upcoming fights, and it's tough until he gets the BKB. There's a lot of silences, a lot of chain stun, a lot of ways to interrupt that jump.
I mean, just the physical damage as well, right? We saw he turned on the Mask of Madness and he just ate like an enchant totem hit, and it's like, oh my god, half his HP just like went away. So,
and that's, you know, you don't even have to really build damage as the Earthshaker. That's just something you get naturally.
Con toda la diferencia de TF y kills que tiene,
que tienen
they
group up behind the bear. The Radiance is online. This is the time for them to take objectives.
Se nota el carácter de la partida, se nota que tiene mucho más
poder. As I say that, it is en route. This could also be a game changer. Might encourage IG to fight again. Burning, moving through the base, not detected as of yet.
In terms of the answer to the BKB Sven, they still have the Chronosphere. They could still get El Doge rooting him. So, not exactly something you could count on, but it's there for Team Liquid.
Killing him, though, becomes a real problem if that BKB is active.
Especially if he has War Cry turned on, then it makes Corrosive Haze.
Physical damage definitely lacking at this stage, something Liquid will undoubtedly get more of as the game draws later. There is a dire scan, scouting out their trees. Won't find anything.
At the same time, though, there's a lot of pressure for IG to actually win those fights with the BKB. You know, as the game moves on, the BKB charge timer gets lower and lower, and suddenly the Burning Sven going from a very dangerous hero to something like, yeah, we're going to just kite you the second.
IG looking to spring a trap. They know that Liquid are in their jungle because they're not showing bottom. So they leave Burning to hopefully take that tier 1. The rest of the team setting up behind OP to protect him. It looks like IG take the tower down. Burning blinking in. 3 slices, down it goes.
They see Miracle top, they want it.
Back
Blink
up.
Angle Slam.
Where's the chrono? Mind Control's there, he catches them, but too late. Miracle's down and now GH gets set. Oh, this is not good for Mind Control. Meet the cleaver, Burning makes it 3.
Looks like Matumba Man was able to run down Q. On the bear, there's nothing much that the Disruptor would defend himself. But great team fight here. Chronosphere just wasn't too late. Unfortunately, also catching the Slaughter in the Chronosphere, and Lina says, alright, fish on a skewer, easy kills.
That type of fight is borderline disastrous for Liquid. It's one thing to lose the heroes, but to commit the chrono and then still lose 2 cores like that, those fights will really cost them. This next minute and a half, 2 minutes or so, IG can just really farm out the map, get their next round of items. OP has picked up the Yule Scepter, Burning, now 1,300 gold to go with that BKB. Already Earthshaker, XXS closing in on a Shadow Blade.
Yep.
Which is going to make an already very impoverished Kuroki that much poorer, and where they haven't had to worry about that Ricky scouting them out, suddenly it's like a pseudo-vision hero. You know, you can run around in Viz and potentially catch Liquid a bit off guard.
The cool thing for IG in that last fight is that due to the nature of the fight, Sven didn't even have to use the BKB. So that's just another fight that you're just like, freebie, don't need a BKB. I'm going to be that much more effective going deeper into the game. So IG looking pretty well right now, but...
How do you feel about this from Matumba Man? Gets the kind of late Mask of Madness after the Radiance Might on the bear. Is this a tell that Liquid feel like pressured right now to...
Well, hold on, thought it's going to be the initiation again. The chain stun's going to be there, and IG just dominates them.
No sé si van a poder hacerlo.
And now GH whipping his own crush.
Porque gastó BKB, gastó ulti.
Getting forced back, though they did commit the BKB. Do they still want to fight? This Void could have buyback for all they know.
Every time that IG gets such a key pick-off on the Void, they feel like they should get something out of it, but with the Sven BKB down, they don't feel confident enough to walk up to the high ground to get the tower, nor do they feel strong enough to go into the Roshan pit.
They're playing it very patiently. XXS now Shadow Blade complete, a second one, as mentioned by the panel, likely to be the case, is being built. OP half the Glimpse there, and now the Glimpse. They're going to catch up Matumba Man. This is a fight Liquid must take. The Void's got
Savage Roar
a respawn soon, but doesn't matter. XXS already gets the job done. He will pay with his life, ending an unstoppable streak, but he just spent his gold. got that Shadow Blade, got the crucial lone Druid kill. Liquid now, how do they respond? Chrono's online. What do they think about the Roche? But the lone Druid is dead for 40, so not really a lineup that's great at taking it without him.
Without him, I mean, even though with Kuro's case, it's not enough. Maybe Void could help out a little bit, but that's it. And now faces Void, instead of going for the BKB that he's queued up for a long time,
Diffusal.
What do you think about this? I feel like the BKB was more or less the right choice. It seems like with him going for Diffusal Blade and Matumbaman going for the Mask of Madness, Team Liquid believes that they don't have enough damage going into the mid-late game. And they might be correct in that assumption, but at the same time, if you just get initiated and you don't have BKB to back you up, then you also don't have enough damage, right?
There's so much chain stun on IG that I do feel if this Void ever gets jumped, he's not going to get to press the BKB. And he's the save, right? Like, so he's the one that you know, he can't save himself when he's chain stunned. So in that sense, perhaps it's understandable for mind control. Sure. Ideally, you want the BKB, but also if you BKB and they can just run away, maybe you don't have that great gap close. So.
Yeah, it's really
it's a rock and hard place. I don't think the BKB would be bad necessarily, but I can also understand where it's not the most appealing item. Here comes the smoke. OP out in front. They're gonna make the
por Dios!
What an anticipation play! Oh, that hurts now. GH on the run. Magnified bringing him low. He goes down. Miracle next. Pulled back in. Zippity doo dah. See you later. But now IG. They turn their attention towards this tower and XXS. Oh, again. The totem again. IG, they're not just getting the one kill, Lumi, they're getting the follow-ups. They are running roughshot over Liquid. This has to be a real concern that Liquid they have a double damage for this
Roshan. You know, OP just wanted to get extra attack speed by stunning the ground in front of the tower, and then they just, the Void jumps in. The Void thought he had a good Chronosphere, and he got absolutely wrecked by that random LSA. You say prediction, but I think he just wanted the attack speed, man.
In any case, it hurts. That is for damn sure. Liquid.
Off of that one random LSA, they got 4 kills, tier 1 tower, and the Aegis.
Again, fight after fight, and now we'll see it once more that IG getting the jump. It was such a big discussion point on the panel. Like, oh, this Void can't get the jump. They have to be able to stop him. If he gets a good chrono, it's over for IG, but it just hasn't happened.
Have we seen a good chrono?
We saw one decent one top, but they still managed to get kills.
It's on the hunt.
A lot of pressure on mind control, whereas IG, it feels like many players stepping up. XXS getting jumps, huge clutch static storm from Q. OP with what you'd say a very lucky stun into the trees. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
You know, the silences to initiate. IG have a lot of ways to start fights. I don't really feel like Liquid do. You don't really want to initiate with Miracle, and even if you do, the chains are not that scary on their own. Slardar blinks in and crushes, he's likely going to die before he gets out, so...
I think the most impressive...
A ton of pressure on this Void.
The most impressive thing is that IG is doing it without any heroes. Like, they don't see the Void coming in, or they have to like...
Double Shadow Blade, Lumi, that's your vision.
I mean, okay, I guess that's one way to do it. Like, if you get to download this replay and watch it from IG's perspective, and the fact that they don't have as much vision as what you're seeing right now, it's just mind-blowing, mind-numbing how good these guys are. And now they are on the hunt. XSS in this up as always.
Smoked up XXS, as you mentioned, the man in front, Liquid, farming up the Ancients. Mind control just needed, but now might get caught. There's the roll, the fissure comes through, the chain stun not there, pushed away. The time walk back to safety.
A rare miss from IG. So far, every time we've seen them lead with a stun, they generally finish.
But the thing is, like, Liquid aren't confident to counterplay, and they're really starting to slip here in the damage and net worth department. Burning's now completed a Crystalist, grabs the Hyperstone. Daedalus not too far off after that for him, and again, an aggressive foray into the Liquid territory. They might catch one, and Matu is there. The hits just keep on coming. Liquid are starting to crumble on the big stage.
The problem here for Team Liquid right now is that Void is the save, but IG has so much burst damage that by the time that the Void could react, likely your players are already dead. You know, when you have Laguna Blade, when you have Burning coming up with big...
Ahí están peleando. Mostrame la puta que te parió. Bien, 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 bien. No tiré la ulti.
No. Light Ball. Burning there, looking for the cleanup. 3 go down. Even when they try to Chrono, it ends up haunting them.
And now Chrono's down. If you're IG, you're like, okay, let's just get an objective.
I mean, end of the day, it's a lone druid in melee form. It's 4 melee heroes with a void. It's not the easiest game to find good Chronos.
Yeah. Also, I feel like Miracle has unable to really, like, the fact that he's worried about getting killed so much that he's unable to freely go for solo kills of his own. That's generally one of the strengths of Ember Spirit. In fact, looks like he's going to get solo killed here again. Do they have enough? Oh boy, you bet they do.
IG making it look easy.
Jago
cheering themselves on, and somewhere ROTK likely smiling for his old friend Burning. They are close, Lumi. This game is quickly slipping out of hand. So I think it's time we ask ourselves, how do Liquid get back in the game?
Still same game plan. You need to get that Chronosphere. Like, Team Liquid to me needs to be on the offensive for once. Remember that smoke play they went down and unfortunately the Q Static Storm just got him? Remember when Mind Control jumped in looking for the 3-man Chronosphere and OP just got him? I feel like a lot of these are just very unlucky breaks for Team Liquid, but the plan remains the same. You have to go in, you have to be on the offensive, you have to land that Chronosphere. And make it happen. But
again, Mind Control is poor. Like as far as items go, he doesn't have a whole lot of options here. But if the Chrono is that important, it feels like it'll be harder to get one without either the BKB or a Blink Dagger, a Shadow Blade. So commonly big pickups on Void.
Yeah.
Part of it is just a raw numbers game where in a better game, if those fights have gone differently, he has that mobility item, he maybe has the BKB or the defusal as well. But again, bottom, they jump in. This time they're ganking El Bear. And now they might give him a Tumba Man as well. He's in the trees. Can Q find him in time? No. He will make it out.
Kinetic Field does give vision.
How much does this Bear really offer going later, though? It's one of the knocks on Lone Druid as a carry. He is very timing based in melee form, especially against heavy physical damage, which IG have in spades, both the Lina and the Sven.
I think the timing is gone for the Bear to be really super effective. I mean, one way to play it in the scenario that Team Liquid is in, you could get an Aghanim Scepter on the Bear and start relying on split push. But as we saw there, IG has no problem just ganking the Bear.
They have double Shadow Blade, they have a Force Staff, they have a BOTs on the Lina.
Oh, yeah, they could,
like they have mobility to hunt that Bear.
Yeah.
And they have multiple heroes who can kill it or at least force it away. But here comes Liquid on the smoke. Burning would be a huge catch, but the smoke breaks up. Hill, Burning gets away. He's still got the BKB ready. Do they commit? Liquid, no, this is a bad idea. Back over there. Now the Yule Scepter trying to buy time. One stun and he is done for. Chewing through him with the sword. Now the Echo Slam. The follow-up's there. XXS again delivers and now onto Matumba. Mind Control in. Mind Control dead. No solutions. No hope. Glimpse on back. Make it for Invictus Gaming. Absolutely slaughtering Liquid. Kuro likely the last man down. Make it 5. IG on the cusp, on the verge, top 6.
You could truly tell that IG are just super comfortable with these heroes. Some of these are their most played hero. Q has an 100% win rate with Disruptor so far in the tournament. I know some of our panel boys don't like statistics, but this is a good time to talk about him. Bobo got 80% win rate on the Earth Spirit in 5 games. And now we're going to watch this team fight one more time. Just look for XSS's positioning. He is cutting off the backliners, making sure that they can't do anything.
Interrupting the follow-up to the Chrono, which
Lo bueno que es una partida que va a tardar en terminar.
At that point.
Todo puede
Not
pasar.
once have they started the
Pero
fight
no
with
está
the Chrono into a
Liquid
crush,
de
into an
ninguna
Ice Blast, into an early Ember kill. They're
Están
always
jugando
playing
mal,
from
esa es la
behind,
apuesta.
and
GH está
Matumba
errando
Man
tunes.
scratching his head now.
Matumba Man no está haciendo una
How
mierda.
can the
Mira que
sailor in another life take the ship back out and find a safer harbor for the team? It is. The map is just getting very, very claustrophobic now, Lumi. Liquid have lost most of their outer towers. Anyone who's caught is basically just done for. Yeah, you've got the Yule Scepter, but they have so much chain stun, so much disable that you drop the Static Storm and there's just no solution for Miracle to get out. There's no solution for the Void without the BKB. And that's just the Disruptor. We've seen multiple Earthshaker solo kills. Those only get easier as the game goes along.
Sí, el Shaker
IG continue their surge forward and they're going to find Miracle.
Ay,
Close
casi.
call. Up to the high ground.
Casi te murió la puta que te parió.
Not going to blindly blink up that hill, though he could. Now instead going to retreat towards the top lane. IG keeping the lane shoved in, knowing the next Roche could be nigh.
Yeah, I think at this point, Team Liquid needs a mistake from IG, and that's never really a good position to be in, especially on the last game of the best of 3 series, where they are that far behind.
Salí de ahí,
However,
Void,
if IG
por
does
favor.
commit a huge blunder.
Echo. Oh, he does it again.
All right, well, there's no mistakes to be had for IG. Like
11, 2, and 8 in the off lane against the duel. They got to try lane. They need that Void. He doesn't have buyback. Burning is chewing through Liquid. And more damage piles up. Now the bear, Panda down. They're already endangered. Burning, have mercy. But Poca says no mercy for you. This is our game for the taking. That happened indeed, and slicing forward carves up the AA. 4 dead again. Invictus Gaming prevailing here in a way they haven't NTI in a long, long time. Still a ways to go, but Liquid are about to be sent packing to the lower bracket.
What an upset. Team Liquid, the team that a lot of people thought would win the whole tournament, they chose IG as their opponent for this winner bracket, and IG just coming in strong. I mean, I thought it was going to be 2-1 Liquid. I was with everyone else.
A variety of picks, a bunch of different approaches to the game. We saw in game 1 heavy emphasis on vision. I think we've seen probably like 15 to 20
No le salió ni una TF,
different
ni una.
looks from IG over the course of
El
this
Void
tournament.
siempre
They are
muriendo
not
solo.
afraid to mix
¿Cuánto
it
va el
up.
Void?
And they're very deep as
0-10
far as hero
va el
pool
Void.
goes and seem to be getting deeper as the tournament goes along.
Yeah.
So Liquid are now kind of left scrambling to figure out how to adjust.
The knock against IG coming into this tournament was that, they've been failing a little bit in the last couple of events. People have been calling them a one-patch team. Ice Rock has nerfed them. But coming in strong here, showing that they are not a one-patch team. They could do a lot more than that.
Well, maybe they're a 2-patch team.
Well, this is the right patch to be on if you're a 2-patch team, because they are winning right now.
Daedalus complete. Even the Disruptor casually piling in the items, grabbing the Solar Crest. So now you've got Burning strutting around with 47 armor, BKB, and that's not even counting the Solar Crest being thrown on him. Gets basically unkillable, and that is before this Roche falls. Aegis and chance to be claimed. It'll be a desperation fight. Liquid need a miracle, and I don't mean the player. I mean the hero moment. Like I don't even know what that would be, Lumi. Like perfect chrono, perfect ice blast, triple remnant. That probably doesn't even bring some of these carries down to half HP.
At this point, I don't think a good chrono is, enough.
You really do need IG to blunder in a major way.
You need IG to chase into the tier 4, chase into the fountain.
Use those buybacks, multiple hero crushes, some timely bashes, some huge rolls of the dice.
Just like I was listing out a lot of conditions for IG, now there's even more conditions for Team Liquid to actually, stay in this game.
And that's it. That's if IG even take risks about it. They're not right now. OP TP'd home. He pushes out the bottom lane. They don't want to give Liquid that freedom to try and split push to maybe red it out a little bit. They are going to keep these lanes shoved in. They are going to continue farming, and there's another concern for Liquid. IG have more room to scale. Lina can still get bigger. Your Sven is closing in on his level 25 talent. These supports have room to grow. Even the Shaker could get more items. And all these heroes scale pretty well. So I don't even feel like you can say if you're Liquid, well, IG are on a timer. Time is our ally.
I mean, Sven as a hero does kind of go down in terms of effectiveness because, as the game goes on, people buy more Force Staffs to counter that. But because Team Liquid is so poor, I'm not even worried about Burning.
It's like if there is a timer, it's been the hourglass has been put on its side. There's no flowing one way or the other. Now IG, they commit for the siege. All 3 lanes pushing in. They started with the crush. They'll need a lot more than that. Ice Blast coming through. Burning shrugging it off. The Shivas ushering Liquid away. And with the Ice Blast down, IG
Just wait for this next wave. You know they're gonna come swinging. Yep, XXS.
Notice how they don't jump in. Notice how when the creep wave dies, they back off. There's just super methodical.
And now, potentially decisive. Birdie does get stunned up. He's still got the BKB. The bear works on him, but the bear gets stunned. Controlled. OP pumping in the damage.
Wow, lo que saca el oso. Bien,
This is
le
what
sacaron
happens. This is what happens when you
ojo el
jump in.
shaker.
All they have to do is hit the building.
Now the chrono.
Bien, bien, bien. Están vivos. El Void no tiene que morir. Salta.
IG are giving the business to Liquid now. They do force them back, but everybody's healthy. They need more damage. Where's it going to come from? If Birdie never gets a hit, that's all she wrote for Liquid. Miracle stun one. Dead for sure. Ice Blast. Ice Blast is there. They do get one. That's a punch on deny. They don't even get the kill. Buyback again. All 5 dead, and they're still trying to fight. Liquid are down. They're now a corpse that's being punched, kicked, and about to be put 6 feet under. IG have the buybacks if they need them. They've got the damage. They've got the control. The position is theirs. The game is theirs. The series is theirs. And top 6 is theirs.
Wow. Burning one step closer to that. Oh, there's a pause. One step closer to that TI champion that he so deserves as a player.
I don't know if anyone has been
Oh my
looking for
God,
that championship
no.
longer. It's a very short list.
No importa,
But
no
IG,
importa, no
they're
importa.
not there yet. A fantastic showing. Liquid, not quite a match for them. But we have seen this team can be scrappy, and they still have the lower bracket where they can look to bounce back.
The most...
Shit. Me cago en Dios.
Liquid now down to the lower bracket. Invictus Gaming into the top 6.
Absolute domination in that last game. IG played phenomenally. In particular, XXS was insane throughout the entire game, getting kill after kill early game, getting amazing echo slams, getting great chain stuns. He was the MVP for me.
He had a fantastic early game, and I think everyone was pretty surprised at how great of a start he was off to. And Shaker's, one of the best heroes in the meta right now, and this game proves it. He dominated.
At the same time, I think Liquid kind of picked into it. Like, they picked an Ember that's going to be against the Shaker on the lane, and as well as Shaker can get the lane back with his Fissure. So I don't know if Ember really was the best hero to draft. They probably needed something to be able to shut him down a bit.
They picked both Void and Ember, 2 heroes that rely on their mobility throughout the game, and Shaker's got tons of lockdown, and they built Disruptor, Earth Spirit, tons of stuns, Silence, Sven stun, Lina stun. It was impossible for Miracle and Mind Control to really do too much.
Do you have any other hero suggestions for what they could have picked in the safe lane?
I don't know about hero suggestions, but I really would have enjoyed them picking a Vision hero, finding something, giving them some more information for Void to actually get a good Chronosphere. A lot of fights he was forced to kind of make some really difficult initiation, and it led to him dying a lot of times before he was even able to get Chronosphere off.
And Emmer was also forced to get the Yule Scepter, and that is not really something you want to buy that early, like in a game.
And honestly, there were a lot of huge plays that happened in that game, particularly Disruptor, and I'm really excited to hear Kevin's breakdown. Kevin, what the hell happened? How did that game go so well for IG?
It really was a story of XXS. He was the crucial hero in the laning stage a little bit, and definitely transitioned well into team fights. And the important part was really how the lanes matched up. If we take a look at the draft really quick, it's an offlane Earthshaker, and to deal with that, Liquid had a Ember Spirit as well as an Ancient Apparition. And Slardar was usually busy in the mid lane because he was trying to make sure that the Earth Spirit didn't bully his lone Druid too much, because it would have made the lane really hard. So what was really crucial that started off the game is that AA didn't feel very comfortable actually zoning out the Earthshaker, who's usually coming down this way, and then the Ember Spirit's over here. So AA just basically started by pulling, and because of that, it allowed Earthshaker by himself versus an Ember to easily make sure the lane went this way. And in the moment when the lane was actually pushing up towards the north, and AA was about to do a pull over here, all he had to do was pretty much show up and drop a little fissure to block off the creep so that the big massive creeps ended up pushing into him, and he ended up getting a very fast level 3 by like 2 minutes, which is insane for the offlane. And you pretty much saw the results of this. He just continued to get kills throughout the early game. This is 12 minutes. He's already got a Blink Dagger, and because of this, he shuts down Mind Control on the Faces Void. This is not the only one. Pretty much every clip that I took was always XXS jumping in first. So the laning stage that provided him this big advantage was always what started the fights for IG, which always gave them the big upper edge advantage against Liquid when it shouldn't have been like that. It should have been Chronospheres, Ice Blasts, and other heroes initiating to give Liquid the edge. But instead, it was just XXS, solo killing cores all game.
I gotta say, it was unbelievable how few Chronos did anything at all that game. Typically when Faceless Void hits level 6, we start to see a steady pace of pickoffs happening throughout the game, and there was never really a good opportunity.
There was one, but then he got stunned by Alina stun. That was just to scout into the jungle, so that was a bit unlucky for them. But
he also had that Chrono top where he chronoed Ember and Slardar, and they all just died. That was not good.
Now we see that IG has stepped into round 3 in the upper bracket. This will put them in a nice, comfortable position.
How many bracket predictions are ruined now?
A ton.
Yeah,
that was a big upset for me. I genuinely thought Liquid was a much better team than what they showed today.
It must feel quite bad for Liquid, who actually wins the group stage, and then they get down to the low bracket straight away.
Yep. Now you got to battle and try and get out of top 12. Move on to the 8.
I think it's just a really important thing to note about tournament mentality. I mean, getting into the top is great. I mean, it's a really important thing to do. You want to do well in your group. You want to be in the winner's bracket. But there's the idea of that specific preparation for the game at hand. And I feel like that really shone through in Game 1. And in particular, just the beautiful coordination in Game 3. I think that only once or twice did it seem like IG was engaging in a fight alone. Every single instance of a Team Liquid player being caught out, there were 2, 3, or even the entire team of IG there to answer.
That's a trademark of their team and some of their some of the teams that play similarly to them, like LGD and LGDFY, that are like always there for the fights. No man left behind.
So what do you think would have been the big play to change the outcome for Team Liquid? What should have been their path to victory in that game?
I mean, as we saw, as Purge showed, it was the Shaker that did basically everything for them during the game. So they needed to shut him down more than they did, like getting that early dagger to get the kill on the Void. So Void doesn't have a good game. It really does a lot.
Something happened in the safe lane for Liquid, which I wasn't sure about. I don't think the camera caught it, but they had like a triple Archer wave very, very early on, and Shaker was level 4 even before Miracle was. So he just something happened, like maybe Kuro pulled and did a single pull where they got like a double wave, and
I think it was the thing that Purge showed that he was like blocking the wave, so he couldn't.
My bad.
Go to the hard hard camp, but yeah.
That was when he was level 2 though. He got level 2.
Yeah, that was early.
Easily. I'm not exactly sure what happened.
It was more times maybe.
Yeah, Fogged and I were talking about there, like, how is Shaker having such an amazing start when he was just left totally alone?
And he was dealing so much damage early game. Every time he got a kill, I was sort of taken aback because he killed so fast that the camera would pan to a corpse of a Team Liquid player.
GH was coming in from behind, and then he echo slammed and killed him straight away. It was
that was a demoralizing death for sure.
That hurt a little bit.
He's like Miracle.
Sí, ahora sí, mira, Liquid pasó a lower bracket, va a tener que jugar en las perdedores. Y capaz que más igual va a llegar a la final, va a ganar el torneo.
As a player in mid, whether things went right or wrong for him.
Igual arriba, en la winner bracket quedan todos re poderosos.
Matoma Man had a pretty good game overall. It's just there wasn't any follow-up from his teammates.
The thing that he just has to do is to get his Radiance, and then they take team fights with the Radiance and try to move on from that. But it just felt that they were behind from the Shaker again. Early on,
me siento como brasilero el día del 7-1. Puta madre.
Qué zarpado,
for them, except the long I think he had quite a good game, to be honest.
It was a weird synergy,
le doy acá a la derecha a Purge, que el MVP, boludo, fue el off de... Sí, no, o sea, en la serie en general, boludo. El offlaner jugó muy zarpado, boludo. Con el Bat Rider jugó muy bien. Con el Sun King también jugó muy bien, aunque tiene una ulti a la nada. Fueron 3 partidas muy buenas.
Sí, pero en la primera no, en la primera fue Boboska el que jugó mejor.
No, ese Boboca es un santiagueño, boludo. Fue a buscar la cabrita todo el día, boludo.
Todo el tiempo.
Yo si tengo que jugar con ese chaval no compro Curio directamente. Muy hijo de puta, boludo. Pero, ¿cuántos courier mató? 5 en la serie.
Sí, la primera como 5. Ah, en total sí, como 5.
O sea, en las 3 partidas mató un mínimo de 5 veces el courier. Y es mucho, boludo. En la primera partida también lo mató muchas veces. Mató 2 o 3 veces más o menos. 3 creo.
Ahí tiene foto, está cosa.
¿Está quién?
Se sacó una foto con Action Slack, con Ser Action Slack.
A ver, no.
O sea, no se sacó una foto, pero está cerca. Está haciendo fila para sacarse foto.
Y ahora ese gordo tiene una pinta de chabón recopado, ¿viste?
Es recopado el chabón. Es una masa.
Literalmente, boludo. Es una masa gigante, boludo. Igual lo que tiene,
es real.
Lo que tiene de grandote lo tiene de buen tipo, por eso.
No, sí, es re buen tipo. Es un cago de risa. No le importa hacer ridículo con tal de hacer reír. Ahora vamos a ver este video.
No, es el PC Gaming de Ice Ice Ice.
People don't expect him to be there.
Someone that will upset the whole team and that will make everyone go like, wow, these guys did something spectacular.
Era de un equipo.
Sí, de OG.
Ah, sí. Tienes razón.
For the team that's going as a dark horse, it's an advantage, for sure.
The thing is, nobody's looking at you, even though you're the one that has a really good idea how to beat this tournament.
They just enjoy game after game, whereas other teams, they're like thinking about all the pressure or what's at stake.
大家都看好的情况下，其实压力是挺大的。如果有一场表现不好，或者说最后的成绩不好，整个心态不一样嘛，会比较容易崩溃吧，我觉得。
Maybe OG felt the pressure. That's why we lost against TNC.
We had played TNC before, many times, and there was no doubt in our mind and in their minds also that we were the better team. But they have this fire going for them.
Igual, o sea, como te dije en un principio, para mí
it's really scary to play these teams because they have nothing to lose.
Equipos que tendrían que estar en la final era OG, Liquid o Virtus Pro.
No, pero LGD y eso están jugando re zarpado.
Sí, no, LGD, yo te juro que no le tenía tanta fe, porque viste que siempre LGD como que fantasmea un poco.
Mucho, pero ahora están re zarpados. Encima tienen una estrategia para todos.
Sí, no, LGD Young Forever está para mí muy por arriba del rendimiento de todos los equipos y es como que da mucho miedo. Aunque OG se puso a jugar serio posta en la última partida y lo arruinó.
Por eso EG es el único que puede vencer a los chinos y después EG pierde contra Liquid o contra OG o contra BP también. Por eso está bueno que EG empiece a ganar arriba y después que llegue a la final no importa, pierde.
Sí, porque lo tiene artífico. Es como el fear nuestro.
Ahí vengo, voy al baño.
That made them believe that a core hero was a core, when in fact it was a support all along.
DC went on like one of those crazy OG loser bracket win streaks. Once a team gets in the booth and they get used to the feeling of winning, it's kind of hard to stop them.
These kind of teams, they have a flow going on. It's something very unique and they just roll throughout the tournament.
像 CDC 这支队伍的话，我觉得它是历届所有就是 TI 系列赛中，我觉得是最大的一匹黑马，因为他们是从外卡赛杀进来的一支亚军队伍，并且这支队伍的5个人全是第一次打 TI。
They struggled in the wild cards. They did. They almost didn't make it.
We did play them even 1 month before TI, and you know we just beat the crap out of them. And then 1 month later, they go to the international and they beat the crap out of everyone else.
Winter's curse from Q demolishes 2 more. I don't know how, but they must. CDEC again and again with the upsets.
They just caught every team off guard. And I think that's just like a perfect definition of what a dark horse is. I think every year there's been an underdog that has impressed me.
one of the really hard-working teams from the Open Qualifiers just seems to surprise everyone. So,
igual el torneo es bueno, boludo, no. Soy fan de Liquid y todo, pero están jugando como la concha de la lora. Lo que jugaron esos chinos no tiene nombre, boludo.
No, lo que jugó el offlaner, boludo, lo que jugó, ¿cómo es?
Sí, cuando le cayó por primera vez el Slardar, le cayó el Slardar y lo mató.
Parecía que lo hubiese tirado una ulti y una línea de Lion al mismo tiempo, boludo, explotó.
Mal, boludo, explotó mal.
No, boludo, posta que... Yo me quedé dormido cuando estaban drafteando, viste, en el segundo game. Y después me desperté y lo vi entero y fue como que Burning no supo qué hacer. En esa partida es como que se quedó muy desconcertado. Porque no sabía si entrar a pelear o farmear. Y se decidió lo último por farmear. Y ahí le hizo mal. O sea, yo creo que si sacaba un BKB o un Madness, la partida hubiese sido otra cosa.
O sea, ahí le están haciendo una entrevista en Victus.
Boludo, ¿viste? ¿A qué?
Sí.
Boludo, tiene una cara de asesino el chabón.
Mal. ¿Viste cuando mira la cámara? Re creepy.
Sí, mal, boludo.
计划就是看他们之前打过的一些比赛。
La voy a traducir en chino, Dice, la verdad que ganamos de pedo porque Liquid es superior a nosotros, pero yo uso cheats. Y los cheats me ayudaron mucho a ganar porque tengo el cheat de visión. Ese me deja ver todo lo que hacen, dónde están, tengo MH.
Our plan was obviously to take a look at the strategies and plans that they'd used before, and then based on that we devise our own heroes and lineups. And obviously I can't share too many details with you because we still have matches to play going forward. But yeah, basically we studied them very thoroughly and we crafted our own plan and used that to take us forward.
Fair enough. So decisive games for games 1 and 3. What happened in game 2, and what did you say to your team when you went backstage before entering in game 3 to change things around?
Le preguntó si en China comen, es verdad que comen perros. Y él le está diciendo, devolveme la ropa que te presté el otro día cuando fuimos, me tuve que poner este saco, me queda muy mal. Vos tenés que pensar en mí. Cuando yo te preste la ropa me la tenés que devolver. Y él dice, me lo voy a seguir hablando del MH que instalé ayer, anda muy bien, por eso le ganamos a Miracle. Si no es imposible, porque es el mejor jugador del mundo. Y nosotros somos unos chinos que no los conoce nadie. Pero bueno, tiene MH, tengo wall para disparar a través de las paredes. Ah, es cierto que esto no es el counter. Bueno, no importa.
I reminded them before the first match that no matter what happens, this is
forro
the
no me quiere devolver la ropa, le voy a romper la cabeza. Si no me la devuelve, le parto la cabeza con una piedra y después me voy corriendo para allá o para allá, no sé. Depende, si escapo para este lado, capaz que me agarran. No sé, porque soy muy gordo.
Next up, you're going to be facing either EG or Newbie. You were captain of CDDC back in TI5 when you faced EG in the grand finals. I want to know what your thoughts are about the chance to face EG once again, and I don't know if it's a little bit of revenge or how you might be approaching that.
Te va a sangrar la cabeza o siempre te va a explotar. Dale, gordo, devolverme la ropa porque yo no quiero andar así vestido. Y ahí le estoy diciendo que es un hijo de puta. Que lo odia, que le va a agarrar las bolas y se la va a arrancar. Bueno, voy a seguir hablando, que a mí mi juego favorito en realidad es el LOL y es mejor que el Dota, así que hay que jugar LOL y desinstalen esta mierda. Y mira que es, no sé, todos los fanáticos de América son unos forros. Así que nada, si me caigo me
muero. As far as teams go, you've got to treat all your opponents the same.
Igual, boludo, le acaba de ganar al Liquid. Por lo menos sonreí un poco, chino hijo de puta, boludo. Parece.
Estaban re contentos.
Caramelo te va a decir en cualquier momento, boludo. Joder de puta.
Dame el micrófono, hijo de puta, le dice. Ahora bueno, gracias por venir, te dije que te mueras. Por favor, morite, ok. Dale, porque te odio. Aguante Liquid.
Thank you, Casey, and of course, thank you, Q. What incredible first game, and of course.
Pero no ves, boludo, tiene una cara de ojete, parece que se lo hubiese muerto la madre, boludo.
Sí. Mirá, que mira la cámara y me da miedo, boludo. Te voy a matar, sí, con mi mirada. Eje. Ahí está, mirá.
Sí.
A la Akbar. Artisi.
Lax salió de Crystal Maiden, boludo.
Qué capo. Sai. El orejón. Ahí está el Moisey.
Escrito, boludo, no. Posta, boludo.
Zai is adorable, Merlini, but who's going to be the key players to look for?
Y Usa le ponen, boludo. El Chan es un talibán, hijo de puta, boludo.
I was admiring his main team. I think he was
sí, boludo, es un tirabomba, boludo. Tiene que estar jugando Tichi, boludo, Sumail.
He was complaining about that for a while.
Of course, their big star player, Sumail, and going up against Evil Geniuses will be also former TI champions.
Igual, Sumail se merece los 10k y no Artici, boludo. Contra Newbie.
A ver. Ah, mira. Fight bien. Este chabón juega re bien, boludo. Caca. Es una caca, pero juega re bien.
Fight está hace muchísimos años, boludo, en la escena profesional.
Sí, es un nene, boludo.
Jugador de...
Movie. Este es nuevo, Movie. No lo conocía yo.
Capi también. Es australiano, boludo.
Now, Newbie was famous for their unbelievably swift win when they were able to pull off the
Me suena uno de los chinos de CDC, pero no, nada que ver.
Like now?
I think they're one of the most different.
Que después del International que se dio en segundos, no los vi más a los de
SCC. They really built around him and.
Va, Aggressive lo vi jugar en otro equipo.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when I was first getting into Dota, you know, names like Sumail and Miracle and SCC are these mid-laners who are just absolutely dominant, who seem to get this insane amount of gold advantage early on. I'm curious, how do you wind up building around that kind of player?
Los peronistas van a jugar más tarde, creo, contra OG.
Can take him one-on-one. I think it was very evident in TI5. There was no one in the middle.
Ahora déjame escuchar lo que están diciendo
got destroyed every single matchup, and the only one that was there was Maybe, and now you actually have a second player, SCCC, who solo kills him a few times, which is pretty much
siguen hablando de la partida anterior.
At least in the most recent memory.
Que el Shaker hizo toda la partida, se llevó muchas kills solo y es la verdad.
For me, I think Kaka is a
yo no quiero decir nada, pero medio que Liquid no se esforzó al 100%, ¿no?
So I really
capaz que quería bajar al lower bracket, ¿no?
I don't think they're gonna do it, but
¿sabes que a mí me dejó una ligera impresión que Liquid salió un poquito agrandado, capaz? O sea,
sí, también.
Jugó al mismo nivel que jugó la fase de grupos. Y G salió y se los comió crudo, literalmente.
He's the guy who's 0-15 with Phoenix.
It's like, yeah, it's pretty good, right? No, but then it's this like skill builds, what is going, and then to understand when he's doing that skill build and why. Because otherwise you can see always doing this and it's doing that maybe.
Mal, boludo, una cara de pervertido.
You can maximize.
Es vos Patiño.
Maybe not the first skill, but
no, es el hermano, boludo.
Choose to put two skills into it, and you can put one into it, and you can focus on the sun ray and on the fire spirit. So,
well, I feel like in terms of edges, there's a number of different ways to evaluate where a team is managing to find them. There's the idea of making really huge plays. There's the idea of having small efficiencies in terms of optimization builds. Where do you feel like the edges are for each team?
Wow, I'm not quite sure. Maybe someone will help me out with that question.
It's all you. No one helping. You're on your own now, Peter.
I just didn't understand what your question was. Can you rephrase it a little better for me?
What I mean is that, like, where are each of these teams going to be able to find their biggest strengths? Is it going to be in terms of just big playmaking? Is it this sort of, like, you know, clever itemization and building that Ake's been referring to?
I don't know. EG's been playing like a pretty fluid drafting style where they oftentimes slot support heroes and they turn them into cores, or they turn the cores into supports at the end. So I think if Newbie has a good grasp of how EG is drafting, they might be able to keep up in terms of strategy. I know Newbie has been doing, they're like one of the teams that I compare to EG, so they've been doing similar things as well. So it'll be interesting between how they set up their lanes.
What EG has been doing that I haven't seen so many other teams do is that they go for heavy push lineups. They have their Prophet on the off lane, they have the Visage carry, and they had like in some of the games as well, like a lot of summons and just push the towers early. And it's something that have been working for them as well, but not other teams use it so much.
It's been really remarkable to see how fast they are at killing, especially tier 1 towers, where there will be a little bit of rotation from the enemy team and suddenly, boom, there's 4 EG heroes all right there, all in perfect coordination, take the tower down. It feels like teams don't even have the opportunity to react.
I do feel like EG has how they want to play figured out, which I think is really, really important before you come to a major tournament like this. Especially being in the winners bracket, you just kind of want to stick with what got you there. And I think they're in a great position to do that.
Now, in the group stages did get third at 11-5, but Newbie got second with the same record of 11-5. The only person able to best Newbie in Group B was the outstanding LFY with their 14-2 record. And I'm wondering if there's any standout moments from you in that group stage phase for Newbie.
For Newbie?
Yeah.
Let's see, I'm trying to remember back maybe a game that I saw of theirs.
I can't think of any specifically. Then it's more, EG that stood out for me with the Visage carry.
Yeah. I mean, EG is definitely, I don't want to keep coming back to EG, but gosh, their drafting was so interesting to watch in every single game. I mean, the fact that Earthshaker mid for Sumail was such a common pickup, and regularly after 3 or 4 picks, it seemed like I had no idea who was going to be who. Mirana could be Universe, Mirana could be Sumail. We saw Enchantress run on Zai, we saw Enchantress run on Universe.
The Batrider is also very often picked up by EG, like fast, maybe even first pick, and they actually put it on crit some of the times, which is also something we haven't seen many other teams do, to have it on support.
They have support Naga, they've had mid Pugna.
They like to pick 2 heroes like first that can be like both core and support. And that's very important to be successful.
This is true for just specifically EG, across the entire pattern that we're seeing at TI.
I think more and more teams are doing it, but I think EG did it the most, I would say, in the first.
I think they had it figured out before they came here, and then a lot of other teams are learning and adapting to what EG is doing.
Do you feel like that's risky? I mean, Aki, you've been at a number of TIs. In terms of what you're preparing for going into the tournament versus what you're seeing evolve and bake out of the meta, how do you weigh which one against each other? You don't want to give up what you've already planned for.
You like really don't want to copy other teams because they probably know it better than you do. So the best plan would probably be to keep on doing what you've been doing, but maybe adjust it a bit according to what the other.
I think the best thing you can do is really analyze an opposing team and learn why they do what they do, and then. You know, say like, oh, EG's doing this because they're, it's allowing them to win games through X and Y ways. And then say, how are we using that style of play in order to win ourselves?
Yeah, I mean, what are some examples of that maybe you've experienced in your competitive history where you're looking at a team, you're seeing a pattern, you don't upend your strategy, you shift it slightly?
Es que tu micrófono es muy zarpado y toma el audio del auricular, ¿entendés?
Claro, y eso yo le subí el rango. A ver, having 2 initiators, having Universe and Zai both playing heroes that go blink and have stuns and disables, I think has gone really well for them. And when they don't have that, they've been able to put Universe on like a Mirana or a Furion, which allows like that right-click DPS damage, and then Sumail will play a Puck or an Earthshaker mid to make up for that lack of control that they lose.
We've seen both of these teams very interested in picking up Lycan regularly. In terms of this draft, obviously only one team can manage to snatch that pick. Is this going to be a critical key pick for one team to grab early?
I think it's higher for
priority for EG. I think that's a hero that RTZ
a ver, hablemos al mismo tiempo.
really likes right now, and it's a hero he's
No, está perfecto, boludo. Está perfecto.
And when your best heroes are popular,
¿dónde lo pusiste?
That's what
feels really nice.
That's how you know you're doing good.
I think heroes that's more priority is Puck.
Subo más,
both teams play
yo directamente no me escucho, yo no te puedo hablar.
4 or 5 of the heroes, or 4 or 5 of the
Está yendo perfecto.
play Puck.
Por fin.
Don't actually see that. Usually Puck's just straight banned.
Uy, boludo, me estoy cagando de calor.
The BO3 all.
Sí, no, hay mucha humedad, que va a llover,
would expect maybe similar things here. I think Nyx will probably see a little bit more priority.
Yeah, I'm really curious because we've been talking about teams and their personalities and heroes that are fitting the specific players, but in terms of just the heroes, Nyx Assassin obviously has been a huge pick and a huge ban throughout here. We haven't even seen him yet today. How does that factor into this sort of matchup? Is it the sort of thing that players you'd expect them to just continue to stick to the same format they've been doing?
I don't think that last BO3 is going to have any impact on this upcoming BO3. I don't think like they were watching those games and learning really anything from it. I think they probably had their plans figured out last night, hopefully, and have come in today.
Theory?
Yeah, in theory, they came in today with a game plan and a strategy that they're going to stick to.
Nyx is also a hero that have been played a lot before, so if the teams are going to know how to counter it and play with it.
Nyx presence. and they will be prepared for it.
Shaker parece un perrito.
A lot different in this
no lo vi.
The last matchup we saw.
Like, el tío y el Kunka durmiendo juntitos son geniales, boludo.
Isn't like particularly good versus either of these heroes, where I think the pool of mid heroes that we see in this game is going to be much different.
Talk to me about those pools. Who are you expecting to see in mid lane?
Puck, if it's not banned, surely maybe a lot more Queen of Pain.
Dice que van a ver una Queen of Pain, un Puck,
Spirit, just these more flashy heroes that take a lot more farm, and the team doesn't revolve around them as much. Like Alchemist is like the hero all 9 heroes in the game are focusing on.
It's a total gravity well. Everything gets bent around the fact that there's an Alchemist.
Viste, pasa siempre lo mismo en todos los International. El Alchemist no está en meta y en el con el International lo piquean, boludo, siempre.
Pasa que es un héroe que puede, por más que esté fuera de meta, tiene el...
Siempre, lo del oro lo va a tener siempre.
Sí.
I know he's got like this great personality, and he's just
a real
dedicated winner.
Le metieron un sablazo en la cabeza, boludo, y le quedó una relínea, boludo.
No sabemos a qué hora juega Infamous, chicos. No sé, no tengo la menor idea.
O sea,
ahora, de acá a 3 horas va a jugar recién, está esto, el BO3 de este. De acá a 3 horas. Y después empiezan los BO1. Supongo que ahí va a jugar. Dentro de 3 horas, supongo que empieza un BO1 y capaz que empieza el de Infamous. Así que
en teoría
no se sabe, nadie sabe.
Parece tercero Infamous contra G.
Entonces no, entonces va a jugar Real anoche.
O capaz que hoy juega nada más el upper bracket porque después tiene que jugar LGD y después Virtus Pro. Y Virtus Pro tiene una partida por delante que si la llega a sacar adelante Virtus Pro...
No, creo que hoy jugaban 2 BO3 del upper bracket y todos los BO1. Y mañana jugaban los otros.
Puede ser, porque Virtus Pro...
Así decía la agenda.
Puede ser que después de esta partida empiecen los BO1.
Ajá. O sea, dentro de 3 horas empiezan los BO1. Y después de ahí le tiene que tocar a Infamous, así que no sabemos. A ver.
Evil
Geniuses
versus New B. Game 1.
I'm so happy we don't have to talk about the
Universe. Está todo despeinado, Universe.
We just get to look at the draft.
It's the best part.
That is the best part.
Uy, acá se descontrola toda la gente, boludo.
Yeah, it's really great. It's like, you know, it's like watching the new episode of your favorite TV show.
Some people aren't a fan of drafts, but I like it.
Uy.
I get to analyze teams and
bueno,
ya salió una Mirana, banearon al Puck, banearon al Shaker, banearon al Nix y banearon al Lich.
Watch out for that Universe Void coming right around.
Qué bronca, cómo perdió Liquid, la concha de la lora. Igual yo tengo esperanza, va a ganar el International, estoy seguro. Y por abajo va a ser más fácil.
Shaker bans from Newbie and then Nix Lich from EG. Wisp still in the pool.
Ojalá que Infamous le gane a OG.
Don't really mind playing against too much. They've let it through.
Entonces Infamous contra Liquid pierden contra el mejor y Liquid avanza.
Of course, a notable pickup based on exactly what you were saying earlier. That EG likes to pick characters that
tiene por delante al ganador de Team Secret contra Execration.
Sean, you gotta calm heroes, man.
Ajá.
You're giving me a panic
attack. O sea, ahí no es una pelea.
Might as well just call them champions at this point.
Más o menos. Hay que ver cómo
pero es un BO1, Es un BO1 o no.
Me parece que es un BO3.
Siren, the anti-team fight hero.
Es complicado por el hecho de que no sabemos cómo va a salir a jugar ninguno de los dos equipos. Y Execration le ganó muy fácil a OG el otro día.
Players are very talented. They can definitely land that combination.
O sea, no hay que confiar. Igual, LGM versus Virtus Pro, boludo. Yo quiero que...
Esa partida va a ser zarpada, boludo. Puede ser muy brutal para el Virtus Pro. Encima, Virtus Pro está entre los favoritos también. Puede llegar a ganar el International. Y sí, pero si le gana el LGD, es como tirar a un titán, ¿entendés?
Sí, no. Tiene uno de los pesos pesados, porque venía
mal.
Muy bien, estuvo peleándole a Liquid la cabeza de serie todo el tiempo.
Y juega mejor que OG. En las Majors perdieron de casualidad, fue por suerte. Porque ellos la cagaron, ¿entendés? Pero juegan mejor que OG.
In the last game,
o sea,
he usually just waited for the opponent to use some heavy ultimates and then sleep and reset the fight and then arrow and then take the fight.
Definitely.
Sí, con Liquid están ahí jugando
casi igual.
Pero si los borra, yo tengo la esperanza de que Virtus Pro lo borre a los LGD o EG los borre a los LGD.
Igual una final, o sea, de la upper bracket, es que versus Virtus Pro hermoso, boludo. Hermoso.
Sí, algo así.
No me puedo quejar.
No, igual yo prefiero que... no sé, porque quiero que los chinos se queden afuera, boludo.
Sí, yo también, boludo. Yo no quiero que gane otro chino.
Yeah, they're worried about the push.
Claro, por eso, pero si mandás así a lower bracket y arriba queda solamente los poderosos y abajo queda Liquid solo, Liquid va a tener que pelear contra LGD, contra Forever Young, contra todos, ¿entendés? Y va a quedar un chino sí o sí. Entonces es preferible que gane arriba y que baje EG y que baje Virtus Pro también, ¿entendés? Entonces se van eliminando los chinos y abajo queda ponerle finalista Liquid o Virtus Pro y arriba EG solo, ¿entendés? Entonces la final sería EG Liquid, ponele. O EG Virtus Pro. Está bien, pero que no quede ningún chino, ¿entendés?
Lots of disable, lots of team fights. Very hard to split push and run away from the disruptor. Your best bet is to go into the enemy team. So EG might want to pick up a little bit more team fight to bolster their lineup.
Mañana va a jugar
in
terms
of that team fight, are you thinking someone like a Faceless Void?
Void's okay. I would really like somebody that can build a BKB from their side. Venomancer.
Venomancer.
Okay.
Awesome. I have no clue how to think of Venomancer in a lineup. Ake, hit me with it.
Well, he can be both support and he can be on the lane. He can be mid and safe lane.
Visage, right? For RTZ here?
They could. I think Venomancer is usually safe lane now because he can bully out an offlaner very, very easily. So they might go for that.
Summons. Summons have been Venomancer's bane. So Furion, Broodmother, Visage. Those are my favorite three right now. What do you think, Ben?
All sounds pretty good. Think about if Naga Siren is going to just be like a medic this game. I think like a Scepter pipe. I don't know. I haven't seen the Scepter too much, but I think it could be pretty good versus lineup.
You know, Merlini, we talked a little bit about, Mirana having a lot of possibilities and how she can be played. How do you think she'll wind up fitting into the EG lineup?
Likely core. I don't know, they don't really have any setup for her right now.
I think so too, that's a core.
Igual,
but
Liquid no la tiene
I mean, they could still go Naga.
Va a tener que...
Right, Peter?
They could.
Pelear mucho.
I would be
la tenían para mí más fácil con el upper bracket.
Probably not.
Directamente.
Sai has been playing the Naga before, so.
You don't want to see hour-long games?
I just want to see EG win, I'm very biased caster up here. And, my best interest.
No problem. Got no shame. Wear it proudly.
All's well. Bleed blue. We got a lot of EG fans here today, I think. I can them out here. Impressive stuff in there, guys.
Well, hey, now it's my turn to pander. Any newbie fans in the audience?
Just?
Sí, pero estoy escribiendo.
Good job.
China shows up for this tournament.
Me voy a comprar el suéter ese que se va a comprar Valentina del Tide, porque yo soy gordito y con el suéter del Tide va a quedar re más, ¿entendés?
I believe so.
I believe it was.
Ojalá pudiera tener uno del Ursa, o no sé, algo de un osito, un Storm, no sé.
El sombrerito del Storm.
I like seeing him get played.
Nah,
really
no puedo salir ningún lado con
They
eso.
have the Kunkka as well for X-Torrent into Arrow, so they have a lot of Arrow setups, so Abaddon really fits newbie.
There's the Furion, so that's Universe Furion, Sumail Mirana, probably Zainaga, Crit Kunkka, last pick RTZ hero. Getting some summons for that Venomancer that we talked about. I like that a lot.
Could be the Visage then, because they ban on Drow.
Yeah, Drow banned. They could still do the Visage. I'm still a fan.
So in terms of looking at the lineups right now, how would you evaluate newbie as a team?
Lots of team fight and a pretty decent amount of catch with Sand King and Disruptor.
Fairly weak. El enigma de player.
Need some weight up too. Yeah, definitely want to get some ultimates. They're a bit weak to BKBs, but EG's cores aren't.
They're not very. Yeah.
No, ¿qué pasó?
And now the final pick for Evil Geniuses is Timbersaw.
Oh,
looks like a good OD game. I like OD here.
Now
versus Summons, which he's weak versus.
This is what I'm talking about, where I look at this lineup and it just takes me a minute to figure out who the hell is playing who.
I think, well, we'll see what newbie decides to go mid. That'll definitely decide who takes the Timbersaw. It's going to be Sumail and Arteezy on the Timbersaw and Mirana. And if newbie picks a melee hero for mid, then I imagine Sumail will take that Timbersaw to the mid lane.
So, Aka, again, I'd want to ask the same question. How do you evaluate Evil Genius's team lineup as a whole? What are their strengths?
I think with the Prophet, they want to take towers early, and I think Timbersaw can work with that as well, because he's very strong earlier with his reactive armor, but they don't have as much push as they've had the other games when I watched them play with the Prophet, so we're gonna see how that works out. They usually have SPPs like Visage or some other hero as well.
Outworld
no Devour, bro.
OD game. I like that OD.
Igual me sorprende el pick del lado.
TZ on Timbersaw.
There it is. Yep. Ranged hero mid.
Wow, what an interesting lineup for this very first game between EG and Newbie. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Day 9, and indeed, Evil Geniuses versus Newbie here on day 1 of TI7. We couldn't ask for anything more, can we, Fog? This is going to be incredible.
I'm super excited. I was hoping that we'd get some like EG Newbie type of matchup in these type of upper bracket, because these two teams actually match up super well versus each other. Very similar kind of play styles.
And the picks as well as the panel says something a little different. RTZ on the Timbersaw, but what seems to be a very strong finisher from Newbie. They seem to love it. Do you like this as well? Triple C getting the OD.
Aló. Ale nos está hablando desde International directamente. ¿Cómo estás, Ale? A ver, voy a bajar el volumen de esto. ¿Cómo estás, Ale? ¿Cómo lo viviste ahí en vivo?
Terrible. El segundo game fue zarpado. Nos pasamos
mal.
Muy loco, fue muy loco. El tercero fue muy bajón. Muy bajón, todos los chinos gritando adentro y nosotros ahí en la puta que la parió, hijos de puta.
Hijos de puta, boludo.
Se escucha el comentarista tuyo de fondo, boludo.
Mal. Estamos en la pantalla
de afuera.
Estamos yendo al shop a ver qué carajo hay que va a comprar. Y tiene una pantalla gigante de afuera donde puedes ver el game.
Sí, lo vi, ese está re bueno. Para fumar porro ahí en la plaza y ver el game.
Entonces, bueno, hacemos la cola para entrar a comprar. Vemos el game antes de entrar. Igual ya estamos por entrar.
Buenísimo.
Y bueno, boludo, ahora te pones la camiseta de G, me imagino, boludo.
No, Newbie, boludo, que gane.
Tenemos muy que va a ser.
No se te escucha.
¿Se escucha o no se escucha nada?
Ahora sí, ahora sí.
Se te escucha, pero a veces medio entrecortado.
Sí, porque estamos acá con un wifi. Estamos bastante lejos.
Sí.
Ah.
Pero bueno.
¿Se lo escucha como ese re bajito de fondo?
Sí, porque no quiere hablar.
¿Por qué siempre la emoción de la vida esa, boludo?
Uf. Y nada, bueno, era más que nada para comentarles que fue zarpado el game. Una cosa loca, muy zarpado lo de acá.
Qué loco, boludo, nosotros acá sufriendo también.
Bueno, vamos a comprar un par de cositas y después seguro llegaremos al segundo game de G vs Newbie.
Dale, disfrútenlo, che.
¿Cómo?
Sí, disfrútenlo, sigan mandando fotos.
Sí, cada vez que pueda manda una fotito o algo.
Dale.
Acabo de subir una foto al Face. Uy, por abajo.
Ajá.
¿De
qué? ¿Qué pasó?
De cómo se ve de afuera.
Ah, qué loco.
Yo creo que ya te tengo en Facebook, ¿no?
Bueno, gente, nos vemos después porque si no consume trofeo.
Dale, nos vemos. Chau.
Got the stout shield block.
Nos vemos, está en Estados
Unidos. Vamos a la partida.
Yo le dije, nos vemos, está en Estados Unidos.
Great start for Universe, of course, down on that bottom lane. It's going to be paired up at the moment with Naga.
Bueno, la Fear Blood fue para.
As you mentioned, looks like EG are going to have the focus towards mid. Try and keep SCCC on his toes in this matchup against
SCC.
So we didn't get to touch much on either. EG is running the melee supports, which we've been seeing kind of rise a bit more now.
Pero quedó ahí.
It's strange, right? Like when they've had the Naga, they've been tending to have like that disruptor as the panel was mentioning. This time though, getting the Kunkka, having that big AoE kind of team fight and catch, which they were lacking. That's why they wanted having that catch, because they were lacking.
Martín con... Igual creo que lo subió a la página.
We'll be able to burn through the first shield. But again, this full lane, not a lane that I'm too used to seeing really. You know, Nature's Prophet and Naga Siren, but it seems to be doing pretty well at the moment against this solo lane KP Abaddon.
RTZ is making his journey. He has walked from the top lane all the way down to bottom. He has now arrived. So he is going to be versus that Abaddon. And they're both just about level 1. So they're going to be able to trade right clicks with each other. And University is making the adjustment. They want to have that Timber versus Abaddon matchup.
With that in mind, as KP sees it, we'll see if they themselves want to make any sort of adjustment.
Mal.
All into the setup. They're not going to follow through on it, just looking for harassment onto Samel. Didn't quite have the burrow strike back up.
They stacked the burrow and the Astral there actually by accident. They could have put a little more harass. Not a kill, but slight little miscommunication.
Me sorprende lo que farmea Sumel con la Mirana, boludo. Tiene un daño base tan choto, boludo.
No, igual es re fácil la gente con la Mirana. Tiene una flecha muy rápida.
Sí, eso está bonito.
Más rápido que la Drow,
Con el Timber, boludo. Ese pick te juro que no me lo esperaba.
No, sí está jugando esos picks raros. Timber, Visage, HC.
La Visage sí se lo he visto yo. No es la primera vez que se lo veo.
El Timber yo sí se lo conozco. Es re fruta, boludo.
It's a scary lane. Universe and Zai have to be very careful.
Uy, qué bien que te has
agarrado todo.
From Invis, Universe he's going for the TP out, but he's not going to quite make it. That'll be one. Zai will just get himself away. Mid lane, Samel and Crit at the same time, going in for harassment. But as we're seeing, this top lane tri-lane, I mean, granted, the Sand King did have an Invis, but there's definitely kill potential here for Newbie. Oh, hey, Universe! He just finds himself a freebie. KP in the jungle. I don't know if he was trying to deny himself there. It was only to the small neutrals, but it didn't work out. Universe was ready to go.
Yeah, picked up those phase boots when he TP'd back. This is scary for KP because now he doesn't really have a good place to go. Bottom lane is impossible for him to actually stand toe-to-toe with the Timber Saw.
Mira, se abrió un caminito ahí entre los árboles, ¿viste? O sea, el caminito de siempre, pero le hizo una salida, entonces puede entrar ahí. Qué piola. SSC. Ahí, o sea, ves ahí uno, mira, fíjate, ahora cuando muestra. ¿Vos estás viendo el Twitch todavía?
No, estoy viendo por Dota. Mi hermano me lo sacó se puso a cargar el parche y a la mierda de Twitch.
I mean, he's still getting the level. And as we've seen, he has died a couple of times, but you know, once he's sort of the level 4,
ese Timber se lo está violando al lado, boludo.
He should feel a little safer.
Y es un héroe de... Uy, es un héroe de Strange, boludo. No tiene mucha ventaja contra el Timber, boludo.
Oh, se murió.
No, se denegó capo, boludo.
But the pressure really being put up for KP on this bottom lane. EG
pero está tirando flecha como Valentina.
If anytime you go near the tree line, you get hit by that pure damage and the stat reduction. But yeah, he can shield it off, but it's still, yeah, that nature of the matchup is too hard when the Timber Saw is giving an advantage.
Qué buena runa que agarró,
he's got to still keep TPing down there though, so he still has to be getting that experience. His job in this game, he has to be a bit farmed, so he has to watch it.
He has to be careful there, came a little too close to the CS, and now there's the setup with the Astral Imprisonment coming in with the burst strike face there as well to join the party. We'll get the value CS on the way down with the arrow, but that will be Samel taken out. Same time though, up top, they realize that Mugi, he's left alone, and Evil Geniuses, as soon as they see an opportunity on top, they try and go for Mugi, he's just a little too big. Tango walks away.
Bueno, van re parejo, boludo.
Mugi certainly making the favorable trade there. Evil Geniuses
según esto tiene más net de coso.
Sí, tiene un poquito más de G, pero igual están muy parejos.
You know, the CS is relatively close. OD of course pulls ahead with some denies. You know, you're Astral the enemy, you get 3 last hits under it, but it's a threat. You Astral,
pues cayó el coso, el Chromecast.
Disruptor. And Newbie really needs to make sure that they do get those successful ganks because they're running an aggro tri-lane. So when you run this, your supports sometimes get under leveled. You have to make sure to distribute your experience resources properly so you don't get behind.
Look at this mid lane again, so much attention being put Universe, trying to see if he can find the position to TP in. He's playing around with it.
Kaka's there, he's set up.
He is prepared to turn if Universe does commit. And
gente por ahí dando vueltas.
Towards the top lane where hanging around there with the Nagasara. With Zai.
So we got 5 minutes, first catapult wave.
No, yo lo estoy viendo por
Dota. So now RTZ's got a full wave and a catapult.
La última si la vemos por Twitch, buscamos la parte donde aparece el Ale y lo procesemos.
Universe KP, we're going to be in trouble again. The shield's taken down They will sprout him up, trying to get RTZ in position to get the burst damage through, but as it is, right clicks, he's just doing it. KP, he's going to be going down again. The same time though in the middle.
Bueno, mataron a la Mirana. Esa rotación le costó la vida a la Mirana, así que.
Nice rotations from both teams. Universe recognizing that catapult bottom. The catapult actually dies though, so KP actually pulling them away from there lets the catapult go down and alleviates a lot of tower damage that would be coming out. But EG definitely communicating on all fronts. RTZ probably like, hey Universe, you know, catapult wave coming down, we can dive this and they do it perfectly.
For sure. I mean, we can see in the mid lane now, Crit is back there. It really feels like they need to put more into trying to protect Sumail. You know, just having some sort of torrent.
No sé cómo van a parar a ese Timber, no lo sé. Está súper hecho mierda. Súper farmeado.
No, súper hecho mierda,
no. No, claro, súper, o sea, farmeado. Está re OP. Está roto, eso quise decir.
Top lane Mugi's been contesting.
La máscara de lado, boludo, re chistoso.
Actually claimed him in the majority of it. Bit of a win coming there for him. Zai though now contesting it as well, and Zai's doing incredibly long levels. Almost arcane boots, almost level 6 on Naga. Gonna be very relevant in the next upcoming fights with that sleep for the setup.
El lava donde falta
he's back here trying to get what he can against RTZ, but he has to be so careful at this point where he's still yet to hit 6 himself.
Nobody wants to use this catapult top. They smoke up. They're trying to put the pressure on Universe and that safe lane tower. They should be able to with their timing as well, but EG seems to know something's up. They're making the rotation with Zai.
Qué buena está la base
de la torre. On Faith, so have very good catch potential. Depends how deep they want to go. Indeed, in fact, he's trapped.
What?
He's just going to set up for the kill there with the illusion block, trapping the disruptor in. So see if they can play around for more. Torrent will connect onto Kaka. We saw just there, the Riptide and the illusions. Absolutely shreds the pieces that disruptor.
No pueden parar al Timber ya. Ya entraron en el juego de G, boludo. Ya están dentro del Void.
No, tienen que poner pausa y ir y tirarle una naranja a los ciudad artística.
Tirarle jugo de limón en los ojos.
¿Qué pasa? Está acá en la mesa.
The drum now finished up. Phase drum 8 minutes. Pretty darn good.
Very good timing there for Universe. Same as well. See what the build's going to be this game from Mugi. Looks like he's eyeing up the treads into the 4-star. Just so he has that extra maneuverability, because there is a lot of catch and chase down from EG with the X marks and such. But the same certainly to be said by Newbie.
4 steps are very important in this game too, because they already have the combo from EG, you know, the land the arrows. Of course, with your Baton shields can move them, but making them further away like that. Our easy bottom looks like they're making the move for him.
He's got to get out of here.
Ahí creo que lo van a aplicar al...
Hijo de puta. Obvio, era muy obvio. Era muy obvio, boludo. Por eso lo piquearon. Porque RTZ sabe escapar con el coso. Oh, le cortaron el TP. Toma.
They have detection, says Crit.
Destroy the barracks, then get back. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Sumail here. There's still tier 1s to take down.
But that's impressive there. This is all because of how efficient Zai's being with his movements. He's level 6. If that he wasn't 6 there, that kill was not happening.
Muy bueno, muy bueno.
RTZ looking for the hood build next and such.
Definitely.
Almost then. Certainly going back for the Bloodstone afterwards.
Yeah, the hood versus like it's Sand King, Venomancer, Disruptor, it's just way too much magical damage.
See if they can get a catch up top. Does have the backup. Here we go with the glimpse back. But look, the X to X play. Sweet little play. Very, very strong to have.
Le puso el Kunka, le puso la X.
Something we've talked about in the past, but this time around it was a little bit forgotten about how powerful that X can be versus Disruptor.
Absolutely, totally destroys.
Igual la partida está cayendo
go for that glimpse play.
Pixel como no pueden escucharlo.
Essentially, a large amount of time wasted for Newbie and SCCC, who was in the neighborhood looking to get involved in the kill.
SCCC is like the big person they have to play around for the kills now. Venomancer, not really the greatest at going for these kills with everybody else now. How much escape EG really does have. The Timbersaw, Mirana, both very hard to kill heroes if they don't have that damage or that lockdown. Now they do have Disruptor 6 on Newbie, so they can respond with that Static Storm, but now EG making the move.
Oh, me moquearon por ahí.
KP is level 7 now, of course, so with the max athletic shield
and the
That's not a great place either. But now with RTZ coming in and KP
with him coming out this far, they definitely should have potential to bring him down twice. Here's the first setup from Fripp, brings him back. torrent. Borrow timeout straight away. KP, he has got back up on the way. Faith TP's in. Aquatic shield's out again. KP should be fine. Now it's Evil Geniuses that have to be careful. Faith with the glimpse back onto Chris. Trying to take this down. Can he quite close the gap to the Astral? There's going to be the torrent to create the EG jump back in. The Starstorm for Sumail. They take down KP, and they may even get more out of this as well. They walk out the Static Storm, and Evil Geniuses just turn around.
Le dieron vuelta a la pelea.
They had everything going for them there. Newbie in a place where it was a awkward place, like awkward location to fight. Arteezy able to delay it long enough for the backup to arrive.
Mirá, boludo, no pueden parar el timbre.
More than enough damage coming through.
Es que necesitan una M, boludo, para parar el
feel that they had the chance to turn it, and to be fair, it did look like they did, but as you say, Evil Genius.
Encima tienen un juego, es como que el daño mágico del Venom ya directamente no lo afecta ahora.
That gives him so many access points now into the Newbie jungle. And it makes it a bit awkward now. Newbie had to like park somebody bottom all the time to be able to deal with that push, because now Nature's Prophet has start chipping at that high tier 3 tower.
We'll see it again. And pretty much what the call here is made to turn as soon as Arteezy gets massive amounts of damage onto KP. After the borrow time wears off.
Yo sé que se le complica a Liquid, boludo, pero yo no quiero que lleguen equipos chinos a la final. Que los dos LGD son muy candidatos.
Very, very painful fight then. A little smile from Zai. It comes out. Back to work, he says, as he gets back into the game. But 8 for 3, 5k gold lead at the moment for Evil Geniuses at this very early stage.
Bueno, vamos a ver.
Super good.
Yo también tengo ganas de que llegue Virtus Pro.
Kaka now trying to find that Blink Dagger. I think if they try to
make ver cómo sea todo. Porque lo de Liquid fue sorpresa. Hay que ver si ahora no se pinchan los dos LGD y juegan peor que nosotros, boludo.
Hay que ver, por ahí los LGD juegan re mal.
¿Qué pasa?
Porque la fase de grupo es otra cosa. No todos piquean al 100%.
Bueno, y empezar.
Almost halfway there. It's going to make their timing for their push very nice. Maybe Arteezy will go for the Bloodstone and then into a pipe.
Sello de problema.
Definitely, as you mentioned earlier, the importance of going straight for them. Relatively close to having them as well, and then at least there is that little bit of potential extra save to reposition their teammates.
KP finishes up his Midas, so that you know, the little bit of desperation Midas trying to get hard start that he did have. But very deep wards coming out from EG, since they know they already claimed tier 2. They can now watch a lot of the early movements out of the base coming out from Newbie, so they will let you know. If Newbie does not smoke, they'll know a lot of where those rotations are happening.
We'll see who is the next to move. I mean, at the moment, both teams seem to be content with continuing to just farm.
Sale cara Kaka de ese
I was trying to get a net, but Kaka back.
Están redominados, boludo.
Están jugando muy atrás.
Crit draws the line.
Y no tienen
conforme cosa.
Para more on the left side of the map, because right now a lot of EG's vision is. They
don't
really have a lot of information on that left side, and he does put one down.
Encima se llegan a sacar BKB, el Disruptor pasa a hacer nada, el Sunking pasa a hacer nada,
el Venom también,
sí, Venom también.
Y ya no sé si es buen momento para el Midas del coso.
Todavía sigue con el Midas, el lado.
More, and they're also able to threaten towers.
Recién lo tiene.
If Newbie have blink on Snake, and yet they're 400 short, so
Minuto 15.
Very difficult.
Oh, mira la flecha que se pone.
Ah,
justo lo durmió y no le pegó al torrent.
Oh, no, Gengi lo encerró.
Oh, contra combo. Bien, 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 bien. Bueno, no, al Timber no lo pueden matar. La cagaron. Ese combo no sirve, boludo. No sirve porque si no cortás la ulti granada como la hizo ahí, no le pega al barco, ¿entendés? Y si lo cortás antes, se pueden mover re fácilmente. A menos que tengas una Shiva. Si tenés una Shiva, ulteás con la Naga y tirás la Shiva y haces que le pegue cancelando la ulti. Y bueno, quedan lenteados, ¿entendés? Y entonces...
Sí, pero habían agarrado
enough skills elsewhere to still go for it.
Creo que era el Sun King con el Torrent. Y era una pelea muy favorable para...
Claro, y durmió en la nada.
Claro.
Epicenter, everything.
Ya el Sun King ya tiene nada.
I feel EG were lucky to only have lost 2 there. That could have got a lot messier the way that turned around.
Trying to continue their aggression here down on
como los cagó.
Connect the Torrent. He's got his 4-staff out.
Ese de Mushi de lo de está buenísimo.
Have that save. So SCCC building toward that BKB.
Sí, la cara es tremenda.
Yo lo tengo, creo que es la primera media.
Está re buena, boludo. Eso que yo tengo un set de lo de y no me gusta. Por eso, ahora voy a ver si me compro eso. A ver cómo se llama.
Universe going for that Orchid, very good versus both the Abaddon and versus OD. OD, a hero that suffers a lot versus silences. Of course, that shielded off is on him, so more than likely to be on the Abaddon in most of those engagements. Not allowed to save people.
Look at this newbie smoking trying to make a play, maybe to catch EG off guard, as EG may not expect this, as they know that newbie expended the majority of their big ultimates in that last fight.
La naga pueden llegar a agarrar,
indeed, he's wandering dangerously close to them.
Es que nunca van a saber si la porta.
It looks like they should.
Sí, ahí va a estar cuenta.
Static Storm can make sure there's no chance of a song or any sort of return.
Se lleva las kills el Disruptor, esa es una garcha, bro.
Pick off indeed.
O sea, está bien, es una kill, pero estando en desventaja, le re sirve a los core llevarse la kill y 300 de oro, 200 de oro.
Uy, el Agi que está agarrando rápido.
They're only going to claim 1 tower and almost a secondary one, but playing very defensive, very reactive to EG's movements.
Mugi continues to farm up very nicely on the top lane. I mean, we can see at the moment in terms of the individual hero's net worth, it's only KP that's behind. Granted, you mentioned 30 minutes in, getting that Midas. He's going to start to close that gap if this game continues at his pace. So across the board, really, everyone in a very kind of equal position. There's a slight lead for Evil Geniuses, but now only being 2,000, it's really tailed off. It was a lot worse earlier on in the game, but ever since that turnaround mid and that pick-off like as we saw onto Zai, newbie recovering their position, and it's looking to be a close one coming out of the end of this early stage.
Yeah, EG now being a bit scared because they know that Saint King Blink Dagger is up.
Ojalá a ver si piquea Drow, el Artisi, no sabe el set que tiene. Está re zarpada. Está re linda. La capa dorada, las cosas con plumas. Muy bueno.
La Mandes creo que también tenía.
No, tenía el casco con la trenza de costado.
Ah, sí, tenés razón. No, eso fue otro que piqueó la Drow y tenía el...
There's going to be people around here. Zai already making them move up there, sending some illusions to push out the wave.
Uno de Newbie también fue que piqueó Drow y... Que la partida que le ganó Virtus Pro a Newbie fue impresionante. Tenía el combo de Puck con la Drow con Scepter. Está buenísimo.
He went for the experience and the talent too, so the Midas, so he's going to surge up and up that net worth and experience, of course.
Bueno, te da la idea, no sé, o la sensación de que Parche es como que farmeas muy...
¿De qué? ¿En este parche?
Sí.
Que farmeas muy qué, no escuché.
Muy lento. O sea, no tenés una evolución constante del oro. O sea, por más que vos estés farmeando re zarpado y tengas, no sé, casi 200 creep en minuto, antes del minuto 20, es como que no tenés tanta diferencia de oro con los otros.
Claro, porque los creep no te dan tanto oro ahora. Le bajaron un poco. El tema es que si querés overfarmear, tenés que estar constantemente farmeando. Tenés que... Antes, ¿qué pasa? Hace que vos tengas que tener tu juego más prolijo, ¿entendés? Tenés que tener los tiempos de farmeo bien marcados, bien timeados, y los tiempos de pelear bien timeados, ¿entendés? Si solamente farmeás, no llegas a tener mucha ventaja. Si farmeás y salís a pelear, pero tardás en volver a farmear, tampoco tenés ventaja, ¿entendés? Tenés que ser perfecto, tenés que farmear bien el tiempo que estás farmeando, salir a sacar kills cuando podés y volver a farmear al toque, ¿entendés? Ahí sí llegas a tener la ventaja.
Sí,
pero es difícil.
Me parecía muy raro, boludo, porque por ejemplo yo el otro día juego una partida con el troll. En el minuto 30 estaba full item, yo estaba con 400 creep, tenía 20 kills, tenía todo, ¿ves?
Y ahí te quedaste.
No, o sea, la terminé ganando, ¿viste? Peleé un poco, hice Roshan y tuve que pelear y yo estaba ganando. Pero otras partidas que más, cuando por ejemplo yo jugaba con ustedes y trataba de jugar de carry, me pasaba que no... una gran progresión en el network con esa partida. Por eso como...
No, es que a vos te falta buscar kills. Sos tímido para jugar. Eso es lo que te falta. Por eso yo te mando de Roamer, para que te agarre ese instinto de buscar kills. El rol de Roamer es muy importante. A mí me gusta jugar más Roamer que otra cosa porque... por eso mismo. Porque vos tenés que ver, vos tenés que armar el game, ¿me entendés?
Ay, no pudo llegar a tirar el...
La tuve que dormir porque la ulteaba la mirada y moría. Tiene BKB igual, no le va a agarrar la flecha. ¡No! ¡No! ¡Mirá, se escapó! Ah, fueron por ese forro. Está bien, está bien, está bien. Viste, ahí está el poder de lo de 72 puntos de inteligencia robado, boludo.
Sí, ahora te meto una piña y te mata toda la familia.
Bien, se fue el network para el lado de Newbie.
Did we actually see where Kaka's epicenter was? I'm not sure.
¿Quién entró?
He's on cooldown, and I didn't really see him in the area, so I don't know what happened. But SCCC definitely just walking up, no fear whatsoever. And yeah, look at this instacked up. 72, if they're able to take a fight, it's probably going to be out by the time they will.
Yeah. If only it was level 20. Unfortunately, SCCC, even he cannot achieve that 23 minutes in.
Hey, we're talking about level 25. Of course, it's a long way away, but Newbie has some super threatening ones, be it the OD with plus duration and, of course, the Abaddon, which we've talked about is the strongest level 25 talent.
And that Radiance, yeah, it's about a minute away at this pace. As he is so close to having that recipe done.
No tiene migas, ¿no?
Yes, I think it really is. Bottom lane, crit. Gonna hold back Kaka. Universe is there as well, but he has to be careful. I mean, Universe is playing with this, but he also knows. He'll Shadow Blade him back off.
Kaka just blinks in aggressively, he knows.
They do have
four of them here. Blinqueó agresivamente porque redaba. Sí, se quedaba uno por ahí. Se fueron.
9 for 9 at the moment. Zai.
La naga que quise jugar recién.
500 gold away and the recipe will be out.
Con mechans, Aghanim
going straight for the Aghanims this game.
Long ways away.
For sure.
His will probably not come, but it's like naturally through team fights, maybe we'll see him get a couple big kills. And that could be a way to actually deal with if the BKBs and
Molaban va por un Radiance, me parece que ya lo terminé. Se lo trae Courier ahora.
Very strong combos we've seen in the past. Even though it's only isolates one target, but it can be used very effectively.
There we have it. KP with this Radiance. I mean, KP, he has kept his composure and recovered absolutely amazing. We saw in that bottom lane, he was not having fun. Consistently getting overpowered. Newbie just absolutely leaving him alone. And
alguno debe tener
they felt that they could sort of hold the game off, get to this position, and you could not tell that this Abaddon had a tough phase Radiance 24 minutes in. You're fine with that.
Yeah.
Pero un Bailo y Corbin es re bien porque son todos mucho daño mágico.
Jungling for quite a long time now. Hasn't been needed to get involved into the
y el Timber si quiere ganar se
after
tiene que
that
sacar BKB.
tier 1 fight, it's pretty much been all Newbie on the up and up. Yeah, the experience as well is going at 6,000 for Newbie, and the gold is just about 2,000.
Yeah, so just being that little bit more efficient in comparison to Evil Geniuses across the map, whilst there's this passive state of game.
And they're building for late game. They're building for that kind of tri-core scaling, because Mugi built a Maelstrom. And he's gonna go for the BKB now. So he definitely wants to still be a damage-dealing force versus the Timbersaw, versus the Piranha. Getting this extra magic damage that comes to
el Sanguine está ahí porque quiere agarrar a uno que esté pusheando.
The Treants from Nature's Prophet. Yeah, absolutely perfect time to burn it. As you say, yeah, the speed that he's got it is fantastic. Top of the network movie.
They'll all be damage dealers. It's going to be an OD dealing damage, a Venomancer dealing high amounts of damage amongst his ultimate, which is already one of the higher ones, of course. And then Radiance Abaddon.
Yeah. I mean,
Bien, lo ayudo Fortnite.
If you can control the timber, sort of move out of the way of Zai's spells, who's coming in with the punch? I mean, it's going to take still a bit of time really before Sumail's got that much of a right click. He needs to have at least the diffusal blade done.
Yeah,
still working towards that.
And sometimes we see versus those BKBs, what's good is those instant disables, which EG does not have in this type of game. They don't have a blink
action. Te van a silenciar. Ah, no, no está yendo, no fue. Oh, shit.
They can't quite catch him. Now he jumps forward, looking to block them off, and that's going to allow his Triple C to come in. They will song, but
no, cómo le cagó el barco otra vez. Cómo le cagó el barco con la canción. La está repeteando Sai.
The jitters here on this main stage, they're making all these plays, but they're not very coherent. And Newbie, they're keeping it cool.
For sure, Kaka did there. Dodging 2 spells and getting nice bro strike. It doesn't hit anybody, but survives and they get Sumail. That's all that matters there. And Song's on cooldown now for 100 seconds. Newbie had to expend nothing. They don't have the greatest Roche lineup, but they have the team fight around the Roche, so they might just be able to go in there and force EG to do something about it. Because EG used everything. Yeah, all of their
I mean, they have.
No sé si van a llegar a hacerlo,
EG knows about this. This is just them dominating the game and saying, "Come and fight us," because they know that there's no way that EG can in the state that they are in. This is absolutely going to be a free roll chance for Newbie as they pick up the Aegis, and this is the point now where with the items and the power that Newbie have amassed. They can start thinking about trying to push down tier 2, maybe even getting up to the high ground.
And the Roche isn't even that.
Qué rápido, ni cuenta,
The Curse of Avernus, the Abaddon's already starting to scale so heavily that it actually accelerates it that much forre. Big gain there for Newbie now.
Cuando los profesionales van a hacer Roshan es tan, a veces tan sorpresivo que no, es re loco. En las partidas comunes que nosotros jugamos parece que se dan cuenta al toque, aunque no tengan guards, nada. Pero los profesionales lo hacen tan bien que siempre parece muy sorpresivo. Ellos no se dan cuenta si recién mandó una hilo a fijarse a ver si estaba y justo ya terminaban de hacer Roshan.
That's going to be the next point of call, and I mean that obviously brilliant as well. If they do want to try and
Opa, se murió lava.
Massive up top. We all have the top Evil Geniuses going for the play, and they'll
they actually burst him down before.
Very nicely done.
With the Silver Edge,
hasn't he, Universe?
Silver Edge Orchid unable to use that ultimate.
Nothing
from Abaddon
can do. That's the combo.
¿Qué tiene? Orchid y tiene cosas.
Maybe now he'll change his
tiene. Muy bueno, tiene Silver Edge. Eso no lo había pensado nunca. Con esta le sacas la pasiva. O sea, la pasiva hace que el Abaddon reviva, ¿no? Reviva, que se active sola la ulti. Y con esto lo silencias para que no la active manualmente. Entonces se le va la ulti directamente con esos dos ítems. Muy loco. Qué loco, mirá lo que uno aprende después de tanto tiempo. O sea, porque la mecánica ya de ese ítem ya se sabe, algunos es bastante avanzado. Usar el Silver Edge para que el Abaddon no ultee, pero ¿qué pasa? Lo que se va es la pasiva, o sea, no se activa solo la ulti del Abaddon. Pero lo puedes activar manualmente tranquilamente, o sea, no te saca la ulti. El Silver Edge, pero con el Orchid no lo deja ultear directamente. Muy zarpado. Muy bueno. Lo voy a guardar en mi mente. No, sí la sabía, obviamente, pero la combinación de los dos, eso no sabía. La combinación de las dos nunca lo vi. La combinación del Silver Edge con el Orchid, para que no se active de ninguna forma, ni pasivamente ni activamente. O sea, más de una vez he sacado Silver Edge para sacarle la pasiva al Abaddon, pero dependía de que el Abaddon sea un boludo y que no la active manualmente. Y más de una vez directamente el Abaddon apretaba la R y ya está. Porque no es que te desactiva la ulti, te desactiva la pasiva que hace que se active sola. Y con el Orchid directamente le desactivó la ulti y no se activa sola porque por el Silver Edge.
Sand King to try and clean out this bottom lane. There's a bit of a split push coming in from Evil Geniuses. They themselves moving forward. Universe with the Treant starting to put some pressure onto the tier 3. Looks like that's going to be enough to bring Newbie back off.
Wow, todo ese farm por el
cash money. SCCC building toward a Hex next, already level 20, so we were talking about those 25s a couple minutes ago, and it's approaching that point. Abaddon as well, getting level 20 soon. Once they get those level 25s, it just becomes absurd. Those two talents are super powerful for long drawn-out team fights.
I mean, what's the plan here for Evil Geniuses? How do they recover from this sort of slump that they're hitting in the mid-game? And with a lineup that feels like it's going to be hard to come back against the size that SCCC. I mean, you see SCCC is going into the jungle of Evil Geniuses, popping the BKB. You know, he's had it with this passive play. He wants to fight. He wants to look for the action. I mean, he's now going to be a BKB charge down. I mean, we'll see if EG can capitalize on this. They've got Zai.
There's no BKB on OD, but still Aegis. They don't want to try to make the play.
They're getting out.
There. No, it's too scary. Abaddon's right there as well, so if you do get like the arrow combo, remove it off. Can't make an aggressive play on the Aegis there.
Igual ya no tiene BKB lo de
35 yeah. Your OD can just blink into the jungle BKB, and he's like, if I get a kill, I get a kill. If I don't, whatever.
Mientras el Timber está pushando toda la top. La tier 2.
Pretty much like you were asking before, they need to split.
Y lo va a ayudar el Furion.
Just keep splitting. So that Aegis, once the BKB start getting lower as well, the fight starts becoming a bit easier, but it still ain't easy. It's a very hard game for them coming to the further state because of those talents that we mentioned, and just the nature of how Newbie's draft works for these BKBs. BKB on Venom, BKB on OD. Majority of the countered for that magic immunity.
And there's no doubt that the split being played. You see Universe, he amongst it all is still top of the second on the net worth.
They're trying to make a play.
Oh, no, sabían que iba. No tiene BKB el hijo de puta. Tómatela.
Back online for SCCC.
How do they catch it? They have to get more in
there. Si le van a entrar con unas ganas. No se van a llegar ni a encerrar.
Very, very clean execution from EG.
The only way they can do it is if he can't get the BKB off with the full.
I mean, and now that is an OD down for a minute. SCCC does not have buyback. Yep. This top lane, looking to be in trouble. EG are coming forward. Kaka tries with the epicenter, but he barely catches anyone. He gives a bit of a tickle to RTZ, but EG stick around. The silence is down to KP. He's forced back. Mugi will
Storm on 2, on 3.
Has trapped 3 of them.
Oh, por Dios.
EG may have overstayed their welcome with the burn strike as well.
Oh, por Dios, alta defensa. Le cortaron el TP al forro ese. Oh, por Dios, alta defensa. Hijos de puta, pelean sin el único chabón que la está cargando.
I was just sitting there waiting for the fight recap to come up just so I can see how much damage the Venomancer did. 5,100 damage in that fight, getting everybody into the Poison Nova. Perfect follow-up Static Storm. Without the OD, as you were mentioning. Yeah. They get a lot of damage on that tower, though. It's down to 200 health, so it does give Universe a bit of options to go there and pressure it, but you see how hard it is for EG to get the kills on the OD there. It has to be perfect, the torrent into arrow, because they don't have that instant disable for the BKB.
And look at this, I mean, this is just the dream here as well for Faith. Just waltzes in. Look how grouped up EG are. They got so set on trying to finish off KP.
The Force Staff.
Bam.
You know, we touched on it. We said the Force Staffs were so important in this game. They almost killed KP because of the Silver Edge Orchid combo, so he couldn't use his ultimate. But then Force Staff, he's out of range, and the fight. EG just gets put into a clumping position and hit by multiple ultimates.
El Force Staff ayuda para salir del disco del Timber, te ayuda a salir del combo del Kunkka. De la segunda de la Naga, si alguien le mete una flecha, etc. El Force es una partida, es un ítem muy importante en esta partida en contra de G. Ah, y obvio, el Furion, cuando encierra con los arbolitos. Lo van a encontrar.
22, getting closer and closer to 25.
Universe. Jumping in, has the setup, sentry down. Zai will come in with the save. And straight with the glimpse. Oh no! Oh, Faith! He was there outside of the sleep radius, ready to set up with the glimpse back, and Universe is gone. I mean, Newbie, nothing goes past these guys. They will catch you.
They're getting a lot of momentum. 8,000 gold lead now. Disruptors 3/4 of the way toward an Agnins as well. That's going to be a really nice little luxury piece that you can pick up when the siege comes out.
Now this is Newbie's trigger. This is how you break the high ground. The boat will come through.
No quiero ser más de cabeza.
Yules or Astral imprisonment to keep Newbie safe. Jump forward. SCCC just goes in. They jump forward with the bonus strike crit. will be kept alive by Zai. Only just the pipes out as well. Buyback from Universe as they do their best to hold here, EG, but already the tier 3 falling low. It will force the BKB out on SCCC. Newbie now looking to disengage. EG chasing down with the Moonlight. Can they actually get a catch onto anyone? At the same time, indeed, top lane, the rack came through. Universe did take the top melee racks. So EG, with this whole for the split, they are paying very heavily with lives at both Sumail
hicieron un trade de las towers, de las barracas de arriba por toda la barraca de
will end up going down in the base. Arteezy continues to put on the pressure, but Evil Genius's base looking to be in the biggest shambles as Newbie will clean up the middle lane of racks. Still two tier 2s in both of the side lanes.
They're going for tier 4.
They're going for the game.
At least.
There's no buyback here for EG, only Arteezy and Universe. Can they actually hold this? I mean, Universe is TPing back down to try and rats again, but it doesn't matter if you're splitting the racks, if you're losing the base. One tier 4 almost certainly going to fall, potentially. Now the buybacks have just come back on. Sumail can get back in, but already both tier 4s down. Newbie looking towards the base. There's the buyback. Can they hold? Arteezy with the Shiva's guard trying to slow them down. The arrow
lo que le sacó a Arteezy. Lo que le sacó a lo de el OD al Timber.
Arteezy looks to cut down Mugi. Not quite enough damage. Mugi still alive. BKB out by SCCC.
Oh, por Dios, alta paliza. Paliza.
Wow. Super impressive way that they stalled the game out. Letting one overextension from EG punish them so heavily. That one overextension in the mid lane just set them to a point where they could farm so many different places on the map. They let them.
Qué hijo de puta. Muy zarpado.
Were because of his setups. He was there at the right place at the right time. We saw situations where normally you'd think you were safe. The sleep, the TP out. No, there's a disruptor on the outskirts of it all, glimpsing you back. And, I mean, EG at the end, they did do, as you say, go and try for that split push play, but it was just a little too late.
Yeah, definitely too late. Newbie just putting those BKBs to work.
Absolutely. Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 going to Newbie. I'm sure the panel's going to have a lot to talk about after that one. Back to you, Day9 and the boys.
Thank you. What an incredible finish to the game. So close, almost getting to the point where they could defend the Ancient at the very end. But, man, a lot of the big rotations from EG just didn't pan out in that match.
They had a pretty good early game. I thought they were off to a really great start. There was a ton of huge individual plays that we saw from all of the players. And then that one overextension mid that the casters were talking about.
La cara de orto que tiene, obvio, si es tu equipo pelotudo.
The OD especially picking up his BKB at bat and finishing his Radiance and having a huge impact on the game. So it was it kind of just got out of control really, really quick there. And we saw that abrupt ending. EG was going for some split push, and Newbie was like, I guess we're just going to end the game.
What do you think about the Timbersaw last pick on Arteezy and the way he was able to play that out throughout the game?
I think they wanted a good lane matchup because they didn't have the last pick. They're like, okay, we can either pair him versus the Appa in a one-on-one, or we can theoretically put him mid if SCCC plays some sort of weird mid hero. But the thing is, SCCC doesn't really play that many weird mid heroes. They last made the Bloodseeker, and then I was like, okay, OD, he's up against a bunch of summons, no heroes that build BKB, and an Appa that can back him up in case anything bad does happen to him. So I saw the OD, I was like, oh god, this dude is crazy.
You mentioned it right before it got picked. And to do a little bit of analysis on what went on in that game, we got Kevin. Talk to us about these rotations.
Yeah, I think EG's draft was really interesting, and the way they played the game was pretty cool as well. If we take a look at the mini-map at the start, they put good matchups between some of their cores. Arteezy playing against a Abaddon is a good matchup. The mid lane was about okay, and the off lane was all right as well. And the important hero actually was most likely Zai up there because he's able to, or I'm sorry, Universe, because he can actually TP to other lanes and contribute to those. So we saw that a lot of times. Arteezy diving on the bot lane against KP, and Universe is able to TP in, assist in getting those kills, and by doing so, it gives him a lot of map control, and it forces the enemy team to move around a lot. He ends up getting this kill. Another example of this happening wasn't just Universe, it was Arteezy staying in his lane, forcing enemy heroes to come over. As you can see, newbie heroes coming from the top lane to chase him, and this is when he got that really cool Timber Chain escape after Glimpse, and it means that these guys moved all the way over here and accomplished nothing. So EG's draft was on paper, working really well. They did the same thing over on the top lane as well. And if you take a look at the mini-map, actually, those two little heroes, they're still down there, actually. They're just now thinking about moving over to engage the rest of the game. So all over the map, EG is constantly pushing in every single lane, and as a result, it gave them a lot of advantage, but they just couldn't quite get enough kills. They got too far behind, and that ended the game at an early time.
I gotta say, it was really surprising to watch because, I mean, at one point, I think they were 9-3, 10-3 even, just getting kill after kill after kill, and we got to see that trademark EG knocking down towers so fast. I mean, Ake, where do you think they started to slip?
I think it was the fight that Peter was talking about, the mid-fight. They actually started the fight with Naga Sleep when they already used the arrow, so they couldn't use the Naga Sleep setup for that, and they didn't really have to take the fight either. They just went in because, I don't know why, but
feeling good, man.
Yeah, but even though that, they managed to get a really good kill on the OD on the top lane, like perfect torrent into arrow and kill him before he had the possibility to use BKB or any other spell.
Yeah, I think abrupt is almost my reaction as well to the sudden end of the game, especially with Universe picking down the top lane. Timbersaw was there, nearly getting the kill on the Disruptor, and that is an incredibly thin margin for Newbie to just identify that we can quickly kill. Now, to talk a little bit about Newbie, we have Machine here over on Jack's Corner. Gentlemen, talk to me about Newbie.
Jack's Corner. I was just thinking, what can we call this? This is an absolute pleasure, of course, Jack. Loved by all, myself included. Thank you very much, Day9. Yeah, so this is a great opportunity to hopefully fill you guys in the lesser-known intricacies of the Chinese scene. And we're going to be here for every Chinese team who have kind of taken over TI7. China versus the world in the upper bracket, cheeky bit in the lower as well. This is going to be fun. I get to pick your brain a little bit about this, Jack. And I know, I mean, you can tell me what they had for breakfast, right?
Almost. I'm not that close to them.
Close enough.
Yeah.
The eggs? Is it eggs? Is it veg? What, I mean, what are they rocking?
Actually, a lot of them like American breakfast. I've noticed that from the last.
I told you he could analyze breakfast. He could do everything. And maybe you could tell me where I get on a suit like that as well.
You'd have to be on the Chinese panel for that.
Okay, no, I'm not quite there yet. Barely there on the English. Let's talk about this, though, and let's talk a little bit more about how China have done this. How have they taken TI7 by storm? They're in every single game in the upper bracket. We know people were talking 13-0 LFY, kind of knocking us out of left field. Where does this come to be? How does this materialize?
Well, it seems that for the most part, no matter how Chinese teams do through the rest of the year, when they show up at TI, they're ready. And, well, if you think about it, TI, it's the international. It's a chance to represent your country. Yeah. For most people, it's a very proud occasion. And for the Chinese, there are 22 nationals this year, Chinese nationals. And for the most part, these guys, they grew up going to school, wearing their neckerchiefs to school every day, lining up in the courtyard to sing the national anthem, just learning about their favorite national heroes when they grew up in school. So there's a lot of pride there, as there is for everybody. But in this case, it's mostly Chinese teams as well. So you have this situation where, let's put it this way, TI is the Everest of esports. And if you're going to climb Everest, it's an individual achievement, it's a team achievement, and it's sure as heck nice if you can plant your country's flag there too. So a lot of pride for everybody, and they get a chance to represent.
Well, that is incredibly romantic, and it makes a lot of sense, really, just seeing just how dominant they do come into the international. $23 million, but also pride. And when we say pride in the desk, sometimes it gets overlooked, but it is a real, so you're telling me it's a very real driving force behind some of the success of China.
Yeah, there's like an Olympic feel to it, essentially.
Yeah. So. Okay, interesting. I mean, someone who is no stranger to national pride on Newbie, in fact, after they picked up their first win, a real influential performance from him as well, is now SCC. And I mean, admittedly, his name is a horrible one for casters, and it does sound like a, I don't know, an overly agreeable Spanish snake, SCCC, but that's an awful joke. That's why I'm here on this panel. Let's talk about it, though. I mean, national pride, he's taken it a step further.
Yeah, so some fans know that he's served in the military. What that meant specifically was that he was in the military police, and in China, the firefighters are usually military police. They're part of the military. So for him, he was part of basically the disaster corps. So if something goes wrong, if there's fire, if he has to rescue someone, like he would be on the front lines. That corps would be on the front lines, risking their lives basically to help other people out. So you know, a year or two after that, he rose to the top of the Chinese ladder in Dota, and now he's representing his country, putting his life on the line for his country in a different way here at TI.
Outstanding. Well,
Dios, ver esto me da unas ganas de jugar, así que estoy pensando hacer una amanecida full a la nochecilla.
And this is where you get to see that I am the master of segue. Also, we will be continuing our exploration of the incredible teams here at TI and those who are not as well. An incredible piece coming up to talk a little bit about Wings Gaming.
就是 TI6的时候，我们队伍就大家看来是很多变，然后不管什么英雄都能玩。其实这也是一个长期累积的过程。进入 Wings 之前，我和我之前2个队友还一起效力过一个叫 SPG 的俱乐部。
在 TI5
Se largó a llover, chicos, acá.
我们4
Me encanta la lluvia a mí.
和1队的当时在1队的跳刀一起组成了现在的 Wings。
La verdad que me gusta mucho el torneo. Gracias por estar conmigo acá, acompañándome.
他是平时话也不是很多，
La verdad que es muy importante. Más que nada, o sea, ustedes saben que yo no hago esto por plata, ni por nada, ni por... No me esclavizo tampoco para tener 1 millón de seguidores o que me estén viendo. No, es como tengo una amistad con mis suscriptores y nos acompañamos mutuamente a ver la partida, a hablar un poco, yo les leo lo que dicen y nada más. O sea, abro el stream porque para que por ahí quieren verlo conmigo, qué sé yo. Yo quiero verlo con ustedes, a ver qué piensan. Nada más.
然后2兵 SS 是比较活跃的一个人，无论是游戏里还是游戏外，都是话比较多，然后挑起很多能够活跃团队气氛的一个人。
5号位的 Y 是我们队伍中年龄最小的一个选手，但是他却是我们的 BP 手队长。
dice que es el más joven y es el que draftea. Es joven, pero es muy inteligente.
确实，马尼拉
ESL
的冠军是我们赢得的第一个国际性的比赛。
El Manila fue el primero que ganaron.
然后对我们这个团队
y eso les creó en ellos
大家互相信任的一个
como una confianza.
基础吧。
Welcome on stage, Wings Gaming.
当时是因为之前刚赢了一个冠军，可能就是大家有一些松懈。
Ahí ya se confiaron un poco y dejaron ser un poco más ellos. Dejaron los nervios al lado y
很难接受，但是经过那一次的失利，我们总结了很多自己自身一直没有着重暴露问题，然后通过那一次认为我们整体的心态上面又更上了一层台阶。
International 2016。
也是因为我们也买那个互动指南，也是看着奖金一步一步升上去的。而且我们也没有想到我们最后会拿到冠军，会赢得这么多奖金。
Y nunca pensaron que ellos iban a ganar el 16。
赛之后，大家比平时可能更加的活跃，更加兴奋一点，也并没有。
打 DC 第1场输了下去，中场休息的时候。其实我们争论还是比较多的。
Dice que después de perder el primer game, se fueron a hablar de unas cosas que todos tenían cosas para decir de lo que hicieron mal.
就是第4把，我们阵容选完之后 ，BP 选完之后，我看着那个阵容，我当时才感觉强烈的感觉，我们这把可能赢了。
然后我就在那个。选手棚里面听到外面大家都在欢呼吧，就然后我其实自己也心态也还比较好，就也没有特别激动。
Y eso fue muy bueno para su estado mental. Les ayudó mucho que
我们 Shadow 使用敌法的时候，用狂战分身带我们打赢了一波团的时候，我觉得我们那一把我们真的赢下这场。
Listo. Ahí cuando la M empezó a matar a todos se dieron cuenta que ganaron. Y no lo podían creer. Dios, qué momento, por Dios.
就是这个游戏想要赢比赛赢冠军，
Dice que en este juego si quieres ganar torneo y convertirte en campeón, te toma mucho tiempo y trabajo duro.
有时候我会觉得它是对我过去的一种偿还，然后有时候我又会觉得它是对我未来的一种透支。
Dota 给我带来了友情，给我带来了开心。
Dice que Dota le dio amistad y mucha felicidad.
Dota 玩家都可以
espera que cualquier jugador de Dota pueda ser como él.
开心这一份友情吧。
Que pueda alcanzar la amistad y la felicidad como él.
Having the pleasure of watching Wings Gaming run at last TI was a real treat. I mean, just incredible play, and after every single game, you could just see their excitement erupt. It was just
no sé de China, estaban hablando en inglés.
That video, man, the feels. Watching people win TI.
La traducción en inglés abajo.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's just such an incredible validation of this, you know, devoting so many hours, so many years in a row to trying to figure this game out, a game that is so hard and so challenging. And still going up against that pressure and trying to overcome
los años que tarda uno en aprender a jugar bien Dota, el tiempo que tenés que gastar en ser bueno en este juego.
And holding that A just above your head, that moment, every single person will remember for the rest of their lives.
And here now we see that EG and Newbie are back yet again at an opportunity to win TI. They currently are in the upper bracket with Newbie leading 1-0. And we saw Newbie just play absolutely magnificently, not bending to the will of EG early on, who was just hammering them again and again with these early pushes and these early picks. And now, again, I will ask, EG going into the draft, they do seem to have this leaning towards having a very versatile lineup. And I mean, we expect to continue, I would assume.
I think that their first 2 picks can be open, but then they have to figure out where they actually want to go with the lineup, because picking Prophet but not being able to push more than 3 towers in the first 15 minutes or 20 minutes even, that's not so good. And yeah. They finished up with some heroes that didn't
Lo están rebardeando a PPD
porque
están hablando de G y de su draft. Dice que el draft no tuvo mucho sentido, que haya un Furión que no pueda tirar 3 torres en 25 minutos.
The other team when they got a BKB. Like, that was the issue, right? Like, OD got BKB and the game was, you know, had free reign for 10 seconds.
You know, Merlini, I remember right before that final pick, you were
el pick fue de ustedes,
Capo. Ustedes
piquearon. Hubiesen sacado algo que... Porque dice, no, pero lo que ganó fue que el OD tenía BKB. Y obvio que va a sacar BKB. El OD, sí era el carry. Tenía que haber piqueado algo, una ulti que traspase BKB o algo. O guardar la ulti de la nada para cuando ultea el... Ah, no, pero no traspasa BKB.
No BKB carriers. Also, no one built Evasion. I think OD fell off a lot when people built Solar and Halberd all the time. OD has a miserable time for any sort of evasion, but they didn't have any.
I think él
es el dueño del CEO de EG. Por eso todos le hablan a él diciendo, esta vez van a jugar bien o van a perder para mierda. Y él está dando excusas. Porque antes de empezar la partida, él se puso fanfarrón y diciendo, EG es el mejor del equipo y todos los demás son una caca. Dijo algo así. Y ahora todos le están bardeando. O sea, no lo bardean, pero le preguntan como diciendo,
maybe there's a chance. It's not a chance, man, but at least he can get 25 gold out of it.
He knows the scenario, and he wants to max min and get that last CS and spam by all his items.
You know, I heard that Sumail was one of the best testers of Valve Dota patches because he is so hyper-focused on exactly how every single hero feels that he'd say things like, God, you know, like he got level 3 one last hit earlier than he should have. And it turns out there was a bug that was occasionally giving 25% experience on denies to the enemy. Hero, so
that's how they figured it out.
Yeah.
Well, he's a pretty dominant mid laner, so he's the one to push it, I suppose.
You know, he doesn't stream very much. What is he like in terms of his practice?
Practice?
Yeah.
He probably plays the least pubs out of anybody on that team, but he's a fierce competitor. He really does get emotional over wins and losses, and he wants to win more than anybody, and that's his competitive edge.
Is it a lot of grinding in private matches or in just, you know, practice one-on-ones?
He does. Him and Universe do some one-on-ones to warm up, and I don't know. I think he is just very talented, an incredible hard worker, of course, but very, very talented at such a young age, and he just kind of gets it.
And it's just very different how people can prepare for like games and like how they actually get better at the game. Like some really like to play a lot, and that really helps them. But like for me, when I was at my top, I barely played pubs at all. I only played pubs when I wanted to practice a new hero.
You talked about watching replays of your favorite players or the players that you thought were the best, and trying to learn and emulate some of the things that they did.
And replays of opponents to see how they play, and just use that instead of playing myself.
If you like turned it into a pie chart of you preparing for an event, like how does like replays versus pub matches versus private matches and scrims?
I mean, overall throughout the year, most people play the most, but like maybe a couple of days before a tournament, it's better to watch replays and prepare in that way.
¿Por qué están así con esa barbita pedorra que les crece ahí? ¿Por qué no se la afeitan o directamente se dejan una barba? No entiendo. Él está afeitado, está bien. Obvio, yo prefiero que tenga barba, pero esa barba que tiene él de la izquierda, por ejemplo, ahora, esa barba que me afeité ayer y tengo un día de barba, queda horrible. Queda muy pedorra. No se hubiese afeitado hace un mes y se hubiese dejado una buena barba, o se hubiese afeitado el día anterior y ya está. O hoy y ya hubiese no tenía nada.
Newbie. Game 2.
No creo. Son con esa barba de 1 milímetro. Es horrible, parece un cepillo. Una cosa es la barba crecida de 4 o 5 días. Otra cosa es la barba de un día, que parece cualquier cosa.
And then a couple of key ganks from Newbie onto Sumail brought SCC back ahead.
So overall, I think Evil Geniuses just had a way weaker team fight. Their main team fight was Naga, Siren, Sleep, and an Arrow, which is, I would say, pretty weak versus the double safe that they had. And you mentioned that they probably could build a pipe or something like that, but even so, I think the damage was just not there compared to like Venomancer and OD.
Sure, that Abaddon pick was really, really great. It's a hero we haven't seen a ton of, but up against an early Mirana, it makes a lot of sense.
Interesting first 2 pickups from Newbie. Earth Spirit straight into
Ojo
Shadow
con la barba
Shaman.
sagrada.
We've seen some Earth Spirit and some Shadow Shaman at the tournament.
Los dioses tienen barba, los hombres
we haven't seen too much. That Lycan, that's a hero.
There we go.
That hero is great against Shadow Shaman.
Los
and
humanos
a comfort pick for RTC and EG overall.
Absolutely. You build Necro on Lycan, you don't have to worry about the Shadow Shaman disables at all. If you try and shackle Lycan, his summons are just going to kill you.
Once again, we see the exact same bans that have been popular throughout the entire tournament. Well, picks and bans. Puck, Earthshaker, Lich, and Nyx out of the pool.
Newbie starting off their draft with some team fights from Earth Spirit and some tower push from the Shadow Shaman. It's a nice combination to put together team fight and push. EG is going to need to either pick some team fight or potentially some more split push to spread out Newbie.
Feels a little painful having Nature's Prophet get dumped off that early. There's been a lot of Lycan Nature's Prophet games that Evil Geniuses have pulled some really successful pushes off with.
Yeah, like I was just saying, they got to be really careful for that split push. So Furion, one of the best split pushes in the game, is a great ban for Newbie here in the second phase.
Oh, Enchantress, oh come on, that hero's awesome, man. Don't do that to me, Newbie.
And that is the thing that is, like when you go into the main event of the group stage, you can see that Newbie are actually banning heroes that ED used to play a lot. They used Enchantress, Prophet, Shaker, and Puck, and they're banning all of those heroes now.
This is like the group stage of EG Incarnate right here on the left.
And that's why having that day off and being able to go through and look at all of EG's drafts, watch some of their replays, maybe even practice against a team and pretend they're EG.
Yeah. I mean, this is actually going to be really interesting to see the remainder. I mean, I feel like the bans are almost more interesting than the picks at this point, especially given that they are some of the most commonly picked heroes that we've seen consistently show up.
This is the most beautiful part of Dota. People just don't understand.
Peter, I will never doubt you ever again. I now believe you fundamentally whenever you speak.
Yes. So last series, we didn't actually see Sven banned out versus Lycan, which I'm very surprised to see. And Evil Genius has banned it out. I guess Newbie probably pick it a lot more than the players in the last series, but it's one of the best counters versus Lycan. Either build, like the Mask of Madness Armlet build, or the Necro build gets slaughtered by Sven. He has the mass armor.
Not Lycan and all of his summons will be stunned by the AoE stun of Sven, and then he just cleaves everything down. And Sven's oftentimes build BKB, so if there's a Necro there, he can just pop that Necro real quick and not take any damage.
And Lycan's all physical. And Warcry, he just runs around and does nothing, generally.
Pick 3 for Newbie, Queen of Pain. There we go. You know, every mid player I've ever heard talk about this hero just loves Queen of Pain. Just feels really nice.
Every mid player plays Queen.
It's like a flashy hero, and oftentimes mid players they're pretty flashy, right?
Yeah.
High performers.
Who's the most modest and mild mid laner of all?
Super.
Super.
From LFY.
Easily. He plays DK Viper. It's just like least flash.
Man, that's what I'm talking about. He flies into
That's
a
your guy, man.
He plays to win.
Let me tell you something. When I learned that there was a hero that had a button and was mid, I was all in on the Viper, man. He is the best.
You're a big fan of Spirit Breaker too, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in fact, for any new players who are interested in getting into Dota, strongly recommend Viper, strongly recommend Spirit Breaker. The best.
All of my friends who are not so good at Dota, Their best heroes are always Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, no, it's like my best hero, like by a significant margin. I am mediocre.
So Quap's pretty great here. No Nyx in the pool, no Puck in the pool. Naturally going to be a pretty good mid laner here.
Disruptor, this hero's popular.
It's a very good pick against Queen and Shadow Shaman and Earth Spirit. Like, all of these heroes except Rasta have good escapes, so the Glimpse is going to be very good to be able to catch the Cop or Earth Spirit.
Yeah, and we saw just the mass silence from Disruptor in pretty much every single match today. Have probably the hugest swings in every single game have been a direct result of Disruptor.
Yeah, a great static field can turn the fight for sure.
So EG has a very good tower push lineup with the Lycan, as well as good team fight with Sacking and Disruptor, so they're probably going to be able to force towers early.
Bristleback, the 4th pick for newbie, extremely durable, very annoying and hard to kill.
This hero's presented a lot of problems. We saw this in our first series between Liquid and IG. The Bristleback laning up against the Lycan. Burning on the Lycan had a pretty rough time. We'll see how EG and Arteezy managed to find him some early game farm.
Yeah, but we did see Mind Control have a rough Bristleback game, which essentially eliminated any midline for Team Liquid, and then had a great game with Bristleback, which was huge in terms of pressuring the opponent.
Definitely a great hero. He can build some armor items like Ben was mentioning, get that early Solar Crest, reduce a lot of the damage from Lycan, maybe even dodge some attacks.
He has a lot of ways to get farm as well. He can actually go back and stack camps as well as ancient camps, so not only the normal one. So he's a lot of way to get farm, even though he gets pushed out from the lane.
So you want a Silver Edge carrier that's pretty good against Quap. I like Lina's one of the ones that I like for mid, but maybe you want to save that for later.
Big bad Enigma.
Oh yes.
Or team fight from EG, which I think is exactly what they needed. This hero also great with the what's the third spell called?
Midnight Pulse?
Midnight Pulse, yeah. Awesome against Bristleback. Can keep him off your towers. I like the pick. A nice BKB hero to ignore Shadow Shaman and Earth Spirit disables, even potentially a Queen of Pain Orchid down the line. Remove that silence, allow him to get off a clean black hole. Right now they have no disable through Black King Bar, so Enigma's got a pretty nice game looking.
There's not that many ones that can do that. I
think the only one that I can really think of is Venge. Silencer too, I suppose, but
I don't know ulti.
So since we have one pick remaining for these teams, what is perhaps the biggest weakness that you're seeing in these lineups that need to be filled in?
I think, I don't know, I like where EG's at right now. They got some nice team fight, they got some nice vision, maybe a little more carry, which I imagine that's what they'll get for Sumail last year, so a little bit more damage to follow up on these disables from Sand King, Disruptor, and Enigma. What do you guys think about Newbie?
Newbie, either some way to deal with the Lycan or the Enigma. Like, either they can pressure the Lycan with the Bristle, and then have some sort of BKB disable for the Enigma.
So definitely some disable for...
Yeah. They could also go like Bloodseeker or something too, and deal with the Lycan. I've seen that as a common pickup versus the Lycan.
This Enigma is quite problematic, though.
Yeah, agreed.
Whatever carry they think they're going to pick to deal with Lycan is also going to be black-holed for a majority of the fight.
You made a great point earlier, wanting to have a Silver Edge carrier to be able to use a Silver Edge ability to disable Bristleback's passive, but of course Lina, we recommended as maybe a good choice. 5th ban.
So I've also seen some other matchups too. I think LC, pretty good Bristleback counter and good versus Queen of Pain in lane. Sumail doesn't play too much LC, but it was popular by some of the top teams in the group. I believe maybe played it very often in the mid lane.
You could potentially cancel a black hole.
Oh, that's next level.
I mean, it can happen, right?
Okay, so they made one of the heroes that can deal with the black hole through BKB. He's the best one because if you get BKB links, you can still stop it.
Necrophos.
Keep on going on this push strategy.
That's a mid Necrophos, I think, for Sumail. That hero is dominant in the mid lane.
Is that something that he usually plays? No?
I don't think so.
It's not really as a main hero for me, but
I'm sure he has a decent amount of experience with it. I think he likes the hero. I'm pretty sure he plays it in pubs from time to time.
We've seen Arteezy on Necrophos quite a bit, but of course Arteezy is 99.999% going to be Lycan.
I'd be very surprised if Sumail took up the Lycan. However, he's probably suggesting it to crit and Arteezy. He's like, let me play Lycan. I got this one. That's kind of what Sumail and Zai do. They just suggest every hero for themselves, and you either listen, but most of the times you don't.
Of course. Now, with one last pick remaining for Newbie, it sounds like the consistent theme you're bringing up is having a good way to deal with Enigma's black hole, trying to figure out
big problem.
A core that can fit in that.
Or you need to fight around it. Maybe you do some split push. Let's see what we got.
And it's going to be
the Bloodseeker. All right.
Yeah, Bloodseeker deal with Lycan. I think you have to deal with either one or the other because they don't have the Sven. So Bloodseeker deal with Lycan. Enigma, if he gets past 40, it's going to be a tough game.
Yeah, look out for Enigma and his Blink BKB, and then we'll see how Newbie handles those team fights, but I think it'll be pretty difficult for them.
So before we get into this game, Merlini, I just want to get your thoughts on who you think came out with an edge after the draft.
I would probably say Evil Geniuses because I like the Enigma here. Enigma seems like it's going to be pretty dominant, and there's no way to stop him into the late game.
Well, it's time to get into Game 2 between Evil Geniuses and Newbie. Let's send it down to the floor.
Thank you very much, Day9. And indeed, Game 2, Evil Geniuses versus Newbie.
Moron.
That's a nice support duo there. It would be a shame if someone was going to borrow that, and bang, this time round, they've got the Disruptor Sand King, switching it around a little bit in return, and a bit of a funny one from Newbie. That final pick, the Bloodseeker, but that silence, it's going to cause issue for some of this team fight that EG are going to bring.
The silence can cause issues, and like Ben said, you have to do something when you have this kind of draft coming out. You're like, man, we have to deal with either the Lycan or the Enigma. So they make the choice that we're going to go for the Bloodseeker to deal with that. I don't think just that. I think also they have a really fast-paced early laning phase. That's the one thing that EG can't suffer in. These heroes take some time. They don't really have the greatest heroes to gank for either. Like Sand King Disruptor can gank, but they can't gank for the Enigma lane. They can secure the Lycan's lane, and then they can kind of make the rotation for the Necro, but it's still not the greatest one in comparison to where SCCC is going to be playing a Queen of Pain with Earth Spirit rolling in. And so they're going to be putting a lot of pressure and having this Bloodseeker with the Thirst get on faster. So that's in the laning phase that EG can suffer.
Yeah, we've seen in the past SCCC Queen of Pain can be quite the showstopper. So a lot of hype to see what he can pull out in that. Samael this game, as the panel mentioned, it will indeed be playing the mid Necrophos. And kind of as the panel touched upon, something we don't see that much, but Samael raising the stakes there in the mid lane. Giving the good luck to SCCC. SCCC will give it right back there with a thumbs up as well. I like it.
Oh, this is great.
Just dropping the mail as well. I love that. I mean, this is the great thing about the mid lane. We saw it last game. It was a little unfair. SCCC kind of brought his friends across.
We got smiles coming out from Faith. Everyone's in good manners right now.
But at the end of the day, it's such an important game. You know, for Evil Geniuses, if they end up dropping down to the lower bracket, it's obviously something that we've seen them do a lot in the past, and maybe it's saving straps for the lower bracket. But I'm sure they're going to want to bring this one to a Game 3. Yeah. And the panel, they seemed a lot more comfortable with the lineup that they had in comparison to EG's lineup in Game 1.
Yeah, I think. Like Ben in the panel did say, the EG's lineup, if they get to that BKB Enigma point, it's where it's super difficult. There's no way to cancel it. There is no way for Newbie to really deal with it in that direct way. They can deal with it in other ways of just forcing fights around it and try to take engagements like that, like pick-offs and whatnot.
Sí, pero anda a sacar un BKB.
It's going to be important to watch the supports inside of Newbie, because I think what they're going to be doing is putting as much pressure on the other two lanes, so this Bloodseeker can just use his Thirst and Blood Rage to kind of 1v1 versus that Enigma. And we do see mid lane, Kaka actually places a very sneaky ward behind the tower with his smoke movement. So he's looking for a courier.
Look at this though. EG are playing a step ahead. They're taking it around the long way. And I think that this is going to work out. Kaka unlikely to come and check around elsewhere. It will be caught under the vision now, but EG were prepared for that there.
Maybe on the way back?
That depends. Yeah, how careful they're going to be here. It looks like they're not going to be careful enough indeed. They were careful on the way out. They weren't careful on the way back. Kaka grabs the courier.
So that's one way to get a good start off for your Queen of Pain and your Bloodseeker. They're already going to have pretty decent matchups, but with that surge of gold, it's now a Queen of Pain Shadow Shaman with high base damage versus this Sand King Necro. And the Bloodseeker, like we said, in that 1v1. So putting that, it's pretty much a tri-lane main for Newbie to put the pressure onto the Necrophos. Because Necro's a hero that he can be very strong in that mid lane, but if you start getting like just pressured down by this Ether Shock and the Shadow Strike starts taking up, a roll hits you, you're going to be at low HP and you can just drop from that.
There you go, going in onto Zai there. Zai, the Pro Strike back in return, and Kaka just trading hits. But yeah, for sure. And we saw as well last game how Samael was pretty irrelevant for the last part of it because of the heavy pressure that Newbie put him on at the start. So yeah, indeed looking to go for a repeat performance in that sense.
KP's going to get a lot because of this, the laning setup that Newbie does as well, that they have these two supports running around. Bloodseeker has all the freedom in the world to just farm top versus Enigma because he can just walk in and kill the Eidolons. All they need to do is pretty much get people low, and this Bloodseeker can dominate this top matchup so hard with the Thirst. even without having people low, he's still doing incredibly well. 15-3. He's gotten all of the Eidolons, I think, so far. Because Universe has summoned him, and it's still on cooldown 15 seconds, and all of them are dead. So Mugi is crushing that top lane at the moment. To be kind of expected.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we were saying in the mid lane, with the presence of newbie supports, giving that edge, certainly in terms of CS to SCCC as well so far.
Being very good with their time usage on newbie. At the same time, Faith is going around collecting bounties, also stacking Ancients to make sure that KP does have that surge, that increase of farm potential after the laning phase.
And we'll bring Zai up to this top lane, but the wave's pushing in. Mugi can maintain control underneath the tower. Zai very unlikely to want to come in for any sort of dive at this state of the game with Universe. So yeah, these lanes, they are looking super hot from Noob in this first couple of minutes.
Yeah, EG's trying to make adjustments already. Yeah. Universe is probably like, he's just walking up and killing my Eidolons. I can't do anything about it. Side makes it pop, but now they're worried about the Bristol.
Look at this mid lane pressure. Because of this move up top, Kaka now sees the opening to come in onto Sumail, bringing him down very low. There's CCC. Does need to be careful in return though. Takes a fair bit of harass in trade there. Does have the salve up, knows that Sumail himself is out of regen. So at the end of the day, it doesn't get the kill. That pressure pushes him back. Okay, he's got a fresh set of tangos out from the courier. As we saw, that pressure, just SCCC using his dominance in this lane.
And while he's low though, Universe top is just getting chased out because of the third.
Yeah, look at this with the blood run. That's going to connect. Universe, he's going to be gone. I mean, this top lane couldn't have gone any better for Mugi.
He might get a return kill with the Eidolons. It's going to be very close, but no, with the Poor Man's Shield, the damage block is too high. But yeah, just make sure like Sumail being at that 30%, he has Tango, so it's not that quick heal. And now aggression on Sumail again. Kaka, the roll off the mark with the Shadow Strike. Enough to slow him down a bit, but not to pick up a kill. But still, they're keeping him low, and this is where Bloodseeker thrives.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is the thing, you know, Mugi's saying, don't kill him, leave him alive, just play with him. Don't kill Sumail, keep him alive on this minimal health, so he does have that boost up top.
Claro, lo dejan vivo al Necro. Porque si lo matan, le saca la pasiva al Blue. Lo dejan con poca vida para que todo el equipo, para que Blue tenga ventaja. Por eso no lo matan. Igual el Negro se fue a la base.
Enigma and Universe will, of course, always get stuff up there, being able to not deny the wave back with those Eidolons on the range creep.
Porque ahí lo mataba si quería la cuna.
So they will get some trade up at Sumail's.
Que Blue tenga la línea controlada.
Y lo obligó al Necro a volver. The situation you want to have your Necro in. This mid lane is being well and truly controlled, as well as the top lane. As we're seeing as well, that the bottom lane not necessarily going bad for Newbie at all. TZ is finding farm down there, but not nearly on the same level as Mugi. But I guess in comparison, you can also say as well, obviously the lead in the last hits is down to the fact that a lot of those are Eidolons.
But those give a lot of gold.
But they do.
They do give a good shot. And at the same time, it's KP having, he's going to have a quad Ancient stack already prepared for himself, and he's almost level 5 on the Bristleback already, which is super significant. Right now, though, he's pretty deep. With nighttime as well, with the double bonus from Hal, they should be able to beat KP.
The field, I mean, you can hope for some sort of deny for the small. Oh, he gets it! He actually does get
the one troll creep.
I can't believe he got it. There was, how much damage does that thing do? It's nothing. It's like 20.
I mean, he has a stout shield as well.
Oh my goodness.
It does. I think that was the troll creep, so it's 28 through the stout shield as well. So, all right.
All right.
Unfortunate for EG.
I mean, I was going to bring up he could, but I didn't think it would happen. Oh. KP.
The one creep that was left.
Some say it would be skilled, but KP, he had it planned out all along. Wow. I mean, but with that, all three lanes, you know, Newbie, they're very happy with the way this game is starting off.
Oh yeah, they have a more than full level advantage on their mid laner.
I mean, yeah, but look at the denies from SCCC. 21 denies in this mid lane.
Shrine comes up, use that right away.
So it's going to be a big careful. Nice. It's only level 2. There is a haste rune on SCCC. He has a Sonic Wave. I mean, if he wants to commit, Zai's certainly gone and well with the wraparound from Kaka. Coming in with the Boulder Smash, Zai, he'll try and play around with it here with the Burrow Strike. But SCCC just throws out the Sonic Wave, jumps in, cleans up one. I mean, he can look to play around with Sumail as well. They're going to have Kaka moving out of range. Arcane Rune bottled up by SCCC. He won't stick around to beat down onto Sumail, but it doesn't matter. He is just so far ahead, getting kills like this and such. This is such a one-sided affair, this laning stage. It really does feel it. I mean, top lane Mugi, 50 CS, 6 minutes in.
It's, you know, it's something we did discuss about right before the game did. So they do have very strong lanes, strong pressuring lanes, especially with that Bloodseeker last pick. The fact that they can leave him alone and make those rotations and put the pressure on EG is super important. Punishing that early kind of weakness that EG has in their lane. Lycan can be strong if he has the proper support duo, but if you only have it as one support down there, that's where the offlaner is actually able to get stuff. So they force Zai to kind of be moving around all this time, and it just makes KP farm a lot in that offlane. 25 last hits already on offlane Bristleback, very significant. And the stacks continue.
I mean, what's the plan here for EG? We've seen already newbie supports getting very active, at least the Spirit Searcher in the mid lane. But yet to really have the plays coming out from Crit and Zai on this tanking disruptor combo. I mean, when does something kind of click into place that allows them to enable action in one of these lanes?
Their two supports need levels, that's the big thing. So they have to play pretty much, in my opinion, reactively. They have to hope that SCCC kind of like overextends, and then they can have one of the supports set up and the other one TP in. So probably have Zai playing more around the mid lane, or maybe play with the Black Hole since it's online now. And since the Black Hole is up, they're going to go for Mugi instead. With this triple rotation. Mugi seems to know something's up.
There is an Earth Spirit in the neighborhood as well. And he's straight out. He is straight out indeed. Over to the bottom lane. And they're actually going to try and do something actively with it as well. This is such a smart move here from newbie. Will be scanned out though. Scans there from EG. They know that something's going on in the neighborhood. And RTZ will keep himself hidden behind the tree line. I mean, he has to stay there. If he pokes his head out, one rupture and a lead in from newbie could mean imminent death here. For the Lycan.
They get the nice, EG gets the D ward on the lane ward that newbie did have top because of that rotation from Mugi. They know, they're like, hey, something's up. He knows this gank's coming way too easy.
So EG definitely minimizing their potential casualty there. They play it safe. Now newbie have to look elsewhere to try and make this play with Mugi as they move him around the map.
Yeah, they're moving around it. At least they're, they sent Kaka top, so it's like, okay, there's the wave that does come in, he'll be able to mooch a bit of that experience, but more rotations coming in from EG to try to at least pressure that tower. But at the same time, KP is where it opens it up for him. Arteezy unable to farm under the threat of where the Bloodseeker is. They still don't know.
Still 3 heroes up top from EG, seeing if they can get the catch onto Kaka. Now making the movement, both Crit and Zai. Next up could be towards the mid lane, but that high ground ward is still there for newbie in that area, so very hard for him to get it. RTZ realizes that newbie's not leaving this bottom lane anytime soon, so heads up to top, joins his teammates. Can look to try and get the tier 1 trade in return. And still, the potential for a kill is there, Crit in the neighborhood. See if they can get the glimpse. Now with the lead forward, they have the vision with the Thunder Strike. Kaka, don't know if he can get himself out of this. He can certainly play with them in the boulder smash. He tries for the roll away, but there's the glimpse. Gets brought back into the clutches of Artur and Universe. And EG do claim the kill and should be able to finish off this tower as well.
Tower trades with good rotation, picking off that Earth Spirit. Zai now able to get a lockdown bottom with that tower being taken out. So he's only level 3 on the same. Compared to last game, he was already level 6 on the Naga side. That's pretty significant how under-leveled the support's actually on the side of EG.
Mugi's hunting for this. He knows Zai's low on the mana. If he finds a chance for a rupture, he'll go for it.
No mercy.
Keeps himself right back.
KP's almost got the Vanguard finished up on the Bristleback. As soon as he has the Vanguard, that's when the Ancient Stack farming begins. This is an offlane Bristleback who is top 4 of the net worth. That is very threatening.
And they could certainly look to group up and fight with their cores now. SCCC, he's finished off the Veil, 10 minutes in. He's got that ready to go. So huge amounts of magical burst potential there for him.
And they should have the Shadow Shaman 6 coming out too, so they'll have that, the actual tower sieging. The heroes don't hit buildings too great other than that. The Bloodseeker and the Bristleback. I guess the Bristle can, but it's mostly just towards. Kaka now moving toward top, waves pushing in, should be able to get level 6 easily on that Earth Spirit. And then they have pretty damn good team fight on the side of newbie to deal with EG. EG, like we said, they're lacking on levels on their supports.
Bear also done now for some else, despite the definite tough time in the mid lane. He's not, I mean, he's still 1k net worth behind the quad, but has got that major first item. So as well, can look to start to make things happen. At the same time, Universe, he's picked up the Midas. He's good to go. He's there 4th in the net worth, definitely. And not suffering too much, despite the fact that Mugi had such a good time in that top lane. And Universe definitely, at least going for the performances we've seen on this main stage in this series, I feel like the most solid performer out of game 1. You know, Universe, he kept his cool. That Nature's Prophet, the plays, the split push, kind of one of the reasons that game went on as long as it did. So yeah, you can definitely look towards Universe to pull out something special here.
EG recognizes this, they know the strength of their lineup. right, the lanes, sure, lanes didn't go the way that they probably wanted them to, but there still is that threat. Once they get their cores online, once that BKB eventually comes out for Enigma, it's the biggest point. But till then, they have to kind of just play it back, make sure they get their levels, much needed levels on the Sanking and the Disruptor. Once Disruptor has 6, they can maybe make some aggressive plays onto this Queen of Pain with the Static Storm and the site on top. But till then, they have very little kill fresh. And now Newbie, they're actually making the first go. And they've got some online.
Newbie have so much potential here as this 4-man.
They've got Magnetized ready. He comes almost 6. He actually breaks the
He comes in.
Tie.
And with that, they have no idea where Zai actually is at the moment. No wars themselves in EG's jungle, so Zai will get out as well. So it looks like EG, with that Sanking movement, have avoided the potential that Newbie's smoke had there, which was an incredible amount. Immediately, KP splits himself back up towards the top. Coming in a bit. If they can get the catch here, which indeed Crit can, brings back Mugi now. The whole team of EG ready to
silence
go.
From Kaka.
Good smash back from Kaka to hold back the side of EG, but the Malefice was there onto Mugi, allowing them to chase him down.
You see that call there, though, from EG? They see the Bristleback porting top.
Yeah.
It's literally instant. Sumail, like, we're going on this guy. We need to get the glimpse back and get the kill. That's a very big kill, killing the highest net worth here on the map. And that's yet to see be able to be deployed by Mugi. EG is doing a very good job of defending each other.
Yes.
As we were saying, that's the way that they get back into the game. They have to sit behind each other, hope that Newbie kind of overextends a bit, and then they'll get kills and come back through that. Zai now level 6. You said the Static Storm is online. Everyone else getting their tools. Once that Blink Enigma comes out, that could be when we see the next smoke come out from the Enigma.
Yeah, he's close as well. Universe 1600. EV, we're going to find it could just be Crit, and indeed, Silence bursted down immediately. Crit's gone. Tanks the gang. Definitely not the worst loss there for EG. The kill nonetheless, the Newbie. I'm going to keep the pressure on in the mid lane. They're thinking about Roche.
With the Shadow Shaman boards. With Blood Rage. Yeah. Throwing Blood Rage on Roche with the 2. It's actually an immense amount of damage and bring it down. EG seems to know something's up.
There's a ping straight on the pit from Zai.
They've got Black Hole. There's no blink yet for the Enigma to get into the fight.
Can they get it quick enough? They are mass TPing over, but it's falling so fast. Walls have been sent in. EG know the state. Can Zai make the play in time? Roshan falling low. There's the jump onto Shaman on the sideline. It's falling down. They're dropping the ult. They take that one, but they get Roche. Newbie have the Aegis with the Black Hole from the Universe comes in and the pip out for the pit. And EG, they take 3. SCCC may get out as well as Kaka, but EG, they're happy with that. Cleaning up 3, getting moved, you know, the big kill on this Bloodseeker, top of the net worth. Absolutely fantastic there.
Yeah, Newbie has to, pretty much it's go time for them right now. They know all the ultis were used by EG. They got to pretty much go for those next 2 easy objectives, the top tower and the mid tower. 3-man Static Storm, nice epicenter coming up from the side, and then the Black Hole follow-up from Universe. Absolutely perfect to bring them all down.
If only they were a few seconds earlier, it could have been that little bit greater. But at the same time, we talk about how well EG took that fight. Sweet little things there. Like as soon as the Roshan was going down, Mugi drops the Blood Right. Make sure that there's no chance for any sort of Black Hole or team fight play to happen during the last seconds of that Roshan life.
Now it's all about, as we said, playing around those cooldowns. EG does have, they have a good amount of longer cooldowns in comparison to Newbies.
I mean, Mugi's like, are you alone? He's kind of questioning it. I mean, Crit's going to go try for the TP out, but Boulder Smash is on point. Another freebie there for Newbie.
It's just a Disruptor kill, though. It's not like this is a kill that leads into an objective. They have to make use of this time very well versus these heavy ultimates that EG has. And that's not really the best one. Just as it's the 5 support, and not getting a tower. And during this time, Black Hole's in 100 seconds, Epicenter's in about 20, and Zai's almost finished up the Blink Dagger now.
He's getting there. He's so close.
That's the big team fight that EG will have. Newbie has massive team fight with their Veil Earth Spirit combo, but once Sanking has Blink Dagger, then EG actually has a way to start the fight, which Newbie kind of lacks in a way. They have the Earth Spirit, but it's not that, you know, super reliable instant stun like a Sanking or something like that.
So if EG have any plans here, there's still one in the mid lane at the moment. Newbie getting away with a lot of damage upon it. And seems to be that EG will opt against holding this one. Fortification, but KP and SCCC stick around, finish off the tower.
Casi ningún equipo profesional defiende la tier 1.
Very nicely done there by Artur.
The patience. Had them there waiting for that whole entire second duration.
He's got his Necro level 2 on the way out. Second recipe being blown out right now. So we'll soon have that level 3 Necro. We've seen how much damage this can do. I mean, if he just gets that, the Necros on the Shaman with the Wolves, he's just gone in a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
It could absolute wonders at bringing down the backliners.
No way for you to deal with it. It's very good versus Bristleback and Queen of Pain 2. The mana burn is very, very significant versus Bristle. You know, the fight goes on longer and longer, the quills become obnoxious, but not if he's completely out of mana because of a Necro book. It's going to be a really significant item pick up for EG in those team fights.
Oh boy, Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ruby, S and Y complete, and looking straight for the BKB next.
RTZ constantly trying to scout with one of his wolves. He has one kept with him, and the other one is just pretty much securing the areas where he expects them to make movements onto himself. Good micro coming out from Artur as expected. 10k player on Lycan.
Ruby going from objective to objective here. Takes a tier 1 in the mid lane, straight up to the top tower.
That's great for them. You know, in the 2 minutes or the 3 minutes that Black Hole is on cooldown, they were able to claim those 2 objectives and then themselves a kill. But Black Hole's up, Blink is online as well for Enigma. It's go time with that Sai Sanking.
Indeed. They want to find something big. They know that SCCC's there in the middle lane. They can spot him out as he cleared the wave, but they want to try and cut off this push that Newbie put together up top. AP on the front lines. Still under the cover of smoke, EG have the ward there, they've got perfect vision, there's the jump on, Malefic's first onto Faith, not looking to commit the ult because they don't need the Black Hole for that one. And the Shaman down, RTZ will transform as they may look to take more. KP controls for the moment by the kinetic field, Universe Kingdoms is there, the Universe with the 3-man Black Hole! It's absolutely perfect! They take down 3, they get the Aegis as well, Mugi will escape! There's CCC also potentially in trouble. Universe blinking forward, getting the vision. Zai comes in with the burrow strike. SCCC one more blink. Do they want to chase it? Universe did have Maleficent again, but they will let SCCC be. But beautiful play there from Universe. He just created the right amount of distance. I think he only just dodged like a boulder smash flying in, and bam, was able to come back in. And Newbie, they did not expect him to get away with that.
That big vision advantage. That vision advantage is so important. We see Kaka's going to come in later, and he tries to get a good boulder smash and silence. He actually misses the silence, and then Universe blinks over the stun and gets the Black.
Look at this. Universe kind of comes back, and then he sees Kaka. He's like, I got to get out of here, boys. I'm going to come back in now. Blinks over the boulder smash to come back in for that one.
That's where we always talk about as like pro players and analysts and stuff, how important vision can be in team fights. Having that ward there for them, EG has all the luxury to kind of be like, okay, this is who we're going to pick and choose and go on, where Newbie, they didn't really have any real vision in that fight to see where the Enigma was located.
Very, very nicely done there by Universe. You've got to watch this, man. Game
Enigma
1
is the crucial one.
I mean, Universe, he is definitely one that you can, he is always going to keep his cool on the main stage. This is Universe very unfazed by any sort of pressure that he's put under. And you can see it.
It's unique.
Keeping it cool.
It's unique. We know him.
BKB next on the menu for this Enigma, bottom lane, hunting for Zai. Zai will be safe though. Not quite going to catch him there with a roll forward from Kaka. SCCC relatively close now to having that ult complete, so. But at this rate, it is going to be a similar time to when that BKB is online on Universe. So.
EG's probably feeling pretty comfortable now with the way that the game is starting to develop after that Roche engagement. The big thing is getting that Blink BKB on the Enigma, like we're always talking about. There's no way for Newbie to cancel it. They have to play around it really well. So we have BKB going to be built next for Mugi on top of that S and Y. Faith is trying to go for a Blink Dagger because they only really have the Earth Spirit for catch at the moment on Newbie, so he wants to be able to have that extra catch to take the team fights better. They can't just rely solely on Taka to do everything, be all the lockdown and catch on their team.
Bit of downtime now between the sides. They look towards these crucial item moments. 20 minutes in, 8-5.
This downtime's great for EG. Black Hole is just getting off the cooldown during all this. Crit.
The Zunting, yeah, SCCC have found him. Crit again. Life of the support, constantly trying to get this deep vision out, but pretty much every time Newbie's been able to make him pay for it.
He got the ward down. He finished his urn before dying. Sure. This is just the job as a 5 support. You die for your team, you die for the cause. Better than one of your cores dying. And now Black Hole is back online for EG, so they can try to make some plays. And BKB is about
not quite
900 gold.
Okay, so there is a bit of a window now where SCCC does have the Orchid and no BKB, so depends if they see that on the Quap or if indeed they do try and make something happen before it, but I wouldn't be surprised if EG,
they can
as
just
you say,
sit back.
content waiting, get that BKB at least on Enigma, then look to make another attempt.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
RTZ continues to keep those wolves scouting out all over the place.
Oh boy, Dire's middle tower is denied. What are you going to do now?
They do actually want to go. They want to try and fight, so Universe still vulnerable, but we saw how much he did before without having to rely on the BKB. Jump in, and they just go immediately onto Fade. As the midnight rolls down, they'll put the Reaper's side, make sure that Shaman's down for 50 seconds.
They can get an invasion play here too. RTZ is already positioned top for the push, so easy tier 2 can be clean, but Kanka is in position. Maybe may want to actually try to contest this. Shadow Shaman's dead for 40 seconds.
Kanka with that Yules as well, and another way to play around this non-BKB Enigma at the moment.
Bristleback is very farm friendly. Hood and Solar Press very durable versus he has Universe has to just sit all the way back. There's a deep ward though from Noob, so they see everything for this engagement if they want to take it. But a trade is the choice right now.
And Universe, he says, I can smell someone in these trees, clears out the tree line with the midnight pulse. An absolute jackpot. He hits it, finds Kaka.
And Cryptic's trying to set up for a glimpse play bottom. Hides the trees, almost get the glimpse off.
That was close there. And nearly got the vision with that field. Still indeed taking a tier 2, keeping control of their own. EG now finding the favorable trades across the map.
Slowly pulling ahead. This is the first time actually that EG has taken the lead in net worth this game. 23 minutes in.
Still very, very early days here for both sides. Defusal, the next item for RTZ, and he's very close to having it as well. Talking about being close, Universe pretty much with that BKB done now. Can get that recipe sent out. And then these fights become a lot harder because what do you do at this stage about a BKB Enigma? There's actually nothing, is there?
They have to try to split the fights and take them on different angles. Catch EG pretty much off guard. RTZ does get silenced up by the Blood Right, but down there with the heals.
EG are here ready to turn if Newbie come in too hard. You've got both Zai and Universe in the tree line behind the side of EG, keeping themselves hidden. And Newbie, I think they're aware. They hang around the tier 1 and they don't fight the bait too hard. They hold back.
They see the courier just went through both their wards with the actual BKB recipe on it, so they now know that Universe does have that one and may dissuade them from trying to take a head-on-head fight. So Bloodseeker going to be building toward a Radiant stance as he switches it up from the BKB that he had in quick buy.
Yeah, the Radiance, I mean, that's going to be nice for numerous amount of reasons, really, isn't it? Something that they can hurt a little bit from Ghost Shroud, something that's just an extra thing that these two heroes, the Enigma and the Sand King, are looking to blink in, they have to now be aware of.
Just extra damage, easier way for him to push out the waves. And he's probably thinking like BKB wouldn't really solve the issue that could happen in the fights where he's just going to get black-holed.
And always the missed chance. You've got two cores that aren't going to be building MKB anytime soon. Maybe RTZ down the line, but still has that Diffusal Blade queued up. Yet to invest, so we could see him change his mind at any time. SCCC as well, just working towards the safer part of his build. BKB next on the menu for the Queen of Pain.
Playing around their vision, making the smoke rotations. Every single one of their smokes has been to one of their wards that they placed aggressively in the enemy jungle.
I think SCCC realizes, he said, look guys, the mid lane, the top lane, it's starting to push in, no one's cleaning it out, everyone's off the map. This is obviously the weakness when you go for these 5-man smoke.
Y la niña le agarró la Queen of Pain en realidad.
Actually on top of all of
Pero no pudieron matar.
Knew exactly where their movement was coming.
Bueno, que hicieron.
At this state, what's the plan here? Roshan is back up.
Yeah, and that's the secondary one. This is where probably the big next fight's gonna happen.
Sure.
The Aegis and Cheese. It's hard for Newbie. They have to find some type of pick-off. If they can do some type of way to get vision into the backlines and find that Enigma, that's their biggest case scenario. Other than that, it's very hard for them to take team fights.
Kaka eyeing up potential onto Samael. SCCC will blink away. Searching the tree lines here. There's the 4-4 to cut it in, and they know he's there. They've got the vision on him. He'll jump back, but there with the Midnight Pulse and the Malefice, Universe has the control. Kaka, can he do anything to escape out? He'll have to roll up again in 5 seconds. Does have the Yule Scepter, but he's just going to accept his fate and beaten down upon by EG.
trying to split up as much as possible on the side of Newbie.
Rushing.
Radiance is now finished on the Bloodseeker, but fighting into this Blink BKB. They don't want to do it, and now out of this, EG pick up a nice ED rune for our team. Walk into the pit. Easy Aegis. Way to go!
Absolutely. Newbie nowhere near the area.
Easy Russian.
No chance of contesting it at this state. With the items and just an extra bit of a bonus there for RTZ. Grab the Aegis, Cheese goes the way of Samel.
It's looking tough for Newbie. Just, what's the solution? The solution versus the Enigma BKB is you gotta play around it somehow. But they're unable to really get any big opportunities around it. Because EG has been sticking mostly together. Not really giving Newbie any chance to get pickoffs. BKB going to be coming out for SCCC soon. So at least I'll have that for the Static Storm and for the Reaper site, but it's still the problem.
They've nearly got the Blink on play, so yeah, that sort of catch, of course,
alright, so they've
could be crucial. If they, as you say, if they can get that jump onto Universe and keep him out.
They just don't have a way this time around for Newbie to get vision. There's no vision hero, where EG has the Wolves, which have been constantly scouting out, and also they've had a bit of vision advantage in the game just through warding. Those deep aggressive wards in Newbie's jungle have been really hurting. We saw in that one big fight that Universe got the Black Hole. That's exactly what happens because they had vision there.
Starting to amp up the pressure here in the middle lane. Samel. Force and Lotus complete. I mean, he's feeling very safe for the moment.
Oh yeah. The Lotus Orb is super good versus both the Bloodright and versus the Queen of Pain Orchid, but also just in case if he gets that Lotus Orb and the Rupture comes out, Bloodseeker is ruptured, can't do anything in the fight. Has to be perfectly timed though before the Rupture comes out.
A treasure.
Basher going to be the build here from KP to the Solar Crest and Hood.
Ah, that could be one way to stop the Black Hole.
That's one way to go for the
get an Abyssal
that right angle
and get in the right angle. No,
it's very hard to do so.
Yeah, pretty much impossible.
Now EG ready to push down mid. They've got an Arcane Rune on Universe. And obviously with the Aegis and Cheese still in hand, they really want to try and make something happen here. EG.
Universe is scarily approaching.
Did they get the glimpse back onto Kaka? It's still too deep for EG to commit fully onto the Earth Spirit. They're maintaining hold of Newbie deep behind the tier 2. So this tower is going to be very hard to defend. And indeed, they will not. EG take the tier 2 tower.
Took a big beating. It's gone.
Thinking about whether there's potential to go in for a play here. And in fact, well, Arteezy, he just pops the ultimate and gets out of it. Continues the farm going.
Wants to maybe farm faster.
I guess, and maybe feels that they're just not going to take a team fight anytime soon with the way that Newbie are dodging it.
He wanted to cut the creep wave top as well with his book and his Necro, or with his Wolf. He sees SCCC pushing top. He wants to farm Ancients and cut the wave and farm as much as he can with that, since there's not an engagement happening for a while. From the way that Newbie's playing, EG definitely has that kind of read. They're all just kind of farming. They're in a position where they don't really know what they want to do, how they want to take the fight. Blink BKB Enigma is just so damn threatening. And especially now, you know, Aegis and Cheese doesn't help either.
Gold for me.
The Universe as well, with the amount of spaces being given. Very, very close to having a full-out Octarine.
Almost Octarine well. With the level 18 on top, and he's already got the cooldown reduction talent on top. So when he's got level 18, it gets down to that, like, what, 90 seconds, I believe it is, or something. Very close to that duration, or 102 seconds.
And it really goes to show again how sort of passive this game has started to fall into this period. You look at all 6 cores, they're pretty much the same pace. This is just, you know, 6 top tier, the best in the world players, just having all the space that they want and just hitting creeps. And no one's messing up, everyone's keeping at the same stage at this point of the game. EG overall, slight lead.
I would assume that EG probably feels a bit happier with the pace of the game.
Well, because of their heroes?
For them. Yeah, because they have they have the BKB Enigma. If you get to the point where you have Refresher 2 on top, it's almost impossible for them to really take fights. And now with the Aegis still online, with Assault finished up for RTZ, they can try to take an engagement.
But see what they can get.
Newbie still just, yeah, they know. They just hide inside their base, have 1 or 2 heroes split pushing. They have no intentions of taking fights versus.
As soon as those 5 heroes are off the map, Newbie seemingly playing a West. This SCCC still down bottom.
They might lose Kaka here. If he gets spotted out by Zai, it's a possibility.
I see they do scan.
They do get the scan.
Connects onto Triple C, and yeah, with a midnight pulse, taking advantage. There we go, straight away with the black hole. No messing around. Boulder Smash will connect, but it's too late. The Queen of Pain's down, and Kaka with that play may have paid with his own life. Will use up the SK to try and get around it, but you can't use underneath the tornado. He's stuck in the kinetic field. EG, they're going to get both of them out of this push. They even bring in Samael to add a bit of extra pain there to the death of the Earth. Down for 70 seconds.
That map awareness.
These scans, you know, they can read it. They know that someone's hiding there, and who better to find than SCCC on the Queen of Pain? Massive catch.
Yeah, super worth it for EG to take engagements with one-man black holes like that. They know that there's no way Newbie wants to fight them. Spending it on just the main core hero is more than worth it. And now it's going to be Octarine finished up for Enigma, and they can start their tower siege on that tier 2 bottom, which that's all the outer towers.
Yep, they've got Assault Caress finished on Arteezy. Everything's ready to go for this. As you say, just no black hole, but with the position that they're in, definitely capable of taking a fight without them.
Oh boy,
it's not going to take too long to come back up either. 90 seconds for this one, but the next one is 90 seconds after, but now the next one's going to be much faster with that Octarine finished up.
And 90 seconds in a game that's going at this sort of pace, it's not that much. Yep. So it's the chance that anything crazy happens in favor of Newbie in 90 seconds.
They know the black hole's down. This is their time to try to make something happen.
Do they leave the base? It's still risky. It looks like, I mean, do they go out or do they just wait?
I think they have to try to make plays around the black hole timing every single time it's down like that. It's going to get to a point where it's always going to be up. But they're struggling to get their waves out. The top wave and mid wave are out, but bottom now, they're going to have to show heroes.
Newbie, understandably, very, very careful. Katie has the Abyssal. Artesian himself. Nearly BKB on top of his Assault Caress. And you see with those two items, he's going to be feeling pretty invincible in these fights. You know?
It's like the farm when you look at it, like you said, you look at the top 6 and it looks like Newbie can, they're in ways to be able to contest, but it's just the threat of the black hole. Yeah. It's just how much it really can. It's not even the threat, it is the black hole because he has the BKB and the blink. And here we go, smoke, 20 seconds till it's up. They draw the line. They see the Bloodseeker bottom now too, so they know that he's not going to be in the fight right away.
This should be a successful move from EG. Newbie, are they ready for this? Kaka on the front of it all. He's going to be the one to tank it. Jump forward straight away. They're looking for more. EG, they're not content with just one. They get the vision, drag back KP. Held in the Midnight Pulse with the Necro units out as well. EG just ripping through this Bristleback, and KP's gone as well. Evil Geniuses.
Oh boy. It's looking impossible for Newbie to do anything. They don't even have to use black hole. That time it is just the threat of the black hole. Newbie has to completely disperse and unable to take any fight versus EG.
And of course this push that EG are going to have, Assault Caress, the Necro units out, the sustain that Samael can offer, it's going to be terrifying. They drop the Serpent wards in an effort to push EG back, and it looks like that will actually do the job for now, as EG back away and aren't going to look to push in any further. But as you say, EG very, very comfortable with the position they're in. They can wait out these bigger items. Now they do have that BKB on Arteezy, feeling that they're under no pressure whatsoever. They've got a 7k gold lead, not necessarily the biggest, but they know they take one fight with, or as we saw without that black hole, get the push on with the Necrobooks out. It's very hard for Newbie to put a stop to, and unless they have something like the Serpent wards and the rest of their ultimates available.
Gold for me.
I think Newbie might start trying to do some things that are desperate because it's just looking to get worse and worse as the game progresses versus EG.
I mean, it really feels like, we saw Mugi absolutely have an incredible time in that top lane, but at this stage, it feels like the Bloodseeker is just struggling to offer anything. I mean, it feels like Newbie even realized it themselves, as they're not even actively trying to fight with or around the Bloodseeker. They're just sort of letting Mugi farm and just hoping for the best by the it.
Yeah, it's the BKB that we were talking about. They can't do it. They have no way to counter it. But now they're trying to bait SCCC mid. Maybe this is the play that
BKB comes out, and now the potential turnaround. Universe will commit the black hole, but he didn't pop the BKB. He gets silenced. Now the turnaround. They will take down Samael. Can they get anything more? Arteezy pops the BKB. He starts to change towards Kaka. They've found Faith. Kaka's going to be able to roll away safely. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment. Newbie with the edges. They've taken down Samael. Now Side jumps in looking for Mugi. Mugi will get taken down. Now it's EG getting the lead. SCCC trying to finish your crit. Earn a Shadow's heal. Not enough to keep the Disruptor alive.
RTZ's lost the ultimate momentum. See jumping back in. Catches there. Looking for the setup. Yules up onto Zai. They've got the control. Boulder smash connects onto both. SCCC trying to finish him off, but Zai up to the high ground. Do they have the vision? They don't have any sentries down at that point, so Zai will be able to continue to run. KP though, chasing down RTZ. 4 stack. Can Universe save him? He can't. Nothing he can do to keep KP off RTZ. And a beautiful fight there. I mean, as you said, it was absolutely the bait there from Newbie, encouraging them, EG, to go in on that kill. We saw, you know, the confidence that EG had just blowing that black hole on one target. Universe not even preemptively popping his BKB before committing, and then it just fell apart.
I don't think they expected everyone else to be there just because of the way Universe black hole. You usually wouldn't see him make that kind of mistake. He must have thought, hey, it's just a point Queen of Pain here, no one else is in the area. I don't want to waste my BKB, but definitely paying for that one, paying for that choice.
He's straight away going in. And immediately, you know, once that BKB is not out, Blood Ride, the pull from the Spirit, it's all going to be there. And, you know, being able to clean up the squishy backliners, they do get the one support. That's too elusive. And with fights like that, Newbie starting to close the gap back up. EG do still have the lead. That's Newbie, they're into the pit.
The dream scenario.
They're going to get it.
They get that fight happening. Universe doesn't hurt the BKB, of course, but they get the win in the fight, and the Roche respawns right afterwards, so HG is going in their favor. They could not have asked for something worse than that.
Very well played sequence of events there from Newbie, but definitely had the potential for that to roll out because of EG overstepping the mark and getting a little too confident with the position they were in.
Yeah. They don't really have like the craziest amount of damage in the black hole if there's someone who's BKB'd, if RTZ's not in position. So that fight, RTZ was far on the left side when the black hole came out. Of course, it got canceled instantly, but he also got Abyssal too. So they need to make sure if they do use the black hole on targets that are BKB'd, they need to have RTZ in range of those. But of course, if also the black hole lasts.
Oh, I love this. I didn't know if he was going to do this, but he has confidence. The Blink Abyssal. He is literally just playing this game to get behind and on top of Universe.
It was it's something we consider that could be an option. He could try to get into it. Sometimes it's still impossible. If you place the black hole like right on top of yourself, or just a little bit ahead of yourself, you actually can't get behind it. It's still not even a bad item pickup to be able to get into those back lines. If he's able to like blink into the back and Abyssal Blade onto like Disruptor or something during some of those follow-ups, it can work really great for their follow-up.
BKB done. You got to watch it as well for the durations of like Universes. What's this down to now? He's only used a couple with the bomb, so it's just down to the 9. Once that starts to get low, there are going to be more and more openings for Newbie. Fight around that threat.
They just, that's a big, I mean, it's a huge swing. It's almost 7,000 gold swings because of getting that Aegis in that big fight. So now it puts EG in a little bit of a fearful position to play into it because you don't want to play with your black hole into multiple lives, and this is where Newbie's going to try to take advantage of it because if the black hole does come off with the BKB, they don't have to cancel now. They can wait for people to respawn and do that. Crit, trying to walk up. Gonna take the game.
Idiot jumps on Will, get the Glimmer Cape off and jumps back. Before the smash comes through, there's trying to turn around the Universe coming in, but no! He gets it off, but it's only onto one. Will kill the Shadow Shaman, but overall, EG then falling apart. Samael's gone. Universe just has to TP out of there. RTZ trying to man up against SCCC, but he blinks away. Newbie just chasing down. Glimmer Cape is on him again. Crip will save him, but Crip pays with his life. And again, Newbie
now they can actually go high ground. There's no black hole now. The only threat is epicenter.
No buybacks either on the 2 that are down. Will pop the Aegis there on the side. Zai trying to slow them down with the Burrow Strike. But I don't think Newbie will have any plans of backing up. They're going to stand their ground, push in onto the tier 3s here.
This could be
out. They get
Daga tenía
so the ball is back on Newbie, they're doing it.
Oh, ya no mata
RTZ comes out. RTZ will survive. Buyback forced down there from Zai.
Tenían un queso guardado.
Clean up the melee racks in the middle lane. Newbie. They played this game very patiently, and ever since that bit of a blunder from EG in the middle lane, Newbie getting momentum back behind them now.
Así que puede ser que quieran el todo por el todo.
Moving down to the bottom lane. They really want to be
tienen bullback, sí tienen bullback todo.
30 seconds.
Van a ir por todo.
They got Shadow Shaman 1-2. This is
going to be a second set of racks for Newbie here. No holding back. They are not leaving this base. Universe, 17 seconds to the black hole. Can they kill this threat? They can't. The melee racks are gone to make the jump in onto KP. Can they actually get this kill? The Midnight Pulse is down. They do have the Reaper side. They'll bring down the Bristle. But 2 melee racks gone. Newbie, they've done their work. They're going to be all smiles at the moment, and Evil Geniuses are going to feel incredibly shaken up.
Incredibly impressive there. When they played around it, Universe able to get the perfect black holes there. Newbie just punishes it so heavily. It just shows, though, too, how much EG does rely on getting those black holes. So if they can put Universe in like a frantic position to be forced to use that, this is where they could shine.
And he comes in, and even though despite how close Kaka is only getting Faith, it was exactly what you said as well. He does it on top of himself.
I think he saw the Abyssal. Yeah, he's making sure that it doesn't get cancelled off.
But it meant that it wasn't good enough. Newbie. Yeah, look at that. Esther, he loves it.
A little bit of a victory dance.
He absolutely loves it.
That's got to feel good.
It absolutely has. In a game as well, 42 minutes again, only 19 to 12, as we saw, ever since sort of the 10-minute mark, EG the ones to put their foot down, but bam, now Newbie taking down 2 melee racks in a fantastic position. I mean, EG, of course, they still have this incredible push. They take one fight, they get 1 big black hole, they can do the same that Newbie achieved. They can clean up 2 racks in a matter of a minute. But they need to find that fight, and at the moment, Newbie are not letting them get it.
EG wants to be the ones making the jump happen now. The last 2 times, it's been Newbie kind of like baiting / positioning EG into responding. Now EG wants to be the ones to be dictating it rather than that responsive, because that's where mistakes happen. When you're forced to just react to people, you're just like in that frantic instinct kind of thing, and you jump, and that's where the mistakes.
And RTZ as well with his build, I think he realizes, they've got to just rely on getting 1 fight and pushing. He's looking to pick up the Desolate. Yeah. Just everything that they can get together to make sure that 1 fight they win, that's when they close the game up.
He's all their physical damage too. Everyone else is magical on the side of EG, so he knows his job. He knows what he needs to be doing in this game.
We did see, of course, in that last fight, RTZ is still incredibly scary for Newbie. They have to keep their distance. But once his sort of backlines fall down around him, he doesn't have the control to hold someone like SCCC in place. We saw, last fight, the Queen of Pain being 1 hit away from being taken down with Blink.
Newbie's got their lanes in good positions.
And there's the jump. Look for the free pick-off to start things off. Crit. Can he get out? He cannot. Or maybe he can. Wait, with SCCC waiting on the high ground. Bring him down. 50 seconds. Crit does have buyback available. And EG, of course, will be doing everything to make sure they're not mega creeped. They do have that top lane fairly pushed out. Tier 2 still standing.
SCCC already. He's like, yeah, we need to force this top lane, actually. It's really important.
Le mataron al Destructor para que no armen ninguna TF mientras preparan todo para el push. Porque si no, si ellos tenían al Disruptor, ellos iban a invocar y le iban a buscar mal parados. Y ahora no pueden hacer nada más que mirar hasta que salga el Disruptor.
Right now, it's very limited, actually, for EG. It's pretty much just those wolves walking around and that 1 ward that they did place just before during that push. So with those 2 side lanes always pushing in, and Newbie always has a lot of information on the map and allows himself to accrue a bigger and bigger advantage during this downtime.
And you can see EG with the smoke, they were hoping that Newbie would come in for that tier 2 push, but Newbie, they're smarter than that. They're not going to just throw themselves in. I mean, now they've come forward. Sumail has revealed. They keep KP on the front lines.
SCCC is a big threat now, too. 6 slotted. Well, he can still replace the Veil, but with the Mjolnir finished up and the level 25, 60% lifesteal talent, that can be another factor they have to add in.
But he's massive. He really is. 24,000 net worth, 45 minutes in. I said at the start, I was excited to see this. This is something we've seen in the past. SCCC, definitely one of his flashiest and finest heroes, the Queen of Pain, and this game looking to be no exception.
This is the perfect time for Newbie to start pressuring like this. It's the double catapult wave, the first one of the game that starts coming out. You see the 2 side lanes being heavily forced in, and top lane will meet there with the double catapult as well. Start to set up that siege.
What do EG do? They are holding close to them dearly, this tier 2 tower. Newbie being so safe with the way that they slowly siege this top lane.
SCCC is not even farming jungle.
Falta un minuto. Van a tirar esta torre y van a hacer Roshan.
Should be able to claim the tier 2 here. Maybe they don't expect us to commit super hard on the defense, but EG is. And now SORTEO starts to make his movement back over.
Wow,
the walls do get farmed up very quickly there by EG.
The side lanes, though, that's the issue. The catapults start hitting on the shrines in the mid lane, so Shrine is almost actually brought down. At about 150 life. And the bottom wave.
Oh, they've actually found him here. They jump in, they find him in the trees. They have the shackle onto Zai. RCG pops the BKB, now make the leap on paper. SCC comes to the back line. Universe will hold him in place with the BKB black hole. Have they got the damage to finish off? Yes, they have. Zai comes in with the AP. A full genius, they found two. Can they get KP as well? Sumail has to keep his distance. They've lost RTZ. RTZ does not have buyback. Mugi manning up with the BKB, looks towards Zai. Will get the kill, gets the heal, keeps himself alive. KP moving in on Sumail. Reaper side, not enough to bring down the bristle. The mana. Oh my god! The tower hits. Is it enough? KP will finally go down. Universe does it there with the Midnight Pulse. EG have lost 3, but at the same time bringing down 3 members of Newbie themselves.
But EG's base, it's getting destroyed by these creeps and catapults.
And as we can see there, gold does slightly favor EG, you know, it's because of the fact that they were behind. Being able to kill SCCC on the Queen of Pain is amazing, but Mugi, he escapes alive. RTZ loses his life again, and as you say, the pressure still certainly on for EG. So, whereas they may have been able to slow down Newbie's advance onto the base, unlikely that anything's going to happen whilst these Newbie heroes are down because of their own casualties.
The big thing for EG there now is that Universe will have Refresher for the next upcoming engagements.
I mean, look at this here. We're going to be able to get a shot at Universe's perspective. Comes in, looks to the side, realizes, bam, he can commit onto this Queen of Pain.
He's still always, you see how he's using the black hole every time. He places it right on top of himself, just to make sure that that Bristleback can't blink and get the Abyssal Blade off. Very important to note those things.
Regeneration. Still, as we say, Newbie still with the lead.
Roche is back. Roche, another Aegis and Cheese. Since we are past that 40-minute mark for quite a bit now, we do have the double runes that will be playing into favor. And oh look, a DD right outside the pit.
A gift from the
big timing here. Newbie, they are going to have everyone back. Same to be said for Evil Geniuses, but Newbie already closer to the pit. And EG having to deal with these lanes, being pushed in by the Super Team. Very little chance that EG can contest this Roshan, and there should be a free Aegis and a Cheese into the pockets of Newbie. They'll make a scan. He's starting to move a couple over, but it's not going to be anywhere.
The Cheese is still on the ground. Oh, they actually pick it up. RTZ almost got the
It looked like he was going to be able to deny it.
Yep. SCCC actually picked it up. It looked like he was leaving it for somebody else, but after they didn't grab it right away, he's like, no. Now he passes it over to Mugi.
Those black hole holds. And this is the thing, as we see, Universe, he needs to catch the cores.
Yeah.
And when he does it, it's because of the placement that he has to go for. It's so hard for him to get anything more than just that. But taking down one core can certainly put a hold to the push that Newbie try and bring on.
Un saludo a Rankus.
They have the refresher versus
un saludo a Rankus, a Sergio, a Tommy, a todos.
They're trying to take an unexpected fight at this tier 2 with the way Universe is positioned. Now they've shown all their faces. So now Zai actually also has a Lincoln Spear picked up, so now if Zai throws a Lincoln on Universe, they actually stop.
Oh, they're opening up here. Black Hole will be committed onto the KP. They're trying to burst down the Bristle on the sidelines. Get the Cheese off though. The Jimabro's coming in. The Cheese comes down. The Son of a Universe with a refresher. Black Hole is forced to. And the corner Triple C, but will bring down Mugi. But Evil Geniuses, they've lost 2. Buyback immediately on both Sumail and Universe. They'll try and re-enter the fight. Sumail falling down low. Burrowstrike comes out from side. They will find KP a second time. Silence is now onto the Queen of Pain. The Midnight Pulse bringing SCCC down low. He'll lose the Aegis. He's gone. Buyback from Crit. The Islanders are out. Can they get back in on this? Mass buyback from Newbie. They want to finish this game off. SCCC jumps forward. Will have the Shadow Strike reflected back to him.
This is their time to end it. They know that even Bristle buyback. Yeah, they know there's no black holes. Every single ulti.
In Newbie. Can EG really hold? 60 seconds until the black hole's back. 60 seconds before RTZ's back in the game.
This is the double catapult wave as well that's going to be coming in for the 50-minute mark.
Zai just doing everything he has to slow them down. Jumps in with the bonus strike. The Midnight Pulse bringing Mugi down low, but the wards are there. Fate gets the shackle, but the force back keeps him alive. Burrows is turning around with the bonus. Pull does silence the Scepter's drawing their attention towards the side. Zai with the Sandstorm and the Malefice is enough to bring down Fate. They pull down the Shaman. SCCC jumps in. BKB pop, turning towards Universe. Universe keeping himself alive with the Midnight Pulse and the Ultra Recoil heal. SCCC blinks away. RTZ is back in the game. SCCC comes back. Crit brings him back in. RTZ takes him down. SCC's gone, but he did not buy back for that affair. He was already alive, so he is not on the dieback. And that cost 4 buybacks from Evil Geniuses, an incredibly costly hold, but a hold that they did have to fully commit to. And it did work. They keep those racks alive. And now we're at the point where those ultimates are going to come back into play. Black Hole is there for Universe. 20 seconds and he's got the refresher as well.
Nubi's in a threat now. If they could, you know, if they lose a couple heroes, they can just lose the game. They expended majority of their buybacks too. Like you said, the Queen of Pain did not, but the Bloodseeker, I believe, what? We had Bloodseeker buyback, Bristleback buyback, and the Shadow buyback.
You killed the Bloodseeker, you knock him down for 2 minutes. EG.
They're looking to force it.
Can they really turn this? They're sitting at a 10k gold loss. They are down 2 racks, and that top 3, you know, the top racks, they are now exposed.
You see this top fight again. Just able to get the cheese off on KP here was super crucial in the fight. Secondary Black Hole, excellent, but SCCC just demolishing Universe during that, but all the buybacks forced out.
Now here we go. EG, they're knocking on the doorstep of Mugi, pushing down the middle lane.
Wow, le mató los
nice bit of goal there for Mugi as he cleans up the icons with the blood right. But EG, you know, they have to.
La Queen of Pain tranquilamente puede salir sin pagarse.
Eso es muy
bien.
Puts the BKB preemptively trying to get the jump. He found the black hole. It is onto KP. Do they actually have the damage to finish him off? Sorry.
Lo convirtió en piedra y lo sacó. Qué capo.
Beautiful play from Kaka. He managed to save him there. The second of black hole for Universe.
Muy buena Kaka, muy buena. Se zarpó, lo convirtió en piedra, tiene Aganim. Jeje. La partida la ganó Kaka con eso que hizo ahí.
The Aghanim Zerspirit, I believe he just picked it up, keeping KP alive.
My God, that was absolutely beautiful.
Wow. And with that, that's CG down, not down to the lower bracket. Newbie with...
Hola.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow.
¿Viste cómo lo convirtió en piedra y lo salvó?
Sí, boludo, hijo de puta. Up their run here at TI7, 2-0ing EG down to the lower bracket. And we saw that, I mean, the end of that game, EG certainly gave it their all. There were big attempts. Universe very nearly finding the black holes to seal the deal, but Newbie, they were just a step ahead from the blink plays. And that final play, that Kaka with the Ags. There was just nothing they could do. I mean, I think they saw it. They probably didn't realize what was going on. Hang on. Suddenly this Bristol we're throwing everything on has turned into a stone and is sliding back towards the fountain.
Absolutely perfect timing. That was incredibly well played by Newbie. EG had very high moments, but just the small things, that's what matters here at the International.
Wow. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Newbie 2-0 against Evil Geniuses. We're going to head back to the panel, see what Day9 and the lads have to say about that one. PPD, how are you doing, boy?
What a game. What a game. That was stressful to watch because it was a game about Universe. It was a game about being able to get the black holes that were needed, all the itemization that we saw on the side of Newbie, the Abyssal Blade and Blink, just to be able to have someone to disable Enigma during the black hole. Oh my gosh, and I cannot believe the clutch saves that came out of Newbie in that game.
And the game just had
I know.
That is probably the play of the day, potentially the play of the tournament. Especially when the game started with it was very good for Newbie with the like lanes. They had almost 3 guys mid. They had the Rasta nuking the mid hero for EG, Sumail. And they even had the ES walking around and sniping couriers. So after that, to get into the game with the black holes to that was just amazing.
PPD was saying this at the start of the match.
Están todos rankeando mientras están jugando.
I can't believe they managed to win that game. I don't know. I thought that EG had it for sure. The Universe was going to clutch up and just multi-hero black holes every single time.
And that was the story of the game too. There were so many successful black holes there. Helpless, but
What an unbelievable comeback.
There were a lot of close ones. One where he popped the cheese right before
Ahora va a
the
jugar
refresher
Secret
came
versus
out.
Execration,
He only he was really close to catching King
game para ir a comer, a mirar la tele.
Sí, PPDS quiere matar.
So many incredible moments. I'm excited to hear Purge's thoughts on the match.
Por Bocón, viste que cuando empezó todo esto decía dejé esto, dejé lo otro, y ahora le rompieron el orto y no dice nada, tiene una cara de culo.
They basically aimed for the mid game. Newbie's plan was all about the lanes.
No, muy bueno, boludo. Muy bueno.
We saw that many times. Newbie got a solo kill on Universe just by having insane damage potential. Universe not realizing just how big of a threat that was. He ended up dying here. SCC. Zai did a great job, by the way, zoning what the Earth Spirit was trying to do to accomplish by roaming mid, but ultimately Queen of Pain is way too much to handle, and he ends up dying here as well. So across the board, it was a pretty big gold advantage. He got a 2K advantage, or 3K advantage on 9 minutes. But the advantage that really pushed them into the big lead this game was a mobility advantage. And a lot of that's around glimpse from Disruptor, because if a core is pushing bringing back and Garrett. So we started seeing this as the team fights happen. EG got a little lucky with showing up at this Roche fight, but the important thing is that mobility advantage ends up killing one hero at the start, and they use their much superior team fight, which was in the lane and to easily win fight after fight after fight. Saw the same thing in this second Pivotal play. Again, Shadow Shaman dying right at the start of the fight, which ended up giving them a great team fight. So ultimately what finally
también está jugando Ilian, pero Ilian no está ni jugando en International.
The Earth Spirit in this, maybe they kill 2 heroes. This is the point of the game where finally Newbie has the mobility advantage back from their opponents. They have BKBs, they're going to run their opponents down, and if you don't kill at least 1 core at the start, it's going to lead to this situation where Newbie eventually catches up, ends up winning the team fight, and possibly even gets 2 racks. So this was the big turning moment in the fight that got Newbie into the lead.
Boy, did they take advantage of it. I mean, it's one thing to find an edge in a team fight, it's another thing to convert that into the double barrel kill. Now, given that we have had Evil Geniuses into the lower brackets, we now have 2 Chinese teams who have advanced. And here to talk to the winner from Newbie, we got Casey with Faith.
And Jack will be helping us translate. Faith, congratulations. The panelists were just talking about how exhausting and exciting it was to watch that second game. At one point, it looked like EG was going to be making a comeback. How much did patience play a factor in your strategy?
就是恭喜你们1-0战胜EG，然后刚才那场比赛特别精彩，特别激烈。他们想问的就是，第2场比赛就是有时候看上去好像EG快要翻盘，有一段时间局势也不是很烈，你们是如何找到就是胜利的一路打
就是他们很肥，跳到 BB 以后，我们就是不好打前场，或者去激活那个 AEC， 然后。 有一波他们中路那个 AC 被我们抓了，然后那个谜团就
son recapos cuando peleaste International y jugaron re mal. O sea, parece que se tiraron a vagos y practicaron poco porque están jugando para el ojete.
Igual es probable que hagan lo mismo que Coso. Que dije no venía haciendo un torneo wow, pero ahora que den vuelta toda la plantilla y... O puede que no, porque quedó ahora con la foto de grupo, pero...
You're facing IG next. You won TI2 with IG. I have 2 questions about that. First, how does it feel to face a team that you've already played with the entire way? But secondly, how do you think TI has changed as far as the style and level of play over the last several years?
那么当年也是2012年的 TI 冠军。那么是 IG 的队友，下一轮你们的对手就是你的老俱乐部 IG， 所以对于这方面你有些什么样的感受？再加上作为一名老选手，以前也得过冠军的你觉得这几年 TI 有些什么样的变化让你比较深刻的感到？
Bueno, ahí el de azul le preguntó si tiene algún consejo, alguna receta para las comidas con arroz. Él dice, bueno, a mí me gusta con salsa de soya a veces. Estoy feliz porque me encanta el arroz y ponerle salsa de soya me parece una idea maravillosa.
I know you all boot camp together. You went 1-1 against IG in group stage. Did you learn anything differently once you saw them in group stage versus what you knew before as far as their style and level of play heading into TI?
那么就是国队今年基本上就是在国内一起训练的，备战 TI。那么就是你们在小组赛也对战过 IG， 好像是打了1比1平。那么你们从小组赛跟他们交锋时，有没有学到一些更或者看到他们一些战术？
soy chino, compro comida china.
Te voy a interrumpir porque vos me estás bardeando porque yo te estoy dando un consejo sobre el arroz y me decís que no te dije las cosas bien y me parece una falta de respeto total. El arroz claramente se pone antes. Bueno, gracias. Gracias por ser una hija de puta y tratarme tan mal. Después de acá me puedo ir a comer o tengo que quedarme acá toda la noche. Porque me dijeron que tengo que cuidar los parlantes que dejaron ahí. Yo pensé que mi trabajo era agarrar el micrófono. Jódete, puta, no me importa lo que digas. Chao. Nos vemos.
Thank you so much. I'd like to stress again, I cannot believe how calm Newbie played during that entire game, especially truly just unbelievable that they were able to convert in that position. I mean, I'm surprised at how calm Faith actually is after that match. I would be losing my mind.
He is an experienced veteran. This is not his first TI stage.
¿Te acuerdas de cómo es?
Are you allowed to get excited at any point if you're a player?
Cuando...
Not till you win.
No era 2000. Creo que sí fue 2015. Que DC Gaming fue la lower. Que era uno de los candidatos, era un peso re pesado en el y se fue a la lower. Y juega la primera partida contra Navi. ¿Te acordás? Que Javos, sí, Javos estaba todavía y estaba con una M y estaba muy farmeado. Muy farmeado. Y Super estaba jugando con un Shadowfin. Estaba recontra armado y se arma una re pelea. Yo creo que como es BC Gaming tenía media creeps y había matado un par. Bullbaquea Super que se ha muerto. No me acuerdo quién carajo estaba de carry. Creo que estaba Black de carry. ¿Te acordás que en BC Gaming juega Black con tiempo?
Sí.
Bueno, creo que estaba Black y no me acuerdo qué carajo tenían, no sé qué onda. Pero en la última jugada, en la última pelea, ya no tenía buyback el Shadowfin, le salta a Javos y lo hace mierda. Y cuando se está por morir, viene y está al lado del Dazzle, se tira Shadowgrave, el Dazzle. No se lo tira el Anti-Mage y pierden por esa jugada, boludo. Así que ahora Pupey tiene que hacer la misma, boludo.
Hello?
Tratar de salvarse de él.
Peter who? How'd you get this number? I'm you from the future.
Y dejar que todo el equipo se muera, boludo.
Listen, we need to talk about RTZ. He's gonna leave the team. What are you talking about? He already left the team. No. He's going to join EG again and then leave again for Team Secret. What? Does I go too? He takes Universe this time. He takes Universe? Don't worry about Universe. He's only gone for a month.
Ah, sí. Le está diciendo que es ese Peter del futuro. Le dice, mira, tengo algo que decirte. Artice se va a ir del equipo y va a volver y después se va a volver a ir.
Huh. It's up to you, but I can help you win TI6 if you want. Wait, who wins TI6? Wings. Who's Wings? Listen, if all else fails, you might need to make a new team. What happened to EG? Well, you own EG now. Makes sense. So, where are you now? I'm at TI7. How do we do in groups? EG's doing well, but you're not playing. You're working main stage panel.
You're working main stage panel.
Qué lindo el que arena, boludo.
Panel?
La verdad que lo veo, boludo, es como, no sé, como si estuviese jugando en el Tetra Colón más o menos.
What am I doing up here?
This is the only time that this live audience here has actually clapped to us.
Go EG.
Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, PPD, one of the top 15
El segmento dedicado para Valentina, que lo quiere mucho a PPD.
Well done, well done.
Te quiere matar, boludo, que le eliminaron al equipo, bueno, le eliminaron, que perdió tan mal el G, boludo. Estaba re cocky antes, estaba re fanfarrón y ahora se quiere rematar.
That's right. Every 3K player has his dreams.
Ahí tenés que estar como Ake con cara de asesino serial y perfil bajo.
I believe. Dude, Merlini. Tell me what you thought of PPD.
Ah, que parece, no sé, el Terminator de Terminator 2, el policía. Tiene cara de eso. Tiene cara de policía con ojos muertos, ¿no?
Mirá, re fría el chabón, boludo.
Mal, boludo.
It's tough out
there.
Es
como parece que no esté vivo, boludo. Es un robot, boludo, el hijo de puta.
Sí, no tiene alma.
Pero juega muy buen control, boludo.
This means that we are done with the upper bracket.
Me preguntan por qué no está Valentina. Le digo que Valentina no quiere estar porque no quiere estar. Porque no los quiere a ustedes, los odia.
That's so savage.
It's the most exciting part of the tournament. When people are fighting for their lives, you know, the elimination part is really the exciting part. Like, sure, EG and Liquid lost today, but yeah, we'll see them again tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's part of what I love so much about these competitions is those super tense moments, like the universe black hole. Just all the focus was on how that went, and Newbie was able to capitalize. And now every single match in lowers, we are going to be playing today, back to back to back. And of course, are there any specific people who are in lowers that surprise you?
Obviously, OG.
Obviously, I mean that's a
obviously.
Yeah.
I'm actually a little surprised to see Empire there. I expect them to be bottom two.
Yeah.
But I think Resolution's a big improvement.
Right.
Anyone else?
Well, right now we have Team Secret versus Execration, which will be the next match on the stage. Cloud9 versus Team Empire, OG versus Infamous, and IG Vitality versus Digital Chaos.
If there's like any other thing that I would say, then it's like Secret that actually, at least I thought we're gonna make it to the upper bracket. But they've been kind of shaky the past months. But I really think that they would make it to upper bracket with.
They were very dominant in the EU qualifiers. Yapsor, one of the best position fours out there, in my opinion. They find themselves in the lower bracket, but I think they're probably favorites going into this matchup.
I mean, one thing to keep in mind is that
no, ¿por qué quiero ver el otro batazo y me pone la policía lista acá arriba, la concha de la lora?
9-7, Secret was 7-9, Vitality was 7-9. One or two games going better or worse in there is just all it takes to pop up into uppers and lowers. So I really do think that there's a number of these types of teams that
¿me pongo de traductor posta o el chistoso? Le pregunto al chico del chat.
B teams, two Group B winners today. I was talking crap on Group B earlier.
Yeah, man.
He's just getting smacked.
Dude, Group B is where it's at. And in fact, to get a little bit of insight into one of the competitors, into Team Secret, we have an interview with Casey.
Una entrevista con Queso.
You placed 4th at TI6 with Fnatic, so I'm curious what brought you to Team Secret.
I
¿qué fue?
wanted to play Puppy because it's like one of the best captains.
Dijo,
right?
le pregunta
¿qué
hizo que vaya a Secret?
A bit different door, like it's more on western side and maybe it's more suitable with them.
Él dice que se fue con un team
so you said your style of play is a little
de
bit
acá,
more
de,
Western
digamos,
than
de
it is
Oriente,
Southeast Asia style.
de
Why do you
Occidente,
think that
porque él juega un Dota más de Oriente, de Occidente.
No juega el chinés Doto.
Claro, él no juega chinés Doto. Claro, él dijo que Pupi le parece uno de los mejores capitanes que hay.
I have different opinions between my teammates and you don't just go with the flow all the time.
Do you feel like you can be more yourself on this particular team than other teams?
Él dice que puede ser
I think so.
más
I'm in control right now.
él mismo en Secret.
There's a balance.
Es verdad, los equipos chinos son re robotitos.
How is his style as a captain and as a leader on the team different from other captains that you've had?
In Fnatic, I had Mushi as my captain, and I think the difference is like Mushi is more emotional, deep inside of him, so sometimes he couldn't control his emotion and then things just blows up. And Puppy is more like calm, and even he has some kind of emotions in it, he will just control it. He will make you understand like what you should be doing in the game and what you should not. He will not make you feel like everything is your fault.
Individually, it's interesting to me that you can still attain goals without being a part of the team. Like you reached 9K on the EU servers in February, right? And then just last month, you reached 10K in the C servers. So there had to have been some time in between the two where you were like,
what's next?
Like when I reached 9K, it's like, nah, I don't care
yo qué sé, yo uso la misma ropa hace 2 años y no me bañé hace 2 años, así que Me dieron esta remera ahora, me puse encima de la remera que tenía pegada.
What do I want to do now?
Pero bueno, ¿cuánto te debo? ¿20 pesos?
I actually have no idea what.
¿Te lo puedo dar en caramelos?
Time.
Really?
No sé, ¿en serio en caramelos? Me dice. No sé, la única forma que lo sé hacer. ¿Hay otra forma de pagar el vuelto?
No, Dios, la puta madre. Déjame ver el Dota, what the fuck, tranquilo. La concha de tu madre, gorda, linda carreja de remil puta. Andá a matar a dinosaurio con tu compañero de fórmula.
Confidence that you have with what you bring to the team, as far as the skill level you bring to the team?
I think so.
Yeah.
Like after I got my 10K, I feel like my confidence is super high at the moment. And I started to be a bit cocky, I guess. And right now, I'm in control.
Dice que le gusta cocky de casados con hijos.
Yeah, back down.
Dice que
Are there
está
any
bueno
teams here that you are most looking forward to playing against, or is there a team that you would really love to just have a chance to prove yourselves against?
I would say EG. Throughout the whole year, we have been playing against EG. Every time we play against EG, we lose. So I'm really looking forward to play against them. Like,
yeah.
I mean, last time we were very uncertain of ourselves, but right now, I think we don't have that anymore.
You have your confidence, it sounds like.
I have the confidence. I believe my team has. I'm sure we can do it.
Winning all of TI, what would that mean to you?
Get a second life, I guess.
Yeah?
This year is a rough year for me. I lost many things in life too. So I believe it's time to get everything back.
Always a popular team with the fans. Team Secret will be going up against Execration right now in a best-of-1. Whoever wins will advance to the next round. Whoever loses is eliminated. So let's introduce our very first team.
Dice que si pierden lo van a matar y le van a hacer comida de perro. Ahora sí, queso. Ah, no. MP. Ah, ese es el equipo. Ah, pensé que iba a ser otra entrevista. Ah, capo. Japsor es una masa. Es muy capo. Es del mismo país que Miracle.
And of course, Team Secret, I mean, we heard it in the interview, said that Puppy wants to try to keep the calm among all of his teammates, since it's really important to make sure that no one feels too much responsibility on the team.
I think the thing that he said about Puppy, about that he wanted to play with him because he's a great captain, I can really agree with that. Like, Puppy has had a couple of teams the past years. First he played with Navi, super successful. After that he played with Secret, with a team, super successful. After that he swapped the team to another Secret team, also very successful. Like, he's been the part of like a lot of different successful teams. So you can't really say that he's been lucky to be in a team that the others have been very good. So he really has this like star vibe about him.
Only one other 10K player in the world, excuse me, no, 2 other 10K players in the world, and will it be enough for them to win this match? Their opponents will be Team
No, pará, te cambio el monitor, ya lo rompiste. Espera, ahora te traigo uno, tengo en el fondo, Liv. Nando. Fernando Mendoza, de Filipinas. ¿Sabían, chicos, que en Filipinas fue mucho tiempo una colonia española también? Así que por eso hay muchos apellidos así como latinos o españoles, castellanos, porque como mi apellido, como Ramos o como cualquier apellido. Por eso se llama Fernando y Nando, y es de Filipinas y es asiático, porque hay una mezcla muy importante de razas. Vos vas a Filipinas y hablan inglés, filipino y también hablan castellano. Es un país muy loco, es muy lindo encima. Ahora van.
Taking many games off top teams along the way and narrowly making their way to the main event in lower bracket today. Who are the players to look for on Team Execration, which is a team that doesn't have as much name recognition as a Team Secret?
Definitely one of the teams I know the least about. I know that Raging Potato has one of the worst usernames in all of Dota. But they managed to get a couple of victories throughout the group stage that had a huge impact on the standings. I know they took the game off of OG when OG needed it most. So definitely capable of putting up some big wins, especially in this best-of-1 format.
Of course, especially when you're playing at these stakes, it doesn't matter if your record is a poor one, because every single win is representative of incredible strength. And to get you a little bit more insight into Team Execration, we have an interview with Raging Potato himself, with Casey.
Una entrevista con
Raging
Potato.
Back in 2014.
Te voy a preguntar,
You left
¿vos
to
venís
return
a
to
pantalón
Mineski and now you're
corto
back. What brought you back to
toda la vida o qué?
Execration?
Porque me parece una falta de respeto. Yo me visto como quiero, no sé. Hoy iba a venir vestido de mujer y dije, la pollera no, que yo quería el color no la tenía, entonces dije, bueno, me pongo el pantalón corto y me tomo un vino y voy a la entrevista así nomás. Total, repiola, rebachín. Y me tomé un tetra o hacho y me repegó y vine acá. ¿Y por qué vomitaste? ¿Te cayó mal o algo? Y la verdad que tengo problemas en el hígado de tanto tomar. Y mi mamá tomaba cuando yo estaba embarazada de mí, y entonces yo ya salí medio borracho y nada, yo hago esto de jugar al Dota para pagarme el tetra y ¿qué vas a hacer? ¿Vas a limpiarlo? No sé si lo voy a limpiar porque creo que voy a vomitar de nuevo. ¿Para qué voy a limpiar si voy a vomitar de nuevo?
Communication issues in the team. Then I started to think harder and harder how to win a slot for us.
What are your goals for how far you want to get in TI? I mean, a lot of people are calling you the big underdogs here. Do you think that you might surprise people?
It really depends on how the teams
yo solamente tomo vino, no sé mucho de nada. Vino, nafta,
some of my
alcohol etílico,
like, one of them is like, this is his first LAN tournament.
Para darle sabor.
He never went out of the country,
and now
here he is in the biggest tournament. I know he's feeling scared.
So how are you helping him through that?
Bueno, ¿y cuánto tiempo de vida te queda?
No
sé, creo que me muero. Si pierdo ahora en esta partida, mis amos me matan y me hacen comida de perro. Y voy a llorar, pero no, mejor
no.
Yeah.
So
we mentioned earlier that you played on Mineski. You were there for many years. It was a 6-player roster, so you ended up, while being captain, rotating through a lot of different positions. That also sounds exhausting to me. How did you do it, and what did that teach you as a player?
Just taught me that it's like you're going to a war. You need to be ready. You need to adjust because you're the one who has the most experience of them all. So it's like being captain, there's one player going inside the team that has an ego issue. That's why me myself, I have to step down as the captain so he can feel that he's under control.
O estar borracho para jugar. Eso está lo más piola.
Going back and forth.
No sé, y además a veces estar borracho me ayuda porque fideo y me cago de risa. Estoy en el stream de Mark Chaser un rato, un toque.
Bonus question, what should I name my baby?
Khaleesi.
El nombre que le pondrás a mi hijo.
I don't really know. Just pop up in my mind.
Khaleesi?
Yeah.
Eso es verdad. Le dijo, ¿qué nombre le pondrías a mi bebé? Le preguntó y le dijo Khaleesi.
I can't believe you would trust someone named Raging Potato to name your baby. But then again, now that I think of it, pretty much everyone's ID is either the coolest ID ever or the dumbest ID ever.
Where do you rate yours on that scale?
Oh, probably on the low scale because I wanted to be cool like the top Korean players in StarCraft that had like the one-word names. And when I was 14, I was like, I want a one-word name. I'm going to be Day. But it was taken, so I just put a 9 with brackets and was like, and we're done, and I haven't changed it in about 20 years.
It's one of the better stories I've heard, actually, about your names. So. Pretty cool, man.
That's
pretty
great.
Cool.
I mean, what about Merlini? Was it just Merlin? And
I was playing EverQuest and I come up with a name. This name I came up with. 7th grade.
Wait, no, you just glossed over and I came up with it. Like, so you're in EverQuest. You're at like the character creation menu.
I pressed randomize a couple of times. I don't know if there was randomize there. Maybe there was. And then they were all awful. It's like, oh, I'm a wizard. I'm gonna do that.
So you did Merlin?
Yeah.
Nee.
Yep.
Was Merlino or Merlina?
I never tried them.
Never. No. The first.
It could be different right here.
That's great. And what is Ake?
It's my surname, Actor Hole. So it's quite boring, I guess. In a way.
No, you were born with a cool name. It's totally great. It works great. And of course, PPD, Peter Pandam.
What's up, man? How's it going?
I would be interested in hearing where PPD came from.
You know, I don't really like to admit it. So.
But we're going to have you in front of this live audience. Just admit it.
Jean-Claude Van Damme, Peter Pandam.
Come on, build a bridge for me.
I don't know, that's it. I thought it sounded cool, so I went with it.
So you thought Jean-Claude Van Damme sounded cool, and you said, I got to be a little bit more like that, so Peter Pan Damme.
Yeah, and then I shortened it to PPD when I came to Dota because I needed a cool 3-letter name like everybody else.
That's right, because then it creates a little allure of mystery, and then they get that reward of understanding Jean-Claude Van Damme is behind it all.
This was a great segment.
This was a successful conversation.
Let's talk about the teams or something, man. This is awful.
You know what, PPD? That's a great idea. And in fact, I want to come straight to what was being talked about by Reggie in that interview, where he was speaking to the emotions of teams. Because, I mean, you've heard the calm, cool, collected attitude of many of our panelists, but it is a very common occurrence that players, especially in team games, get upset. For example, if you've ever played in a pub match of Dota, sometimes people get a little upset at their team. What? And yeah, every now and again, and sometimes it's totally my fault, and I'm like super sorry. But, I mean, I was really shocked, honestly, when all of you were just talking about how calm you were in terms of drafting and playing on the big stage. But it seems like this really is an issue for Execration that could arise.
It's very surprising to hear that actually one of the players there, that his first tournament outside of his home country is TI. Like, I would never want to be at my first big tournament and then it's TI.
No,
that's going to be amazing for him in, I don't know if
it's
a good
lower
way
bracket.
Or a bad way, but
at least he's at TI. Yeah, right?
La ronda de
There's a bunch of players
perdedores.
who want to be here that aren't here.
For sure.
But, I mean, in terms of, like, how this actually impacts the game, when there's two people who are trying to call shots, two people who are trying to, in a sense, captain the team, do you find this can ever work, or is it more beneficial to have one shot caller?
I think it can work. I think having like two leaders is pretty good, especially somebody, you know, on the support side who's directing the early game, and then you have a carry who kind of knows where the game is headed and how strong they are. Generally, they're the ones that need to identify timings of, hey, I'm ready to fight, and you have that secondary leader who can back up that first leader's decision, or they can make a decision together.
Right.
The only thing that everyone needs to know is when you have to decide which ID that you have to go for. So you have to have a real captain, but then you can have other people who can come in with IDs as well.
Everybody contributes, but it is important to have somebody who pulls the trigger.
Yeah, because if there's no authoritative voice in the team, it's so easy for any sort of panic or different contrasting decision-making to kick in.
It sounds tough for Raging Potato. I think he has a really tough job because he plays core, and then he has to manage his other teammates, and that guy's crazy. He's like the offlane cuckoo.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that he's going to be up against is Puppy, who is a pretty legendary name in the Dota community. And I'm very excited to see how the two captains will match up against one another. Let's go straight into game one, the only game between Team Secret and Execration.
Teams versus Execration. Game one.
Puppy, of course, legendary drafter. Long before I even knew how to play Dota, the name of Puppy surpassed the game itself, and I constantly heard about how brilliant of a strategist he was in that drafting phase. And I've never really gotten to talk to anyone about what it is that makes him so exceptional.
Sometimes he has his weaknesses. Sometimes he's really, really good. He
knows
exactly what to do at the right time. He'll tell you specifically what item to build, where you need to be. If
yo una vez estuve en low porque se me apagó la compu y tardó mucho en prender.
That's one that he does very, very well is micromanage.
Yeah. Very strong personality. I would say he's a bit arrogant at times, a little like bullheaded, I guess.
A weakness he has is that he's a bit stubborn. So even if he loses with some lineup a couple of times, he still wants to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like the exact skill trait that would make you a good captain, which is looking at 4 other unbelievable players and saying, I know exactly what you should do. Right? That can possibly get in the way of other points. We see the usual bans: Nyx Assassin, Faceless Void, Puck, and Lich, 4 of the most popular picks that we've seen.
But a very unusual first pick.
¿Ustedes quién dicen que gana?
Yeah. We've seen a couple of first pick Witch Doctors in this tournament. Not the biggest fan of the pick, but it reminds me of like an ogre as well. We see it a little bit from VP. It's a hero they like to first pick a lot. It's very, I don't know, it doesn't show a lot, and now they can use this second pick to really pick something that matches up well against.
Mira su grano, papá. Después se lo photoshopean todo y los pibes piensan que no tienen grano.
Extremely popular pick throughout this entire
y se sienten mal. Todos tienen grano a los 20 años, chicos.
Todos, his ultimate of lasso, snatching a single character and drawing him out to the rest of your team so that you're only fighting 5-on-4s for the rest of the game.
He lanes very well versus both Sand King and Lycan, and some BKB lockdown with the lasso for Lycan when he eventually picks up that item will be very useful.
Gana Secret, dice. Va a perder Secret.
Doctor is also one of the strongest laning heroes with his cask and also the sustain he has with his heal.
We might see some weird heroes in this matchup too. I think Secret, they've been first phasing PL, which only a couple teams have been doing. I also think we could potentially see a Huskar pick coming out from either team in this matchup too.
It is a best of one.
Yep.
We have seen some Huskar cheese in the past.
We have.
So I don't know if this is a incorrect assessment, but as I was slowly learning more and more Dota and just occasionally watching esports matches where Secret was in attendance, it always seemed like they would be one of the teams most comfortable with picking non-meta heroes. I mean, is that correct? I mean, I've just seen some drafts that are nuts. I've heard some commentators talk about it in the games.
Goes back to what he said about Puppy being stubborn. Like, if he thinks his hero is good, he's going to pick it, whether or not everyone else is not going to pick it or everyone else thinks it's terrible.
And that's what Ake was talking about earlier today, is you don't want to chase anybody. You want to create your own path. You want to win with the heroes that you think are good and then watch everybody else try and figure you out.
Well, thus far, no team is really betraying.
We've had a lot of heroes
out of
picked.
Control, yeah.
I mean, what do we have, like 107, 108 total heroes picked?
Yeah, we're currently at 108 of 112. They don't have Bane, who's my favorite hero. I love Bane.
Bane's actually not bad. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him at some point. He's just, there's other heroes that kind of fill the same roles that he does a little bit better.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, what do we got here? We got some bans, Invoker Sven, and then a Quap, and then wait on this last one here. That's Sven ban against with Lycan. Once again, we saw it from EG in the last series. Queen of Pain banned out. Queen of Pain lanes pretty well against Bat, but I doubt Bat would go mid.
Usually in the offlane, I guess.
Haven't seen Batman in a long time.
Omni ban.
Are they afraid of Huskar that they will pick it since they banned Omni Knight? Omni Huskar?
Omni Huskar? Is that a thing?
Not with Lycan, I think.
Yeah, I think Huskar Lycan would be a little bit too much raw damage and not enough control. Lycan really loves heroes that can set up kills for him.
Secret been picking some Necrophos as well, right? They really like to have these active carry heroes.
Necrophos is great versus Lycan.
Yeah.
Big fan. You can make yourself ethereal and be immune to Fizzler. Nobody can right-click you.
The get-out-of-jail-free card. And, of course, in the ethereal form, you get the massive bonus heals.
Yes.
The first time that I saw that happen, I thought someone was legitimately cheating.
No, we haven't.
He just went into ethereal form and popped a wand. Was at full health. I was like, oh!
It's a little bit out of control, I think, but that's why he's getting picked. He's good right now.
Any potential to see Brood in this best of one?
Up against Batrider and Witch Doctor, potentially. We've seen Liquid run it up against Batrider, not afraid of it at all.
It could work if Secret show their mid hero, so they actually force them to put Bat mid and being in a bad position in that way.
Execration has the last pick in this.
Yes.
In this best of one, which I think is pretty nice to have.
In terms of the advantages, what are the big advantages you get of not being the last picking team? Because obviously, if you last pick, you see the entire lineup of the enemy team and get to work within that.
You get first pick.
You get first, yeah, exactly. You get first pick, but if you're going to use it on a Witch Doctor, I don't really know how much value that is. You know, we see Shaker still ignored, Wisp ignored, Puck Lich, Void, Nyx all banned. Those are pretty common. Void being the exception.
Clockwork's been an interesting hero. It's been picked a pretty reasonable amount of the time, but really hasn't had the best win rate. Only 20% win rate with Clockwork in this tournament.
You find that interesting?
Should I?
I don't know. Why is it interesting? He's just a loser.
Losers fascinate me, Peter.
Execration I'm going for a very safe draft here with Clock and Shadowfiend to make sure that Shadowfiend gets his souls early on.
Oh yeah, the Clockwork SF.
Yeah.
That's classic. You can,
that's perfect for a best of one.
Set the cogs up in the fountain.
Se está sacando todos los números
para un muteo. And Shadowfiend finishes them off. You build up some souls to start the game, get that mid lane advantage.
Oh,
yeah, it's pretty dirty.
That's awesome.
But play to win, especially this best of one for, I don't know, how much money are we dealing with here? A couple 100,000 on the line?
Yeah.
Just a couple hundred G's, no big deal.
Shadowfiend, qué divertido, eso sí va a estar bueno.
I mean, at this point, I'm always interested to see when there's a best of one situation in almost any esport, what the attitude is, because I feel like you can distill down a fundamental attitude of teams, whether it's play it safe, we gotta be stable, we gotta be sturdy, or They won't expect it this time. We can throw them off. We can do something insane. Templar Assassin making the first appearance of the day.
Saving their final support hero, right? Unless that's a Clockwork support, and then they're...
I think they like really wanted to get the TA against this SF, because TA is one of the heroes that can actually deal with the damage that SF has early on.
Yeah.
And they might have been scared that, that Execration would ban it.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Fiend deals huge bursts of damage, but Templar Assassin, of course, with her refraction, absorbs all those huge chunks, no problem.
TA, infamous for doing single target damage, oftentimes struggle up against summons and illusions, has a difficult time dealing AoE damage, could be a potential last pick from Execration. I think that it's very possible that they pick another core here and put Clockwork and Sand King on support to kind of have that surprise, almost best of one cheese element to their draft.
And Team Secret really looks like they just need someone with great damage. Do you think that it would be possible to choose a core that needs a little less babysitting to allow Rubik and Witch Doctor to go about the map? Or do you think that they really want to leverage how nice Witch Doctor can be?
Ninguna relación es así. El amor de la vida como para soportar nada, cero. La primera que se manda cada
I would really worry that these are not the core heroes that Execration is going to use. I think that fifth hero was probably going to be
Lo que pasa es que a los 15 años es tan importante tener una relación que sos capaz de hacer la mayoría.
Lifestealer could be good.
Not really bad versus any of their heroes.
It's pretty good for Shadow Fiend.
What are some other possible options for Team Secret that would be good and bad?
I think the Necrophos is something that they, like, as I said before, is something that they picked, but I think they lack a bit of damage to be able to bear some. I mean, they could lasso into the Necrophos ultimate, but that means that the TA has to jump in and
how do you guys
hit there as well.
Desde los 13, ¿no? Y aquí pérdida de tiempo total.
I think MP just plays the weird heroes though all the time. It's like PL, PA, Necrophos, Huskar.
And Anti-Mage is quite bad against Lycan, right?
Phantom Lancer one time. Yes!
Oh, that's your hero.
Yeah, dude, Phantom Lancer and
Al tener novia de tan chiquito, lo único que vas a hacer cuando seas grande
really nice for
es una persona recasada con hijos y no va a tener tiempo para hacer nada de la realidad. Cosas divertidas. Ahora seguramente cortas con esta y al próximo coso vas a estar soltero re poco tiempo y vas a buscar otro noviazgo súper fuerte, enamorarse y todo. No vas a poder estar solo. Eso es una cagada. Porque no vas a ser feliz si no estás en pareja.
Diffusal eventually, which can present problems for Timbersaw. Timbersaw can just kill all those illusions immediately. I do like, I like Timbersaw a lot. We'll see if they go for it, but they could also still just pick like some ranged 5-position support. Let's see. I always like Crystal Maiden, but it's so bad.
God,
Crystal Maiden versus PL.
I can't stand Crystal Maiden. Now that the jungle camps don't give you enough experience.
And she's so slow. She got nerfed like so many times.
Yeah, she's pretty bad. Just insane. I always liked playing CM against PL though. Yeah. You can just ult and PL actually can't do anything to you. It's great.
So what would you describe as the quality of the last pick that Execration really needs?
They need more AoE.
Stun, a little more AoE.
Silencer.
Silencer.
Okay. Silencer.
So that is going to be support silencer, I would imagine?
I think so, right?
Okay.
Well, at this point in time, the lineups have been locked. And as we've said before, it is an elimination match. Whoever loses is eliminated from TI as the very first team to go. Let's take it away with the casters.
The underdog story is always a beautiful thing. It is even better when it's elimination games at TI. Execration versus Team Secret. Team Secret are actually no strangers recently to that underdog position, but now they're coming in as the favorites. Do you think they have what it takes?
I'm not sure who really is the underdog in this matchup. I think it's very hard to say. Like this group stage has shown already that the scores aren't really necessarily representative of who you should consider the favorites, or maybe every underdog is just winning right now. Yeah. But
es una boludez pensar que una relación es tan importante como para dejar ahí tu felicidad. O sea, a todos nos pasa, a todos nos enamoramos. Pero hay que seguir adelante, ya fue. Hay que dejar de pensar, como las películas de Disney, de que conocer el amor de tu vida o las comedias románticas, conocer el amor de tu vida es lo que más feliz te hace en el mundo y sos feliz para siempre. Nada que ver, al contrario. Te pones de novio, estás muy bien durante un año, después te aburrís, después entonces querés llevar la relación más adelante para dejar de aburrirte. Y tenés hijos y después cuando ya tenés hijos ya se termina tu vida. Una vez que tenés hijos es re difícil hacer todo. Oh Dios. Dota, no te mueras ahora.
Very single target focused, and maybe that's the way they're thinking about it. The team fights will just never happen if they play the fun, fast-paced game against Execration. Is that the approach that maybe they're looking for in their draft?
It's possible that they try to do that. We're going to have to see. I think Execration's lineup definitely has what it takes to fight back. You look at their lineup, they have many of these pretty fast-paced heroes themselves. A hero like Clockwork, Sam King, Shadow Fiend with Cogs, as mentioned by the panel, also comes online very quickly. And then you have your carry is a hero like Lycan, who is basically not necessarily all about fighting, but he's pretty good at contributing. You have Howl, you have the ultimate to make you really fast and run in and kill the heroes.
¿Qué le pasa al
and
Dota?
something that they also were mentioning, you know, when you're playing against TA, this refraction is something you really need to look out for. Execration had a game in the group stage where they did exactly this. They ran Lycan safe lane with Necrobook, and it destroyed. I think it was the TA of Cloud9 in that game, I believe. Had a really hard time. Thought was constantly just losing his refraction charges to the Necrobook, which in addition also gives True Sight. It's like an amazing hero counter. He has 4 summons and bye-bye refraction, you know? So I personally like Execration's draft here, but I think Team Secret have some players that could step up big time in a game like this.
I agree. There's a lot of talent in the lineup of Team Secret, and maybe that is what they're going to rely on, but it's a good story for everyone who is viewing. If Execration can find themselves a solid draft they feel comfortable with, that isn't just a straight, oh, Bloodseeker, no one can counter him, Broodmother, no one can counter her, kind of approach to the draft. It makes things very fun and interesting, and it looks like Team Secret, they may want to try and open up the account. James, he was coming up for the rune, and picked up by Team Secret, and James wants to get back through the trees. Maybe he's got the distance with a Burrow strike out from Lemek. They're going to get a little bit more space. Body blocking up Yapsor. He doesn't want to give him the vision. Oh, the first blood. James still alive. The boots are giving him the speed to escape the Team Secret gank.
Bueno, no dio el
I think Secret actually wanted to give that kill to the PL. I think both of their ranged heroes had the ability to get in an additional hit, but a lot of the times you want to give this carry that head start, and this time it comes back to bite them. I believe that was indeed a kill if they just committed for it. Yep, they dodge a bullet there. That's the kind of thing you have in elimination matches like this. They're the most terrifying and the most exciting games at the same time, and under pressure, mistakes like that can definitely happen.
Yeah, but this is the upside sort of for Team Secret. Okay, middle lane, Burrow strike onto mid one. They know he has no refraction charges, so Yamsor picks him up in range of the tower, and the body block from mid one. Lemek can't get out, he's blocked in by the creep wave. Mid one will spill first blood. And Raging Potato, with even that plus 16 souls, he's still forced away.
It was a great play by Yapsar, identifying that play was possible. He could actually lock him in there. Now that the creep wave in the mid has that extra creep since patch 7.0, I believe, was that earlier was 7.04, I think, added that extra creep in mid. It makes plays like those more likely to succeed just because there's more stuff in the way. And yep, they pull that off. So nice first blood for Team Secret, going the way of mid one. I think that's the player they wanted to go to more than anyone in this kind of matchup. Should secure him. Is that his bottle already coming out? It is indeed.
Yeah,
very very necessary in this matchup that does favor Shadow Fiend quite a bit when he has this solo advantage in the beginning usually.
Yeah, especially when Lemek was also looking for the kill. You could see them prepping with their attacks previously. Raging Potato was beating into mid one. They knew his cooldown timing of refraction, and they tried to capitalize on that. But yeah, as you said, Team Secret, Yapsor, in the right place and right time. We were kind of expecting that from his Rubik. Without it, he doesn't get his levels, and that's something else to look at for the supports. The fact that Rubik has already managed to get 2 and third levels so far, trying to contest the runes, which will end up spawning on bottom, a double damage rune for RR.
Yeah, we got to keep an eye out for stacks in this game. Whenever you have Templar Assassin and Bat Rider in the same team, they want to farm different stacks. Bat Rider wants to farm the non-ancient camp. So in that sense, Secret's lineup is nicely well-rounded in that they want different camps in the jungle, access to those. And then you look over at Execration, they also want stacks for their Shadow Fiend if possible, but generally not the Ancients. They're not really the way to go.
Go for the easier camps. Kezu at least has that observer ward on bottom lane watching the small stack near him. So using it for pulls until he goes for something else. MP, there's no mana on the top lane apart from enough to doppelganger away from James.
A ver, denme un minuto que voy a cambiar el sonido acá.
Successful, and the regeneration of the base will repair the damage that will be done by the last tick of Maledict.
He's keeping on their toes here in the top lane, but this should not be a lane that Clockwork can ever get a solo kill in. He's pretty good against the Witch Doctor, but if he goes on the Witch Doctor, the PL can just jump in with Doppelganger and spawn additional targets for the Battery Assault. You can't really find a kill. Can also throw out an illusion. This is an okay lane for Clockwork. It's not fantastic, but he's getting some levels. That's what you generally want to do on that off lane as that type of hero. The last hits are secondary to the levels on Clock, and he's already level 3. Batrider, however, is level 4 actually. The secret down bottom. Kezo's having a great time, and that's worrying. We've seen Kezo and Batrider in this tournament having some outstanding games. Probably his best.
Yo digo que gana Execration. ¿Ustedes qué dicen?
That's the secondary objective of the Observer Ward. The ping's coming out right now from the SK saying, I'm fairly certain he knows that he can see us. And that's problematic because it means the rotations, like Rubik was already getting a little bit of early information, having a little battle with RR as they ran around through the Radiant jungle, top lane, troublesome, Puppy actually locked in with the Battery Assault damage will be enough that James can get the kill. There was so much more he could do about it. And James will even take both of the bounty runes to boot.
He actually managed. I think the Phantom Lancer looks like he was just out of mana at that point. Then that's when you can try to commit for that kind of play. If Phantom Lancer can counterplay, this is a really difficult matchup for Witch Doctor. But he kind of relies on his carry to be able to help out. And Puppy was a bit out of position, got caught. Nicely played by James, immediately heading up to top again here.
Yapsol, that's very aggressive. Coming into the trees, Lem's just going to go for the straight up arrow strike. And then the follow-up damage with Razor 2 hits from Raging Potato, and that was a gift from Team Secret in the mid lane.
And they got to be careful at nighttime. Howl is really powerful right now, even though it's only level 2.
Sí, tenés razón.
Additional damage and help on all of their lanes make plays very difficult for Team Secret to carry out. So might need to take it a little bit easy. At the very least for them, they're still getting good stacks off. Yapsar's managed to double stack. Or is that a triple? He's definitely double. It's a triple stack on the right camp, and now they're tripling the top camp as well with Puppy. So 2 times triple stack Ancients ready for mid 1. Generally want to be like level 7 before you start farming those, I believe, depending on the composition of creeps. Now he's going to head in and do some regular camps, maybe leaving a little bit of mid experience to someone else. Now Planet pushes back.
You do have 2 supports who are going to be itching for it. Both the Witch Doctor as well as the Rubik benefit from having 1, they're level 6, but 2 just level increase on those supports. Rubik for the burst damage, Puppy for the more control that he's able to offer as a Witch Doctor. Especially when he's sacrificing himself so much. We talk about Puppy being the hard 6 position in a team with Team with Secret, just with Yapsol. He's the guy that takes everything else.
Yeah, I like that you point this out because when it comes to this support duo, it's actually a pretty strange pairing. This is kind of a thing of the past running 2 range supports like this. Most of the time your position 4 is more of a melee hero that is tankier, can go for this aggressive play, similar to what the Sand King is doing. We've seen a lot of Nyx and
MP, really? James under the tower, Puppy has to let the paralyzing counts go, and cuts upon 3, even body blocks him out, making it impossible for James to go through the trees. Another TP out to safety. Does he have the life? He'll go back to base and barely surviving.
Clutch. That was really close.
Oh boy.
He's kind of pressing his luck here a bit, but forcing MP back to base at the same time he forces himself back is a pretty okay trade-off for the Clockwork. Maybe slightly Secret favorite because of course the Witch Doctor can go and take some XP in the lane, but that wasn't the worst thing in the world for James.
Team Secret also get a little bit more of an advantage looking towards the mid lane. Raging Potato disappeared into the jungle at the same time as Mid 1 did, but Mid 1 came back earlier. He came back with the catapult wave, which is still alive.
Yo digo que el que juegue mejor dice. Que hijo de puta.
Got a little bit of fun, but as you said, Mid 1 is level 7.
Los amo, mis suscriptores se saltan. Encima hoy hice una traducción porque de los chinos, de lo que decían, porque yo soy chino, entonces hice una traducción de lo que decían. Le gustó. Ah, yes. Oh, tiene varita, tiene varita. La mata el mal.
The signature Fate Bolt, that's unnecessary, but just needs that gold on the Rubik, you know.
That was necessary. I sense a level of salt.
100% dead from that last tick of Melody.
Okay, you're fooling no one here. For the former Yapsor teammate, Cinder and City next, he's going to possess more salt than PPD during this game.
That's hard to do. I can actually give you a little bit more of a background to this game. Speaking of past history with players, Mid 1 TA knocked me out last year in a best of 1 elimination game. That's what Fnatic actually turned to in that game as well. So it's a very, I think if you look at Mid 1 and you're like, okay, we're playing a best of 1 elimination game, we want to give him his best, most comfortable hero in high pressure situations. This is the one. This is basically a repeat of last year with Fnatic. when Mid-1 was playing that. So
and we really have seen like games with Templar Assassins, you can sit like a couple of thousand net worth in front and is able to carry a team. Like, all you need to do is have just that little bit of momentum, and they've got it so far.
It's also just the pacing of the best one elimination games. Like, teams are generally likely to play a little more cautiously and slower. And then a hero like TA that can abuse stacks can be a very powerful tool to have in your arsenal. You see, the Execration side has barely even contested these stacks right now. They've mainly been playing their own side of the map. The Clockwork has been putting some pressure top. But apart from that, we've barely even seen their heroes cross the river.
Es en Estados Unidos, se juega en Seattle.
It's a pretty damn amazing pick for this kind of stuff. Yep. Just need to wait to see when Mid-1 wants to farm these stacks. They would take him up to level 10.5, I think, and about 80-90 CS.
Oh, if he had Firefly, he really would have gone for that. Had Lasso off cooldown and 3 sticky napalm stacks on the Lycan. That was probably the best opportunity, even though he kept walking under the tower.
Uno de mis suscriptores se puso mi foto de perfil.
Looks like they're also going to give Lemic that kind of space to farm up there while TA's gone jungle. Kezu on the run, but he'll be okay. So this is
el Ale, que juega siempre conmigo, y el Moisey, mi discípulo, se fueron al International, están allá. Si se fijan en mi página de Face, van a ver que hay videos, fotos, todo el viaje. Están ahora allá.
No, there isn't. Kezu just needs the live stick charges won't be enough. And RR can add his first +2 for the game with the intelligence stolen.
Está en la descripción mi fanpage.
Just before the Firefly expires, sees that very little moment of opportunity. We're talking half a second here. Gets that jump, they get that nice kill. The gold goes to RR, who's generally, when I think he's played Silencer for Execration in a couple of games, he has a tendency of being very starved. He plays very hard support. This hero actually benefits a lot from getting just one
está en la descripción del video. En la descripción de este video van a ver. Ahí está el link a mi página de Facebook. Si le dan like, obvio, les agradezco. Igual siempre subo cosas o hablo, digo, o sea, escribo cosas, opiniones, para que me digan, para que escriban ustedes lo que opinen. Ahora recién estoy subiendo así contenido, como antes no me escribía nadie, pero como ahora ustedes me escriben, yo le presto más atención.
Which may just be stolen by Kezu, while Mid-1 will finish the Tier 1 tower in mid. Decent money now, being injected into the Team Secret bank account.
Is that a Lycan ulti?
It is a Lycan ulti.
Arming? Okay. So... Secret, the biggest discrepancy right now is when you look at the CS across the board, it looks pretty even, right? Like TA has 92, Shadow King has about 90, PL and Lycan are even as well, but the big discrepancy is Bad Rider to Clockwork, and that's just how these heroes work, in essence. Like, Bad Rider will out-farm Clockwork quite a lot.
Liquid es Argentina con Messi.
And that's the net worth advantage. Now the question is, how much can this Clockwork set up for his team with this?
El mejor jugador del mundo, y cuando van al mundial,
closing in on the Blink Dagger, we're probably going to see that for Kezu around the 15-minute mark at this rate.
No.
Well, that's the advantage of the Clockwork.
No es por culpa mía, es porque nada, no sé, la maldición del International.
Giving it to Yapsol, easy when you trigger battery assault after, so not the ability Yapsol was searching for.
It gives them some decent kill potential with Lasso, actually. If they lasso someone into battery assault, they'll give them a lot of damage, if they want to look for that.
You still need the blink though, he's at 600 and...
Nah, yo no se lo pagó el papá, fue con el papá.
Well, they may try and go for it anyway. Keep the bat runner
yo no fui porque, nada, tenía que comprar otras cosas.
Where do they want to go? The line is drawn to actually go back up and into the dire jungle towards the Ancients. And who are they going to find? It's going to be Kezu, but Kezu, well, it's the other way around. He actually finds them.
They're having a hard time dealing with this Bad Rider, I would say. He's only got one death and 70
No hace falta.
They didn't manage to kill him top, now he's going to break farming. And TA is completely uncontested. I think that's the biggest concern for Execration, is that Mid-1 is farming.
TA is going to kill bottom lane, they're initiating it. MP made it way through the trees on the east. Nando doesn't have the life with the stick charges and so many PLs fighting against him. Mid-1 just has the damage. And a very hard way to fight that. Like, Puppy revealed himself in mid only a second before that. They didn't know where.
Oh, those side blades.
Oh!
Casi lo matan.
Back to the trees, out of range, survive. Let the tranquil boots kick in.
Tiene Shadow Blade, ¿no?
The Rocket, Ferrari flashbacks right there.
Sí, no creo que le salga igual.
Oh, wow, that's.
No funciona tanto eso en profesional.
That's very memorable.
Ni siquiera la Shadow Blade
funciona
tanto.
He had 3 sideways in a row and an invisible target there. Very nice from Mid-1, but not enough. even though he had the death already,
estos chabones andan con Sentries y Dust por todos lados.
Keep stacking. All right, now he's just going to walk into the camp himself, block it off.
Yeah. But Nando's trying to make the best of the opportunity. We talked about the fact like TA is getting a lot of fun, but we also talked about the fact that Lycan is the counter. You can check the item build of Nando. He's finished his treads and he just
van a rotar para matar al Shuffle. Porque lo vieron con la trampa.
They're going to need it.
Lo vieron con la trampa de la Templar.
The fight's preparing on bottom lane. You got Kezu ready to come around the back. You got mid one ready to push in as well, straight through the middle. Observer and Sentry is down for Team Secret.
No, what?
The hook shot. Gonna miss the target, and without that now, Kezu feels so confident. Jumps in, gets the silencer out, so no global silence available for the 5, paralyzing cast, making it difficult to raise the back out. The Forest Strike again, holding him in position, let Puppy Deathwalk go, James will fall, Execration lose ball.
Parece que va a ganar Secret. Encima es mejor, es una sola partida. O sea, es ganar y terminan, porque es lower bracket. No, ahora es Secret y Execration.
They seem very hesitant, and that attempt from bottom to jump, I think,
pierden.
trying to hookshot the
no sé, igual.
tower, maybe into a global play. It's a very difficult play, very high risk, low reward kind of
Mid
play.
One solo juega, boludo. Es Mid One más 4. Y Shapsor que juega muy bien, pero después Puppy es un carreado de mierda.
The moment Silencer gets grabbed, it's very difficult for Execration to counterplay this move of Secret. Their burst damage is just way too high, and they can't prevent those players from getting it done.
Yep. And it seems so hard for them to move around the fight. Like the paralyzing cask is doing so much work too. And you've got the other AoE stun, which can come in from the Rubik. The Batrider controls, you can see they know. They caught this fight in the back. The second you get that early pickoff, Team Secret will not be hindered at all. So instead, Execration try and make something out of something else, and that is James moving in towards the mid, looking for that angle with the haste room, but he ran over the top of Templar Assassin's trap. So Secret were ready for it. They already have the counter hero. Rubik versus Clockwork is one of the easiest ways to save your cogs by throwing the Rubik outside of his own cogs.
Now the question is what Execration's lineup can do to really set up a fight that can bring them into a good position again. Secret are getting a lot more out of the map right now after taking that fight. They've taken 2 towers to the 1 of Execration. Doesn't sound like too much, but getting the mid tower down is pretty significant.
They're going to try and fight again?
Yep. They should be looking for something because they have the tools, right? They're
going to rush up. It's difficult with Templar Assassin on the field.
They're looking to try something mid. There's the shapeshift.
Yeah, gonna run in. There's Sentry Wars.
Otro hook errado, por Dios santo. Ahora tienen que matar a Templar. Sí. Ya está. Sí. Matan a Midway, no tienen equipo estas cacas.
They can just send the PL illusions in and James will fall.
Sí, igual mataron a la Templar por un clock, o sea, re va. Y el clock se murió por boludo nada más, en vez de batear rápido. Y encima del roll hook, así que le recabió morirse. Y obvio, si mañana está la International no voy a hacer martes suscriptores, chicos. Eso es obvio. Es que no sé a qué hora va a terminar esto, si no lo haría hoy a la noche, pero no. Mejor lo hago mañana, si no de última. Lo hago cuando termine el International, así no les fallo a ustedes tampoco. Yo también tengo muchas ganas de jugar, o sea, me encanta ver, y es una oportunidad única, es una vez al año nada más. Es este torneo, perderse el torneo por jugar me parece una boludez. No, lo van a agarrar. Lo mataron de 2 golpes. 2 golpes, la Templa le pega 2 golpes y revienta. Chao, chao todo, chao. No sé para qué entran a pelear tan re locos. No, el Showfin, la Templa le cagó la vida. Es un counterpick muy zarpado el Showfin. Y además que se sacó Shadowblade. O sea, Cualquiera. Tendría que haberse armado un ítem de movilidad. No una Shadow Blade, porque es obvio que van a plantar montones de centro.
With this Aegis 18 minutes in, maybe they can get the remaining tier 1, maybe the tier 2 bottom. It's fairly easy to siege. The other tier 2s are a bit more tricky, but they should be feeling like they're in a good position with a good advantage here. We see the replay again. Yeah, last one saw on the Shadow Fiend was in a really bad spot.
And you can see exactly what they wanted to do. Like, there was the Observer Ward also on top of the hill. That's what set up a lot of that fight. They saw the SF coming from a mile away, and the fresh Blink Dagger, another item which was purchased just before that fight, caught Execration off guard.
Yeah. Could have maybe been a different story if they had global silence ready, but the bad rider in this game is doing a lot of work. Kezu's finding the right picks. He's been involved in 9 out of 12 kills.
Sí, Secret la jugó muy bien. Tiene ese counter pick que sacaban ahí. No sé cómo no se dieron cuenta. Piquearon Shadowfiend y no estaba bañada la Templar. Es el counter pick. Claro, o sea, y encima se saca una Shadow Blade. Peor jugada esta partida no puede estar, porque el Shadowfiend se tiene que parar muy de pedo bien para ultear y que la Templar esté disableada, pero no, imposible. Imposible.
But so far, SF really hasn't had a huge influence. Apart from the initial pick-off when they were able to get the clockwork grab, like, that was good. But the Shadow Blade hasn't really paid off. He's still working his way towards his BKB, and maybe then he'll have a chance if he doesn't get caught by the Backrider.
It definitely still feels like
este es GG para la Templar.
It's a fairly big lead, but it's not insurmountable at all.
Tiene a Ashes encima. Este está súper complicado para Execration. Son unos panchos. ¿Cómo van a piquear un Shadowfiend?
They just need to get their key items without losing out too much and organizing the fights a bit better. Now that the Blink Dagger is up on Sand King and Secret don't know it, this could give them that one big fight. If Execration just gets one good team fight where they trade maybe 5 for 2, 5 for 3, the game is going to almost even out because they should be able to take another tower or 2 after that fight. I don't see the mid tower being low already here for Team Secret.
You're talking about the Blink Dagger over on the Sand King. We have a just shy of 20-minute Rubik Blink Dagger coming out on the courier to Yapsaw. So your blink ability across the field now, both Kezu, Mid-1 and Yapsaw all have Blink Daggers. Team Secret's positioning to be very difficult for Execration to counter. Not to mention Clockwork isolating a target.
Well, that's not the easiest ask right now. And the thing about this Rubik Blink Dagger that's so crucial is that if Yapsaw is fast, which he has a tendency to be on this hero, he can Blink Steal Barrow Strike, which is an incredible skill for Rubik in general. He has to play around Global Silence, one of the better counters to Rubik, but it is definitely possible.
No, no me estoy hablando solo, llegó acá mi novio, tarados. No estoy loco. Piensan que estaba hablando solo. Re loco el chabón. No, sí, Mark, tú lo haces bien. ¿En serio? Ah, se lo hace. Re chapa el chabón, mal.
You have this type of player who's very stubborn and likes the stuff that he likes and just wants to do it. And Puppy has been buying bucklers for years. And nobody else really likes buckler, but Puppy's like, this is the item. Then I asked him how long we asked him how long it lasts on Creeps and Heroes, and we didn't know. So that was interesting.
Critical details to justify your
He thought it lasted the same duration on Creeps and Heroes. I mean, why wouldn't it, right? Why wouldn't that?
me pongo a pensar qué dije. Y digo, que me estaba hablando a mí solo y me decía, sí, compré milanesas, vamos a comprar milanesas. y yo me contestaba solo. Uy, qué rico, qué bueno. Qué bueno, gracias por comprar. Mi precioso como Gollum. Nosotros lo vamos a recuperar al precioso. Estaba re chapo yo.
Especially now that Rage Potato has that BKB, he would like the fight. But Team Secret also understand they're very powerful, so the only other objectives outside the base at the moment are the Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower up at the top lane. Is that just a simple thing that Team Secret can just move towards and take, or should they be forcing something else?
No sé cómo van a remontar esta partida. La veo re difícil de remontar.
How long is left on that Aegis? Half a minute. They're not going to get up there in time. They do have the BKB to play around with on mid 1, which is definitely a very good item in this game. They're probably also pretty content to farm as long as they are sitting in the position they are right now. They're
¿Por qué un Shadow? Dios mío, no lo entiendo todavía. Hay tantos héroes para jugar en esta meta y piquean un Shadow. What?
Oh, this could work very well for the mid one. He doesn't know what he's running into, or then again, they don't know what they're running into. Mid one's got the Invis rune. He goes straight on top of the clockwork, but nobody knows the Shadow Blade's going to break in just a second, and then
entonces este es el Mark malo, todo tiene sentido, porque me hablaba solo. Ah, eso es un juego.
Mid lane, they do find a target. It's going to be RR. Yapsor able to actually not take the kill for once. It's Kezu.
¿Qué haces mirando eso? Me das asco.
Team player.
¿Qué te iba a decir? No, hay un juego de celular que se llama Legends Mobile y hay una versión china del juego y que en realidad es el Dota 1 y está el Shadowfield en todo, pero no la podemos bajar acá porque está en el market chino nada más. Lo vi en una página de Dota 2, en un grupo de Dota 2 que es mundial y hay un montón de gente de China, todo, filipinos, todo.
It's the two heroes who have distance closing. It's the Blink Dagger on the SK and it's the hook shot from the Clockwork. They want to have a fight, whereas just one hero coming back from Team Secret to defend the top lane push, but Team Secret is refusing to oblige.
Secret are just staying down here. They found a new home. Basically, the Dire has migrated onto the Radiant side.
No está legalizada acá tampoco, nada que ver.
This is what Secret want.
Es en Uruguay.
This is even better for them.
Acá seguimos como todos ustedes. Bajo el dominio del dios del alcohol, que es la peor mierda del mundo.
The last 10 minutes have been all Secret, I feel. There hasn't been too much initiative from Execration then.
Well, they're trying to find a hole in Team Secret's defense, but
a ver qué van a hacer con ese smoke. Hay un sentry.
Rockets continue to fly out from the Clockwork, trying to get vision.
Got some info there. Yeah, CPL
a ver si logran entrar.
Question is though, where can they still initiate? Which hero do you initiate into? There's so much counter because Team Secret are so close to each other, holding each other.
Encima me sale ¿cómo se llama? La invitación a Smeagol.
The Radiant scan fall, they don't find anything. Waiting for that dire scan.
No te jodas.
Cooldown for the moment. And now Lemic, well, Forest Strike gonna count down Global Suns as well.
Qué buena ulti, Shadowfiend. Muy buena, tenía BKB la templa, no le hiciste nada y no le pegaste a nadie. Creo que eso es una... No, horrible, horrible. Mira, pobre Lican. Y ahora quiere pelear que ya se le fue de la cabeza. No, esto es GG.
Will lose 3, potentially 4. Lemic is doing his
TP at the moment, and he will
get out in time.
Malísimo.
Those were not the cogs, man. That feels bad when that happens. He had the right intentions, but the force staff from Kezo, I believe it was, just got him out of into a better position, and the TA didn't get trapped inside either. Secret just get another convincing win. That was 3-0. Another 4K advantage still from that fight.
This is more than problematic. This is Team Secret.
What the fuck? Yo ni quiero que la den vuelta porque la verdad que Secretion jugó para la una mierda. Y decían que iba a ganar contra Secret. Nada que ver. No me acuerdo quién me dijo que jugó bien. Yo no vi nunca que jugó bien en
let's have a look at that fight again. So the Boris Strike comes in. He gets a nice double stun.
Pobre Lycan. Se metió hasta el fondo, se comió el male
Epi gets stolen. And that Clockwork Cogs was basically the funeral parade of Cogs.
Todo culpa de ese Shadowfiend, lo están reflameando. No tienen como forma de dar vuelta a esto. Tienen 16k de network de diferencia. Imposible.
Shapeshift and start running toward it. Shadowfiend has to run all the way in. So the way Execration's heroes are positioned, they actually could use their tanking stun. Oh, sounds like speaking of position.
Nice lasso.
Mira, ya está, olvídate. Matan al Silencer aunque no tenía ulti. No importa. Horrible.
Silencer down, all the towers on the top lane being removed. We're 27 minutes into the game and now Team Secret, they want to go up. And they're able to do so. The Barrier Strike is more posturing than anything else. It does no damage whatsoever, and they know there's no follow-up. With no silencer, with no global silence, they cannot win the fight. maybe if Raging Potato can get that blind, like, Requiem of Souls, you can see him wanting to attempt it on MP. And Puppy maybe feels the pressure. Sentry wards are going down.
Un saludo a todo mi pariente que le dio like a la página de Facebook y me mandó un mensaje ya. Ah, Guido, después si estás, necesito que me escribas a la fanpage, así te agrego a Facebook, con mi cuenta de Facebook que te quiero preguntar más. A ver, este puede ser el comeback, a ver. Hey, puede ser, murió la Templar. Oh, no, se fue a pelear contra. No tiene mana el chabón. El Never. No lo van a matar.
Up against MP, he can just go too easy, and Kezu and MP will stand over the corpse of Execration. It cost him 3 teammates, but the fight goes the way of Team Secret.
Mal, boludo, imposible, boludo.
That was a much better organized team fight from the Execration, but they're really
Courier, no.
Ya está.
Wait, the Kessler still hurt.
Yeah, the Courier was making a break for the secret shot.
¿Cómo era los Simpsons cuando Mero lo caga a palo al viejito ese cuando estaba vestido de Krusty? Dice, para, ya está muerto. Y le seguía pegando.
Secret's big advantage there still allows them to come out on top. Even losing the TA like that is still playable just because of
mal, es que esto.
Everyone in their lineup is actually
oh, por fin metió un hook el club. Por fin.
Well, it turns on the blade Mel. MP's not going to fight him with the battery assault. Now he gets free. It's the doppelganger. James can't stay close. The diffuser blade stopped him. The rocket will fly forward. It does the damage, but MP on 33 HP will survive. Has Manta available as well. Lemix trying to close the distance. The Wolves are scouting, and now finally they find MP. Tries to break out with the Manta, but it will not work. And RR, the man who sent that Courier up to start with, he finally has his solar crest he went up to buy.
That's a pretty big chunk of gold.
It is.
Oh, MP doesn't buy back. They could actually just get the Roche off this.
No van a hacer Roche, no
pueden. If I only knew. There's still Templar Assassin traps around, and that TA is also still a beast. That's a full butterfly. Blink, BKB Desolator on mid one. And a Haze Rune, which will get him in range of Lemic. So Yapsor gets to sit on a hill for 1 second until he 4-stars down. But that is now no SK for 43 seconds.
Qué aburrida esta partida, termina en lado, yo.
And that should mean that this
will
eventually go to Secret. I think they're going to push in all the waves, make sure that Execration are cornered in their base, and then they can kill each other count very, very quickly with the combination here. So they have the TA, can pretty much solo this Roche very quickly. Oh, he's going to see James.
Oh, at least maybe with the Blade Mel. No, they're not even going to, they just wait until it wears off, and then mid one does the rest of the damage. Refraction protecting him to start with. And the clockwork. Quick and easy pick off. Team Secret. Very methodical in this game.
They're going to just, pushing in the mid. Roche is, it looks like TA is moving towards Roche. The mid trajectory goes there. Oh, a nice. Oh, he doesn't.
And he'll get it later. Oh, Yapsor. Well done, Yapsor. Well done.
Oh, Yapsor gets it. Okay.
Yeah, now we see who the real carry is.
Yeah, now he just needs to sell his bottle and we're back to that.
You can give his bottle to it. Come on. It's donations for the poor. Yapsor, blink in, able to find the tank. He's still got Burrow Strike and 15 one-shot to make that 16, 17. But that's only because Team Secret are expending abilities to kill him off. So no SK, once again, picked off outside the base. Execration always feels like they're one man down or one primary ability down. This will give Team Secret the opening they want.
They seem less coordinated and more chaotic.
Potato, you got to put the the blink away! Mid one, Zora coming from a mile off. Takes the range racks. Nando was tricking his dog form as well. And now they're going to go in once more. Looking for the opening. Mid one takes the top tier 3 tower. Nando is just enjoying being on speed with his wolf form, but 70 seconds before it's back off cooldown. You will have the SK up in 6 seconds, but Team Secret, they've already made a hole in your home.
Well, there goes
Raging Potato. I don't think he understands like which hero he's got to go on.
That's 1.5 lanes of racks. They still have the melee in mid, and I think Secret are going to just wait a little bit. Again, push out this wave in the mid, get that in a good position. The bottom lane is pushing in a little bit, probably courtesy of Clockwork. Secret could do that. But it's not looking good for Execration now. We're at that stage now where, judging from what lineups are facing each other, you need some sort of a miracle here to come back. If they find that perfect combination with everything, all their cooldowns ready, where they get a good epicenter Sanking stun and global sounds on top, and they land their key spells in addition to that, they can definitely still take the fight, but there are such a big margin for error for Team Secret. They're just going to send in mid 1 with their medallion on.
Team Secret basically need to have 5 heroes standing all on the one spot for Execration to have enough control in the team fight where they can win it, but they can at least attempt to evenly trade or keep someone alive. The SK, at least the global silence is out, but the SF will be able to survive. Maybe mid 1 going down. Aegis Simon is the only thing he'll lose. SF will lose its life. A quick buyback. They have to fight now or never. Even with the low souls, you have to hold the line. There's a PKP in 5, but mid 1, the damage output is roughly 400. They'll take the mid rank. They're forcing Execration back into their fountain. And Team Secret, they want to get Aegis. They'll do this the long way. No tier 4 tower push. It's safe, secure. The tier 3 tower will fall. Clockwork trying to actually jump at the front lines. There is a pickup, mid 1, just focusing on the Raging Potato. They need to die back on the SF. They'll remove his Aaron, they'll remove his Horror, and they'll remove Execration almost from the International. Mid 1 just needs to finish the job. The racks are still to be done. There's Lemming with his Burrow Strike. At least able to catch the Templar assassin, but oh my lord, RR is gone. They've lost 4, they've lost 5, and they can be brutally, savagely wrecked out of the International. Team Secret have done it. It took 34 minutes. It was convincing, it was clean, and it felt like Execration just never got in the game.
Yeah, I was hoping for a bit more out of Execration in this game. I don't feel like this game really does justice some of the really nice plays we saw from them in the groups, but you know, this is a high-pressure environment. It's that one game for elimination. As we said, maybe...
That's also a rough game after Invictus Gaming were able to knock them down earlier today. But
en el chat de Twitch dice, se salvó el monitor. Gracias Rankus, te mando un saludo por el like a la página.
A loss is a loss, but it's still fantastic experience for them. They still managed to make it out of the group stage.
Execration, yo ya sabía que iban a perder, parece. Se iban a divertir.
Yep. Very good experience for them to move on, especially for the new guy, whoever it was. He didn't want to put a name on him.
The mystery man. We'll refer to him as the guy. Or just guy. But yeah, you definitely saw the
no llegó a darle. Qué mala onda, mid 1.
That was kind of like the sealing the deal kind of moment when he let the cogs off. That was the moment everything started to fall apart. But if they got their initiations right, if you got the momentum, you could definitely see the draft working. 100%. That piece of the puzzle looked very, very good.
You could see the logic of what they were trying to do, the execution.
Ese es el hijo de Gaben. Mentiroso.
Kind of the short version of the story. They got outplayed and they did not play their own best, which, you know, is a regret you can have afterwards, but either you show up or you don't on the day. Sometimes you have a bad day. That's it.
Yeah, so it's a terrific performance from Team Secret. They are the winner and will advance themselves into the lower bracket round 2.
That entire game can almost be summed up by one of the very early fights down in the bottom right where there were 4 Execration members.
Iban a fedear intensamente y lo lograron.
There was vision on absolutely everything from Team Secret, and Team Secret shut them down with a clean 4-0 in that fight. And so much was the tale of the entire game. Every move that Execration made, immediately Secret met it with great preparedness, with great execution, and punished every move.
It just feels like Execration wasn't really on the same page. I saw one of the smokes that they did. They actually drew a line, and then 2 of them is running in that line, and 1 is running the other way. So it just feels like they weren't communicating that well. Maybe they were like nervous or something.
We touched upon it earlier today. Not having counter Batrider really hurts. Like Lasso, like Silencer was like okay, and they had opportunities to maybe counterpick the Batrider a little bit better. Even cores that build Lincoln Spears. I think Peter mentioned that earlier. Like they just had no way to deal with them.
I mean, it was just insane how good the coordination for Team Secret was. I especially loved it right during that siege of the main base.
Está diciendo, voy a traducir lo que está diciendo para los que no entiendan. Dice, bueno, la realidad es que Execration eran 5 chicos que pasaban por la vereda y le dimos una remera y le dijimos que vengan a jugar. Ahora vamos a hacerle una entrevista. Bueno, te salvaste de que te conviertan en comida para perro. ¿Qué vas a hacer de tu vida ahora? Porque igual puedes perder de nuevo. Bueno, la verdad que no sé. Me duele un poco los ojos porque me fue un porro y no entiendo mucho lo que estoy haciendo acá, así que yo qué sé, a mí dame Rubik y te hago la Dota, P.
How does it feel to get the one and dones out? The lower bracket is so tough when it's just the one game. You know how that feels. You were just last year with Escape. You guys lost to Fnatic in the first game.
¿Qué me está hablando de esta?
Mentally, how did you overcome that? What is that like?
Yo vine por la comida.
I mean, first of all, I do believe I'm here with a stronger team this time. Second of all, I'm a stronger player, but I think.
Bueno, si quieren traduzco bien lo que dice, de verdad.
Like the lower bracket, especially the best of one part, is only scary if you believe it's scary, and if you just feel like it's it's like another game, another normal game, and you just draft accordingly and get like your favorite heroes, like comfort heroes.
Claro, dice que su draft se basa en piquear los héroes que ellos, digamos, sus héroes favoritos, los que tienen más comodidad.
How much of that do you think has helped the team dynamic as you head into TI, and how much of that do you think helped you today?
I'm not sure how much it helps exactly, but there are many different perspectives, especially because we have two players from Southeast Asia, and it meshes really well because different perspectives with a very experienced captain. Like he will know what to do with all these different ideas and how to put them all into one team and be able to make them really, really strong. And I believe we're getting there.
It sounds like everybody really appreciates and admires Puppy. You're not the first player who sat in this chair and said, we owe it all to Puppy. Why do you think that? What's so great about Puppy? But what I mean is, like, what makes him, there are so many wonderful captains here. So what in particular about Puppy do you think helps with your team here at TI?
I mean, the only like good captain I've played with is probably Synderen before Puppy.
Oh, he'll like that.
Dice que otro capitán bueno con el que jugó fue con Synderen, antes de Puppy.
From my recent experience, Puppy compared to everyone else that I know is very strong-minded, but at the same time takes ideas. He doesn't only give. He like takes and gives.
Dice que
likes to
tiene una mente fuerte, digamos. Puppy dijo de una forma que es cabeza dura, pero a veces toma algunas ideas de los demás.
And if it wasn't for that kind of approach, I don't think I would have actually played well with him at all. So, yeah.
Claro, dice que si él hubiese sido cabeza dura del todo, no hubiese sido fácil para él jugar con Puppy, porque es la verdad. Japsor es un jugador muy dinámico. Él te arma la jugada en el momento, capaz. Y si Puppy fuese una clase de jugador que no deje que nadie tenga ideas, no podría jugar con él.
Like very excited and of course sad because I'm also going to be playing against Miracle, which is also from Jordan, and I do believe everybody at home is going to be watching this game because of that. So
claro,
in some
porque son del mismo país
we're definitely prepared
con Miracle. Quiere jugar en contra de Miracle porque es medio triste porque son del mismo país y son muy pegados, parece.
Thank you, Casey. Yes, indeed.
Es que Japsor juega muy bien. Es como Miracle, pero de support. Pero Miracle es Miracle. Miracle. ¿Qué le está diciendo? Bueno, ahora te tienen que llevar en un remis a la fábrica de comida para perros. Bueno, lo último que quiero decir, dame el micrófono, no te lo pienso soltar. Bueno, voy a hablar así, voy a decir que la comida era muy mala. No pude comer los fideos blancos que me dieron anoche porque estaban duros. Y entonces me los volvieron a dar hoy a la mañana y no me dijo, bácala, no me la voy a ir a comer ni ahí. Aunque soy gordo y después en realidad me lo comí. Y ahora está preguntando si realmente ese grano de la boca es porque besó un sapo, porque tiene problemas sexuales con los animales. Dice, no voy a responder eso porque es algo personal. Sí me enamoré de ese sapo Creo que mi corazón está en un lugar que nadie entiende y los sapos son re cool, me re encantan. Tienen esa voz así toda re loca y me excita. Y bueno, así que vamos a cortar un poco con la zoofilia y ahora vamos a hablar de tu mamá. ¿Qué onda tu mamá? Vino acá, está ahí, está vendiendo tamalitos afuera. ¿Qué está haciendo? ¿O se prostituye en los baños de adentro del estadio? No sé, voy a decir que me hacen descuentos si yo voy y le digo, dame un descuento. Sí, sí, te lo va a hacer, obvio. Sí, yo ahora le digo, anda, ese es lo gratis. Él es mi amigo. Pero yo no soy tu amigo. Ah, bueno, pero si te entrego a mi mamá, podrías considerarme amigo de Twitter al menos, no sé. O tal vez seguirme en Instagram al menos. Ah, pero es cierto que me voy a morir en la fábrica de perros. Bueno, ¿ves? Ándate, dale, tómate la watching. Bueno, está bien. Bueno, ahora mientras tiramos a la trituradora, volvemos al estudio.
Something that PPD said at the start of today that really TI for many of these teams is Christmas. It's a celebration of everyone who's here. In Execration, though they're eliminated, they go out with their heads held high. And Team Secret will be advancing on towards Team Liquid in the lower bracket round tomorrow.
Liquid was actually quite charming there in the end. I expected him to be a lot more sad and distressed.
It's really impressive whenever I see anyone who's able to remain that level of composure. I think I've cried after 100% of tournaments where I've been eliminated.
It's just very nice to see that he's actually happy that they made it this far. They made it to Seattle.
Agarra el pancito viejo
si quieres. On the stage, and that is actually like he wants to come back the next year and
bueno, agarra el nuevo.
That was the best I've ever seen a losers interview go. Usually they're just like despondent and they're just devastated that they're not playing anymore, but they seemed like they had expectations for themselves and they exceeded those, and they're looking forward to doing the grind again next year.
And after this match, we see the standings as they currently remain. Of course, Invictus Gaming and Newbie remain in the upper bracket, ready to fight.
No están parados, lo que pasa es que le cortaron las piernas. Están arriba de tachos de basura dado vuelta. ¿Ves? Imagínate que en esta parte le cortaron, tienen un tacho de basura de este tamaño, dado vuelta, porque no quedaron sillas.
About the match that just got done between Secret and Execration. We have seen a lot out of Team Secret in terms of this game. What do you think are the real hallmarks that they'll be carrying forward into their next round matches?
No, igual la aposta es que cuando corta la partida ellos se van al cuarto y descansan. Están una hora descansando lo que dura la partida. Y después vuelven y hablan 10 minutos nada más. O 15, no sé. Pero hace 6-7 horas que están trabajando. No, acá empezó a las 2 de la tarde, son las 10 casi. Sí, hace 8 horas. 7, 8 horas que están trabajando. Ah, lo mismo que yo. Yo hace cuánto que estoy acá.
One thing that I thought was great about what Secret did here is Puppy came in with a very, strong, stable strategy, and that's what matters in the lower bracket. You don't have many games to mess up. And tomorrow they'll have a little bit more leeway with the best of 3, but Liquid's no joke, so they got to really bring it.
And I want to give Kevin the chance to talk a little bit about that execution that we saw from Team Secret, the sort of plays that they were able to make, because pretty much every single significant engagement in this game went the way of Secret.
That was really what I saw as well on my side. One of the things that I caught that I thought was really important is you don't want to lose your towers before your opponents kill yours, if possible. And there was a moment here where Shadow Fiend left the mid lane to head to the jungle to do some jungling. He's normally
Estaba pensando, me imaginaba si ahora Eje se cansa, o sea, Artisi se cansa de perder como siempre, y hace rato que está en Eje, y capaz que ahora ya se cansa y deja Eje de nuevo y ponerle que lo tome Liquid. ¿Y a quién sacaría para que juegue con Miracle?
This was 6 minutes in the game at the very start, and this has big implications because at some point later TA shifts to the Ancients, Rubik goes to the mid lane to get this free experience, and there always has to be somebody in the mid lane from Execration side because otherwise your tower is going to die very fast. And obviously there was the other big stuff that happened during the game, which was
pero si tuviese que sacar uno para poner a cosas sería Matumamán, Artisi con Miracle serían imparables.
And I mean, I said it before, I'll say it again, the way that they capitalized on every single win. I mean, after every big team fight, it seemed like a tower or two fell
at the bare minimum. So I'm really excited to see the matchup against against Team Liquid tomorrow.
It's a showdown of the EU teams.
Yeah, man.
It should be pretty hype.
Now, our next match is one that, again, is in lower, is a best-of-1 elimination match between Cloud9 and Team Empire. And, of course, Cloud9 has had a lot of roster changes in recent times, so we got the chance to catch up with Owie 2000. Tell us a little bit about it, Casey.
You actually are coming into this having won TI before. You know what it feels like. You won TI5 with EG. So what did that teach you as far as what it takes? Because TI is a completely different beast than winning a major or winning another game. Like, there's a lot more pressure. So what did you learn from succeeding?
I think a lot of players, when they think about TI, they think about like too many things. They're thinking about like the prize pool, the fans, how big the stadium. Like, it's a really cool event. It's cool to be here, but it just adds a lot of stress in that way. They're thinking about so many things. And I think what TI5 taught me is like it's important to just be able to like focus on each series as a whole, like just focus on each series, and that's your goal. You don't want to like look too far ahead. You don't want to look at some games in the past. You just want to keep moving forward, because no team's guaranteed that TI win, no matter how good they are, no matter how well they're doing. Secret was the best team coming into TI5. They didn't win. Probably OG was probably the best team coming into TI6. They didn't win. Like, anything can happen at this tournament, and you just need to keep moving forward.
You know what it's like to go through roster changes. You've been through some pretty dramatic ones, especially last year. We talked a lot about what happened with the back and forth. How has that impacted you as a player, do you think?
I mean, roster changes are stressful. Like, if you're getting kicked or you're replacing a player, even even if you're not getting kicked, you're just coming in to replace someone, it's pretty stressful because you have to like live up to what their standard was, basically. But I think in general, moving around the rosters is very nice. Like, I've gotten to play with a lot of the top players in the world, so hopefully I've learned some things from them that I can use in this tournament.
How about how NV came together, which is, I know now Cloud9. What was the spirit with which NV kind of started building that team and bringing you on board? Because it did feel a little bit different from the beginning.
How it started was just we wanted 5 people who were willing to learn together and try to like grow as a team. We thought what Wings did was super cool. I think after TI6, everyone was looking at Wings. They played a long time together, and they had no results for a very long time. And then they got into some lands and had very bad results for some time. And then they just started crushing it, and they dominated at TI6. And everyone's like, oh, this is the coolest team ever. So you want to try to emulate them.
So what do you think your strengths are as a team coming into this?
I don't know. I think we're pretty good at using the map, like splitting up resources, knowing what areas of the map we want to take. We're a very self-critical team. So like, if I look at it, it's like there's a lot of things I want to say, like, oh, we need to be better at this and this. But I think that's what we're good at. We're good at like choking our opponents out if we get a lead. We are good at maintaining that lead. We're good at doing some weird stuff. We actually do a lot of weird stuff. That's our strength. Like, we do way too weird stuff. Like, I don't know what's happening half the games. But you know, like when you don't know what's happening, your opponent's even more confused. So no, that's our strength. I don't know.
And you're one of the few people I can ask in this atmosphere, because you've been there before, what it feels like to stand on that stage on the final day of TI after the grand finals, being told you're the champion.
I can tell you, it's very confusing. So you don't know what's happening. It's very loud. I was just in a daze, but hopefully, if I win again, I'll be even less of a daze. No, it's just.
Do you not remember any of it?
No, I remember, but I was just standing there, like, like, yeah, this feels good, but I don't really know what's happening.
So do you think it would be amazing to be able to put your name on this for a second time?
I mean, of course.
I mean, do you think you'd be the first one?
Yeah,
right?
It's pretty insane. It's like the 7th TI and no one's won twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to say about TI that you think people would want to hear from you? This is your chance. You can say anything you want.
Nah, I mean, it's just like, thanks for the support, right? Like, TI is the community's tournament.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool.
And of course, thanks to that community support, the prize pool stands approximately 24 million, with millions tuning in from all around the world. And I gotta say, he's talking about that idea of focusing on each series one at a time. And this is actually the most important time to do that, because this entire game decides their fate in the tournament.
That usually happens in the upper bracket, I think. If you're like a very strong team and then you think, oh, if we win this, we're going to face this team in the next round.
No sé si quiero ver este game.
Especially now, as you said, for them in the lower bracket, they're going to just look at this game and focus on that.
Yeah, it's really interesting how often players say that they have more comfort in situations where they're in the lower bracket, or if they're up against another team that is stronger than they are, that actually creates more comfort for them. That they feel like there's not as much pressure, because in a way it's okay to lose to one of those teams that's better, so they don't have as much of a risk.
Bueno, voy a hacer una pausa y voy a volver para castear la partida Infamous.
Were they 1-9?
I think something like that. They ended up with, I think, 5 wins, and then which is pretty respectable. And I think they ended up actually in 7th place, 6th place.
It was a pretty remarkable comeback.
Yeah, 6th place from what I thought was going to be elimination.
Yeah. And of course, Cloud9 clawed their way out of that last place spot in order to be here today. And they'll be going up against Team Empire. And of course, Casey got the chance to sit down with their position 3 player, Ghostic.
So no one on this particular team has seen a TI before. So how have you been preparing for the particular pressure that's associated with the international?
Well, kind of was we're in a DAC tournament. It's in China, and it's really huge for us also. Just like TI, but kind of lower price and like low pressure in DAC. But we were boot camping in Moscow for 1 week. Practicing a lot, speaking with our coach, with our manager. They were helping us a lot. So we kind of prepared for now. I think we're good prepared.
You mentioned CIS. That was a big win.
Voy a dejar el plato. Ahí viene Gonza. Va a castear conmigo esta partida. No voy a cortar. Voy a castear este y voy a castear la próxima. Depende. Si viene Gonza, que la castee él y yo escucho nada más y hago comentarios. Y la próxima la casteo yo y él hace los comentarios. Porque hoy no casteé nada, hoy quería ver las partidas, pero la partida de Empire no me importa mucho castearla porque no quiero verla. Así que voy al baño y vuelvo.
Is there an advantage to being a younger team, do you think? Are you noticing that there's a different style of play? Because there's a lot of old guard that we've talked about on the Russian Dota scene, and you don't have any of those players on this particular team. So do you think there's a bit of an advantage? Do you look at things differently? Do you play differently?
Well, I think it's about motivation. Because as my experience says, younger players are more motivated. Even without a huge experience, I think motivation is our best thing to have in a team. Like, we're all good motivated to show our skills, our strategies in that tournament. I think it's the most important thing for us.
Are there any other teams that you've been watching closely as far as how their style of play just to prepare for TI, or are you more focused on your brand of play?
Well, I would say on international qualifiers, we were closely looking to EG, how was they drafting, how was they thinking, but for international, we were working on our own strategies a lot, and I think that we're not watching other teams at all.
You ready for the lightning round?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Is it scary enough?
Ha! Did I scare you?
No.
Okay.
Oh, now I'm scared already.
Okay, pretty much. Puppies or kittens?
Kittens, of course.
Yes. Morning person or night person?
Night person.
If you could be any animal, what would you be?
Koala.
Let's say you're about to be dropped off on a deserted island with nothing but 3 things. You can bring 3 things. What 3 things do you bring?
A lot of water. I mean, like gallons of water.
Gallons of water.
Huge gallon of water. Okay.
Huge gallon of water.
Maybe a penthouse, like a huge house.
You're gonna bring a penthouse.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you meant the magazine, but you mean an actual penthouse.
Penthouse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
A cat, maybe.
A cat?
Yeah. I would say like a girl or a friend, but a cat is fine.
And you and the cat won't get sick of each other the way that 2 humans might.
Yeah.
That's a great answer.
Cat people.
I would also bring my cats. Maybe 2 cats, actually.
Yeah.
Really outnumbered up here.
Yeah, I gotta say,
I'm with you.
That was a big moment of bonding between me and Joe. We'd like pull out our cat photos. We're like, like spent 30 minutes scrolling through. And now this brings us once again to another elimination match between Team Empire and Cloud9. Let's start with the boys in blue, Cloud9. Just a whole slew of notable names who have participated on a variety of teams through the years coming together under the Cloud9 banner. And of course, Eternal Envy and Aoi 2000. People were surprised to see them get into the event under Cloud9 here.
This is a return of one of their older rosters. A lot of these guys have actually played together before.
Voy a entrar al coso.
I really like that comment that Aoi 2000 made by getting the opportunity to play with so many players. He was able to learn from so many players. And we'll hopefully see the culmination of that today. They will be going up against Team Empire.
Tengo que entrar al Discord. Mi posca. Resolution. Resolution tiene una cara de dibujito animado.
In that interview, a lot of people's eyes perked when they heard that Empire demolished their way through the qualifiers. And they were having a little bit of a struggle in the group stages leading up to today. They managed to have some interesting, long games.
Yeah, that was a tough one to stomach.
That was, oh, that was awesome. Oh, come on, that was sick.
It was great.
I didn't have to cast. I mean, like, I could have gone to the gym midway through, come back, and it still would have been going on, except for one thing, Peter.
You don't go to the gym?
There it is.
There it is.
There it is. I set that one up for myself.
There you go.
Walked right into that sliding glass door.
Thank you for the assist.
Yeah, there it was. Now, in terms of these styles of these two teams, I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to kind of their personalities, some of the highlights coming into this match, Marlene.
Empire plays a little bit differently. They've been using very hard carries for Resolution. They've been playing AM, Luna, Morphling a lot more than any of the other teams that we've seen. Cloud9, they've been running very fast-paced games. A lot of Drow Ranger. We've seen some Arc Warden. I think they're very good at getting early lead. And Medusa a lot, too.
Yeah, I've been a little surprised that we haven't seen as much Arc Warden at this tournament as was expected coming in.
He hasn't been a hero that's been picked a lot, though, lately, I think. It's a couple of teams that are picking him. Empire was one of them, but then it was also Chappie who played it, who unfortunately couldn't come here. And I think that is also one of the reasons why maybe Empire are picking the heroes that they are, because they're like 4 people who've been playing together for a long time, and then they have Resolution. So maybe they choose to pick heroes for Resolution that he can be around on his own with like Morphling and Automation, those heroes to do his own thing.
I imagine they're probably using that team chemistry to build around Resolution, who is a player who definitely, you know, he takes attention. He is, I think he has more experience on the big stage than probably this entire team combined. So, you know, his wealth of knowledge and
hoy hubo todos iguales, todos o no iguales, todos.
Advise them.
Yeah.
Todos, todos, ni uno.
Well, I mean, I asked earlier, how much would you change
como
your preparations based on what you've seen in the group stage? I've been hearing again and again the feedback. You really got to be careful about departing from what you prepared. Resolution kind of came in at the 11th hour. So how is Empire supposed to work with that? Do you think that they've had time to practice that? Practice this bigger focus on hard carries?
No prende una PC, what the fuck?
He's one of the top carries.
Igual tienen un montón, arman otra al toque.
I think they can really run mostly anything, at least within the heroes that he can play. Not Meepo, and he plays Arc Warden a little bit, but maybe not to the extent of Chappie, but everything else I actually think he's better than Chappie at.
Yeah, educate me about Resolution. What makes him so great?
Well, he got 2nd place at TI last year. That's already an accomplishment in himself. And I think he's been the standout player for DC and then Thunderbirds and then Planet Odd for the past like 6-7 months. Like every time we see him, he's just this amazing carry player that just seemingly can play anything in any situation and always get farm, not die. He's just very, very consistent.
He's more of the traditional one position than other carries. A lot of times we see carry players like Arteezy and No-Tail kind of adapt and play around their mid player. Resolution kind of, he takes that mid player, and the mid player is a little bit, they have to play around him more so than playing around them. Right. Expect a harder carry, Anti-Mage, Morphling, Weaver, maybe even like a safe lane Void. Something along those lines, I think, is right up his alley.
I'm trying to think if we've even had that many games recently where that's been the case. I mean, perhaps the Alchemist game that we saw at the start of the day, but that's pretty typical with an Alchemist player.
I have a good feeling this game is going to be a little bit different than everything else we've seen today, and I don't know how much of an Empire thing that is. That might be more of a Cloud9 thing, a little Jackie Mao for everybody.
Yeah, what was Howie talking about? Where he's like, we're weird. What is it? What are the weird things?
It's just envy, man. He changes people, he changes teams. You start playing the Jackie Mao way, your games start going for an hour and a half, and you lose a little bit of insanity. But that's on both sides. Things get a little crazy. Things get mixed up, and
like 9 players in the game are going, I'm losing my mind. And
Jackie Mao is focused.
This is a fun game. I enjoy a game of Dota. Yeah. And I mean,
Qué hijo de puta, es un chiste. Es un personaje de anime el chavo. Hola, ¿me escuchás?
Sí.
Ah, recién me escuchabas, pero no, yo no te escuchaba, ¿no?
No, no te escuchaba.
Ah, bueno, ahora ya estoy. Bueno, estoy viendo la transmisión de Twitch y la estoy transmitiendo. Te cuento porque no sé si viste cómo estoy haciendo. Y después cuando termina el draft, ahí cambio a Dota.
Ah, listo.
Así que vos miralo donde vos quieras, pero vamos a verlo en Dota para poder castearlo.
Sí, no, si yo estoy dentro del... ¿Cómo se llama? El Dota ya. Mientras estoy mirando la apertura porque no la pude ver.
Ah. Sí, igual fue re simple. No estuvo Gaben.
No, pero mandaron un burro. Que es casi lo mismo.
He just not died that much. It's just like a couple of weird things, like he's been playing puck a lot, but then he's Dream Coil, and in the end he runs out of it, and there were like really no reason for him to going out. So it just feels like he's not on top of his game. The past games,
feeling the pressure a little bit.
Maybe
Captain Jackie Mao's coming down a little too hard on him.
He's running there with his pipe on Slark, and then it's like I'm just gonna go out from here.
I've played with Owie. I have played with Envy a couple times. I can tell you that environment can be pretty stressful.
What about it stressful?
It's just a lot of talking. And sometimes a little too much. I think effective communication is one of the things that people don't talk about enough for a Dota team. It's really important. You don't want to use more words than you need to, and I know Jackie Mao's a big talker.
What are, like, in your eyes, what's good communication? Give me some good communication, and then give me some bad communication.
You just don't need to say more than you do. Anytime, like, you know, you die, you say, oh, I messed up, or, you know, dang it, like, this sucks. Like, you know, probably a little bit more profanity than that coming out from the players, but, you know, we like to keep it PG on the street.
That's right. If you go in those booths or say, gosh darn, rats, I died again.
What you should be doing instead is communicating, okay, hey guys, I messed up. This is what's going on with this hero, you know, who I just died solo to.
He used this spell, he's gonna do this, he's going here.
His blink dagger timer might be a little bit earlier than what you expected it to be, and communicating that information with your teammates is, you know, it helps them play their game.
Está re gordo Mason, boludo. Y perdió pelo.
¿Cuál es Mason?
El gordo de DC.
Ah, sí, sí, sí.
Facilitate it in a way that's concise, yet, you know, everybody understands what's happening.
The positive thing about that team is that most of them have played with them before and played with them
for very long,
so they are used to this form of communication, which may be a little bit different.
They understand how they play together, so there's a little bit less need for communication.
Are you guys just being tactful? Is it that when you're playing with them, he's like, oh, God, I'm dead again. Oh, like, what is it that he specifically says?
I'm not saying that at all. I was just giving you an example of effective communication.
Sure. He's not a downer. He just talks a lot about small details. I think both him and AY just like go on really deep about certain things, where I think like most of the time when you want to talk about things, it's like, oh, big macro decisions. Oh, like we need to push here, let's smoke here, we need to drop a ward here. Like those are like big macro decisions that might influence your team fights. Whereas I think they're like just very, very small things. Just talk, like they just speak like 3 sentences about something that you think is just so minuscule that you wouldn't even bother to mention. But it's just different priorities, right?
Sure. So the real challenge then would be to be able to process that sort of information as other players in the game and not get overwhelmed or distracted in those moments.
Yeah, that's hard.
Yes. I'm actually the worst at listening and talking at the same time while I'm just playing in my simple little games. Can't even imagine the scope when there's this much
Eternal throw.
In these matches. So, you know, in terms of Team Empire, you've talked about Resolution. You've talked a little bit about how he's such an extraordinary
player. Resolution, carajo.
What are the qualities that the other 4 players you've seen consistently do to provide him that space that he needs in order to get the farm?
They like to dive towers. They like to be aggressive. So in that sense, like they're making a lot of space for him. They like really like to run around the map and get info, and then out of the info that they're getting, they're making other moves.
there was a patch where Centaur offlane was really popular and Sardar, and that was like their patch. They just constantly dove people at towers with Stampede and Sprint, so just chain stun, keep running down people. And that's a classic CIS style, and I think they really excelled at that, although that playstyle has been reeled in a little bit.
In terms of the type of farming that we're seeing out of Resolution, you know, I've watched some games of Ramses 666, the
Wow, no están piqueando todavía.
a lot of times he'll be staying on his side of the
¿Están piqueando ya, no?
No, no sé por qué están haciendo tiempo.
Is that a similar type
Se habrá quedado dormido uno.
Resolution, or is he more bold, more forward, trying to even split push and take barracks with a character like Anti-Mage?
Eternal Envy no quiere salir del baño.
Resolution's previous team, and at this tournament, he really does prefer playing in
Estaba
the
retraumado,
taking the safe route, similar to, I think Ramses is probably a little bit more aggressive than Resolution. I just see him playing harder carries and taking the game to a later stage where he really, really excels.
So talk to me a little bit about the specific carry characters, like Anti-Mages, the Morphlings. I feel like the lineups that we've been seeing are pretty consistent with one another in a lot of the games. I mean, Lycan has been such a common pick, Batrider's been such a common pick, Night Stalker's been such a common pick. Are there big shifts and differences that happen? I even remember earlier you were talking about how Lich is really useful hero to help support Morphling and these types of things.
That is one way to get Morphling work, because he's quite weak on the lane. So if you actually have him on the safe lane and you have two heroes coming there to contest him, he's quite weak early on. And so Lich is a very good hero for him in the mid lane at least, but Anti-Mage is more of a counter pick to offlaners, I think. He's not good to show early on because there are a lot of heroes who actually counter him, but if the opponents show a hero like Darkseer or any other heroes that he's good against on the lane, it's a good pickup.
Yeah, I mean, that is one hero that I have no clue how to play against Darkseer. He wrecks me every single time in lane.
Try Anti-Mage.
There you go.
There it is. Problem solved.
Just hit him. Just hit him, and then you burn his mana, and then he doesn't have any mana anymore.
That hero has mana. Have you played Darkseer? No, that hero has like, you can have like 3 Ion Shells and you're done at level 1. And then you have to buy like 2 Clarities and a Mango and a Soul Ring. And
I'm not a big fan of Darkseer right now.
Really?
I see VP's kind of played a little bit and had some success, but I think VP is a really good team, more so than that hero being incredibly strong.
I mean, I always see him like super high up on net worth in the early game.
He's a farmer. He's more of a, that's the kind of thing about him. Most offlaners are these like heroes that farm a Blink Dagger and start initiating fights. Darkseer kind of almost takes this 2 role where he is responsible for a lot of damage and he takes a lot of farm. And he builds a mech, and he's just kind of in a weird
Otro parche?
With a lot of different heroes.
So it's not necessarily that he's affecting the enemy safe lane. He's
Actualización ahora en medio de un
Exactly.
torneo.
He's a very selfish offlaner. He doesn't provide a lot to the team until later on when he gets some farm. He works really well with Sven, which is what we've been seeing from VP, but I wouldn't expect that hero to get played in this series. I think the one to look at for sure is Lich. I think it's going to make it through. I've seen Cloud9 prioritize it a lot, first banning it and also first picking it. I think that Empire, I think a good bet for them is to try and play against it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious about those style of heroes like the Lich, the roaming heroes. I think that this is one of the hardest here, like just things to do in Dota.
¿Cómo lo están remando los chabones hablando hace media hora?
Or if you're me and Purge is insisting that I roam in an episode of me trying to learn Dota, I mean, it's an easy way to just consistently get yourself killed, to get no farm. I even remember you were talking earlier about how important bounty runes are in just the entire
Le está poniendo toda la onda, hace 9 horas que está el chabón trabajando. Y encima, no sé qué pasó, parece que se rompió una computadora o qué. Que está tardando y... O uno se cayó al piso y se le abrió la cabeza o algo así. Y están limpiando todo el piso y están cambiando otro pibito.
Por otro player,
Ajá, uno de ahí, al Alearch le van a poner.
But actually, you're just trying to get some farm.
Está re cansado, está re transpirando.
Is so bad right now because she's so slow. So if you actually if you find her when she's trying to go for a bounty rune, she's in a very, very bad position.
Definitely.
Like it's a long way to the towers, and there's no other hero there, and then she just dies. That's why she's not picked.
Also, why Wisp is a top pick. I would expect Wisp to be banned. One of Pilot Eye's better heroes. I think that Cloud9's performed very, very well with that. I would strongly encourage Empire to ban it out.
Yeah, I mean,
like with the Lich pick, I think you give it to Pi. I think he's played it a lot this tournament, and Cloud9 hasn't won a lot of games. And I've seen Pi, when he starts to die a little bit too much throughout the game, he really just kind of starts feeding. And I think that might be a good opportunity for Empire to take advantage of.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see a Wisp
No, chicos, mañana no va a haber lobby. Supongo, no va a haber. Mañana se sigue jugando en International. Mañana no va a haber.
And I also just got word that the players are still getting set up in the lobby.
No sé, todavía. Supongo que no.
Want to give them their time, make sure they get everything set up perfectly fine. And since we have a moment, I want to remind all of you that the newbie stream, the newcomer stream, is running concurrently with this one, and it's a great place to go if you've never played the game of Dota. It is the exact same stream as this one. It has all of us here on camera, it has the same commentators in the match, it is showing the same view in the match. But it also has extra pop-ups of information to help introduce, to help clarify. Look at this. Here's the stream right now. We have clips giving little bits of extra information. Look at this. We got Troll Warlord because it's so important to educate the new players about that BBD. Sick. And this is the sort of thing that, you know, we hope that if you are brand new to Dota, to give this a shot, to hopefully get the opportunity to learn a little bit about the sort of nuance and mechanics of the game, because so often these situations are all based around understanding super specific things, such as, you know, the passive ability of Earthshaker, the fact that he'll always stun the ground when he casts a spell, so you have to be very watchful.
Valve's done a really good job of almost like, I think, building a better product for this newbie stream. It's, you know, it's seen a lot of success in the past, and then last year people weren't super pleased with it, but this year I think it's in a really good place
algo de la fase de grupo, me parece.
Experience of being with everybody, but you also get to
Se habrá roto una PC o algo.
TI is this huge celebration of Dota, and it's not just about all the people that have been around forever and play this game all the time throughout the year. It's, you know, it's introducing this game that we love so much to all these new people.
And, you know, there's one thing that I want to emphasize, that as unbelievably hard and complex as Dota 2 is at a competitive level, I was surprised when I started playing that it is dead easy to have a blast with almost no knowledge. You choose Lina, you blow a bunch of shit up, and it's awesome, man. The ultimate, you just zap someone with a lightning bolt, and they're gone.
¿Qué?
Oh, that feels good, and I don't know anything that's
Sí, están haciendo tiempo.
I mean, I think that in each individual game of Dota...
Oh, miren, está lloviendo en el Key Arena. Oh, Dios.
¿En serio está lloviendo en el Key Arena?
No, boludo.
¿Qué tarada? Entendí. Tarde.
A few million in order to play your first game.
That's what keeps it fresh.
I'm actually curious, when was your first game of Dota?
First game, I mean, I played Dota 1 way back when, so
yeah.
I don't know.
¿Por qué Aker?
Over 10 years ago, probably?
Aker casteando y Almiral Bulldog no.
Yeah, that's the same for me, I think. Yeah. Maybe even the same month.
We were all little children back then.
Yeah. Dude, what were your first games of Dota like?
Oh, I love Perseverance. I was like Owen.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Perseverance was the thing.
Tendría que jugar hoy Infamous, supongo, no sé. No sé,
damage?
chicos, no tengo más información de la que tienen ustedes.
It was the best item. You never had to go back to base.
Oh,
me queda solamente esperar a ver.
I remember my first games, I didn't understand the idea of regen. I was just like, brown boots and save. We're going to get a really big item. And then someone said, but if you buy regen, you can stay in lane and get money. So then I would buy like 16 tangos and be like eating trees every few seconds.
Actually, the first time that I bought tangos, I ate all 4 at the same time because I thought, now I'm gonna get a lot of HP.
En teoría, tiene que jugar.
Super, super duper heal.
So not a natural talent, right?
Después de ellos, porque son los que tienen que jugar una partida.
It says you get HP.
¿Qué?
I don't know, it doesn't stack.
My earliest memories of Dota were my friend and I just spamming Vengeful Spirit and Techies. So we were a great pleasure to play with for everybody.
You're one of these players, all right.
Yeah, I think I was the Vengeful Spirit though, so it's not as bad.
Oh, right? So he was the bastard. You're innocent in this story, huh?
I was his assist.
Oh yeah, naturally. Oh, you swap him in.
Yes, I swapped.
That's next level.
Yeah.
I mean, for any of you who don't know, Techies is a hero that not even Valve lets be picked at this tournament. They're just like, no, that we don't want to ruin the experience for an entire team for an hour and 40 minutes and make 5 players on the other team very, very happy.
Or get no free win, like last year.
Techies is rough. It's TI5, it was 2 years ago.
Oh.
But yeah.
Wait,
I was.
They picked last year?
Did it? Oh yeah, Wings picked it. They did Techies and like Pudge and stuff. Yeah. They were just messing around on the main stage.
Upper bracket.
Did they win the game?
No, they got crushed.
It was like the one game they lost, other than the finals.
Yeah. It's always so funny to see how things that felt completely overpowered and confusing initially, no big deal. Seems straightforward now. And I I just got the magical updates in my ears that the game is now ready to go. It is going to be Cloud9 going up against Team Empire. It will be a best of one. We'll find out after this match the second team to be eliminated, who will be advancing forward to face Evil Geniuses. Cloud9 versus Team Empire is starting right now.
¿Qué es en Seattle?
Son 4 horas de diferencia.
Ay, por fin ahí va a estar el draft.
Team Empire. Game 1.
¿Querés castear o la querés ver? Porque yo hoy lo único que hice fue ver las partidas y hacer comentarios nada más. Bueno, la casteala y yo hago comentarios entonces.
Ahí empezó. Va, yo ya entré
Dale, dale, yo estoy viendo el Twitch todavía porque está mostrando las imágenes de ellos y todo.
Oh, Resolution.
And Nyx and Puck, I mean, pretty much Nyx, Puck, Night Stalker, Bat Rider, very common early bans that we've been seeing out of a lot of teams. Lich, also very common early ban.
There's still Night Stalker. Night Stalker's pretty good.
Pretty solid against Bat, that's for sure. You definitely want to pick some heroes that counter Bat. So Night Stalker can be great for that. He can be a little weak in lane, but if you run him as a support, it's fine.
There it is.
Probably looking at 4 Night Stalker there, and then I would pick something that can.
¿Qué está leyendo?
Lasso here, or
Oracle.
Or lane up against the Bat Rider.
Está leyendo un libro otaku.
And you know, in terms of just experience at low
Sí, está leyendo un libro.
Está mirando agenda antes de jugar.
Claro, para motivarse.
50%. But as you get higher and higher up, it's the fact that Night Stalker is just the most constricting in terms of vision player.
And also, he has 1800 range at night. That's very, very rare. A lot of the patches have reduced most of the heroes to be standardized at 800 at nighttime. He has 1800 all the time during night. And it's very hard when we're observing the games and seeing from a spectator point of view. But again, if you're a player and you're playing against Night Stalker, the game is completely different.
He shrinks the map. When he casts Darkness, the enemy's vision is greatly reduced, and it makes Bat Rider's job initiating, blinking in, and finding that opportune lasso very, very difficult.
I mean, I feel like that can't be overstated enough, because I mean, if you're playing at much lower levels, you won't even really need any extra information. You're not going to make use of it. You're just sitting on your side of the river farming safely. They're doing the same, but I mean, these pro teams, we see them so coordinated, just pouncing in an instant. Night Stalker is going to be a very nice pickup.
Como va la cosa,
that one
ya te tiro el pick de Eternal.
To blink in and lasso in, so.
We've seen that more from all
con 2 héroes.
as well.
O se tira por la naga.
Vision is something that teams greatly.
O se tira por el
as
Yuga.
teams get better and better, they take more advantage of the information and vision that they have on the map.
Sí, puede
Disruptor here, a hero that can
Falta, me preocupa
Bat Rider away, and it will cancel that lasso as Bat Rider gets too far away from his target.
And Disruptor is just probably the biggest playmaking hero we've seen at TI today.
I've been honestly a little bit surprised by how much he's being played, but he's been having a lot of success and pulling off some major team fights.
Ooh, Dazzle, an interesting pick.
That's make me think about Terrorblade.
Yes, definitely.
It's eternal envy. He loves to play Terrorblade, so.
Up against this Night Stalker, you don't want to go late game, or you can go late game, but you need to have vision. It's difficult to do. So a lot of teams will defer to more of a group up and push style up against the Night Stalker that he really just doesn't offer a lot. He can try to run the back lines and silence the Dazzle, but he's got a pretty rough time getting back there unless they smoke behind.
Yeah, I mean, if you get vision on a team, and yep, they're all there.
Yeah,
can't do much.
Yep, if they're playing as 5s, the information, like if you have more vision than your opponent, you just they're all together. Oh, they're all together. They're together. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah. We outlined the benefits of Night Stalker, but the cons are he's actually not that great.
Tanto van a tardar en piquear. ¿O qué pasó? ¿Una pausa? No está mostrando nada. O sea, algo le pasó a la PC.
So Dazzle, of course, has some unbelievable
No está mostrando nada.
You can
sigue en el juego. Se tarda mucho entonces.
That's where I see it being most effective this game. Also being able to sustain the push that I think Cloud9 will bring this game to manage.
Tienen que agarrar el tiempo extra de baneo
Cloud9 and they put like a push hero and then
banearon Weaver.
Go as 5 and get some towers.
What heroes do you think might fill that role.
Bueno, le banearon el Puck y la Crobe a Fata.
Yeah, Lycan could work.
Es verdad, juega una muy buena Crobe.
Can force towers.
DP got banned.
Yeah.
Maybe Pugna?
Pugna could work.
Pugna's still an option.
Doable. Drow Ranger.
Drow Ranger, yeah.
A mí lo que me preocuparía
early in the first 2 stages of group stage.
Porque Audi
so they can definitely get Drow
muere
or
prácticamente solo por el equipo.
I like that direction a lot.
Por ahí va a morir.
Those are two heroes that
Y Eterna todavía.
Very good on. What about
Claro.
outside of the carry role, characters like Nature's Prophet with the Tree Ants?
That works.
Creo que el único zafable ahí era Fata y
the Batrider be that 3 position, and Furion, I don't know how much I like him in the 2 or 1. Although we did see Eternal Envy play a Furion. Maybe that was last tournament, or maybe it was during this. I think it was the qualifiers for TI. He last picked some Furion for himself, and I was a little bit skeptical, but he played really well and ended up winning.
They might be trying to trick Empire that the bat is.
Sí, el Lancer está re cáncer, boludo.
A lot before, but it's been
El Phantom
like
Cancer.
we've seen that mid though, so
we got a PL ban here. That's a PL, lots of illusions. You generally want to ban this hero when you don't have a lot of AoE, which definitely makes me think they want to go to that Terrorblade Drow.
Pero viste que el juego profesional no es para nada el mismo que el juego de Ranked.
Let's see, maybe going for that.
Precisamente para los torneos se guardan lo mejor.
Claro, no, sí, pero es diferente el juego también. Es técnicamente diferente. O sea, es obvio porque acá se ve jugadas en equipo, ¿entendés? Ponele, vos acá ves equipos que ponen un Roamer que está todo el día level 1 esperando el courier, perdiendo tiempo, dando vueltas, ¿entendés? Y eso en un arranque no lo haces ni en pedo. ¿Entendés? Por ejemplo, acá es como que si funciona bien, ganás igual, no tenés que ir a minuto 50. En un arranque, sí, el Phantom Lancer, ponele. En una partida profesional con el Diffusal ya es resarpado, ¿entendés? Y ya como que pueden asodiar bien y todo. En cambio en un arranque, un PL con Diffusal no hace nada, ¿entendés? Sí, está con el librito, sí.
Now, in terms of pickups that we just haven't seen at this point, Earthshaker, not banned, not picked.
They have to commit. They have to see whether or not they want to commit to the push right now.
Yeah.
Lich ignored as well. I was totally off there. Go me.
Esa Legion es para ir a molestar a cosas. What?
Al Doom.
Doom, big popular pick. He can provide some auras.
¿Pero por qué piquearon Legion si había un Dazzle? Van a picar un Axe.
I don't think he's the greatest roamer.
Que en realidad, boludo, date cuenta que tienen mucho silent, boludo, no hace falta que...
Farming up in the jungle and coming out with some items and having an impact on the game, I think is where he slots in really well.
Sí, pero es un counter muy fácil, ¿entendés? Es como la Templar y el Shadowfiend, es como piquear un Shadowfiend cuando ya hay una Templar, ¿entendés? Es como...
Para lo que voy, es que vos decís, bueno, lo sola con la tumba, pero date cuenta que el Balanar o el otro puede tranquilamente disablear.
Sí, ya sé, pero, o sea, vos ponete a pensar que estás armando toda una estructura, estás diciendo, hay que silenciar al Dazzle, hay que primero al Dazzle antes de tirar el duelo. O sea, vos te estás poniendo piedras en el camino, ¿entendés? Picando una Legion con un Dazzle, ¿entendés? Preferiblemente, si ya viste que está el Dazzle piqueado, piqueas otra cosa directamente que no tenga nada, que el Dazzle sea una caca, ¿entendés? Piqueas un Axe y ya está. Y en vez de jugar con unas piedras en el camino, de complicar el game, directamente piqueas algo que lo haga más fácil, ¿entendés?
Dos posibilidades.
I think that saving resolutions for last and
like, posibilidades.
More early game
el Balanar va a estar siempre arriba del Dazzle.
In case they are worried about Cloud9 fighting early, and then later and later with the ANT Mage and Morphling, depending on how greedy Cloud9's grabs.
Va a agarrar la Legion y hacer off.
The only D push they really have is the Legion Commander, and he's also the person that wants to be dispelling the lasso from whoever.
O la Legion le va a tirar el duelo al Dazzle directamente.
Claro.
Esa la veo probable. Pero si el Dazzle se para bien, Le caga mucho la TF.
I don't know, I think they need some more team fight.
I think they might go for the team fight since they have Disruptor as well.
Pillaron un héroe de aguantar, así que van a pillar una naga.
Queen of Pain of course as well with her ultimate.
Un aspecto,
Sí, son todos muy duros, menos el Dazzle.
Unlikely.
I like it here.
It's a good setup for the Static Storm from Disruptor, but
you can safely push out lanes without actually being there.
I think he's not gonna be able to come online as fast.
Yeah, I would be concerned with that as well. What other team fight carries or options for resolution?
Alchemist. I think could come online early enough to deal with the push. Pretty good versus Doom, decent versus Bat. Doesn't care too much about getting lassoed.
And there's some nice space that can be created with Night Stalker, Legion, and Queen picking off players in mid game.
Resolution hasn't played it too much though.
Cloud9's looking pretty solid here. C9's got a ban and then a pick here, and then Empire will have the last pick for Resolution.
I think they're a bit could fit them well, but it's
viene
not
Naga.
a hero that
Héroe con Ryan viene.
much, right?
Sí, ¿no?
Should have
Una Naga.
Jackie Mao here. Maybe
looks like it.
Pogna all in push.
Or Necrophos, some more sustain and team fights.
That could work.
I think Drow still could.
Drow could still work as well.
What do you think about Terrorblade as a pick here still?
Definitely an option. I don't see anything wrong with it.
It's just that Legion can clear all of these illusions with one nuke early on in the game.
What we got?
Baby.
Bueno, ese lo va a usar Envy.
Esto es nuevo.
Super annoying.
New meta. New throw meta.
Spells to deal some nice burst damage, but he has very bad mobility. So
this is a hero that is very good at prolonging games, which we have
sí,
agreed that
es
is
como vos
the Cloud9
dijiste.
style.
Van a ir al juego largo, ¿entendés?
Get that game up to 2 hours and see if they're still playing sane.
They do have Doom though, so
son todos héroes con mucho aguante, mucho todo. Y ese chabón es no volea y minuto 45 tiene todo armado.
Team fight.
They want to fight, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna combat these pushes whenever that Chronosphere's up.
Eternal Envy
team fights at these tier 1 towers.
Con Arguarden.
So really the story of these drafts is Cloud9 going push heavy and Team Empire looking to do some conquering in team
ya terminó el draft,
I
así que
cannot wait for this match to get started because the draft is looking very
Decime que el Void es de Resolution.
So casters, take it away for Cloud9 versus Team Empire.
Ahí está, vamos a entrar en el game.
Yeah.
¿Qué?
El Void de Resolution.
No, puse, está tomando el escritorio directamente. Ay, puse, qué pelotudo. Puse los casters de ellos, boludo. Espera, ahora lo saco.
Aui soporteando con Doom.
Ahí está.
Dragon Knight. Disruptor.
Ahí está. Bueno. Del equipo del Team Empire tenemos a Roger con el Night Stalker, a Miposhka con el Disruptor, a Ghostic con la Legion Commander, a FN con la Queen of Pain y por último a Resolution con el Void. Después tenemos a Eternal Envy con el Arc Warden, a Fata con el DK, a MSS con el Bat Rider y ¿qué más? Y Aui con el Doom y Pylai con el Dash.
Oh, mirá, ya fueron al encuentro. ¿Cuánto va a tardar la Fearblood? 3 a 6 minutos. ¿Qué equipo ganará? Empire. Número total de muertes a los 25 minutos. 16 a 25.
De los
Cuarto más
primeros 3
guardianes
minutos.
destruidos.
Yo voy a poner que va a ganar Cloud9.
Mi Poshka va a romper todos los guardias.
Total número.
Au, Chan.
Good luck FN Chan, Rezo Chan, dice Aui. Son todos otáculos, hijo de mil puta. Vamos. Ahí está.
Mira.
Bueno.
En bot van a empezar el vago.
Acá se va a dar la Fairblood. A ver. Tenemos al Night Stalker que ya le dio un puntito al Void. Al primer skill. Después...
El Void, boludo, con ese mazo.
Qué bueno. Me encanta ese ítem, me encanta. Bueno, vamos a ver si hay un robo de runa. No creo que le salga, no. No puede. Tiene un guard acá.
Tiene un guard ahí, sigue.
Lo está viendo, sí. Bueno, no hubo robo de runa para ningún equipo. Por ahora. Así que...
Mirá cómo topean el mid, boludo.
Tenemos al DK de Fata.
Lo están viendo con el guard. Con el guard de bot están viendo el gank, así que no se va a mover. Aparte ya salió con el aguante.
¿Qué pasó? Pausa. Ah, el sonido le anda mal. Ay. A ver, vemos presión en la parte de top de parte del Dazzle y del Arc Warden contra la Legión Comando. No le hace mucho daño, la verdad que no.
Aunque no lo creas, veo que va a ganar la Legión.
Sí. Sí, no equiparan el daño.
Ahora, en mid están armando.
A ver.
Dual de... Uy, bueno,
Dual versus Dual.
Sí, no, pero lo peor es que los dos son muy tanques, boludo.
Mal. No mata ni en pedo a un Doom ni tampoco al DK.
Al Doom, a los humos. Bueno, tiene armadura, pero tampoco porque con el level 1 ya del segundo skill.
Ya está, no lo matas ni en pedo. Te mata si lo seguís.
Regeneración de 16%, de 16 segundos. De 6 por segundo. Mirá, aparte...
Castiga con la tercera, castiga mucho con la tercera. El DK lo único que tiene que hacer es maxear la tercera y gana mid. Es así de fácil.
Depende contra qué héroe. Pero... Boschka haciendo el full. No, ya está. Empire, Roger, ¿qué hiciste?
A ver si ya está. Ese va a caer. El Balanar en el río, a ver. Sí, va a caer. Va a caer.
Madre de pifié.
Yo lo puse bien. Bueno, ya tenemos la primera kill para el equipo de Cloud9. Ha caído Roger. Por ir a robar esa runa en la parte de la jungla de los Dagger.
Ahí no lo veía.
Sí, ¿no? No, el DK no. Es re fruta. La regeneración contra la Queen of Pain.
Bueno, le hace asco, por lo que estoy viendo.
No, la Queen of Pain se planta, no le importa nada.
La Legion,
Uy, se cruzó con el Dazzle. Vamos a ver. A ver si puede, se tiene que tirar la segunda. No.
Abajo, no abajo. MS. No tiene mana, o si tiene un mango. Tiene un mango para poder agarrar y tirarle, pero no corre.
No quiere. Se está llevando los creeps.
La Queen of Pain bancándosela contra los dos tanques.
Mal.
¿Quién te conoce?
Es que tiene el rango y eso es la ventaja que tiene. Gitea. Se compró 2 Null Talisman para tener más daño base. Entonces va a jugar al right click.
Si es que sale top. Que no salió top, salió bot.
El Balan agarró una runa de Ilu. La Legion se fue a la jungla.
De
Oh, mirá, el Doom con level 3 va a buscar a la Legion.
No, Legion, no.
Chao, Legion. Que no lo maten los creeps. Casi se lo cagan los creeps. De paso se va a farmear, a ver, se farmea el...
Pero, date cuenta de los guard que ponen. Lo ponen directamente acá para ver al chabón. Cualquiera de los dos lugares.
Sí, es verdad. Hicieron buen uso de ese ward. Bueno, ya es de noche.
Sí, va a la nariz a José. Chao, Sentry, chao, Ward.
Ahí lo está viendo. Ah, no quiere, lo quiere denegar, pero ahí está. Usó la Quelling Blade para romper el ward más rápido.
Y son 7 horas. Es mentiroso, boludo.
Ay, mirá cómo le duele la Queen. Uy, no está... parecía que no tenía mana para el blink. Por ahora la ventaja está...
Mirá, nunca se me había ocurrido.
¿Qué?
Sacarme los ítems y ponerlos en la mochila del héroe. Curarme. Me los vuelvo a poner. Me están tirando todo el piso y todo el combo.
¿Qué no lo sé? ¿En serio me estás cargando?
No, yo normalmente los tiro al piso.
No, lo pones en el backpack y lo volvés a poner rápido, total te da 6 segundos. ¿Qué es lo que te tarda en curar? ¿Qué es lo que tarda la fuente, digamos, el Shine? Y cuando terminas de curarte... Van a matar al DK, van a matar al DK.
No, le cagó el baño.
Mirá la Queen, mirá la Queen, mirá.
Le cagó el daño con eso, 20 de daño le sacó.
Ajá.
Double damage.
Mirá, y está full vida otra vez. Con una carga de botella nomás, boludo.
El Bad Rider.
A ver.
El huevo, el Void. El Void va por Lingen de una. Raro.
¿Sí? Sí, va a ir por Lingen de una. Claro, por el
no
Bad Rider.
Mal, pero es raro.
Yo no sé si, porque se lo sacan muy fácil, boludo. Hay muchos héroes con skill single target. Tenés el Arwarden, tenés el stun de...
El Arwarden
o la primera de...
Me preocupa el Doom con la ulti o el...
Claro, pero le sacás el Lincoln con la primera del Valanar. Si va a ser... van a matar el Courier. Mientras en la parte de top cae la Legion. Crono de Resolution. Le está pegando hacia el posta. No tiene tumba. El Dazzle no tiene tumba. What the fuck.
Nah. En parte por lo que tenés, pero igual.
Sí, pero ese salvaba al chabón.
No, ¿quién se va a salvar? Con el tiempo que le da la tumba, ya tenía que tepear. Aparte del golpeando,
era tumba y TP. No tiene crono.
Pero tenés un Void que te vaya al hit.
Bueno, pero antes que morir así tan rápido, boludo.
Mira el lado positivo, moría. Volvió más rápido a la lane a recuperar.
Él va a caer el DK en la parte de mid.
Nah.
Ve, ¿para qué te pegas si no tiene tumba? Otra vez.
Hola, oh Dios.
La están cagando, venían bien.
Y va a agarrar Regen, el Bad Rider, que ya tiene bota básicamente.
Sí.
Yo a estas instancias... yo no sé cómo... Hay veces que me da por armarle Face y hay veces que me da por armarle Tranqui.
¿A quién?
Al Bad Rider.
Facebook, no, yo le armo siempre la verde.
Que a veces lo veo que rinde. Igual mira como farmea. Hay que Champions.
Hay un smoke de parte del equipo de Empire. Están buscando el duelo de la Legion. La Legion quiere el duelo.
Tenía que haber esperado. No, mirá. Primer duelo.
Muy buena. Ya tienes el primer duelo de la Legion.
La reacción de mi Poshka a partir del Eclipse.
Mal.
Genial.
Lo tiene level 2 ya.
El Void.
Mientras tanto el equipo de Cloud9 decide...
Mirá que el Void Peleó una sola vez y domina el network con 500 puntos.
Ajá.
Dire, you gotta fortify them, their structures. Good work. Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ya perdieron la torre de top, los de Fire.
Sí, decidieron asediar la torre de top. El Doom todavía no tiene su ulti.
No, Doom Support, digamos, no le va a dar. No va a preocuparse por eso, más que por las tranquil y... se la dio. Me da miedo que aparezca alguien en Invi y estudie.
Sí, la Queen ya está muy al filo. Igual le falta poquito para... Le faltan 150 o 140 para tener el Veil of the Core.
No. Ya, lo castió y se escuchó el ruido y todo.
Sí, lo tiró, pero lo limpió.
Poshka agarrando el clima. No se va Rider.
A ver, ya tiene crono de nuevo el boy.
Están por tirar bot lane. Sobre todo están siendo muy parejos. Push.
No pudieron asediar.
No, pero tampoco pueden negar.
Wow, le sacó un montón.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Está el courier de... A ver. Uy, se quedó sin mana para
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Poshka con la daga va a empezar a gankear de una manera.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bien, y Eternal va a sacar mida, como te digo. Van a ir al... Oh, Dios.
Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Chao. Duelo. Va, pero estoy...
Oh, Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Unos planes
Radiant
muertos.
just fortified their structures. You know what I'm talking about?
Acá no tiene nada. Ya, están todos, se fueron todos, dejaron al Void. Y ya está. Mira ese guard.
Mal.
Y lo vieron encima, ya lo marcaron.
Vamos, tú puedes, Aui.
El bala. ¡No!
Oh, agarraron al...
Creo que si volaban para la izquierda, escapaba. Más que ir para arriba.
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack.
¿Vos decís que en un PvP a Wii le gana? ¿Void? No. No, bueno, no. Corre, Void, corre.
Casi,
Y tiene el guard ahí encima. Ya está por caer el Bad Rider.
A ver.
Que va a ir por tambores de resistencia.
Sí, va a ir por los tamborcitos.
Ya tiene héroes duros. Y él también quiere ser duro.
Y el Void tampoco... no tiene crono, boludo, todavía. Le falta level 6 al coso, mientras que el Doom ya lo tiene al último.
Sí, pero acordate que usó en bot para matar al Bad Rider en la crono. O sea, son 2 minutos de CD, pero un poco más.
¿Quién?
El Void. Igual ya casi lo tiene.
Ah, sí, ya lo tiene. Pero digo...
Lo que me parece una decisión rara es ir de una por Lincoln.
Claro, no sé, no tiene daño el chon, qué sé yo.
No, o sea, a ver, vamos al punto. Es como te digo, juegan para la Legion.
Ajá.
Van a jugar a que gane el duelo y van a usar... Bueno, no sé si te acordás cuando salió el nuevo parche del Void. Cuando le cambiaron el rango y usaban la ulti nada más para desaldar a 4 o mantener alejados de la TF.
Sí, bueno, mirá, ahí va otro duelo.
Ya está. No, pero...
Muy buena, muy buena.
Que no lo tiene tan apresurado, pero no pensé que tenía tanto daño. No había dos de ellos.
Le sacó mucho.
Ya, Eternal ahí sin TP. Eternal muerto.
Sin TP el hijo de...
Entonces tiene este. Chao.
Chao.
Chao, Trow. Llenos Trow.
¿Cómo iba a estar? ¿Por qué estaba ahí sin TP? ¿Por qué se mostraba?
Tenía TP, pero tenía CD. No sé qué.
No sé por qué se mostró. No sabían que estaba. Salió y mostró la carita y ahí le saltaron todos.
Hola chicos.
Sí.
Chicos, soy yo. Pa.
Es como la película de terror cuando lo están buscando a la minita que está escondida en el armario y no pasa nada.
¿Hay alguien ahí?
Y como no pasa, claro, no pasa nadie, hay un silencio un rato y salen al toque. En vez de esperar, no sé, yo espero 24 horas antes de salir.
Bueno, segunda predicción fallada. Maldita sea.
¿Qué? Mi gato me está cagando a pedo, no sé qué hice. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué querés?
Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Couldn't do much about Radiant's bottom tower, could you? Oh boy, Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mira, la Legion acabo de darme cuenta de que le dio el talento de la fe. Como que quieren apresurar todo ya.
Sí, eso es lo que tiene el DK, tiene de ventaja. Bueno, igual no hay tanta diferencia, hay menos de un K de network. Uy, ¿qué fue eso?
Se apresuró mi Poshka, a tirar la ulti.
Qué boludo.
Pero
van a ir con el DK, van a ir contra el DK porque no tiene ulti.
Mira, igual es muy duro, boludo.
Sí, no lo matan ni en pedo, encima tiene ulti en un segundo. Ay, le agregó 5 segundos de CD el Void.
Decí que lo silenciaron al Bat. Si no sabes qué.
No está nada dicho, La Ilu del Dale, el Disruptor lo está piqueando. Lo está pingueando diciendo.
Network sigue ganando el Resolution.
Sí.
No entiendo cómo. Este chabón no para de farmear.
Y eso que está yendo a tirar cronos y todo, Sigue ganando Network y se movió.
Tiene 200 de Network arriba de 300 arriba de cosas. De K. Y de Eternal Envy le lleva más de casi un K. Y él tiene Midas.
Y encima tiene la ulti que tiene doble Midas.
El chabón no es sano.
No está mal este chabón. Es como tener un alche y no ser top network, ¿entendés?
Claro, algo así. Ojo, te puede pasar.
Te puede pasar.
Te pusieron los 5.
Claro, pero no lo están focuseando los 5, no sé por qué no llega al farm. ¿Cuántas veces se murió, verdad? No, el Ark.
El Ark se murió 2 y mató 2. Pero no tiene, o sea, vos te das cuenta la diferencia de ítem. Tiene una mía nada más.
Fata está tirando abajo por lo menos.
Sí, sacó daga. Se está armando tanque encima. No te cuenta
no le alcanza la ulti para pelear. No le alcanza la ulti para pelear ni en pedo.
Date cuenta que le dio el talento de fuerza. El chabón va a tanquear o va a tanquear.
Sí, va a tanquear a full. Después supongo que le va a dar, a ver, al de la experiencia. Y después al de la vida.
Al de la vida sí.
Claro,
ojo,
por eso.
Yo ahí lo pensaría, dependiendo cómo va la partida.
Pero 40 de daño, vos ponete a pensar que la experiencia hace que pueda llegar más rápido el próximo talento.
No, yo digo en la de oro y vida.
Ah, sí, yo también la pienso.
Mira el Bad Rider, mira el Bad Rider. Chao, Bad Rider, duelo. Vemos.
Oh.
3 duelos.
¿Quién tiene Maelstrom?
¿Maelstrom? Nadie.
No, vi cualquiera entonces. Siguen sacando kills los chabones y siguen ganando en Network Cloud9.
Bueno, no sé. De caco muy seguro.
Y es Fata. Fata es el único que zafa de todo ese equipo, bro. A ver, hay una.
Hay crono.
Bien, le sacó el Lincoln.
Lincoln Park.
Linkin Park. Quieren hacer Roshan. Pero tienen Wars acá los chabones, ¿no se dan cuenta? ¿O qué?
Mira el de K,
no va a ser el stack.
Mira el de K, farmeando las ansias.
Se va a farmear el stack. Igual está re lejos de la BKB. Bueno, con eso capaz que se hace mucho más.
Está peleando con el perigo, el dragón negro. Porque soy negro, ¿verdad?
El dragón le pega al dragón negro.
¡Rule negro! Deca es la única persona que puede matar una piedra con fuego.
Bueno, le queda media transformación a ver qué hace.
Mira, le quiere sacar, mira, le quiere sacar el Lincoln con la Ilu para defender con el TK.
Ajá.
Pero yo estuneó.
Oh boy, Tyre's middle tower is denied. What are you gonna do now?
A ver, ¿por qué no le sacó el Lincoln?
No sé, pero a mí me preocupa la falta de wards defensivos de Cloud.
Man,
no
no se ve nada acá.
No me preocupa, que gane Empire.
Está yendo.
Opa, pará, mira, cambió la build resolution. En vez de Daga va a comprar la Lota. No la veo mal.
No, para nada. Encima le da velocidad de ataque.
Se va a armar la mecha en mid.
Sí. Sin smoke, fueran así nomás a lo
cabeza.
A lo cabeza. Ah, abajo están pusheando mientras el Doom.
Ah, mira, el Eternal Envy tiene mal eso.
Ah, mira. Ese era el rayito que vi entonces.
Se está quedando muy atrás.
Se arma la pelea acá. Duelo al. Uy, se salvó.
Saló por la paz. Se pasó por el coso.
No, completamente. Una TF completamente desfavorable para Empire.
No.
La tumba, ¿viste cómo le salvó la TF?
Bueno, tiene la.
Ni siquiera usó el lazo. Solamente sobrevivió mientras todos los perseguían y se hicieron.
No sé el Balanar que hizo. No lo llegué a ver. Pero me imagino que no llegó a beneficiar. Es más, vos te das cuenta que silenciar tiene nivel 1.
Le cayeron al Doom abajo. Uy. No. Esto es un throw.
No, Eternal Throw tiene link que no la puedes tunear. ¡Ah! Eternal Chau.
Tumba.
Y le tienen que dar, Chau Eternal. Chau. Dale.
El de acá está vivo, coleando.
No, dale. No. Muerto. Muere. A mí nadie me escapa.
No, ¿cómo le cortó el TP? Ah, le tiró.
Son 4. ¡No! ¡Ay! El Bad Rider. Chicos, el Bad Rider.
El Bad Rider quedó ahí y nadie le fue a hacer nada.
Fue un 2x2.
Ajá.
Midi support por carry support. Digamos que podría haber salido a frente.
Flesh sustains, gold remains.
Vamos, mierda, voy a ganar, voy a pegarle una predicción. Ya pifié 2.
Yo la primera le pegué, después la otra están en progreso. Y los de The Wards, los de The Ward perdí. Perdí, hijo de puta, el DK y guardó todo.
Estúpido pata.
De ahí sacaron la plata. De ahí sacó la plata.
¿Qué?
Un saludo a tu Robic fuerte.
Mira, les go de parte de C9. Mira, se van a encontrar a la F.
A ver.
Creo que viene todo.
El DK tiene ulti, tiene todo, así que... ¿la vieron? No, lo tienen que alcanzar. Sí, la alcanzaron. Sí, ya está. Se murieron las dos.
Se fue a farmear. El down del Darth Vader.
What the hell. Bueno, el DK aprovechó que le quedan 3/4 de transformación y tepeó al Shrine de bot. Seguramente va a querer seguir pusheando algo de eso.
Vamos a hacerte la predicción.
Ahora yo también tengo 3 correctas, las 3 de arriba. Justito, ¿no? Le pegué a todas menos la de abajo. Lo que te da es... Hay un achievement en el compendio.
Sí,
un logro que si acertás... si acertás varias, te da unos puntos de compendio de ese lado. ¿Cuántos son?
Hola.
¿Qué haces, José?
Claro, voy a fijarme en las cosas.
Bueno, aquí vemos al equipo de Empire que tepearon al Shrine. Seguramente van a tener un smoke, a ver. No. Solamente se juntaron para defender o bueno. Cloud9 tiene 4K de network a favor, o sea.
Dire's bottom tower's under attack. Ooh, Dire, you gotta fortify them, their structures. Good work.
Esto se va a poner feo. Bueno, cayó la tier 1 de la parte de bot. Por fin. Le van a iniciar al Void. Tiene Invi. Tiro ulti el Balan. Esto va a ser una contraofensiva.
Le tiraron 2.
No.
Si no llegaba el 2 a pegarle al Void. Pero la contraofensiva muy buena. Viene la difusa de Resolution. Ya.
Lo que salió mal ahí fue que hicieron todo al revés. Timearon mal. El Arc Warden tenía que sacarle el Lincoln con la lenteada. Y el DK tenía que tirar el stun. Y se ve que tiró tarde el coso, la primera. El Arc Warden. Y entonces lo que sacó el Lincoln fue el stun del DK. Si no, no se hubiese hecho invisible. Eso fue lo que salió mal. Manqueó eternamente, como siempre.
Igual no está jugando tan mal dentro.
Oh, Dios.
No, están jugando bien.
Se nos metió un caster a la cabina.
No, seguí, Gonza, no te vamos a interrumpir.
Dale, digo, José, deja de tocarme las piernas. Mirá el guard que puso. Yo me estoy tratando de acordar todos los guards que están poniendo, porque nunca los pongo y nunca los veo. Son muy buenos.
¿Por qué no juega de soporte?
Oye, cuando soy la rata de los 5K sí tengo soporte, no queda otro. Pero mirá la visión que da el guard que pusieron en la jungla, boludo. Nadie te va a poner un sentry.
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Sí, son buenos guards.
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack.
La falta de duelos de la Legion me tocó. Que estaban jugando para ella y no estaban dando duelos.
No, sí. No está saliendo.
El de Kaya.
Fueron dos TF cagadas por la tumba de Lasle. Ahí va, otra smoke de parte de Empire. Uy, ¿cómo sabían? A los vi smokear, capaz.
Mira. El de Kaya yo lo atento desde años.
Mirá qué loco.
Se lo sale a serio.
Se ve que quiere pegar, por eso.
Chau. ¿Dónde está el boy? El boy.
Ah, ¿viste? El boy lo encerró al Dazzle.
Y si ya está llegando su truco, por más tanque que sea, nah,
Igual,
no
igual.
pasa.
Ahí está el...
La Legion escapó y ganó un duelo. No escapó.
No escapó nada.
Bueno, 2 support por off support.
Por el carry real, el carry real de... del carry.
Ojo, pero gana un duelo. Aunque el de Cash...
¿Por qué no le pega un golpe aunque sea? Uy, van a ir contra el DK, a ver si pueden llevarse a kill. Oh, está el carry también, Oh,
por Dios.
Ulti de mi Poshka. Muy buena ulti de parte del Disruptor.
Ya está. Por más que
¿Lo van a
vea.
seguir?
No. Ahí está, ahora sí. Chao. Ay, mirá, no tiene el team. Igual ahí cerrando el paso con la anticrono. La cronito, porque es una broma.
La cronito, la mini crono. La cronito. Bueno, fue una TF bastante rara.
Pero
igual lograron matar al DK, boludo.
Rara y todo, le dio vuelta al network al DK, el boy.
Ajá. Llegaron a matar al DK.
Sacó Linker. Siguieron insistiendo. Iba bien el network al principio, pero se quedó muy atrás. Muy atrás.
Y la Legion no está... Bueno, ganó el duelo, pero...
4 duelos.
Ya debería tener como 100 de duelo. Minuto 30.
Chau, copia.
Nos mandó a la casa, boludo.
Nos mandó a la casa.
Looks like dire structures are fortified.
Va a venir un smoke de los de...
Dire's top tower is under
A
attack.
ver.
No, lo vieron los creep. Ya está, se avivaron.
La cagaron.
I wonder what they're gonna build where Dire's top tower used to be.
Ya el boy con la Lincoln de la Queen of Pain.
Claro, tenía doble Lincoln. Doble Lincoln.
Para mí, el boy con el talento de los del oro da vuelta al game.
Es verdad.
Mucho oro por justo.
El DK le dio al oro también, no le dio la vida.
Y es la misma cantidad, así que se va a seguir peleando. No, le dio la vida.
¿Eh?
Le dio la vida a Resolution.
¿Quién?
Resolution le dio a los 300
¿El Void? Ah, sí, el Void le dio. Ah, le dio la
Y
vida,
bueno,
¿verdad?
son 2600 de vida. Tienen la misma
Claro,
cantidad
hicieron
de...
al revés de como pensamos. Pensamos que el DK iba a ir por el oro. Ah, no, por la vida.
Tiene más vida que el DK. Tiene menos regen que el DK. Pero tiene la misma, un poco más de armadura el DK.
Sí, igual ellos no pelean al principio entre sí. El Void se concentra en el Dazzle. Y el DK en el Disruptor. La que uno va a ir por un Orchid.
Yo pienso que en este game la gane para la Legion.
¿Para la Legion?
Sí, y él siempre ultea atrás del Dazzle.
Claro, sería...
Pero sin Cloud Knight porque...
Es verdad.
Con el Aghanim,
Entonces en vez de Daga hubiese sido bueno un Shadowblade.
con el Aghanim, primero te da BKB.
Ajá. Nadie se puede meter en tu pelea.
Claro. Entonces con el Dazzle Ya el daño de se quedan sin support. Para toda la pelea para ellos.
Era Shadow y cosa, entonces se podía meter por atrás, ¿entendés? Porque con la daga lo tiene que ver primero.
A ver, Shadow le tiene el Void, salvo está marcando él. Pero si con la daga tranquilamente podía, servía, sirve.
Sí, sirve igual, pero...
Resolution de desarmar la pelea con una crono.
Ajá.
Tratando de dejar afuera el dash.
Smoke de parte del Empire. Van a encontrar mal parado al DK
y a Emi.
Y al Arc Warden.
Ahí está. Mira cómo desaparecieron las pelea. Desaparecieron al DK, no pueden tirar ulti. Y no tiene bullback. Mira, chau. Lo están buscando al dash. Ay, mira, tiene CD, pero... Bien, aguante.
¿A quién le tiró el Doom? A la Queen of Pain.
La Queen of Pain.
La reina del pan.
Claro. Y la Legion se cura ella,
en vez de curarla a Queen of Pain.
No la veo más tampoco. Mira, chau, Epi.
Oh,
ahora sí,
Doom.
Epi, chau.
Al pedo de Ibea.
Adiós.
Al pedo de Ibea. Bueno.
Ahí viene el grito asesino.
Qué hijo de puta.
Me sale igualito.
Al pedo de Ibea, sí.
Mira, ojo, date cuenta que por más que la TF salió a favor de Empire, sigue con valor neto interno.
Sí, pero es un retro, boludo, lo que pasó recién.
2K de diferencia, 2K de oro ganando. La Queen of Pain se pero mira, la diferencia que tenían ahora, antes de 5K, ahora tienen 1K de diferencia.
Sí, treparon un montón y la Legion ganó el duelo zarpado contra un DK, boludo.
Sí, no vi cómo carajo hizo para bajarlo tan rápido. Aparte
le tiraron de todo, le tiraron la ulti del Disruptor, la ulti de la Queen of Pain.
No, la ulti del Disruptor no, boludo.
Se la tiraron a Coso.
A Emi cuando lo... Sí, me parece que se tiraron a Emi cuando le tiraron el Glimpse. Que lo mataron casi en la tier 3.
No, me parece que se la tiraron a la Legion,
al
DK.
El Alanin gana la partida, la Alanin de la Legion.
No, pero si hacen la misma que recién, no. Porque el duelo lo ganó porque se metieron todos los demás a hacer daño. Si no, no lo ganaban ni en pedo. Y si vos te sacás el Aganim, lo que estás haciendo es que no te puedan ayudar en el duelo también.
Pero la idea no es tirar al más duro el duelo. Al darle.
Al darle.
Claro, pero tenía que cambiar la perspectiva de juego.
Es más, date cuenta que si sacas el Aganim con la obviamente los silence.
Se te escucha re bajito.
¿Ahí me escuchaste?
Está en la cabina posta,
lo que decía es que si ten en cuenta que si ultea al Dazzle, lo disablea completamente y queda libre el silence de 6 segundos del Balanap y la ulti del Disruptor.
Ajá.
Que tranquilamente se puede cambiar con un crono y con la ulti de la Queen of Pain.
Sí, así sí está bien.
Y más, la Queen of Pain está armando tanque para ayudar. Está por sacar a Sau.
Ajá.
Una Queen of Pain.
Sí, va a ir al right click
híbrida.
y a tanquearla.
Es híbrida.
Ajá. No tiene ni set la Queen of Pain, boludo.
100 de alcance de ataque. Va a estar molesto, ¿no? Ese envy.
Es un héroe ya molesto, boludo.
Ya su nombre.
Capaz que tardaron mucho por eso.
El astronauta siempre
molesto. No podían loguear la cuenta
de Envy,
de FN, entonces le crearon una cuenta nueva cualquiera para que juegue ahora.
No, porque bueno. A ver, si le crearon una cuenta no tendría nivel de cuenta 114 ni un compendio nivel 300.
O le prestaron una cuenta.
No, para mí Envy no quería salir del baño.
Pero ¿por qué no tiene ningún set la Queen of Pain entonces?
Bueno, yo tampoco, hay héroes que no tengo sets. Y yo tengo más de 2 años.
Oh, le entraron al DK. Oh, Crono.
Chau, duelo, viene el duelo. Mira, ¿ves? El duelo. El duelo del Dazzler. Se quedó sin support, chau,
se va a apagar. Se va a apagar y va a pelear de nuevo.
Dale, ring.
Ah, no.
¿A dónde va Resolution?
Resolution está resacado, boludo.
Man, no quiere perder nunca más.
Me prometieron una botella de vodka si ganamos.
No, Resolution está re caliente con su jugabilidad, digamos. En Twitter, cuando perdió el torneo anterior, dijo, estoy cansado de perder, puso. Así
sí,
que
no.
¿viste?
Che, el chabón juega bien.
Juega, pero pierde en finales.
¿A quién me recuerda Resolution? ¿Te acordás de Illidan?
Ah, sí.
El es carry de BP.
Sí, Illidan. José es re fan de Illidan.
Boludo, pero es alto playa también.
Sí,
eran equipos de mierda que le tocaron.
Sí, es verdad, lo mismo le pasa. Le pasa a Resolution.
Bueno, igual.
El nuevo coso. El nuevo Illidan.
O el nuevo Artisi.
No, Artisi es el nuevo Messi. No se puede.
Esa imagen que pasé es tremenda, boludo.
Es increíble, pero no se me da.
No se le da.
Ok, mandaron a mi Poshka.
Con
la fotocopia de Eternal.
Con la fotocopia. Con el gemelo.
No sé si vieron Bob Esponja cuando hacen el dibujo maldito. What? Mira mi Poshka con Aganin. Chao.
Uy, boludo, posta. Jeje.
Ya está, boludo. ¿En serio?
Eso no me lo esperaba.
Y encima tiene un net bastante bajito, onda, tiene el coso y nada más.
Eso nada más se sacó.
Estaba abajo del offlane.
Chau los de KB.
Sí, no. Mi Poshka en la que agarren las cronos, ¿sabes qué?
Mal, chao.
Combo.
Mirá el Bad Rider comprando libritos a lo negro. Travel.
Está estudiando más que el Moisey, boludo.
Mirá ese boy me da miedo.
Y la verdad que sí, boludo. El Silver Age encima le saca la armadura al DK, ¿no?
Sí, la regeneración.
No, la regeneración, la pasiva. Ahí sí va a doler. O sea, date una idea también que ahora el boy tranquilamente en el 25 calculo que le dará a los 600 de rango de Blink y va a iniciar como quiere. Como viene iniciando con Smoke nada más. La Queen of Pain oscura. Ojo, tampoco también le sirve lo que es la evasión. Pero la Legion me mata porque jugaron para la Legion y no...
La Legion no cumplió.
O sea, cumplió en parte.
Sí, no tiene tantos duelos, debería tener más. Porque todos jugaron para la Legion. Pero igual el boy...
Y terminó carreando el boy.
Sí, terminó carreando el boy.
El boy del True Carry.
Che, ¿no vieron el ward ese? ¿Qué onda?
¿Cuál?
Hay uno en la base, boludo, de Empire, perdón, de Cloud9.
Y para mí que es Vine. Mira cómo está peleando.
Oh, entró el Bad Rider y lo metió.
Por lo que le preocupa. Mira. Oh, ¿por qué otro Sentry?
What?
Mira, ahí lo rompieron, ahí se avivaron. Che, negro, ¿tenés un Sentry para ver su Sentry? Sí, toma.
Y bueno, no perdió el Aegis y...
Para mí tendrían que gastarlo ya. No sé cuánto le llega a durar. El tema es que Queen of Pain no está. Es más, mira, le viene el Smoke y se lo van a
ver.
No, fueron nada.
Si le sale.
No, se van para otro lado.
No.
Che, pero ¿no lo de hacerlo de Ale?
No.
Dazzle. Two-faced.
El boy con DD, boy encuentra ahí. Pacotilla.
Se fue a la base el Dark Warden.
A algún lado lo vieron, no pueden correr los 5 chabones por un DD con boy, digo, un boy con DD.
Claro.
Igual no entiendo por qué tiene tan bajo el network AUI con un Doom, siendo que el primer skill te levanta un montón el network.
Ajá.
Y capaz que no lo usó mucho, ¿no?
Pero 180 de oro adicional cada 40 segundos. O sea, es mejor que una Midas.
Sí, pues tiene menos CD.
Nada, son 40 segundos. Tendrá que estar armado. Gema para mi Poshka. Ahora sí, chau Warden. Todo. El DK quedó abajo de Network ya con el Queen of Pain.
Demasiado.
Es que mucho no puedo hacer tampoco.
Igual como que no tuvo mucho peso IDE, boludo.
¿Quién?
Tuvo mucho peso en la partida del pick de Envy.
Es que era a lo que íbamos. Quiero el estanque para alargar el game para Envy. Pero...
Claro. No está funcionando.
Claro, mirá el punto que le dieron vuelta al network global, que ya 4K de diferencia.
Claro.
El boy ya no tiene el...
Y encima, el que no está haciendo un buen trabajo es el Doom tampoco, no está metiendo muy buena su ulti, nada.
Es que muchos ulti tampoco pueden meter.
No, por eso es que se sacaron link en todo y lo dejaron prácticamente inservible, o sea, el Doom se piquea por la ulti nada más, ¿entendés? Es como un enigma, ¿entendés?
Es lo mismo que el vato, boludo. Pero también el vato, el tener todo Linken es como que...
Sí, le cagó la vida a todo.
Encima están alargando demasiado el game y el boy...
El boy está re volando en farm.
Los huevos que debe tener este boy para farmear sin jugarse en su jungla.
Sigue teniendo más vida que el boy. Que el DK, digo.
No, el DK tiene 3K y medio.
Ahora, porque se compró la River recién.
La Massachusetts. La Legion, boludo, me la vendieron re...
Lo agarró en mi boludo con la crano.
Chao.
Se salvó.
No, mira mi Poshka.
Se la remandó mi Poshka, esa ulti muy horrible.
No, pero mirá, boludo. Y se hablaron al Doom de una manera...
Se va a pagar el Doom.
Murió Envy. Murió... ya está.
Bueno, murieron todos, boludo.
Doble buyback.
Tiran
la torre y ve.
No, este es G, boludo. Yo digo que se queda.
No, no se queda.
Mira la Queen of Pain, mira la Queen of Pain.
Mira, te dije, boludo.
¡No! ¡Es un chancho! Mi carro es un cerdo.
Mira, el boy, ¿qué te dije? El boy con el link. Va a iniciar desde...
Ya tenía mariposa.
Va a iniciar desde la Kiaka más o menos. Mirá, y le dio vuelta al network también. Este resolution es mi héroe.
Nada, es un replayer el chabón, boludo. Hay vuelta que darle.
Te digo, la posta, o sea, no conozco a Chapi jugando, pero me encanta cuando juegan en Empire, boludo. Me encanta.
Double damage.
El chabón creo que es uno de los pocos rusos que van.
Y no one.
Bueno, está no. Mirá cómo pega ese boy, boludo.
Y tiene...
ni quiero la Eji, mirá.
No quiere la Eji, no quiere nada.
No necesito tu miseria y mirá, además sin hueva, nada, no me cabe.
No me importa nada.
La Queen of Pain, tanque.
Yo solo quiero a tu hermano. Desde la cabina.
¡Es pasiva!
pasivo.
Cablear.
Sí, cablear pasiva.
Lo que pega.
17k. Una TF sola.
Mal, boludo. Esto ya está re GG.
No, ojo. Si así estaban con IG y bueno. Me dio bronca hasta ahí a mí.
¿Viste la partida?
Sí, boludo. Vi cómo peleaban, boludo, con los chabones. Y se le dieron vuelta por paguero, nada más. No me vi ahora. No. Pará, el Sentry.
Hay Sentry War, todo ahí. Bueno, ya perdió el Lincoln, la zorra esa.
No tiene Egio.
Sí, por eso,
claro.
no le importa nada. Ahí le puso el Lincoln en el coso. El Void le puso el Lincoln.
Mirá cómo rompe.
Mirá cómo le tira del...
La protección que tiene ese
¡Ah, dos Lincoln! ¿Viste? Se la sacó Clink, hizo.
Clink, motherfucker.
Oh.
No, mirá la ulti de mi posca. La ulti.
Hijo de puta.
No hay voy para que le eterna.
No lo puede matar, bro.
Mira, se salvó el baile.
¡No!
¿A qué fue el Barrider?
Reemplazo, Gili, me sale nada. ¿Qué más querés?
No. Con la Queen of Pain se la dieron.
¿Qué hacía FNG ahí?
El decano tiene bullback, el Eternal Enemy no tiene bullback.
Se avisó hasta for Team Secret.
Velocidad de movimiento de DK. El último talento le dio muy... Para mí que le pifió.
¿Quién?
Y tenés...
El DK.
El doble de armadura y de regen. Hizo medio Jorge, boludo.
Sí, nada que ver, ¿no?
Estás entre pegar 1000 de daño por minuto
Yo
o
me
10
pego
de
un tiro,
BMS.
boludo. Si le robo así en el International.
Chicos, jeje, me voy.
Usted es diabólico.
Oiga, pero puedo volar más rápido a mi casa.
Yo no sé cómo es alemán y no está 7-1. Uy, lo van a encontrar a Awi.
Chau, Awi.
No, ya fue.
Ay, no le puedo meter un bash, boludo. Bueno, se recalentó, boludo.
Venía acá,
Wow.
Jeje, Empire.
Era un re partido de fútbol.
Resolution quiere ganar, no le importa nada.
No, está re...
Está
sí,
re
igual.
loco Resolution. Se va a
Si nosotros fuésemos Resolution estaríamos en la misma, boludo, onda. El chabón viene como la selección argentina, siempre segundo, boludo.
Claro, está saliendo del lobo.
Debe tener el pito duro y ganas de matar a alguien a los salazos.
Mal, boludo. Y más con la diferencia de oro que tiene. Acompáñenme que los carreo, ¿entendés?
20k. 20k, boludo, date una idea. Oh Dios, ese Eternal Envy es un truquillo. Mirá el stun.
Hijo de
Y el Dragonite se transformó en Viper de hielo.
Tira todo, reforrazo.
Un Viper con Scali.
Oh, qué asqueroso sería eso, un Viper con Scali.
Y hagan
el Magnus ahí saltando con el taparrabos abajo es buenísimo.
No se rinde,
Capo, lo tenés a Eternal Envy y la Fata en un mismo equipo, ya está, perdiste.
Nada, si falta también. La vez que jugó con Chloe, te digo, para mí cuando Chloe jugaba posta, la posta era sin mata.
Sí, ponele. El cosa de... No, pará, cuando Fata tuvieron en 2015, boludo.
Para mí, lo mejor es cuando jugaba sin Fata.
Ay, le van a ir.
Pasa que era 2014 que jugaba Eternal Envy y Sing en Cloud9. Pilot Eye, MSS y Bond 7 creo que juegan en 2014 y no eran tan perros.
No, si llegaban a las MLE.
Le rompió el coso con una
Middle tower, it's gone.
Las Major, las MLG. Yo me acuerdo cuando me miraba las MLG, no jugaba contra nadie,
que la terminen, ya está re aburrida esta partida.
Lo único entretenido es ver cómo se saca.
Date una idea de que ellos no tienen curva ninguno del equipo del C9 salvo AU. Y en Empire tienen el Void, los 3 cores. Bueno, me tenías que cagar el... Bueno, no lo entiendo.
Compraron un ítem para cagarte.
Sí, pero no entiendo, ¿por qué saca un Assault siendo que la campaña tiene otra? Misterios profesionales rusos.
Ah, sí, se sacaron los dos, ¿no?
El Void se cansó. El Void se cansó y va descalzo, BKB, usa, whatever.
Igual no tiene ojos. ¿Qué le importa no tener zapatilla, boludo? Oh.
Mirá mi Poshka sacó, y nadie dijo nada. No me había dado cuenta.
Tiene un chanchito saltador ahora.
Van a esperar a Royan para el nuevo y...
¿Por qué lo agarran? Mi Poshka, boludo, están todos pulitos. Dejate de joder.
Terminen la partida, hijo de puta. No, recién se quiere asegurar. No quiere dejarse llevarse por la pasión y trovear.
Quiero ver a Ojeda, la concha de la lora.
Algunos dicen que no va a jugar hoy. Yo no sé, voy a esperar a ver qué pasa.
Yo creo que sí.
Yo digo que también. ¿Por qué van a dejar un BO1 para mañana?
Aparte si hay 4 de diferencia, ya es más temprano.
Smoke en la parte de mid. Están viendo Roshan a ver qué onda. Ah, mira, ahí van a defender Roshan. Pensaron que lo iban a...
Mirá las copias de la Legion.
Bueno, podía poner un cosito más, el manco de cosas, y no lo hizo. Antes de morir.
Me sorprende el último talento de la Legion, no le dio el daño. En realidad no me sorprende, porque no está ganando muchos duelos.
Sí, pero un duelo de más 40, boludo, olvídate.
Pero está curando 60 de HP por...
Sí, pero si no le da el mana, boludo. Bueno, sí le da el mana, pero...
Puede tirarlo 9 veces.
Lo puede tirar 9 veces.
Sin esquilar otra cosa, puede tirar 6 splits. Aparte el duelo, tira uno solo. Y el primer skill tiene 15 segundos CD, tiras 3 curadas.
¿Qué sé yo ni pedo le voy a decir. Se te escucha muy bajito otra vez.
Se va a armar el bardo Roya. ¿Qué hace?
Clavó el micrófono en la garganta cuando dijiste.
¿Por qué no agarró? El boy. ¿Qué tiene todo en el backpack ahora? Oh, mirá.
Dios. ¿Qué fue eso? La crono del boy,
No pueden pelear ni un pedo. El DK está repartiendo para todos lados. A ver, el DK versus el boy. No, mira, todo el bash del mundo. No. Se pagaron.
Sí, porque si no la Queen les tira todo el rancho, boludo.
Está re fue, boludo. Dice el Disruptor se va a sacar otro Astral Quillas, dijo.
Pero ¿por qué no?
Para más placer.
Armadura para todos. Un replan, boludo, era eso.
Yo tengo una vez en un torneo, me pegaron todos en estos agarrar pobre.
Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Te escucho re bajito, Gonza.
¿Ahí?
Ahí está bien. ¿Qué? ¿Dejás el micrófono en la mesa?
No, si son unos auriculares con micrófono.
Ah. Es como que te alejas de pronto o que te acostás y te vas re lejos del micro. ¿Por qué no terminan esta partida? 36k de nuevo de diferencia. ¿Qué más necesitas para ganar?
27.
Por eso perdés, maldito Resolution.
No. Iba a decir Resolution, no saques rapier porque te cago tropada.
Ah, tiene que sacar una rapier en Envy para hacer Envy.
Y dársela al Disruptor.
Haz lo tuyo.
Haz lo tuyo. Carreando el game.
Yo juega re piola ese mi pochka, boludo. ¿Tiene algún que otro pife, boludo? Porque no es Jerax, no es GH, no es Japser, pero...
Papá, es super ruso, papá. Esto no usan mana, usan vodka.
Dagón.
Time is money.
Time is money.
Usan vodka.
Y vodka.
Pero, vos date una idea, mirá. Beauty y Aoi, los ítems, y mirá mi Poshka.
Nada, zarpado, boludo. Tiene más farm el último support de Empire que
tiene
el Doom,
5
boludo.
de Empire, boludo. 5.
El Dazzle tiene una bota de mana y unos guard.
Uy, se gastó el cabrón del pedo de ese nene, boludo.
Man. Y la rompen abajo así. Es increíble, pero lo veo todo.
Trovea
todo lo que tiene sombra.
trovea
Soy Eternal en mi clase 5.
Te trovea 5 International antes de que toques el piso.
Antes de que llegues a los 10k.
Antes de que llegues al main event. La crono, listo, hasta acá. Chicos, Resolution.
GG. No, tirá GG. Estoy esperando el mensajito de GG. Ahí está.
Good luck, shooter. ¿Qué hijos de...
Not my problem with Dire's top tower spell.
My
Dire's
beauty.
top barracks are obliterated. It's okay.
Bueno.
¿viste?
Adiviné 2 y perdí 2.
Yo también.
¿Vos? Ah, claro, porque
Yo
vos
adiviné
pegaste la que
3.
ganaba el equipo.
Adiviné 3 y perdí el último.
Nadie se esperaba que Fata rompa 2 guardas.
La concha de tu madre, Fata, hijo de puta.
Te cagó la vida, Fata.
Andate a la alemana, concha de tu madre, Fata.
A ver,
Yo le puse a mi Poshka, que es el 5, boludo. Y me sacó un Scepter y no me desguardió nada.
Mi podcast era yo voy carry, dijo el Disruptor.
Más o menos.
Yo voy carry, P, dijo.
Carry 1, carry mid, carry 2, carry jungla, carry...
Andate a tu casa, hijo de remil puta.
Viste, yo te dije que el talento de correr más rápido de Fata, boludo, era para volver a la casa más rápido.
Ahí va Resolution saludando a toda la gente. Hola, qué chabón capo.
Para que aprendas. Fata Jones.
Cloud9 now out. Cloud9, of course,
Clases
just
9.
had a brutal run in the group stages, only barely able to break a 1-9 start, and in this first game just could not keep up.
Fare me pregunta si estoy streameando. Es un hijo de puta.
One big explosive moment. Empire just ground him down so slowly, little by little, for the last half hour.
Igual, boludo. Esto tendría que terminar en una partida, o sea, de Secret contra Empire para que jueguen los equipos 1+4, boludo. Para ver qué formación es mejor, Midway +4 o Resolution +4. Igual la tienen re difícil las dos. Secret tiene a Liquid, así que Secret a la casa. Y Empire tiene a Eje del otro lado.
And still he was so farmed, like as Syndrome said, he was 7 slaughtered or something with DD. That's crazy.
As soon as he was level 6, he had a TP ready to rotate. He ported top, got a kill on Arc Warden. The enemy team's one
¿Vieron que salió
just really good movement
un cofre?
He's
¿Más cofres?
carrying this team as a stand-in.
O sea, salió un cofre que venden allá que tiene el inmortal de la Spectre,
Maybe getting a little farther than most people expected them to.
I think the worst outcome that happened
¿Otro
in
más?
any of the Chronosphere team
pero no,
fights was
son los
3-3.
inmortales 3, pero de rojo.
Was not
rojo.
really any big backfires that I saw, and
Y vale cada
I love
cofre
so much Syndrome
$220.
bringing up how
La
they always
mierda.
want to play it safe. All they
¿Cuánto?
need to have is Legion Commander. No
Ese es lo que te dan, creo que cuando compras algo con el Secret Shop, una pelotón así.
¿Viste el inmortal de la Spectre y lo agarraste?
Against a wall where they
Viste que era un brillo violeta, bueno, ese es rojo.
I also don't think Cloud9 committed enough to the push. We talked a lot about the Drow, the Terribly, and I think they potentially could have ended the game sooner before Faceless Void became really big, but they wanted the safe out in the late game just in case things got there with the Arc Order, which is kind of the tendency for Best of One. We haven't seen any like YOLO strats or just all-in strats coming out, but when you pick a DK...
Igual, ¿sabes qué? Me parece que te pide que linkees la entrada que vos tenés para el Secret Shop. Que vincules tu cuenta con la entrada. Yo acabo de entrar y me dices.
Kevin, talk to us about the tower rotations and the early moves of the game.
Well, it's pretty interesting actually. If you look at the draft, C9 actually had a pretty big
Tengo ni idea,
push. 4 of their 5 heroes were very good at pushing lanes, whereas over on Team Empire side, they were a lot more limited there. It was basically just Queen of Pain, Sword of Legion Commander. The rest of their heroes aren't very good at easily shoving out lanes, and you could really see this, especially in Fada's play. Almost every time that there was action on the map, he didn't walk there, he didn't teleport, he just sat in his lane, he killed the creeps as fast as he could, and he got on top of the tower. That way he could slowly chip it down and try to give his team actual map control that makes their ganks a little bit easier than theirs.
Esto me pide Purge. A vos te cae mal, boludo.
Almost off cooldown, rotates to the top lane, instantly turns that into an off
A ver, si te vas a seguir jugando esto, boludo. Yo creo que si tienen que jugar OG ahora, lo tienen que despertar de la siesta, boludo.
And ultimately,
pero boludo, acá son 4 horas de diferencia.
That's just because the way that Empire was playing to react to that was very smart. They didn't always know where their opponents were. They didn't really want to get doomed or lassoed, and at least until they had something like Linken's Sphere up on Void. So they played very safe in the early part of the game because of that. And it may have looked a little passive, but it's basically just mind games at this point. Fada can be still solo pushing bottom. They don't know where MSS is, they don't know where AUI is, and they just all play safe, even on both sides in some ways. So C9 did get some good map control in their
Ahora tenemos que hablar con
catapult that into good
Alejandro.
And that's why they ended up losing.
I mean, it's dedication to this pushing composition that is coming up throughout this entire analysis. And it was still completely amazing to see Fada do so well on Faceless Void for the entire game.
¿Y qué vos estás? ¿En dónde estás?
The entire game. Coming up, we also have Casey down with Resolution right now to talk about their win.
Yeah, speaking of Resolution, for the start of the show, PPD actually just said you're pretty much carrying the team. And you just stepped in. You didn't even think you were going to get to play this year. So I want to know what it was like for you having to step in on a team that came into the entire tournament as underdogs, and now here you are. What was that like for you?
I mean, all I can say is like, it feels so good to be back at TI and like all this emotions that you get after games. Like,
gracias chicos. Gracias al chico que compartió el coso en el grupo de Dota 2 Argentina. Igual, esa gente es caca igual.
This inside, it feels so good.
Is it a little addicting?
I think so, yes. You want to come back again.
Ah, pensé que te había sido porque eras fan de Dota 2 Argentina.
Yeah.
When we were watching back
Resolution no lo iban a llevar.
game for the first 45 minutes,
No,
and
no
then things suddenly changed. What for you was the tipping point? At what point did you think, you know what, we got this?
I mean, I felt pretty confident because I had a hero that I can carry game myself. So I'm like, because we are new as a team, I can't really
Voy, boludo, se agotaron
build
todos
this
los
team
peluches,
play,
boludo.
or play good as a team with a strategy. So it feels so good when you have this hero that you can carry the game along with your chronosphere. So, but the impact from the team was amazing. We all played really well for some reason. I don't know how it happened.
You play EG next. You went 0-2 with them at group stage. What are some things that you think you might need to do to improve on to be ready to face them again?
EG.
Ahí está Resolution diciendo que si no ganaba se suicidaba.
Because they're actually a team and they play really good as a whole.
Tiene aparatos.
So we will need to prepare and find some ways to deal with them.
Por eso ahora se mandó la fuente, porque tiene frenos.
As Empire. So we'll see.
Is there something to that momentum? I know there's a lot to be said for having to come in and start main stage.
Alguien tenía que
where
hacer
you
el
have
chiste.
just the potential of being eliminated right away. The
No,
lower
quiero
bracket
comprarme
one games
el
are really
gorro
tough. But now that you've won,
de lana,
do you feel like
no me
there's
deja.
momentum and that gives you a little bit of an advantage in some ways because you have that confidence?
Probably yes. It's good for morale.
¿Por qué está volando?
To have
Este no da
win
45.
from the start, not to lose from like they did. So we'll see.
Is there anything you want to say
No
to
sé
the
si-
fans watching now that you got to come back and play?
I mean, I really love the crowd here. It's amazing on TI. I really love you guys. It's so good when you come out for the
Ahí
booth
fui a hacer un
and
directo.
people cheering for you. It's
¿Quién?
this
Ale,
emotion
Ale.
inside.
I
Ah,
feel like I'm
buenísimo,
gonna
no
let
lo
you
puedo
down
ver
because
yo
you're gonna walk
porque
out of the room and
ustedes
nobody in this
después
room
las
is
veo
going to
todos
be able to
juntos.
cheer for you. Do you want me to do it though?
Will you?
Yeah. Wait, let me practice. Okay.
Better Rez.
Sorry, my bad. Rezo. Yeah? We'll work on it. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you too.
I hope to talk to you again soon. We'll send it down to you, Machine.
Thank you, KC. Resolution there with a big smile on his face, and I've been given.
Pero ese es otro tipo de cosas, boludo.
Lo dejaron ganar para que no se suicide Resolution. Ese equipo de Cloud9 es un equipo de mentira. Lo pusieron ahí para que Resolution no se suicide.
Preservativo de los David.
A lot of emotions go through your head when you play at TI. I don't
Eternal
even
Envy.
know if I can explain properly how I really feel right now.
Ahí yo te traduzco lo que dice. Yo tomo mi ejemplo, todos los días veo las partidas de No Fear, me fijo a ver, digo, Eco Sabre a Journero, no importa que estemos perdiendo, me tomo mi tiempo para sacármelo. Te digo, pero ¿a vos te parece? Tu equipo está confiando siempre en vos y vos sacás lo mismo. No sé, para mí le va Radiance a todo. Total, me carrean la partida. Y yo le saco Radiance a todos también.
Tengo los anteojos para hacerme el intelectual y no parecer tan pelotudo.
En realidad no los necesito.
No tiene los vidrios.
El vidrio no tiene aumento. Es para hacerme interesante, porque si no iba a ser una persona normal. No tengo nada de especial.
Mirá la experiencia por minuto y el oro por minuto.
Es que picaron.
I mean, and you mentioned
Me voy a cambiar el link a No Fear.
you've had. It has been quite a chaotic year for you. Do you feel like you've kind of found that, the building blocks for something bigger? AUI said that this is a plan. We're friends. It is a project. It's all about growth over time. Do you think this is what this year has kind of led to you for you?
Se está supuestamente rascando la barbilla que no tiene, ¿no?
Sí, no, se está rascando la barba que no existe.
El mentón que no tiene, boludo.
Tampoco. No tiene cuello. Pobrecito. Mira las uñas, tiene unas uñas divinas.
Pero porque tenía todo Lincoln, ¿a quién carajo inició? A Roger le iba a tirar de un boludo.
So that's, in that sense, it's not bullshit. But the year as a whole, I wouldn't say that was the main primary focus.
Se zarparon con las Lincoln, posta. Nosotros nos reíamos al principio del Lincoln. Se sacaron todo el Lincoln y la Queen of Pain tenía como 3 Lincoln encima.
Sí, nada, en un momento le tiraron toda la Queen of Flame y se fue re tranquilo.
Final question is just.
Ding, 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 motherfucker. Todos los Linken, boludo. Un asco. El Disruptor ya tenía como 5 Linken más o menos. Mi Poshka la hizo.
I'm not too sure. It really depends on a lot of things. I don't even know what everyone else feels on the team right now.
That's a discussion to be had, and I'll let you go have it. Ladies and gentlemen of Key Arena, please make some noise. Eternal Envy for joining us here and helping tell his story.
Igual según las cartitas decía que OG iba a jugar hoy.
Las cartitas no mienten.
Como tu vieja.
Voy a hacer las cartitas para mañana, boludo.
Empire, you got the chance to see Resolution so thrilled, even instructing Casey on the proper way to cheer for him. They will be advancing on to face EG. And right now in the brackets, you know, I was really looking at this before, you know, Machine passed it back to us. I mean, all of the teams here at TI are just so good left remaining.
It's a pretty stacked lower bracket for Western fans.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I mean, you have OG, Infamous, IG Vitality, and DC, who still have yet to play today. And TL
lower
Secret
bracket.
Empire. And
Liquid Secret, eso va a ser easy.
Team Secret, Evil Geniuses, and Team Empire will be playing tomorrow.
La cagada que Liquid va a jugar después con
nice best of one.
Con EG.
You know, it was Cloud9 style.
Esperemos que
Over
gane.
an hour, which was great. And it's tough seeing Envy lose. I think he's definitely one of the fiercest competitors in Dota, and he cares so much more than even those people who care a lot.
He's working so hard. He's doing everything he can, like every year. So it's actually very sad to see him lose here and go out this early. But I'm sure that he's gonna come back stronger the next year.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I personally love about Eternal Envy, his stream is so awesome to watch because in every single game, you can see how much he is actually trying and working with his team and trying to play. It's very easy if you're on stream to just kind of relax some games, maybe get frustrated at moments, but I always see him stay really focused, and I always find it really entertaining to watch, so I'm absolutely going to be looking forward to his games in the future. Now, our next match is going to be an absolute all-star team in the form of OG going up against the team that narrowly broke their way into the lower brackets. It will be Team Infamous. They're ready to head out. We're going to be starting things off with Team OG.
Lo rebardeo. I'm from...
Sigo sin entender por qué Admiral no pudo ir al International y que sí.
No te conté. ¿O no? Viajó y todo Bulldog y cuando llegó al aeropuerto no lo dejaron pasar porque la visa que tenía no era por trabajo, algo así. Es todo culpa de Valve que salió mal.
Oh, yeah.
Y se tuvo que volver. Pero dice que parece que está haciendo trámites rápido para aunque sea llegar para los últimos días.
Oh, este 4.
Ídolo.
El de los pelucas va a ser chistoso.
Ana más 4.
I really like Infamous as a team.
Yeah.
Pero boludo, posta, ¿no te da un poco de curiosidad ver la partida de OG? ¿Onda?
Obvio. Quiero ver, porque pueden... Si me decís que era EG, ya están fritos Infamous, ¿no? Pero OG tiene juegos muy buenos y juegos que pierden contra cualquiera, ¿no?
O sea, hay algo que no entiendo, boludo. Que...
Enzo Gianoli. Super Benjas.
¿Ya
pasaron a Quinteca? Ahí está Quinteca, qué capo.
Farid,
Renato García.
Cristian Suárez. Cristian Cruz, perdón.
Vamos, Quinteca.
Well, NA pubs are notoriously bad MMR players, but I think these guys always bring something special to the region. They have their own world. They have
Hola. Bueno, ¿quiénes van a castear?
Yo me voy a cagar.
No, en serio, empecemos. Hay gente que está esperando el cast. Recién casteó Gonza. Si querés, que Descanse Gonza y castea a Faren, que recién llegó. Y hacemos los comentarios nosotros.
Sí, te iba a decir eso, Timado tiene una remera de Navi.
Y ese sueño de Lene, boludo.
¿Qué onda, muchachos? ¿Sabe inglés, estimado?
Pero Timado está con una remera de Navi.
Dejen escuchar.
Wouldn't you say that in some ways it's harder to prove yourself as a pro Dota player, especially in Peru? You don't have the same technical support that other areas see, and you don't have the same professional scene that supports that.
Ahí le está preguntando cómo es Perú y todo, y él le está contando que es muy difícil en Latinoamérica jugar Dota, porque la escena no es tan profesional como acá, como ahí en Estados Unidos.
But like no one treats it seriously, so like that's like what makes it really hard. Like find 5 people for like dedicated. Like we've been on this team, like the 5 of us, for like 2-3 months, and we have like this goal to win the qualifier and come to TI, and then see what happens there. Like that was our goal, and we got it. It was like we stick together.
So you've been dreaming of this.
Yes.
You've been working so hard.
I've watched every TI. Yeah.
You've watched every single TI. Yeah.
Dice que él vio todos los TI y su sueño ya era llegar hasta ahí nada más. Porque es muy difícil que te tomen en serio en Latinoamérica para jugar Dota.
Yeah. Is it easier or harder coming in not knowing exactly what it feels like to be here, not having that experience?
I think it's relaxing to like experience all for the first time. I've never been to the United States either, so like I'm like looking around.
Ahí vengo, voy a buscar los anteojos que no están acá.
There's also pressure because like everyone expects me to be like Avid or like Sumail, you know, the kind of the young players, and that's a lot of pressure that sometimes gets to me, but I try to relax and, you know, like just do my best and show them that I'm a good player.
What teams or what veteran players did you look up to the most watching?
Like all the Navi like primate times. Yeah. I have a t-shirt from them. Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Ahí dijo que tiene una remera de Navi.
Good luck.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. What are your goals for TI? I mean, obviously everyone wants to win, but what are you setting your sights on, and what are your expectations for this team?
I think the main expectation for the team is like have at least one nice series on main stage. At least like play against, I don't know, top teams like Liquid, OG, and then like have super like, I don't know, like there's always super nice games from each TI that everyone remembers.
Yeah.
I think that's the main idea. So I have one of those games and everyone look at, wow, they play so good, that game was so fun, I love Infamous, something like that.
What would it mean to you to show the world that Dota in South America is amazing and deserves to have that representation? And
I feel super proud, like everyone wants to show, like there's a lot of pressure and stuff for families and fans and stuff, so like it'd be like such a relief to like finally get that off, right? Like everyone's expecting me to like solo Miracle and stuff, and if I actually do it, I'd feel so well, like so accomplished. Like I could just come home and relax for 2 weeks and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna relax. I deserve it. Yeah.
Yeah. And now you're here among all of these players. Are you ready to enjoy the ride?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty hyped.
You're like, let's hurry up and do it. I just want to play.
Yeah.
The anticipation.
We all are. We came, I remember, and then we unpacked. And then we went to the boot camp and we were like, all right, we're ready to play.
Yeah.
What are we playing? And we're like, well, it's 2 days. And
La gente que bardea a este equipo no tiene la más puta idea de lo que está diciendo. Porque se hablan que serán, pero ninguno de nosotros pudo cumplir ese sueño, ¿entendés? Como jugadores de Dota. Los chavales están ahí, están jugando al lado de los mejores equipos del mundo, están jugando con Miracle, ¿entendés? Están en un evento que capaz que una sola vez en la vida te toca, ¿entendés? Estar, y ellos están.
For some reasons, because of maybe that I played with S4 before, I don't know.
There's the Navi shirt right there that he was talking about. For good luck, draped over his chair.
Now I kind of struggle to like know which team that I actually want to win. I think both teams really deserve it. I mean, OG have had a lot of success before, so in that sense, it would be so much fun for these guys to actually like win the series and.
Todavía que ya hayan llegado a esta distancia es muy meritorio. Sí, no.
Te digo la aposta, yo no pensé que llegaran a llegar al main. Pero
No, o sea, ojo, tenían chance de llegar al main. Y cuando uno vio jugar a Fnatica, a Cloud9 y todas esas cosas, había muchísimas oportunidades de que...
Claro, Execration y Cloud9 jugaron muy mal. y Fnatic jugaron muy mal. Pero está bien, porque es normal, o sea, pero ahí yo lo dije un montón de veces durante la fase de grupos, que eso lo que va a demostrar es que es preferible que den 2 slots para Sudamérica antes que tantos slots para Norteamérica, ¿entendés? Que tiene equipos re de mierda, ¿entendés? Porque Cloud9 es una poronga, boludo, ¿entendés? Y Fnatic, que es asiático, es una mierda también, ¿entendés? En vez de darle slots a esas cacas, que den otros slots para... Dos slots para Sudamérica, como todo el resto del mundo, y haya más lugar para los latinoamericanos. Porque está bien, hay mucha caca, pero hay mucha gente buena también.
Lo que es Latinoamérica recién el año pasado y este año estamos apareciendo, porque el año pasado Unknown había asistido a uno de los Majors, ¿no? Y ahí empezó el tema, ahí empezamos a estar todos comprometidos nosotros y bueno, esto como que vamos entre al International, listo. O sea, creo que después del otro año va a haber un clip, tienen que hacer un clip, intentando la importancia de Sudamérica.
Esto va a empezar apenas termine el International. Apenas termine el International va a explotar acá.
Quédate cuenta que ya avisó Valve que para todas las mayores y las menores va a haber un poco
And it can be like hard to be a favorite and then go into the tournament again. But if you are strong enough mentally, then it shouldn't affect you because you look at like some great athletes in the world who continuously win and win. You can take, you know, Michael Phelps or
anabólico.
This guy keeps winning, and he clearly is a favorite.
Que tiene cara, es Milhouse con anabólicos.
And in the end, it's all about your mental game. That's what it comes down to, really.
Bueno, mientras está por empezar voy a spamear un poco, así somos un par más.
Bueno, tráete tu vasito de agua, porque tenés que rapear como coso, como Eminem.
Puede hacer rap.
Tenés que castear así, como rapero, así. Claro, así. No puedes dejar de hablar durante 50
minutos. Pero como de Pixel, no como retrasado.
Which in this moment you already lost because you're playing not to lose, you're going to be afraid of doing things. But if you are able to release all that and remove that pressure and not have everybody like in the crowd looking at you and like, let it go, you're going to play great and you're going to do great. And that's all you can ask for because the worst thing is having to go through this competition and having regrets after because that's what really kills you. And I've had plenty of regrets after last year.
Así que vamos a ver cómo le va a los
Tamar. I don't want that to happen, even if, you know, it so happens that we don't win it.
Me muero si pierde OG. Qué genial, boludo, si gana Infamous y pierde OG, ¿sabes qué?
Igual hay algo que a mí me llama mucho la atención, es cómo estos pibes, o sea, mira, Execration, la verdad que jugó un torneo de mierda.
Ajá.
Y le ganó la serie a OG, boludo, y OG es campeón de 4 Majors, y no es que es una boludez ganar 4 Majors.
No, para nada. Es que estaban re a punto. En las Majors que ganaron estaban re a punto.
The worst thing that could happen to a team is keeping feelings bottled up. That really destroys teams.
Te escucho re bajo, Gonza.
Even if we have some losses or anything,
a ver, te aumento por acá.
We would talk about it together. We would sit down and we try to.
De los torneos grosos, de 6 que jugó OG, porque también jugaba un International, eso ganó 4. O sea, no ganó el International y no ganó una Major, pero ganó otras 4 Major.
O sea, el International aparte llegó lejos.
Más o menos, sí, poné que sí.
No, OG el anterior.
Sí.
No, si lo eliminaron con Miracle, ¿te acordás?
Sí, pero no llegó, o sea, llegó a al main event y creo que perdió en el segundo día o tercer día.
Sí, perdió con TNC.
Yeah, of course. He's very
Tenés que cambiar el
¿El título? Sí, no, lo tengo así desde hoy, boludo. Bueno, lo cambio. Pero es que no puedo porque... A ver, bueno.
Vamos versus sí, bueno, aunque sea.
Dale.
Every time I've seen it with teams, you can tell that it affects the level of trust. For some reason,
¿Qué te cambia el link si lo cambias?
No. Es que no lo comento todo el día porque no sé.
¿Se escucha bien a mí? ¿Se me escucha bien o no?
Sí, se te escucha perfecto. Ahí está, ahí lo cambié.
you like about this person, it might not end very well.
Estamos a ver.
I think it's great. I get along with everybody in the team in one way or another.
Yeah.
So,
DJ Guido está presente.
OG versus Infamous.
Infamous.
Game 1.
Just an
El
extraordinary
muchacho va a empezar a ya ir. Yo estoy pegando el último spam.
Dale.
A castear, a hablar un poco más que todo. Analizar este game. Va a estar interesante. Vamos a ver qué nos sorprende los chicos de Infamous. Ojalá nos sorprendan.
Unusual first bans, first picks. We got Alex straight up banned by Infamous. They don't want to let Ana even have a chance at picking that. Going straight into Viper, Nightstalker themselves. I love one button heroes, man.
Viper is a tomato special, one of his favorites.
It was often first ban versus them in the group stage.
Really?
He's actually really good with Viper.
Bueno, ya banearon Alchemist y banearon Furio.
What really stands out to me
Picaron
so
un
far is
Dazzle.
first two bans from OG, immediately banning Silencer and then the PL as well, and then first picking
Fue
Dazzle.
súper rápido ese pick
I think the
del
Silencer
Dazzle.
ban is totally intentional. It
Estarán muy
allows Fly to
confiados,
play
¿sí?
this defensive support without the worry of global silence,
Lo que
stopping him
queremos
from
todos.
saving his
Bueno,
ally.
ahí me meto y
Banning out the
empiezo.
PL also allows him to pick some single target DPS heroes for Ana or No-Tail. I thought maybe they would go Terrorblade here with the second pick.
No, Notel parece que no duerme hace una semana, boludo.
Está hecho mierda, ¿no?
No, boludo.
Altas ojeras tiene, boludo.
Here now in the lower bracket, in the best of one, they want to pick comfort heroes. We see the Viper for Infamous, and we see Dazzle for Fly, and Tusk for Jerax.
Yep.
So, and I mean, Jerax has been
Uy, Ana, boludo, parece que se está aspirando Paco, boludo.
Y Ana está re loco. Está remerqueado para cargar a todos esos mancos.
No, posta que tiene la bolsa de pegamento, boludo, parece que tiene.
Es un pibito pegamento.
No, está entrando el Poxy, boludo.
Nightstalker as a result, the ability to gain the vision.
Ojo, cuando picaron.
Mira, yo tengo el chat en pantalla cuando están así.
Cuando OG jugó sin algún pajarito para Fly, le fue bien, boludo.
Pajarito.
Y sí, estaba jugando Phoenix, Winter, Sash, todo bicho que vuela, boludo. Le faltó el Sky nada más. Estaba jugando con todos los Vipers.
Bueno, vamos a meternos de lleno ya. Dormí un poco, vamos a meternos con el match. Viper mid, dice.
Sí, es muy probable.
No se me veían los picks, tuve que volver a
La Legion, muchachos, la Legion. La vieja confiable.
Sí, le banearon a Legion ahora.
Che, en los casters rusos hay uno que tiene tu foto, boludo.
¿Foto?
La de Mark Chaser.
As soon as we can get the Manta though, then you're quite fine, but
definitely.
Sí.
¿Qué?
Cállate, cállate.
Team Tech has played a lot of ES.
Capiche.
So I'm just wondering if Secret picked up more band at all here. I think it's pretty good for heroes.
No, no escuché lo que dijiste.
Que hay uno de los casters rusos que tiene tu foto de Mark Chaser.
¿En serio? No?
Sí, boludo.
Ay, ay, ay.
¿Cómo mi foto de Mark Chaser? A ver. ¿Dentro del Dota?
Sí.
A ver, ahí voy a entrar.
Tenía la foto de Marce de Facebook.
La resarpado.
La del enigma.
Bueno.
Oh, Dios.
Era un suscriptor, era un suscriptor.
Viene el Brewmaster de S4.
Los chicos de Infamous picaron un Lich hace ratito. Viper restack el Lich. Huele que esto va a ser.
Ah, sí, tiene la foto del Doom.
Early.
Ahí lo vi. La foto de Doom.
sort of hard carry in one of the lanes.
Uy, boludo. Si eso no lo usa i4, cagó OG, boludo.
Sí, lo que te iba a decir es C4 va a piquearlo.
Sí.
No, una vez lo piqueó Notail, creo que contra LG
aunque prefiero el C4.
Shaker sacó los chicos de Infamous, vamos a ver quién usará.
Sí, o sea, me están picando muy bien los pies, o sea, están drafteando muy bien los pies de Infamous. El pick del Brewmaster.
Oh Dios.
Chao, nice.
Bueno. Falta de carry, falta de carry.
El mid.
Mid o el Viper.
No creo, boludo.
AM va a sacar, acordate.
Los chicos de Infamous, sí.
CK, which makes me think Brewmaster's probably going to be playing with S4.
No, va a sacar Sugar. Va a sacar Sugar para arrancar.
No, no le conviene el Sugar. Por el Chao, la Heal. No le conviene.
¿Qué?
¿Cuánto gana piquear?
El Alch.
O el Sven, porque el Sven también.
Sí, una M o una Sven van a piquear, acordate. AM veo, yo veo una M.
Sí, yo veo más factible el Sven, porque limpia más rápido la selva del Chao.
Aparte es muy late el activation.
Banearon a un Storm.
Viene el Invoker
You're just going to be like Viper and you're going to be spinning in the air in a cyclone doing nothing. If you're expecting to take
igual el Storm para mí no era un pick para banear, teniendo un Night Stalker, un Shaker, un
era dejar que lo piqueen,
Viper. Sí, o sea, era un pick para... Va, el Shaker creo que va de off.
Una M van a sacar.
Para mí un...
Invoker de Ana.
Uno de ellos.
I think Deuce fares better versus CK personally.
Fly agrees with me.
So are you expecting this last
un Slark
on a pick? No chance.
De vida.
No, pero le piquean a M el otro y ya fue.
Para mí es Invoker de Ana.
Invoker mid, mid con Ana.
Mepo van a sacar.
¿Te imaginas?
Ojalá que saque Mepo, que Nautilus saque Mepo y use un throw más grande que una casa. Invoker.
¿Qué te dije? Tiene Sugar.
No es nada sorprendente.
No, puede sacar a M, ¿verdad? Va, no sé.
Sí, va a sacar a M. A M, flaco. Que me conecto mentalmente con ustedes. Es una M.
Sé que puede ser mis pensamientos.
Al Chao lo haces mierda si le sacas el mana, boludo. Ponele que lo inicien antes el Shaker.
Ojo, pueden hacer
la manta.
Ojo, pueden ir con Axe.
Sí, también. Bueno, no sé. Tiene que ganar rápido con el Axe. Troll.
Troll.
What?
Yo soy iba a sacar Troll. No lo quise decir, pero...
¿Por qué un Troll? ¿Por qué no una M, boludo? La puta madre.
Vamos a poner el himno nacional de Perú.
Una canción del Tongo voy a poner.
La Linkin Park del Tongo.
¿Y por qué está? Ah, porque San Martín también liberó a Perú. Está la foto de San Martín.
Ah, claro, obvio.
Bueno, ya está, chicos. Lo pidieron en el stream y lo pusimos.
No,
Perú, loco.
Notail está mal, boludo. Que vaya al médico, boludo.
Bueno, ahí vamos al stream, directamente. Vamos a pasar al Dota. Yo estaba en el Twitch. Ahí voy al Dota. Ahí está. Listo.
El Troy con las nuevas hachas.
Con la chota.
Con la chota en el hombro.
Yo voy con la chota en el hombro.
Voy.
Con la chota en el hombro.
O sea...
Sabemos los...
El Chao es un muy buen HC igual, no es que no es HC, chicos.
Ese troll que tiene las patillas de Carlos Menem.
No, mire, ves.
No lo nombres, te dije, ahora me tengo que tocar huevo izquierdo. ¿Cómo la tiene? No lo nombren al turco.
Jugador con el daño.
Why aren't they doing anything? They're just standing around.
Relax, Morty. No te. Al minuto 10 bajó Neto, Ana. Dagas de transacción al minuto 25.
Y Brainmaster 1.
3-4.
¿Cuánto durará la partida? 27-44 por mí. Bueno. Ya empezamos con esta partida complicada. Vamos a ver los chicos de Infamous. Que sacó, Kenteca sacó un Shaker. El tío Shaker. Infamous también sacó a Team Contimado un Viper.
Zeus usa tu definitiva ahora.
Relax, Morty. Relax.
El Lich lo sacó a Axel.
Cuddle in with me.
Sacó al Troll.
Oh Dios, oh Dios.
Lo agarraron. A Matthew lo agarraron. Pero no se pudo.
Fue buena igual.
¿Morirá el Shaker?
No creo, ahí viene el Viper al rescate.
No les importa nada, muchachos.
Ese pingüino, boludo, ese pingüino.
¿Se lo van a llevar a Timado? No, el Timado escapa. 2-0, va ganando OG.
Es que quieren jugar, tienen que jugar un Dota agresivo porque tienen que terminar rápido. Porque el Chaos en late la recome.
Usted no da más y está re duro el merca.
Entonces van a estar súper agresivos.
Ana estaba aspirando una bolsa de coso, boludo, fuera de coso.
G-Rax, what are you doing?
¿Qué zarpado de cosa de Dota WTF del... ¿Cómo es? Del Tusk con las trevas del Fury. ¿Lo vieron?
Ah, no lo vi todavía, no me lo spoilees.
Yo tampoco.
Ah, bueno, después véalo. Yo lo vi en la partida de... Antes de la partida de Secret.
Ah, ya, a ver... Que le inflige más daño ahí. Bueno, vemos una dual lane para Infamous. El Viper está siendo custodiado por el Night Talker desde minuto 0. Lo mismo en la parte de OG.
Uy, casi se muere Timado. Casi estuvo ahí. Ahí poquito de morirse.
Sí, casi se murió el Invoker también.
Sí. Ana también está ahí buscándolo para poder hitearlo y hacerle algo de más, pero no. Bueno, dos ahí, dual mid, full.
Pero están muy baja vida los dos. Tienen ventaja el Tuska.
Sí, igual creo que viene una Helisal para Vado.
Uy, lo van a querer matar a Q, pero no pasa nada. La parte de bots, C4 la está llevando bien, bastante bien, con poca vida, pero dio a la borrachera, el borrachín, para que me sea el saque. Troll. Le dio el viernes a la noche.
El Lich está por agarrar una runa regia.
¿La rompió?
Lo agarrado ese 4. Se está yendo con TP, se irá. Zafó de dope.
Sí. Ajá.
Usted la agarró, stuneó. No pasó nada. Con un encuentro. Sí, no pasó nada, se están dando masa nada más. Sacan vida a golpes, pero todo tranquilo.
Ese
el pingüino sigue echando las pelotas.
Está muy bueno ese ítem, el Immortal ese del Tusk.
Sí, es verdad.
Es
a mí siempre me gustó y nunca me lo compré, soy enterado.
No, pues está caro.
$6.
Era un raro de un compendio internacional también.
Era, no, un level 75 de la primera Major.
Ah, era eso.
Le está pegando a Ana.
El daño que recibió el Invoker ahí, con el right click nada más.
Igual se regenera bastante bien con el Quas. Igual va a estar complicado matar al Brimmaster porque el troll...
Está solo,
no le va...
prácticamente.
Pero no le va a poder pegar nada porque a la hora de pegar el troll va a misiar con la pasiva y más la borrachera, más el chupi chupi del Brimmaster no va a poder pegar, va a misiar todo a misiar. Va a estar complicado abajo para matar al Brimmaster.
Tome su clase de casteo con Faren cariño al 2020.
El 2020. Hago lo que puedo,
El chupi chupi.
El chupi chupi.
Es un hijo de re mil puta, ¿no?
Le corté el casteo, no sé.
No, pero lo van a matar, lo mataron, se lo llevaron al Dazzle, pobrecito, se fue, nos vemos. Se fue.
Lo sé que se inhiba.
Ahora estoy triste. El niño Faren llora ahora.
Igual parece que el Zoom le pegó a Coso.
Sí.
Al
lo hacían a Notail, pero no va a pasar nada con el flaco drogado ese que está ahí, pobre. No deben tener esclavizado al... ¿Lo vieron, chicos? Está muy mal, yo lo vi. Muy mal.
No, parece que no duerme hace una semana.
Mucho Red Bull.
Probablemente, boludo. O algo más poderoso que Red Bull. Algo más turbo.
¿Qué onda que van a hacer? ¿O van a querer matar a Ana, pero se dio cuenta Ana y Ana se...
Y Ana mierda.
A la mierda.
No lo van a matar con nada al Viper.
No, el Viper está más duro que Carlitos TV.
Por delante le llega Matthew.
Dale está pusheando en top. Uy.
Nutel lo agarró. Ay, lo fusiló mal.
A ver, ¿van a llegar a matarlo?
No creo, porque ya gastó la primera. Fueron a Kenteca. Le están dando duro, lo trajeron para acá, y para acá, te das para nosotros. Chao. De la mano de... Del otro lado el Lich se lleva al Tuska, a Gerard. Capita para el Lord. Como dije, creo que el troll va a estar complicado. Es complicado matarlo al Brimmaster. Va a aprovechar y farmear a los tontos. Con el chupi chupi, viste.
El chupi chupi.
Es un muy buen, o sea, es un personaje que usa muy bien Ice4 el...
Sí, el Bru. Pero lo que pasa es que...
Ese juega muy pocos héroes, pero lo juega muy bien.
Sí, pero cuando se lo cagan, se lo cagan. No hacen nada. Es como el mepo de Notail, lo usa re bien, pero no lo puede usar profesionalmente porque cuando se lo cagan ya fue, no puede hacer nada.
Es que está muy fuera de meta y no es un héroe que puede meter mucho también en el metagame. O sea,
claro.
Creo que no pasa de un All Stars match el mepo de Notail. Pero siempre le hacen probar el héroe nuevo.
¿Habrá héroe nuevo en este International?
Según los rumores dice que iba a haber un espíritu de agua, no sé. Pero...
Ajá. Yo escuché rumores de que van a sacar como 5 héroes juntos.
Sería el parche 8.0 más o menos.
Están esperando a eso, quieren sacar muchos héroes juntos, algo así.
Che, qué lindas que se ven las hachas del troll.
Es el inmortal, ¿no?
Sí, como van cambiando de color según en qué forma esté. Uy.
Voy a terminar la partida.
Se dejó morir el troll, no tiró ulti, nada.
Qué
Vemos la rotación en la parte de bot. Cayó el carry de Infamous y el Lich. Dos.
Oshi va ganando 5-2. Vamos con un network de 1K.
No hay tanta diferencia de oro porque el troll y el Viper vienen con un... están farmando bastante bien, tienen buen oro.
Tiraron torre abajo en bot los chicos de Shield. Sin nadie que defienda nada.
Era muy difícil y muy complicado también defender contra...
¿Lo pusiste recién?
Me encanta cómo grita el pingüinito ese, boludo.
Ahí Nutel van a querer gankear al Viper, pero no.
Es muy difícil, muy difícil.
Igual están agresivos, demasiado, muy agresivos. Como dijo Marce, el Chaos Knight no sirve nada en Light, entonces quieren a todo o nada a early. A sellar a lo más que puedan.
El Invoker la va a terminar carreando.
Sí. Qué lindo es el que tiene el Invoker. A ver, alguno de los chicos que nos done algún set de eso.
Dos para cada uno. No pedí nada y yo.
Donación para el set del Invoker.
Ahí los chicos del chat dicen...
Otra vez van a matar al troll.
No sé
qué hace ahí.
No, casi.
Y además, tranquilamente pudo vaquear para el otro lado.
Sí, muchos...
¿Por qué está farmeando en esos lugares? No entiendo. ¿O es una especie de estrategia para que el Viper se arme? No lo creo.
No lo creo porque están por matarlo. No. Notel pasó por los lados y dijo: hola, ¿qué hacés? Sí, muchos se están quejando con Vega, pero...
Ahí le mando un saludo a Natalia 10 que dice Faren puto, dice. Le entraron al Viper sin asco, va a morir.
Se murió el Viper.
Estaba muy adelantado, estimado. Uy, ese crítico que metió una trail arruinó un nene.
Matthews está por morir. Se muere, no se muere, se muere, no se muere, se murió. Vuela, no vuela, se cae. Y lo mataron.
¿Por qué están jugando tan mal, boludo?
En realidad no está jugando mal. Infamous, me parece que está haciendo muy bien las cosas OG. Y el que no está haciendo las cosas bien es Super Benja.
Por eso, si fedeó 2 veces, boludo. Está farmando en lugares nada que ver. O sea, date cuenta que tenés libre todo esto y te vas a farmear ahí, donde no tenés torre.
Sí, medio complicado.
Y recién estaba acá farmeando solo. No tiene torre acá. ¿Por qué fue hasta acá?
Pero recién vino a encararlo el Tusk solo y podía haberlo matado porque tenía CD de todo. O sea, tenía
no sé
ulti incluso y vaqueó para el lado de la torre con los 2 TPs de OG.
Los chicos de OG van por arriba con una network de 4K y van subiendo y van subiendo. Dos muertes pudieron hacer los chicos Infamous.
El troll parece que va a ir por una Madness.
Sí, no sé qué va a hacer.
Estaríamos viendo al troll del Moise en acción.
Sí.
Y literalmente está en el Internacional. Así que tranquilamente.
Será cuando el Moise nunca nos dijo nada y era Super Benja, así se cubrió en todo y...
Claro, él es Super Benja, en realidad está jugando.
Bueno, ahí vemos cómo se están mirando el Bananar y el Dazzle.
Sí, no hacen nada. Y encima el troll va re lento de farm, pero mal.
Pero va primero Network.
Ya Ana ya tiene Octarile, Agamin y Dada. Grave.
Casi como Marce. Que no hay nadie que juegue mejor Invoker que...
No, nadie.
Salvo Fier que le saca botella al Invoker. Ese es otro nivel.
Perdimos encima esa partida.
Más allá de nuestra comprensión.
Claro. Tranquilo, está la situación, está tirando la parte de abajo, van a asediar la torre de bots. Creo que no van a defender, los muchachos de Infamous van a dejar caer. No veo nada, un TP, nada. Oye, C4 está ahí. C4 está ahí viendo los favoritos. ¿Alguien? Me parece que no. Van a dejar que caiga. Pequeño ahí.
Están raros, están sellando raro. Nadie los va a...
Nantel que se lleva prácticamente una torre gratis.
Prácticamente, sí, gratis se llevó. No fue nada. Hay unos pingüitos santiagueños. Lo van a querer asediar a Timado, pero... C4 ya tiene su aguita.
¿Sí? Hace unos 2 minutos más o menos. Desde que cayó la torre de mid, tiene la... Así que...
Che, se me ocurrió algo re loco. Mal, re loco mal. Ponele, viste que por cada puesto tiene una cantidad de premio, ¿no? En dólares, ¿no?
Sí.
Y los dólares es moneda que en una nación la cantidad de dólares que tiene el Banco Central cambia la economía del país, digamos, ¿entendés? Entonces, Infamous no puede ganar, porque no le dejan ganar. Porque si se llega a sacar más plata de la que está llevando con el puesto que está sacando ahora, si pierde, es demasiada plata que va a entrar en Perú y es una desestabilización de la economía, ¿entendés? Es re loco, porque nosotros somos Venezuela, ¿no? Que tenemos los re problemas con Estados Unidos, no hay dólares, nada, ¿entendés? Y llega un equipo venezolano, acoso, y gana el premio mayor, que son 22 millones de dólares. ¿Me vas a decir que eso no va a desestabilizar la economía? Venezuela va a tener dólares, ¿entendés?
Ay, que los 22 millones se dividen.
Chicos,
obvio,
chicos.
Sí,
hay que ver si lo quieren guardar como es.
Pero vos sabés lo que es $1 millón nomás dentro de un banco central, o sea,
es mucho, boludo.
Baja la inflación, todo, ¿entendés?
No.
O sea que Macri va a poner su equipo de Dota para que baje la inflación.
No, porque imagínate que Argentina llega a ponerle, tiene un equipo de Dota y gana, y sería un re quilombo, ¿entendés? Porque entrarían muchos dólares al país.
Muy mal ubicado.
¡Uy, mirá! Eco Slam.
No, pero no se va a saber, se lo comieron vivo. No tiene ulti el Beastmaster. Va a querer zafar, no. Ulti, tumba de Fly. Joder.
Es un trade muy bueno, Jerax por Benjas. Ahora...
No, pero no, recién el Dange ¿cómo zafó? O sea, murió, pero se llevó al Night Stalker y al Lich. O sea...
El troll no está jugando nada.
Está... muy... no le veo utilidad al Mande. Honestamente no se la veo.
A mí me suena que van jugando a perder.
Pueden desestabilizar la economía sudamericana. Es un troll por las Naciones Unidas del Sur.
No, pero es posta, boludo, lo que digo.
¿Es que sí?
¿Pensás que ellos están pensando en cambiar la economía de Perú?
¿Qué?
Benja, presidente.
No, es que vos no entendés. No entendés. La plata, los dólares, no importa que se lo den a cualquiera, ¿entendés? El chabón va a viajar con el cheque en el bolso y son dólares que entran al país. No importa que los 5 jugadores Infamous pongan la plata en el gobierno y hagan plazas, ¿entendés? ¿Vos sabés cómo se maneja la economía de un país? Es por la cantidad de dólares que hay en circulación dentro del país, ¿entendés? Por eso se dan los préstamos entre países y todo, ¿entendés? Y que entren 22 millones de dólares, o con que entren $1 millón nomás para Perú es un montón.
Es un cambio muy notorio.
Claro, ponerle, ellos van a poder imprimir más dinero local y van a poder construir, no sé, autopistas, qué sé yo, ¿entendés? Pero no porque van a gastar la plata de ellos.
No algo así, porque es mucho.
Claro, no, qué sé yo, pero... ¿Entendés? Va a haber otro tipo de economía dentro.
Otro tipo de cosas, qué sé yo.
Van a poder comprar mejores cabinas.
Claro. No sé, pero habiendo dinero en el Banco Central es como que Por eso los países piden préstamos al FMI. Al FMI, ¿entendés? Porque lo que hacen es dejar dinero en el Banco Central. Se murió así.
No, pero fue muy buena.
Sí, fue muy buena. Pero estaba baiteando porque estaba Ana ahí dando vueltas. Pero no, murió.
¿Jerax se está haciendo de super benjas?
No, está jugando bien Jerax, ojo.
Pero esa jugada, boludo.
Los chicos de Oshi van a tirar mid. Creo que nadie va a tepar, tepió el Shaker, Seca.
Navi.
Fisure. Cortándole un poco la liquidity que le dio el Poker. C4 ahí brincándose, pero creo que no, se lo van a dejar libre la Infamous, pero está despidiendo el Night Stalker. ¿Volará? ¿No volará? Voló, sí, voló la muerte. Ay, Nutel, ¿cómo está zafando con esa? Ese Mordigan.
Bueno, se recopiaba de Miracle.
¿Qué debería comprar?
Manos. Nutel, que ahí está sin dormir como hace 7 semanas.
Necesito Red Bull.
La última buena partida de Navi que no duerme.
Man, mira. Sacó ya saqueador River. No te.
El de rasque es un ítem muy necesario para el sacador.
Ay, se lo van a llevar atimado. Uy, zafó. Te pedo. Vale, el pingüito. Bolita. No. Timado. Está malísimo.
Le costó un montón matarlo.
Sí, no,
Ay, se va a morir. Axel quedó encerrado por el pingüino santiagueño.
El troll no está jugando, boludo. No sé qué onda.
¿Sabes qué, Mar? Se va a aparecer con una divina rapier y como ya.
No, onda, le dijeron no, ustedes no pueden ganar esta partida. ¿Entendés? Y ustedes están jugando recaliente y tampoco pueden contar lo que pasa.
Claro, anda a saber.
¿No ves cómo está jugando el chabón ese? El troll no le importa la partida, boludo. No te pego, no tiro ulti nunca, ¿entendés?
Los deportes a veces son muy oscuros. Lamentablemente.
Sí, boludo, obvio.
Pero bueno, lo importante es que han llegado.
Mirá, ¿ves que puede matar al coso? Y le pasa por el lado.
Van a matar a Fly, se lo llevaron puesto. Van a llevar a Jerax, zafará con el pingüito, Santiaguino lo ayudará.
Bueno, es un trade de 4x0, o sea, muy bien para...
Re bien. Re bien. Ojalá que ganen.
Se despertaron de la siesta los...
Es que los otros se reconfiaron, también se remandaron.
Igual, el troll dentro de todo está bien, ya tiene su DKB, con eso puede agitar bastante a la hora de la TF. Vamos a ver si...
Oh boy, Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Late. A chocolate late.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ese 4 está ahí vigilanteando a ver qué va a pasar. Matthew. Ay, lo agarraron a Benja. Activando BKB. Ay, pero está sacando mucha vida. Ay, se murió Benja. Brutal está ahí con su Mordigan, zafando.
No tiene buyback ninguno de los dos cores que se murieron.
No sé por qué están jugando así.
¿Por qué bulldoquea el Lee?
Tiene ulti, qué sé yo, por ahí puede hacer algo.
Igual, muy buenas entradas de Quinteca. Buenas apariciones.
Sí, Quinteca juega re bien.
Sí, Quinteca sí, pero como que está mal parado. Es verdad lo que dicen, están como raros, ¿no? Porque más allá que es OG, están jugando de una manera
raro,
que...
sí, no,
Muy raro están jugando.
Un K parece. No es por nada, ¿no?
No, pero o sea, no están jugando mal, pero... O sea, no, se nota que no están haciendo lo que no quieren hacer, ¿entendés? El troll no quiere ganar, no quiere. No, mira, ahora se va a farmear ahí, un lugar re peligroso para que lo maten. Está como todo... Más así, cualquiera se da cuenta que acá no puedes estar, boludo, mirá.
Pero, o sea, en esas cosas sí yo te entiendo, pero Benja tuvo esas irregularidades durante todo
sí, de verdad.
El torneo, no es que solo de esta partida.
No, sí,
pero,
sí, es verdad, igual es medio manco, pero...
Me parece el punto más flojo de Infamous.
Sí, el HC.
Justo un rol tan importante.
Y lo van a resacar, boludo, lo van a re...
Sí, para mí sí lo van a sacar, porque no estaba dando el 100%.
No está a la altura, o sea...
No.
O capaz que sí, pero no...
Sí, no, pero no, Matthew juega muy bien. Quinteca está jugando bien.
Quinteca es la estrella.
Bien, le pegué las dagas.
Yo no le pegué a Ana. El timado fue el...
Sí, yo también puse a Ana. Te rasque.
No, va a estar re duro ese chavo. 3K de vida.
Más 10 de fuerza de talento 15. Más 12 de talento nivel coso.
Che, ¿después de esta jugamos un Dota o qué?
Yo después de esta me voy a dormir. Quiero terminar de verla nada más.
Bueno, entonces nos vamos todos a dormir.
Yo vaya mañana a curso y estoy temprano acá.
Bueno. Entonces nos vamos a dormir, no voy a jugar yo tampoco. Fallen, ¿vos también te vas a dormir?
Sí, boludo, sí, yo mañana curso, todos los días curso.
¿Y José? ¿Cómo te tenés que levantar a las 6 de la mañana, había dicho? Bueno, ya fue entonces.
Tiene que ver vacuno pico a las 6 de la mañana.
¿A quién te vacunas?
Hurricane Pie, vamos a ver si los chicos de Infamous pueden hacer algo, pero un complicado. Ya los OG tienen 9K de network arriba. Está complicado. Más la situación de Benja, no sé qué pasa, no sé. ¡Despertate, Benja!
Fue creo uno de los players más irregulares de todo el torneo. Porque hubo partidas donde jugó muy bien.
Hubo partidas que jugó muy mal. Como esta.
Smoke por parte...
parece sospechoso,
¿Habrá detectado el pingüinito santiagueño a los chicos de Infamous que tiraron humito? No sé. Sí, no sé.
¿Cómo carajo parás un CK minuto 27 con 3K y medio de vida? Como dije, activado siempre y con un queso y con DD.
Sí.
No hay forma.
Le cae un virus.
Un troll con Madness no creo que lo pueda hacer.
Mirá el atrás que lo está curando y le tira
El Viper, un Hurricane Pike no tiene.
Sí.
Pero no es un mal ítem, o sea...
Sí, pero comparado con los ítems que tiene el chavo.
Comparado con los ítems que tiene Ana, boludo.
Sí, también. Ahí entraron.
No, los chicos le están haciendo todo Infamous. Le están dando duro a Nutile. Pero no va a pasar más de eso. La morcita está esperando a ver a quién puede tirar el pequeñito.
Mirá, el Invoker está pegando
y matar seguramente. ¿Qué está haciendo el troll? Está volando. Entrar no sabe a quién pegarle, se le fueron todos, no hay sentry, chicos de Infamous, no hay sentry. No pueden detectarlo el Invoker. C4 cae. Le van a dar duro. No tiene ulti. C4 fue un suicidio. Se lo llevaron. Jerax está siendo asediado por los Super Benjas. Va también Ana muriendo. Y reviviendo con...
Queda el Chavo.
El Chavo está entrando ahí. Va a entrar.
El Chavo le chupa todo un huevo.
Todo un huevo, le da duro. Timao se lleva a Ana, pero no creo que el zafe de... No va a zafar.
Tiene el queso. No, canceló TP.
Ah, sí, zafó.
No canceló el TP, como que... como que se bugueó la animación, boludo.
Sí, ¿no?
Sí, porque no parecía que estaba TP.
Sí, no.
No, porque tiró Force. Tiró Force y tiró TP en el medio, eso pasó.
Troll con Malestro.
Malestrom.
Entonces TPó lejos del TP.
No, tiene Hurricane Pike y BKB el Viper, no es que está tan en cuero.
Y sí, los chicos de Oji van 12k, Nedo para arriba. Pero bueno, vamos a ver qué pasa.
Ojo.
Por ahí a Nutel le agarra, no sé, un ataque cardíaco y se muere y gana FAM.
Pasa carrera del Moisés. Y gana.
Moisés y su corveja.
Pero es una partida muy rara. Posta. ¿Cómo si?
Oh, lo encerraron al troll.
Le dio más al troll.
Mira, no tiró ni BKB, ¿viste?
¿Por qué?
Todos los gritos de los coreanos.
Son japonesitos.
Casi, está cerca.
Se pagó al troll, perdió totalmente la oportunidad de tener su Sanguiaya. Vamos. Me están pegando duro a Nutel, pero aguanta. Además tiene que eso, no se problema. Sí. Y va por la manta el chavo.
¿Cómo se regenera, boludo? Qué asco.
Sí, es una barbaridad.
Y además cuando mete un crítico también tiene ese lifesteal. Carro.
Tiene que hacer una muy buena jugada los chicos. Qué buen.
Bien Quinteca, bien.
Un hecho Sam, pero perfecto y puede dar vuelta a la partida. Hay que tener fe, muchachos. No hay que decaer más allá de que van perdiendo. Jerax tira su pingüinito para encerrar a alguien, no pasa nadie. Ahí el chavo tira su ulti. Vamos a ver si entra.
Que mete.
Le sacó casi toda la vida. Se murió. Se murió el troll sin activar Madness. Tuskar trata de zafar, pero no zafa. Matthew, cómo le está pegando ese rocker, lo dejó vivo a Matthew.
Pobre timado.
Se murió timado. Casi le queda. Ese 4 está tratando de asediarlo a Matthew.
Bueno, el Courier que...
Pero esta
le regalaron un Courier.
Creo que esto es GG, muchachos.
Es GG de hace rato igual.
¿Alguien puede asegurar el Courier? Dice Flash.
Mira, está pelotudeándolo, Ana. Bueno, le pegué a 2 y pifié 2.
Ahora solamente van a salir todos los memes de contra Infam.
Jeje.
Sí, tendrían GG los chicos Infam. Bueno.
Bueno, se gana.
Bueno, ¿Impresiones sobre la partida?
Que...
Algo raro pasó, no sé qué pasó.
Que jugó solo OG contra nadie, boludo. Porque honestamente no hubo parte de ganas de jugar de parte del troll. O sea, el troll para mí tiró abajo todo el equipo de Infamous. No hay otra.
Sí, yo creo que lo mismo que José, creo que el troll, acá como se dice en Argentina, bajoneó al equipo. Sí, estaba con pocas ganas de jugar.
Ahí vemos cómo se limpió todos los mocos antes de pasarle la mano a Flash.
Sí, toda la broma. Dream Killers, qué hijos de puta.
Bueno, para mí, el troll fue la piedra de Infamous. Le jugó en contra. Sinceramente. Capo Ace Force salvó. Saltaba para saludar a la gente, boludo.
Tienen que hacer un cambio, un recambio ahí con Benjas, porque la verdad que...
Ahora, yo no recuerdo. El Benjas es el Benjas que estuvo ¿coso?
No.
En un G.
Puede ser. O sea...
¿En qué?
En un G.
En Unión Gaming.
Ah, creo que sí.
Es muy probable.
Bueno, chicos, los despido. Espero que lo hayan disfrutado.
No sé qué pasó.
Mañana volvemos
yo ahora me voy a descansar. Así que les dejo un abrazo a todos y hasta mañana. Chao.
Gracias por